Okay, guys, we are back with more Please Be Happy, and there's just so much going on. There's so much to tell you guys. First of all, I've been having like very bad tendonitis in my wrist. We've talked about that plenty of times. It's like whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Like I guess it does matter. Um, but to combat that for my job and for like other stuff, I got some foot pedals that got delayed, and these foot pedals are stuff like streamers use and what all no and all that good. My brain is farting so bad today. And all that good stuff. Like they'll just like program it so then it'll be like little clicks or hotkeys essentially. So what I did was I connected it so that it would be my left and right clicks so that I could still and my scroll wheel so like I could just go. I guess it doesn't work here. It doesn't. The scroll wheel specifically doesn't work here. That's fine though. I was sitting there like pressing the pedal. And it's like, why is it not? Why is it not working? I don't know. But anyways, so that makes it easier for my wrist because I've been having the tendonitis in my wrist. Just was for me to work and to do this. Like I've been holding off on starting Juliet's route until the foot pedals arrived, just so that I could actually. Where's my armrest? I'm reaching for my armrest. Oh no, gosh, my brain is just I'm built so dumb. I'm built so wrong. Anyways, I've been waiting to start Juliet's route for the foot pedals to get here, just because it'll make it so much easier to play this for my poor wrist. Because I was playing this with my left wrist for all of Aspen's route, just to let my right one heal, because that's where the main tendonitis is at. And then I got tendonitis in my other one, so that's fine. Because I just overused my left one. My left one went from like only doing like 20% of the work to doing 100% of the work, and it did not like it at all, essentially. So now I have the foot pedals, which will help me rest and relax my wrist while I work, while I do my visual novels, while I try to edit. Editing is going to be a little slow with the foot pedals, but it's better than not being able to do it at all or hurting myself to do it. So with all that being said, we're also starting Juliet's route, and I'm so excited. Anyways, we only have 28% of the game left before it's all over, man. Before it's all done, and I do expect this to be a little bit shorter than Aspen's route, just because like we will be skipping stuff, assumedly, like the stuff with like Gerby and Tommy and everything. Like I'm assuming that stuff's not really gonna. It's probably gonna happen, and it's either gonna give us a prompt to skip it, or we'll just skip it. So it's gonna be a faster one, I assume, unless other stuff does happen. I'm not too sure. But yeah, with all that being said, let's just go ahead and get into it. Click. Oh, I love not having to click. It's like the best feeling. It's the best feeling in the world. I love it. You log game. Rest at home with Juliet.
I'm not really in the mood for a movie today, I think. Sorry, Aspen. It's fine. Maybe another time.
Oh, that hurts my heart. That hurts my heart. I want to go to a movie with you, but it's Juliet's turn, baby. Also, I'm not gonna move myself over. OBS freaks out when I try to do that stuff while I'm playing. Please be happy. So let's not do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Aspen gathers her things and departs while Juliet remains in the kitchen with me.
So, you're not gonna go to sleep yet? It's the time you usually do, right?
It is, yes. As I said, I won't be up too much longer, but I have a few tasks that I'd like to finish up.
Like what? Anything I can help with?
Looking around the library, I don't really see anything that needs to be done.
I'm afraid not, although I appreciate it. It's for my research services. You're welcome to keep me company, though, if you'd like.
Sure. I forget you do that sometimes.
I tend to work on it at night, after you've gone to sleep. Come, let's head to my study.
I follow her up the stairs and into her office. She sits down at the desk and opens her laptop, while also moving a stack of books and papers closer to her. I walk around the room a little, examining the shelves. There aren't any bats in the corners today.
I never noticed how many books there are in here.
Although the library shelves downstairs are full, it seems like there must be just as many books in here, maybe even more. Some shelves even have more than one row of them, with stacks built in front of stacks.
Ah, yes. Some of them are old and fragile and not suited to be handled by so many people. Others travel between the shelves down there and up here as I need them. Some aren't books per se, but essays or diaries or treaties.
Treaties? Picking a book at random, I carefully remove it from the shelf and examine it. I'm able to read the sole word on the cover, journal. When I open it up, it's full of handwritten pages. I return it to its place.
And you've read all of these?
Heavens no. I don't think even I've been alive long enough for that. I've read some, of course. Others I've only skimmed through as needed. Still, others were entrusted to me for safekeeping, rather than for their academic or entertainment value.
I take a seat in the chair across from her.
Sounds like a lot of work.
It can be. There have been fewer requests as of late, but I'm honored to be entrusted with them.
Is that only happening on my end? For some reason, Juliet's audio just was like, I'm just gonna get real quiet and muffled. Like the music sounds normal. It was just her audio specifically. That was weird. For some reason, I don't know if it's my headphones or like OBS or like whatnot. But Juliet's audio is like the one that always gets messed up, and I don't know why.
Whether it's a family photo album or half-written novel, many people have memories and legacies that they'd like to preserve, but may not have the means to do so. So I hold on to them here. And over time, generations even, they're sometimes remembered and asked about, or even taken back.
Hang on. Is there options, sound, voice? What is... Can we just go ahead and just all the way? Like, not all the way, but like enough.
Either by the person who first brought them, or by a family member seeking to learn more about an ancestor.
Sorry guys, sorry for the scuff. I don't know what's going on.
There are hundreds of years of history in this room. And I'm not just talking about you and me.
It takes me a second to laugh. I'm not used to Juliet making jokes.
So, what exactly is it you do?
Yeah, no, Miho sounds normal. It's just Juliet that's all like muffled and stuff.
Come here. I'll show you.
Okay, now she sounds normal. Slightly louder than Miho, but that's fine. She gestures for me to join her beside the desk. Turning her computer screen so I can see it, there's a photo of a fabled person with antlers like a deer's.
This gentleman passed away several decades ago. Recently, I was contacted by one of his grandchildren, who was still young when it happened. He said that his grandfather once made it into one of the Wellington newspapers, and was hoping I could find the article.
Did you?
See for yourself.
She gestures to a folded newspaper lying in a stack of papers nearby. It's so old that it's begun turning yellow, and the edges are all frayed. But sure enough, there's a grainy black and white photo of the fabled man, although he's way younger in this picture.
He had taken first prize in a singing competition at a local fair, and his picture was featured along with a summary of the event.
I look a bit closer. It's hard to tell, but he's smiling in the photo, next to a trophy.
Whoa. Can't believe you're able to find this.
I hear that rather frequently, and it's rewarding every time. In this case, I've already scanned the article and sent it to the grandson, so now I just need to return this paper to its proper place.
This is such like a cool service to run for people. Like the more I'm learning about this, I'm like, I kind of like figure, like I think we've gotten a few hints about like this is what she does, but actually like hear it all out loud, I'm like, this is so cool, what the freak? I walk back around to the other side of the desk and sit down again.
This one was on the simpler side, because all I had to do was peruse newspapers from that time. More complex requests that require consulting multiple sources can take me much longer.
Jeez. I had no idea. They must pay you a lot, right?
Is Juliet gonna be like, nah, dog, I do it all for freezies?
No. I don't ask for any payment. The work itself is a reward in its own right. I find it fascinating to revisit so many different past.
That sounds like Aspen talking about books. Visiting other worlds.
Yes, it's quite similar. Although Aspen much prefers fiction and novels to this sort of thing.
Maybe someday you can have a copy of her book in here too.
Oh, that'd be so cute.
Yes, I hope so. Although it would deserve to be downstairs where it can be freely enjoyed by all.
That's an excellent point. When I said, like, that'd be cute, I'm like, yeah, that would be nice to have it up here. But at the same time, I'd assume that, like, she'd want it downstairs so people could read it. That makes sense. That makes sense.
That'd be nice. I hope lots of people read it when it comes out.
Juliet smiles in agreement and begins to open up books and lay out documents. I get up and browse around some more, examining the shelves. She said I could keep her company, but watching the way she's reading so intently, going from source to source, I know I'd just be distracting her if I try. Eventually, I try to quietly slip to the door, but Juliet notices me.
Oh, are you leaving? I'm sorry, I haven't been a very good host.
Hey, Juliet, it's all good. You're working, girl.
It's fine. I can tell you're really busy. Thanks for showing me everything, though.
Of course. Thank you for joining me.
Anytime. You're gonna go to bed after this, right? So, I'll see you later then.
That's right. Have a great day, Miho.
You too. Good night and good luck with your work.
Sorry if there's ever like a slight delay between when I'm clicking it. In my brain, I'm just like, I start reaching for the mouse and I'm like, oh, I have to stop myself. Stop. Click with my feet now. Click with my toes. I almost put a picture. I took a picture when I first got the pedals and I went to put them up on Twitter. And then and I went to take a picture of me with it all set up and using it. But it's like, I can't exactly just put my dogs out there for free. You know what I mean? Not on the internet. Not anymore. Waving goodbye, and without missing a beat, I just go right back into it. Waving goodbye, I step out into the hallway alone. Nice. Let's go to Oriental Bay. I'm just enjoying a nice walk on the beach when an intrusive thought makes itself known. Sand. How far does it go? Like beaches always have a definitive cutoff where the sand stops and turns into dirt and streets. But what about down? How far down can you dig and still... Oh, I think we've read this one. And still get sand. Or is there just dirt after a certain point? Wait, let's think about this logically. Sand must be a product of the ocean in some way since it's always right next to the ocean. So sand probably goes... I've never thought about that. So sand probably goes as far as the ocean goes. Huh? But then where do deserts come from? Oh, I think it's better if I don't think about this anymore. Okay, we get one more. Let's go to the botanical garden. I'd intended to take a walk through the botanical garden, but my usual route was being blocked by a small wedding ceremony. I think I've done this one too. I didn't know a place like this would rent out spaces for weddings, but I guess it makes sense. Lots of good scenery for wedding photos. Weddings, huh? If I got married here, what would be the best flower to kiss the bride in front of? Wait. What would be the best flower to kiss the bride in front of? ... Question mark. Oh. Maybe like one that smells really good, so that I'm making a pleasant face if anyone takes a photo. Not that I think any of that will ever happen, but you know, it doesn't hurt to imagine. Oh, gosh, I wish that we got a little bit of like the wedding between like Miho and Aspen in the last one. Like I get it, like skipping past it because that's a huge detail like to skim through. So I'm like, I kind of get it, but it's also like the fanboy in me is like, okay, but we could just keep adding to this, right? Now I do wonder how like the story itself is gonna go. Oh. Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over, and the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know many of the streets by name. I wonder how this is gonna go, this one specifically, because this also happened in Aspen's, I'm pretty sure. We eventually arrive at an unremarkable looking apartment building, just a few stories tall and without many decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the doors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over.
Miho, Juliet, over here. Aspen!
Okay, well now, hang on. I think I'm gonna go to options. Bonk, 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 bonk. I love having this foot pedal. The idea of having to do all this with my broken wrist would be a nightmare and a half. Also, this will make it easier for editing, because, like, I have to balance it, like, so delicately between the music being too loud when I'm talking, like, narrating, essentially, and then, like, the voices of the characters. It's a precarious balance I have to do with the audio, so this will actually make that easier. She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet. So yeah, if this looks like it's gonna be the same scene, then I'll probably just, like, skim through it really quick.
No! Stay back, you two.
I freeze halfway to where she is.
What's wrong?
Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be the same
No,
thing.
not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
I'm gonna read it for like about another minute or two, and if it's still the same, then I'm just gonna like skip through. Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Ta-da! Or something. Whoa!
That read still gets me. The entire place is just one room except for a small bathroom. Right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and microwave. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
That was the good kind of whoa.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good whoa, don't worry.
I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. Figured she'd been exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen though. Two pair of green eyes sneak out.
Sorry, there's not
Yeah.
more space to sit down. You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Oh, it's fine. I'm okay on.
Yeah, I'm just
Oh,
gonna
Yes.
just
Thank you. This year has been. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm glad
Yeah,
you
this
think
is
well
it.
enough about
Even
my
if there are
needs.
tiny little
It's
changes, it's
fine.
like 99%. I was thinking like, do I remember that line? I think I do. And then yeah, no, we got the restaurant stuff.
Let me know.
What are you? Well,
Yep,
you
yep,
should-
yep. Okay, so there are gonna be
That's
repeat parts in here. That's
Whoa,
okay. Bop, bop, bop. We're just gonna skip through, baby.
But I know how
Oh, this is a good time to talk about. I also plan to try and make these episodes a little bit longer. For Aspen's route, they all range from about 25 minutes to 30 minutes on average. Obviously, someone would go like longer to like 40 minutes to an hour for like the special episodes, like the finales of Aspen's route.
I have it.
And some one or two episodes went like a little bit shorter. But I do try to plan to make these ones about 30 to 35 minutes, which isn't like a oh my gosh, wow, they're gonna be so much longer. But it's gonna be like a little bit. Just I feel like it helps like keep the flow better because I'm like in some episodes like a lot will happen, and other episodes it'll be like one or two things happen. So I'm like I'd rather it be like I want to like each episode to feel like sufficient. So, like if an episode comes out one day, people will watch it and be like, yeah, I got a decent chunk of the story. Essentially, I don't want it to be like, oh well, nothing happened in that episode. You know, granted, to me it never really feels like nothing happens, but I could like sort of see how people could feel that. That's why I also feel about like the and when I say like nothing happens, I mean like we have like one or two scenes essentially in like 30 minutes. And that's how I also feel about the Fate visual novel series that I do. Granted, super not gonna do longer episodes on that on average. The main reason I can't is just because it destroys my throat. I don't know how some people read visual novels like and have to read them in their entirety for like an hour straight without any kind of breaks because like I can't, my throat can't handle it. If I try to make each of those episodes like 30 minutes or something like that, my throat would be destroyed. The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like yes please and thank you, and no thanks. I think that this is also a repeated thing, but I'm gonna keep checking. From the way she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. I figure she's just antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The moment we're finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
Are you ready to go to the bus station? Yeah. This precisely. Thank you. Of course.
For gives her a hug.
Safe travels, Aspen.
Is she
Will do.
gonna?
Won't have how long? If it was by
Hamble
oh yeah, Patricia and
Is she gonna try and still? Is she still gonna like
Goodbye.
confess
Bye.
feelings to Miho?
we're not too far.
I'm
Should we take a-
confused.
know-
Oh, it's probably gonna be like when we eventually talk to Juliet. It's gonna be
What's
like,
it
well, how do you feel about
a
Aspen?
lot of the time?
I
No,
don't got those feels for her, is what I'll have to say. And then Juliet might be like, oh, who do you have feelings for? If you do have any feelings for anyone, and I have to be like, you, Juliet senpai, you know, like just like that.
Are you looking?
So we're just gonna skip on through these again. But yeah, no, there are like some people, like I talk about him a decent bit in my Fate playthrough. But there's a guy, Tanner of the North, who I watch play Fate Grand Order just so I don't have to read all the story. Just because, like, I used to read all the story for Fate Grand Order, but it is like reading, like, a chapter of a book between every fight, essentially. Sometimes it feels like I'm reading several chapters between fights, which I used to be able to do when I was taking the train to school and whatnot. But now that I'm not, I'm like, I just don't really have the time for it. So I watch someone else play it. But his episodes are like an hour to an hour and a half. And he only gets like little breaks for reading, from reading to do like the fights, but they still go for so long. Stop. No, I can't. I was hoping that the confession wouldn't happen so that I wouldn't feel bad about saying no to her, because I love Aspen. She's my fave.
I love you. At first I was.
Ah, stop.
But now
Punched me in the heart. Oh my gosh. Aspen's in love with me.
If we
I just wonder how that's gonna change. Like, is like the whole bus situation gonna happen where it like breaks down and whatnot?
bye.
Also, this is turning into a leg exercise. Oh my gosh, to mash through all this. I make my way back to the library like a. Oh wait.
Miho?
Aspen's.
Give me.
Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
It's fine. Don't. So,
Yeah. We
and
thought about. I don't even really know.
Hang on.
The other day you talked. This is a.
yes and no.
Okay, I just gotta be careful so I don't accidentally click on anything bad. Hang on, there we go. Okay, wait.
I like.
But as long
This is turning into a leg workout. Oh my gosh.
of course.
Oh, it wasn't happening. I thought, oh yeah, we do at breakfast the next day, right?
Right?
I heard you get up a little.
Boop,
while.
boop,
I see.
click,
Yeah.
click, click.
Ma-
We're almost there. And if this isn't where like the split actually happens, which I super duperty thought it would,
Decided.
I don't know what I was gonna do. I don't know how else to activate her route. I don't know how to. Return.
I don't think I can do it. I like Aspen, and I don't want to hurt her. But she's a human, and I just don't think I can do that to myself.
The saddest idea. Listen, to me, being immortal sounds like the dopest shtick ever. And whenever people talk about like, oh, it's not good at all, it's going to get boring after like a few hundred years, I'm like, then you're just bad at entertaining yourself. You're just cringe and you don't know how to have fun, all right? There's like almost never a moment in my life where I'm like bored. I could entertain myself forever. And if you know, if you ever do get bored, freeze yourself. Put yourself into stasis for like 10, 15 years and come back out and be like, wow, look at how everything's changed. The only issue with immortality is the losing everyone else part. So it's a fair argument against it. The words are heavy and hard to say, but it's a relief to say them. Juliet reaches her hand across the table and places it over
I
mine.
understand. I'm sure Aspen will too.
You don't think she'll be mad at me, do you? Or upset? She said she wouldn't, but...
Oh, heavens, no. I'm sure she'll be sad. It would be wrong of me to tell you otherwise. But I also know that she wouldn't want it to affect the relationship you do have. I'm sure she's prepared herself for this possibility and made her peace with it. The only way I can see her regretting her actions is if they somehow sullied your friendship.
No, no way. At least, I hope not. I don't like her any less. I just can't like her more than I already do. Not in the way she does.
I know what you mean. The heart wants what it wants. To try and go against our own feelings is folly. We only end up creating pain for ourselves and others. That's why Aspen chose to share her feelings with you, even knowing they may not be returned. And why it's important to be honest with yourself, even about the things that may be difficult, as you've reminded me time and again.
Oh, that'd be so awkward. I just realized how, because of this being like set up, like Aspen goes, "Hey, I love you," and then we go, "I don't love you." Turns and kisses Juliet. Like, that'd be so awkward, I feel. I feel Juliet's hand slide off of mine as she stands and walks to the window, opening the blinds. Outside, it's that in-between time of evening where the sun has already set, but the sky hasn't become totally dark yet. Though Juliet has no reflection, I can see myself in the window watching her. I wonder if she notices too. My hand tingles where hers covered it just moments ago.
Ever been in love before?
Turning to face me, Juliet has an expression I can't read before replacing it with a fond smile.
There were several times that I thought I was, but later realized otherwise. All of them were before Cassette was born, when I was much more wild.
Imagining a wild Juliet.
I mistook
Okay,
the
whatever.
desires of the body and mind for the desires of the heart. What I had thought was love was really just an attempt to fill something missing, to fool myself into believing it was real. Raising Cassette forced me to be honest with myself for the first time in ages. Perhaps ever. I had never truly cared about anyone other than myself. I just didn't know it until then. For her entire life, I devoted my heart to Cassette, ensuring she had all the genuine love and support that she needed and deserved. Even when she grew up and moved out of our home together, not a day or even an hour went by that she wasn't in my thoughts. Since she passed away, I haven't allowed myself to grow close to anyone else. I couldn't ever again settle for a relationship that I didn't feel with my whole heart.
Her eyes meet mine, lingering for a moment before Juliet turns her attention back to her teacup. Taking a sip, she closes her eyes and sighs with contentment.
I've made do with smaller pleasures. Hot tea, a good book, the company of friends. It's been enough, ever since then.
I know what you mean. I've only had smaller pleasures too.
Much like Juliet, it never occurred to me to want more. A warm place to sleep and a meal that I didn't scavenge were more than luxurious. For a long, long time I've been satisfied with what little I had and couldn't hope for anything else. So I thought. I swish around my cup of hot chocolate, which isn't quite so hot anymore. I don't know how Juliet makes it, but I know it doesn't just come from mixing some water and powder. It's something she makes special every time, just because she knows I like it. Has anyone else ever done something like that for me? Not that I can remember.
I'm not looking forward to telling Aspen tomorrow.
I know. I'm sure it can't be easy.
Like always, she handles my abrupt topic changes without comment.
All I can suggest is to speak from your heart, just like she did. Though it may take her a while, in time, I know that she'll be okay. The best thing you could do is to treat her normally, as if nothing has changed between the two of you.
Right. she's still Aspen.
Exactly. And you're still friends. Nothing can take that away.
I nod, feeling a little better. Juliet and I chat a bit more before eventually I excuse myself and head up to my room for the night. Before I get into bed, I already know it's going to be one of those nights where I toss and turn for hours before being able to pass out. No matter what, I'm not looking forward to letting Aspen down tomorrow. All I can do is hope she understands, like Juliet said, even if it's not what she wants to hear. I'll make sure to not let it change anything between us. Neither of us would want that. Sure enough, it takes a while, but eventually my restlessness turns into exhaustion, and I slip into a fretful sleep. Okay, and I think that's a good place to end it here, because I imagine that if this is anything like how Aspen's chapter 3 ended, it's gonna be a big one in the next episode. So I'm like, let's not start that and then have to cut off halfway through. Let's just start that in the next one. So yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful peeps in the next one. Bye-bye. We do be back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we started Juliet's route, and now we're starting this one. I mean, wait, what? What did I just say? I don't know. Anyways, we're gonna get into it. The morning comes all too soon. Groggily opening my eyes, I check the time and see that I've slept in about as late as I can. I spend a while trying to fall back asleep, but fail and eventually get up. There are only a couple hours until Aspen will be back, and I'm sure she'll go back to her apartment first after she arrives. But she'll have to come to the library not long after that so we can see each other before the days pass. Oh, and that makes it super awkward too. Like, hang on. As, someone who's been on both ends of this thing that she has to do, it's going to be so awkward because, like, sometimes, most of the time, you're like, yeah, you just said no to me. I kind of don't want it. Like, we're fine. I just can't see you for, like, a few days to a week or to a few weeks for some people. So it's like, to have to see that person every single day after that point, that's rough, bud. Once she's here, I don't see a way to put off talking about that. It'll be better for both of us to just get it over with, I'm sure.
Alright, Miho. You can do this.
Oh, she so doesn't want to, and that's understandable. Staring into the bathroom mirror, I try to believe myself. I know what Juliet said is all true, about her friendship not having to change or there being any bad feelings. I'm just not looking forward to telling Aspen in the first place. It won't be the first time that I've hurt Aspen somehow. But no, what? I didn't think I clicked it. It won't be the first time that I've hurt Aspen somehow, but it's the first time where I've planned it out in advance and know it's going to happen. I I know that fixating on it and dreading it will make me feel worse. After moping around for a bit longer, I head down to the kitchen.
Morning.
At least Juliet seems to be in a good mood. I try to make myself sound chipper too. Even though it's just the two of us today, Juliet worked as hard as always on breakfast. There's the usual assortment of fruit, eggs, and toast all laid out on the table.
Thanks for the food.
Of course. Do dig in.
Don't mind if I do.
I eat my meal with as much gusto as I can, although I'm much slower than usual. Juliet went through all the effort to prepare everything, so I don't want to let it go to waste. Eventually, I have to admit defeat and set down my fork with a lot of food unfinished.
Okay?
Yeah, it's all great. I'm just not super hungry right now.
Oh, yes. Understandable. I'm sorry. I should have asked before preparing so much.
Nah, it's fine. Thanks for cooking. I'm sorry I can't eat more of it.
Hey man, just put it in the fridge. That's what leftovers are
Don't
for.
worry. As long as you enjoyed it, I certainly can't complain.
I sure did. It doesn't look like you're all that hungry either, though.
Me? What makes you say that?
I point at the half-eaten bread on her
You
plate.
had even less than I did.
Juliet looks down as if surprised to see what's
Well,
there.
I suppose you're right. To tell you the truth, most food tastes the same to me, essentially flavorless. I enjoy the ceremony of sharing a meal with friends much more than the meal itself.
You can't taste anything? Why not?
'Cause I'm a
It's
vampire.
another one of the downsides of vampirism. I can still eat and drink if I want to, but I don't need to.
Even tea?
Even tea, to an extent. Although I can't enjoy the flavor, I do still enjoy its aroma. And that was one of my favorite parts about tea, even as a human.
Whoa. You're really good at cooking for not being able to try it.
That is actually super impressive. I never even thought about that. What the freak?
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Cosette was often my taste tester. Once I found a way of preparing something she enjoyed, it was simply a matter of committing the recipe to memory.
She definitely had good taste then. I can't imagine not being able to enjoy food. It used to be one of the only things I enjoyed.
Same.
It is quite unfortunate. Had I known what it would be like before I turned, I would have made more of an effort to sample cuisine from around the world while I could.
Are we gonna get the story of how she turned? Is that what this is about to be?
Were there other things that were different for you then?
Oh yes, almost everything. Those faculties that I do retain, such as my eyesight and hearing, are far keener than they were as a human. To say nothing of the ability to transform. I suppose it must be like that for you as well, compared to your days as a fox.
Yeah, that's true. But I can always turn back into a fox when I want to.
You are quite fortunate in that regard. Taking wing as a bat can be exhilarating, but it's not... familiar.
Do you like being a vampire? Would you go back to being a human if you could?
That's a fair question. It doesn't sound like she likes it all that much.
That's a difficult question to answer. Even if I were to somehow revert to normal humanity right now, I wouldn't be the same person I was before I became a vampire. That was a lifetime ago. Several, in fact. Who I am now isn't even who I was when I first changed. I appreciate the many chances that I've had to learn and grow. Without the gift of immortality, that wouldn't have happened. Nor would I have met any of the people whom I care about most. You, Cosette, Aspen. I'd have died centuries too early for our paths to ever cross. Naturally, I wouldn't trade that for the world, for anything. But I confess that I do miss the simplicity of human life. The very things that Aspen fears most are some of what I most regret leaving behind. A temporary
Like what?
existence
What?
pushes you to
Oh.
achieve all that you can within the time given to you. Your triumphs and victories are sweeter, just as tragedy may be deeper, for their impermanent finality. I suppose I would have to say that it's equal parts blessing and curse. Presented with the choice to somehow go back and stop myself from being turned, I would decline. There are truths that can only be learned with experience and age. So, in that sense, perhaps it would be futile, even if it were possible.
With a sigh, she gives me a sheepish smile.
That was rather long-winded of me, wasn't it? To answer your question more directly, I wouldn't go back. There's a part of me that will always want to, though.
I was actually thinking, like, from my perspective, I'm like, yeah, I like digging this. She's, like, just going on, like, a monologue right now. And then I was, like, thinking, like, from Mio's perspective, she's just like, dude, I just asked you a yes or no question. Will you just answer, please?
I get it. Sounds like there are even more differences between Fable like us and humans than I thought.
In some ways, yes.
Nodding, I idly pushed around some of the leftover food on my plate with a fork. It went cold a long time ago.
Thanks for saying all that. It makes me feel better about... you know... like I'm making the right decision.
It's my pleasure. I'm glad that I could be of some help.
I wish I could delay having the conversation with Aspen, but there's only a couple more hours until I would have to see her anyway, at least long enough for her to not forget me. She took a late bus there and an early bus back just for that, meaning her visit with her family hardly lasted any time at all. I feel a twinge of guilt because Aspen basically has to plan her life around seeing me, even though there's nothing I can do about that. Rising to my feet, I gather up both my dishes and Juliet's and take them to the sink, dumping the leftovers in the trash on my way.
Thank you, Miho.
No problem. Are you going to bed?
Indeed. Unless you'd prefer for me to wait with you.
I wouldn't mind, but it's okay. You don't have to stay up for my sake. I'm probably just going to watch TV or something until she gets here.
All right, if you're sure. As always, you're welcome to wake me should the need arise.
If you're actually asleep next time. You were already
Wait.
awake when I knocked yesterday.
Did it, like, skip one? Hang on. No, it didn't. Okay, it just felt like it did, and I don't know why it felt like it did.
True. Although that was something of an anomaly. Still, whether I'm awake or not, don't hesitate if you need anything.
Will do. Night!
Have a good day, Miho. I'll see you this evening.
I finish cleaning up as Juliet heads to her room. After wiping my hands dry, I flick off the lights and go to my own room. The TV crackles the light when I switch it on, and I take my usual spot on the floor with my back against the bed. Flipping from channel to channel, I look for a cartoon or something that I can watch without having to think too hard about it. Preferably something without a romantic subplot, as hard as that is to find. It's not that I mind those most of the time, but right now, I'm not in the mood. I end up settling for an animated movie about a girl who can turn into a seal and her brother's quest to rescue her. Okay. Is that a reference to something, or are they later like, what's she gonna watch? What's she gonna watch? Seal show. Let's go with that one. As I'd hoped, watching shows does take my mind off things. It also makes time pass by way too fast. At some point when I check the clock, I see that it's almost time for Aspen's bus to arrive. The stomach-cramping feeling of anxiety starts to kick in. I take some deep breaths and drink a glass of water to stifle it.
It's no big deal, you dummy. You're just making this worse for yourself. She'll be sad, but she'll get over it.
Around the time that the bus should be pulling into the station, I go downstairs to wait. My practice books for reading and writing are tucked away at the front desk, where I retrieve them and sit down. My eyes go over the same line a dozen times without really processing what I'm seeing. It's frustrating because it's not like my thoughts are occupied with something more important. Instead, it's like there's an alarm bell ringing in my head, an unhelpful reminder that I'm not looking forward to what's going to happen without contributing anything useful. That was a terrible reading. Instead, it's like there's an alarm bell ringing in my head, an unhelpful reminder that I'm not looking forward to what's going to happen without contributing anything useful. Hopefully that sounded a little bit better to you guys. I grit my teeth and try to power through it, forcing my hands and eyes to cooperate. I manage to slowly make my way through the worksheet in front of me, but not without glancing at the front door every couple minutes. When I finish, I'm not sure I actually got anything out of it. With every minute that ticks by, I get a little antsier. I wait, and wait, and wait. Oh my gosh, wait. So her bus still did get delayed, but they don't know about it. Oh my gosh, wait, is Aspen gonna forget? Please don't. I would actually cry. Just tears everywhere. I so don't want that. 45 minutes after her bus should have arrived, I get up and pour myself another glass of water just to do something.
She's taking her time.
I should probably be more patient. It's a long walk from her apartment to here, and she probably wanted to freshen up after the long ride. Sighing, I take my seat, spinning circles in the chair. A minute later, I stand up again and pace around, browsing the books on the library shelves as if I'm interested in them at all. Before I know it, an hour has passed since I came downstairs. since Aspen got back to Wellington. I head back to the desk and pull out another writing worksheet. With a couple weeks of practice behind me now, I can write almost all the letters from memory, just not very legibly. It takes all my concentration, but when I get to the end of this one, I'm pretty proud of the results. Somehow it took me almost 15 minutes to get through both sides. That explains why my hand is so sore. I need water. I need water, hey god. Oh. Good water. But it doesn't explain why Aspen's still not here.
Maybe I should go find her.
She'll probably be following the same path we took to get to the station yesterday. It goes right by her home after all. It's early enough that if I hurry, I could get to the station and back with It's early enough that if It's early. I'm getting so scared, actually. It's early enough that if I hurry, I could get to the station and back with time to spare, in case she does take a different route and get to the library while I'm gone. Plus, I could write her a note. I grab one of the pads of sticky notes that Juliet keeps at the desk, gripping my pencil so tightly that it hurts. But I need to be as precise as I can, or else Aspen won't even be able to read it. Aspen went to station and your house. Took route you showed me. We'll come back here. Oh. Oh, she wrote that actually like how a kid would, trying to sound it out, and then it's wrong because English is stupid. It's not the best, but it should work. I wish I was calm enough to be proud. Instead, I just grab a piece of tape and stick the note to the front door as I hurry out. Moving at a brisk pace, I scan both sides of every street as I go, and check every window and open every door I can to make sure I don't miss her. I make it to Aspen's apartment and knock loudly, rocking on my heels while I wait. The door never opens. I try to peek in her window, but the blinds are shut and curtains are drawn. Still, it doesn't look like there are any lights on inside. My worry starts to morph into panic. It's possible she already came home, dropped off her bags, turned the lights back off, and left. But then, why didn't I pass her on the way? Just be sure I hurry the rest of the short trip to the station, but don't see any trace of Aspen. Flat out running instead of jogging, I rush back the way I came, but instead of staying on that one route, I also try side streets, weaving back and forth between the main path and the others. None of them have her, and I reach the library breathless and alone, my note still where I left it. I push the door open, hoping against hope that she's waiting for me inside. She isn't, but Juliet is there, standing behind the front desk.
Leo, I was wondering where you'd gone. I saw these sheets that you left out.
Aspen still isn't back yet!
I can't hold back from blurting out the bad news. There's no time to waste. Juliet's eyes instantly go wide with alarm, and her mouth drops open in shock for a brief second before she composes herself.
Wait here. I'll try to call her.
While she rushes off, I push the door back open and scan the horizon, looking for a glint of Aspen's glasses in the sun or her hat bouncing while she walks. Nothing. Juliet returns with the phone in her hands, where it looks weirdly out of place. She calls Aspen and then puts it on speaker, and we both wait with bated breath.
You've reached Aspen. If you're a publishing agent or editor, then please...
Juliet cuts off the voicemail message just like I cut her off a moment ago.
I didn't even hear it ring!
It didn't. That means that for whatever reason, she can't receive calls right now.
Whatever reason? Like what?
Most likely, her phone is dead. Or she's somewhere without reception.
I see Juliet's face fall as we both make the same connection.
Yesterday, before we left here.
Yes. She mentioned that she wouldn't have it for most of the journey. But she should have been back in Wellington a long time ago, correct?
Yeah.
I hate this. I hate this.
2 hours ago.
Because this would totally destroy me to not have her remember, but the game would also, like... But that also kind of goes into, like... I don't know. I feel like the game could try to make, like, a point with all that, and, like... I don't know! I was just scared, because I'm like... I'm pretty sure that they'll actually do it, and that's what scares me.
How much longer do you have left?
About an hour.
My voice cracks as I say it.
Thunder.
My mouth is dry. I try to swallow the lump in my throat, but it won't go away. She even came home early to give us extra time. Time that was supposed to be just in case, not actually needed.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I was hoping you would know.
Me? I see. Let me think.
I could just wait here at the library, where she's bound to turn up eventually. I'm sure she's watching the clock as closely as I am, wherever she is. On the other hand, I could go out looking for her again. I can move faster than she can, and if she's running late, then the time saved by going to where she is could make all the difference.
Okay, here.
I look up at Juliet, hoping she has the
Take
solution.
my phone. Go try to find her. Make sure you can get back here in time. If she arrives before you find her, we'll call you.
Okay.
Juliet quickly shows me how to use the phone, and I pocket it, making sure that I won't fall out. Her plan just combined both of mine. It's a good compromise, but it still comes down to luck. I guess there's no way around that. Not every problem has a perfect solution. There's nothing else to say, and less time to say it, so I hurry back outside without another word. I barely gotten my breath back from running all the way to the library, but I forced myself to run again. I have to cover as much ground as possible as fast as possible. I check the bell house, but she's not there. When I get to her apartment, it's just as I left it, same at the bus station. I turn around, about to start the trip back, when I spot someone waving at me from nearby.
Miss, you okay? I saw you run by here a while ago.
I'm looking for someone. A friend who should have been here by now.
On one of the buses? You sure they weren't on the one that broke down?
The what?
Yeah, heard some other folks who were here talking about it. Guess it broke down on the way back and the replacement's taking forever. They were getting pissed because it was going to make them late. Couldn't tell you which bus it was, but you could probably find out. Where were they coming from?
I don't know the name of the town. It's a few hours away.
Well, that doesn't exactly narrow it down, but it matches up, I think. The guys who are waiting were packed for a long trip, so it must be one of those distance lines.
Thanks.
I stumble as I turn back around, my legs shaking like jelly. There's no way it isn't Aspen's bus. All the details line up so perfectly and terribly. My only hope is to wait here at the station and hope that the replacement arrives in time. Mechanically, I dial Aspen's phone over and over, hanging up and redialing whenever her recorded voice starts to play. At some point, I stop trying. As minutes tick down, I feel increasingly sick with the burning pressure of tears in my eyes. When I finally do hear the rumbling sound of an approaching vehicle, I can barely believe it. Lifting my face from my hands, I watch with my heart in my throat as the bus turns the corner and pulls into the station. And then Miho's gonna be like, Aspen! And then Aspen's gonna be like, who? This has to be her bus. It has to be. Unable to move, I just watch as the line of passengers slowly disembarks. My eyes stay glued to the door until the line finally stops. Then a line of waiting people, including the person who talked to me, begins to board. The bus takes off a minute later, without Aspen. I collapse back onto the bench, barely repressing a sob. Why? Why is this happening? For a few final minutes, I stare at the phone, opened Aspen's info, along with her phone number. There's a picture of her sitting at the kitchen table. It's a little out of focus, but she's smiling. I look at the picture rather than the time, as minutes become seconds and then seconds become nothing. A full 24 hours have passed, and Aspen never returned. Everything I was feeling melts into numbness. It seems like I should feel something, a chill or ache or some indication that it's over. I've been forgotten. Of course there isn't one. I've been forgotten a million times before, it just never mattered. Even now, it doesn't feel real. Just a few hours ago, I was worrying over Aspen for entirely different reasons. I rise and slowly return to the library. I don't run, I don't look in the windows, I don't try calling. My sticky note is still on the front door when I get back, and I tug it down, stuffing it in my pocket as I trudge inside. Juliet stands up from the desk as I walk in. Alone. I can see her face shift as she realizes the door slams shut behind me, no one else stepping in.
Miho. I'm so sorry.
Here's your phone. Thanks for letting me borrow it.
I set it down on the desk and then stand there, not sure what to do next.
Perhaps it's not exactly 24 hours. Perhaps there's some leeway and she'll still get here in time.
Yeah, maybe. There was a bus that broke down, I guess. It must be hers. Someone at the station told me.
No, don't stop. I hate this. For once, Juliet seems to be at a total loss for words. She just nods stiffly at my explanation. I sit down in one of the chairs near Juliet, staring at the floor. The alarm bell in my head is mercifully silent. Faintly, it occurs to me that this must be what they all call shock. Must be what they call shock. I don't know who they all are, but they call it shock. We sit there until there's a noise outside the door, catching both mine and Juliet's attention. Slowly, the library door opens and Aspen enters, looking worn. I'm so scared. Looking worn out. Her hair is frizzled and looks like she's been running, or crying, or both. She shuts the door gently behind her. Juliet and I both stand up from the desk at the same time.
You're back.
I can't bring myself to say anything, only to stand there and wait. As the feeling of dread and anticipation return, I realize that I've held on to some hope after all.
Yes, I'm back. God, I know I'm late. It was ridiculous. Our bus broke down and the replacement didn't arrive for hours. We weren't even that far from Welly when it happened. Simply unbelievable.
That's so crazy. Like, it sounds like she was trying to make it back with like running and crying the whole time, but then she forgot why she was doing any of that. I don't know. That's immediately what I thought when it says like she's like, it looked like she'd been crying and she was breathing hard from running, or it looked like she'd been running, or whatever it said specifically. I can't. Aspen reaches up to adjust her hat and glasses and holds up her phone with a smile.
I saw calls from you once I got back to the station, but it was so late, I thought it would just be easier to come straight here instead. So, sorry to keep you both waiting, Juliet.
Walking past Juliet, Aspen comes to where I'm standing, her eyes glued to the floor. She stops in front of me and slowly looks up. She was definitely crying.
You must be Miho.
Oh! Oh, stop! No. I don't know how to process that. She must have left some kind of like little note for herself, like, or something. What? That's the end? What? No! 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 Oh, because that's probably where I gotta end. I don't have too much longer to record anyway, so I won't be able to record for more than just like a few minutes. But it's like, that hurts. That hurts so much. Oh, and you must be Miho. Just stab me in the heart, why don't you? Just rip it out, why don't you? You jerks. That was so mean. If the chapter kept going for a few more minutes, I'd like let it happen, but it probably is gonna like go into like a bigger scene or something, since it is the start of a new chapter. I'm like, I just don't have time to do that much right now, so we'll just have to start that in the next one. Okay, well, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. This is causing me like physical pain. I hate. I love Aspen so much, and have her forget Miho is like killing me inside. I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Oh, this is such a lovely picture, and Aspen's... Bye-bye. Alright, we do be back with more. Please be happy. In the last one, Aspen forgot about us, and I genuinely was like driving home from friends last night. That's where I went after we recorded the last few episodes, and I was just sitting there like, why did she forget about us, man? Why do they actually have to do that? That's so mean. It's still traumatizing, all right? It's still hurting me. It's been a full, well, not even a full day. It's been like 12 hours, and I'm still upset. That hurts my heart so bad. I love Aspen, and the fact that she was crying at just the idea of having forgotten someone, like, it was so sad. I can't believe that happened. But, yeah, with that being said, let's just jump into it. I'm so scared. It's twice now that I've lost someone dear to me. Although Aspen is still alive and I see her every day, her loss feels even more painful than Jongine's. It's been a few days since Aspen lost her memories of me. She's been here like usual every day since then, and we both try to pretend that nothing ever happened. But everyone, including Juliet, knows that it'll never be the same. Whenever Aspen and I talk, I can tell. Whenever I mention something that she can't remember, it stings all over again. Even when she's sitting right beside me, Aspen seems further away than ever. I doubt she remembers what she said to me before leaving. She hasn't mentioned it at all, and so neither have I. Not needing to have that difficult conversation was a relief, but not nearly enough to make up for losing everything else. If I could pick one or the other, I'd choose the conversation over Aspen forgetting me every time. Sitting in the... Hang on, I'm sorry. I was trying to scoot in a little bit. My apologies. Just then because of my... I realized I'm like a little bit far away from the mic, so I was like, I should probably like scoot in just a little bit. I'm sitting in my usual spot next to where Aspen sits at breakfast, when my ears perk up at Juliet's approach. Although she can walk without making a sound, even better than I can, I've developed a sort of sixth sense for detecting her.
You're up early.
I don't know if... I look up... Why did I say I don't know? I don't look up from the cup of cold tea that my hands are wrapped around, although it's been at least an hour since I took a sip.
I think it's later than you imagine. Just past 8.
Oops.
Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Oops, I must have lost track of time. That's what she said. Sorry. It's sometimes I accidentally double click with my feet. I sat down here after closing the library for the day, just intending to collect my thoughts for a couple minutes. I guess it turned out to be more than a couple. Taking a seat across from me, Juliet also has a cup of tea. Hers is still fresh. I'm doing so bad today. Hers is still fresh, warm and steaming.
It's understandable. You surely have a lot on your mind. Anything you'd like to talk about?
You already know everything.
Yeah, how the freak do you... Like, I understand, like, what Juliet's saying, like, hey, do you want to talk? Like, let's work through this together. Like, what do you even say? Like, yeah, I'm sad that one of my only friends in the world, one of the only people I've ever opened up to, forgot everything about me. And it's like, oh, that's rough. That's rough, kid.
Not quite everything. How do you feel?
I stare into the mug, aware that Juliet's looking at me. For some reason, I don't have the strength to meet her eyes.
Sad. Even though I know I shouldn't be.
Why shouldn't you be sad? What?
Oh heavens, why ever would you think that?
Because I knew this was gonna happen someday. Sooner or later. It just turned out to be
Oh.
sooner.
What do you mean?
Shrugging, I finally look up. Worry creases Juliet's face, and so I stare at the wall just behind her. I don't want to see someone else feeling bad on my behalf right now.
I mean, it was always going to happen. Aspen was always going to forget me someday. There's no way I could see her every day for the rest of her life, right? That's the other thing, too. She's a human, so eventually she'll...
I trail off, not wanting to say the words out loud, and knowing that Juliet will get what I mean. Sure enough, she nods sadly.
She will.
Death used to be such a distant concept for me, just a boogeyman to be afraid of, not to worry about too much on a daily basis. Now it's become all too real. In the case of Zhang Yin, now when it comes to Aspen, it's hard to not think about how that will be her fate too someday. Even if she hadn't forgotten me, and no matter what I might have said in response to her confession, the eventual end would be the same. I can't help but picture Juliet's own pain and anguish at Cosette's grave, even all these years after she passed away.
So if it was gonna happen anyway, then what's the point? Why bother? I'm just going to get hurt again and again. Someday, even you will also...
Forever is just as difficult with someone else who's immortal, maybe even harder. No matter how many years may pass, it'll only take one day for everything to be undone.
Oh, Miho.
She reaches across the table and lays her hands on top of mine, still clutching tightly to my drink. Her fingers are soft and cool, but they look awkward against mine, like she doesn't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with them either.
I wish I could tell you otherwise. But you're right that some kind of pain is inevitable when it comes to those we love. That's the trade-off for the joy they bring to us while they're with us. The pain exists because we had something to lose. Despite the heartache, I wouldn't trade my time with Cosette for anything.
It's different for me, though. Because I can lose the same person over and over. What about the next time Aspen forgets me? Or if there's a time after that? Maybe it's better to just...
I shake my head and cut myself off, because I know I really will start to cry if I go much further. Although Aspen and I have already been rebuilding our friendship, parts of me wonders if it's worth it. Do I really want to make myself go through it all again? I know the answer is yes, I'm already doing it, but it's tough to justify to myself. Sighing deeply, I unwrap my fingers from the cup, sliding my hands out from beneath Juliet's as well. I study her hand still on the table. Despite her age, her skin remains perfect and unblemished. All her scars must still be on the inside instead.
Thanks for listening to me. And sorry for being such a bummer. I'll be back to normal in a day or two.
There's no need to apologize. I can only imagine how you must feel. Take all the time that you need. You don't have to force yourself.
Yeah, I know. But thinking about it just makes me feel worse. Besides, Aspen and I are still friends. Or I guess, friends again. I can't change what happened, so I may as well just do the best I can now.
That's true. Still, don't ever hesitate if you need someone to talk to, or a shoulder to cry on.
Thanks. I do feel a bit better. I think I'm gonna call it a night, though.
Sleep well, Miho. I'll see you tomorrow.
I can tell. I'm sure she can tell that I don't entirely mean it when I say I feel better. She does me the courtesy of pretending.
Night.
In a backwards twist on the usual, I head upstairs to my room and leave Juliet behind in the kitchen. As I climb the stairs, I get a glimpse of her still seated at the dining table, across from the cup I forgot to put away. Somehow, it feels weird to see her there alone. In my room, I wrap my blanket around myself and lie down. It's earlier than I usually go to bed, but late enough that it's pretty dark outside. I'm sure I'll be able to fall asleep. Although the day is ending for me, it's just beginning for Juliet. I wonder what she'll do with it. Maybe she's still out at the table. Maybe she's still down at the table, sitting by herself. Isn't that lonely? Then again, I guess she's probably used to it. I'm still new to this whole loneliness thing, but she's pretty much an expert by now. That's kind of sad when I think about it. As I'm lying there, I hear the sounds of the front door opening and closing. Sitting up, I look out the window to see Juliet standing near the porch. Something flaps past my window, and I move closer to see a bat descending towards Juliet. At first, I assume it's one of her friends, the ones who hang in the corner of her study or get fed in the kitchen. But to my shock, the bat changes forms, soon becoming a tall man. What? It's too dark and far away for me to see or hear anything clearly, but I can tell they're having a conversation. I'm tempted to open my window, but I'm sure the noise would catch their attention. The two of them only talk for a couple minutes, and then the other vampire turns back into a bat. I quickly lie down and pretend to be asleep as he passes by just a couple seconds later. When I sit back up and peer outside again, Juliet's nowhere to be seen. Before long, I start to get tired and crawl under the covers for real. Although I listen for the sound of the front door again, I never hear it, and eventually I fall asleep. I can tell that this is going to be a depressing route. I can tell it's already going to be a wee bit sadder than Aspen's was, because with Aspen, like, chapter 4 started off so happy of, we're in love, we're dating, we're doing all these great things, and yeah, like, there were, like, sad parts to it. Like, this one's starting out heavy, man. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and about mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about. And I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider. But have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
Juliet also turns to me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through. Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho. I know it's much more complicated than just that. But I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
You've got a point. Not having to worry about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
Right. I thought you might agree.
I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier, but the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible. So no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
The only two people who actually remember me are in this room right now. All the other people I've met here in Welly, I couldn't really call them my friends, as much as I've liked spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd stay in town or not. But now that I've been here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do about my magic, I can at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others, not just Juliet and Aspen. Also, the main reason I'm like still reading this, even though that was a terrible reading, I'm so at the point, I've talked about it a few times, of like, I'm just gonna read it, even if I mess up, but it's like along the same lines. I'm just gonna finish the thought. But like this conversation still has like differences to it than the like original one in Aspen's route. So it's like I'm still gonna go through it even if there are only like slight differences that I can tell.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite. But I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic. If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho. Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality.
I'm starting to think that most of this conversation is going to be the same.
What's true and what isn't.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho, huh?
Ah, Silver. One person comes to mind. I'm gonna start Shuri. I started calling her Silver. Yeah. We've gone through this. We've gone through this.
Off to bed?
Not yet, actually. It's somewhat related to what we were just talking.
Oh, no, I don't mind.
Oh, maybe. Hang on, wait.
For me? What is it?
Oh, is it the cell phone?
I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
it's the cell phone. It's the cell phone. We know where this is going.
There's no particular case.
Okay. Oh. It's the same as Aspen's.
What a coincidence.
Okay. That's like, so I was just thinking about this, like, what a weird talent
Thank you.
to be able to write a
There's nothing
scene
else, as you have more
that fits
big
into like both
plans.
these contexts so well.
That's a good.
I can't believe I never thought to ask.
Neither
Of,
Aspen nor I would want to gamble
like
on
both
what
routes.
lies
Like
in
it
mine.
like
I'm not sure who to ask. It's a harmless trial.
Someone willing to try something.
yeah, like this fits so well in both contexts of like
Right, Lena says
them
she's
dating
really
Aspen and
interested.
Miho,
Miho,
and then
would you
also
like to come-
Aspen having forgotten her. Like it's a scene that works either way. And so I was like, when we were starting going into it, I was like, that'd be so weird. But then like as I'm like reading it, as we're like skipping through, I'm like, okay, wait, but like all of this still makes sense though for like the context of what's happening. So yeah, now we're just gonna just do. I will say it's a little harder to like skip through things with the foot pedals than than with a mouse.
What you mean?
I would have thought
So,
you'd be not surprised.
But like the skipping through would be like the hardest part on me because it's like so much repeated motions and like the same things. So I'm like, I should probably not do that. So let's just like skippity dippity on through this again. So like this is definitely gonna be shorter than Aspen's route, definitely.
I think. But what
Which isn't like the like a bad thing. Like I guess it's just like, in a way, I didn't mean to pull that up. Hang on. How do I?
Sure where it
There we
is.
go. Like obviously it's like sad because it's like, oh, we're gonna get to like the end faster. But it also means like
instead?
this is just going to be pure concentrated Juliet, which is like not a bad thing at all, especially after, again, like I really like her character, wasn't involved too much in the last route, so like since this is mostly going to be, we can just kind of like, I don't want to say it's like in between stuff, because like it's still stuff that I really enjoyed, like this stuff right here, super not in between stuff, super pivotal to the story. We've already gone through it, so we can just get back to newer content. You know what I mean? Does any of that make sense? Did any of what I just explained make sense? I feel like it makes sense in my brain, but I can't explain it too well right now. Also, yeah, no, this is super duper a leg exercise when I'm trying to just spam through it. It's so funny. Okay, okay, okay. It's almost bedtime with my fine. Oh, right. That's just the Lena call. Boop, 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 boop. Although the stuff with the kids will probably be different though, right? Because a bit of that is them going to like the Bell House and being like, you guys are dating? Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. So like I could imagine like the stuff with like this and then the play. The play would probably be like relatively similar to like, or at least like almost exactly the same. And there's all this stuff. The Tommy stuff's probably gonna be the same. But the stuff with the kids has got to be at least like a little different because they interact so much with Aspen. I guess there's only like one scene where like it actually like comes up that they're dating. I think. I don't know. So would it just be like that one that's different? I don't know. That's weird to think about. Hang on, I need some Water's delicioso. Oh my gosh.
Doing some research on Gumio. I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure how much of it will be useful.
Okay.
Hey, that does sound just like me.
Don't say that.
Oh, we've already gone through this. Yeah, we've already gone through this scene. I laughed at that joke and then I was like, I've definitely laughed at that joke before. So we're still just a going.
Pardon?
Boop boop boo doo 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 doo. Maybe like everything about, I don't know. You can't just have like everything be about it be the same, but just sub out Aspen for Juliet because they're different characters. So like even if like the through line is the same, like all of the dialogue would be different, assumedly, or at least like Juliet's part would be different, and like the responses to like the kids and stuff. So I'm very curious about stuff. Like honestly, the kid stuff is the stuff that I'm most interested in now to see the differences in the routes. Just because like there's no way it's gonna be exactly the same. You know what I mean? So I'm excited for that. Because like the stuff with Silver is gonna be the same, Gerby and Tommy's gonna be the same. So do, 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 do. Now playing Time Pat. Oh, wait, I have the. I've listened to the entirety of the Please Be Happy soundtrack, and I've never heard that. That was weird. Okay, but I liked it. It was very good. I liked that a lot. It was just like caught me off guard, like, new music? Like, yeah, it's only like a few notes, but like still, it was good. Although Juliet doesn't reply to my text when I get back to the library, she's waiting with a big smile on her face.
Welcome back. I saw your message, but thought I would wait to congratulate you in person.
Thanks. I'm still processing it myself, you know.
I grab one of the spare chairs from close by and then join her behind the desk, taking a seat.
Even though it's such a big deal for me, it was pretty normal for everyone else. Or at least, it should have been.
I slide the phone out of my pocket and hold it in my hand carefully, staring at the polished glass screen.
That doesn't make it any less special. Change doesn't happen all at once. You should enjoy these little moments along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure she's thinking about Aspen too, but bringing that up would just be bringing down the mood. Instead, I try to do what Juliet suggests. Let myself focus on the good things. This means from now on. Wait. Let myself focus on the good things this means from now on. Okay,
Yeah,
that's a weird sentence.
You're right.
The little piece of technology that I'm holding is just the first step into a new world of possibilities.
No more being forgotten. At least, by the people that matter.
As long as they have a phone too, at least. I know enough about phones and how unreliable they can be to know... I know enough about phones and how unreliable they can be to know that isn't a perfect solution.
I still want to know more about my magic and how it works, though.
Imagine she goes to try and call, like, Aspen something like 3 years down the line, but her phone hits her with a surprise update out of nowhere and just completely ruins it. That'd be the saddest thing ever. I say that as if she couldn't just, like, walk downstairs and be like, hey, Juliet, can I use your phone really quick? You know? Like, whatever. Although, does Juliet have, like, a smartphone, or is it, like, a flip phone? I don't remember. I don't remember.
I'm not sure I want to just get rid of it, like Aspen suggested.
I understand. As a human, I think it's hard for her to grasp what that would be like. There's certainly merit to learning about it, though, as you say.
It's kind of funny that now machines can do a lot of stuff that only magic could do before. Like, flying. I used to be so jealous of Fable who could fly.
I know quite what you mean. Why, sometimes I feel as if the rest of the world has passed me by with some of its changes.
Really? I don't think so. I mean, you know how to use a phone and a computer and all those things. Seems like you're keeping up to me.
Perhaps. I still prefer to write something by hand, or have a conversation face to face when possible, though. Maybe that's just what it is to get old.
You're not getting old. At least, I don't think so. I don't feel old, and we've been alive for almost the same amount of time.
I certainly do feel younger when you're around too. You remind me to enjoy the moment more often.
Aww.
That's what I'm here for. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's not thinking about the future.
Making Juliet laugh makes me smile, because it's something she doesn't do very often. When it happens, it's like a rare treat. Without Juliet, none of the good things of my life would be possible. She's the one who gave me a place to stay, a way to take care of myself, and now she's given me a way to be remembered. Aww. All of that for free, too. I know she says I don't owe her anything, but the least I can do is try to make her smile when possible. Even that doesn't feel like it's enough. It's a start, though, as she's always fond of saying, just like the phone is a start, too. Juliet's laugh turns into a yawn. Although she tries to hide it with the back of her hand, I leap up from where I've been sitting.
I can take over from here, so you can go to bed. Thanks for covering for me while I was out.
It was my pleasure. It's nice to be behind the counter again every once in a while, and to see our guest in person.
Now that I think about it, she does sleep through the busiest hours every day, so she never really gets to see anyone enjoying this place. She's worked so hard to put together.
Do you know most of them?
I recognize many, but it would be a stretch to say I know them. Their names, perhaps, or even their reading habits, but not much beyond that.
That's too bad. I'll bet most people don't know how hard you work on the library, even though they come here all the time.
Oh, that's all right. I don't need the recognition, so long as the library itself is appreciated. Besides...
Oh, I
I
didn't...
guess that's true. But only so you can help people in other ways. Besides, you did my job for way longer than I have.
Juliet said, besides, you work harder for it than I do nowadays. And that's what prompted Miho's response. I didn't mean to skip it. My foot just slipped. I've only been here a fraction of the time she has, but even I can remember some of our regulars. Although they occasionally ask about Juliet, it seems like they think of her more like a public service than a person. I can't pretend I don't understand why. It's like Juliet has two lives, the one she leads at night by herself and the one she briefly shares with everyone else each day, and both of those are devoted to the people of Wellington. She rises, gazing around the room. It's still early enough that there aren't too many patrons around, but a handful are browsing or reading. Watching her look around, I can see a kind of sadness in her eyes, like when she told me about Cosette or talked with me about Aspen. It's not too different from how she normally looks, but I spend enough time with her that I can tell the difference. It instantly tempers some of my excitement from the new phone.
What's wrong?
Her focus snaps me and her face clears like I wasn't supposed to notice that.
Nothing. I was simply reminiscing a little. I do feel rather tired, though. Good night, Miho.
With her trademark smile, she turns and starts to stride past me on her way to her room. As she passes by, I clear my throat. Juliet pauses.
Are you sure you're okay?
I look up, but she's facing forward, eyes locked on the stairs. After a moment's hesitation, she starts walking
Yes.
again.
Good night, Miho.
Oh, stop lying. You can't tell us to be open and then close yourself off too. That's not how that works. I mean, that's what many people do, but stop it, Juliet. I don't try to stop her a second time, and I watch as she heads down the hall and then up the stairs. Nobody else seems to pay much attention. Just because we said that we'd be more open from now on doesn't mean she has to tell me everything. She still has plenty of secrets, that's for sure. I wish she'd let me try to help her, though. I wish she'd try to let me help her. I wish she'd let me... I'm doing so bad. I wish she'd let me try to help her, though, even if it's just listening. The way she can go from laughing to frowning in just a few seconds. I can't pretend that I don't relate. I wonder if one of those feelings is more honest than the other. If so, I can probably guess which one. Whatever it is that has her down, it's not something that I can worry about too much right now. I'll be here if she needs. Of course, but it's up to her to do that. For now, I'll just keep helping out the only way I know how. Click. I clicked it like 3 times. Following the morning stack of returns and requests, I get to work. Nice. Should we still do this stuff? I mean, I guess we probably should. I guess. Like, whatever. We'll just, I'm clicking already. I'm spamming the clicks. Just because I don't know if it'll, like, affect anything else, so I don't really want it to be affected. You know what I mean? I don't want to change nothing. Also, is this shaking my desk? I don't know. I can't tell if it's like, I'm looking at my mic and I can't tell if my mic is actually shaking or if that's just my body shaking because I'm just pressing. Maybe I should just,
Hello?
There we go. Ooh, there we go. Getting through it so much faster now. I just have to position my hand in a slightly more unique position to be able to spam through without really using those muscles and contracting them in the ways that cause, like, the tension, you know? It's fine. It's fine.
As for don't mind, then I don't. This dog.
I wonder how much shorter this is actually going to be. Like, especially with me trying to go for, like, slightly longer episodes. I wonder if it's going to be, like, cut down by, like, 3-4 episodes, which is going to be weird. Like, it's like something I'm like is technically good for you guys, just so you can, like, see more of the story at one time. But, like, whatever. Also, I didn't log. After my late night encounter with Silver, I decided to sleep in a little bit longer than usual. I find that I'd be an Aspen to it.
Morning.
I need to move my mouse over. Because, like, you guys are really getting more, like, content in each episode. And so, like, I don't know how much shorter it's going to be. It's one of those things that now that I'm thinking about, like, I'm going to get through this faster now if I do just slightly longer episodes. So I'm like, I'm scared. I was like, it's one of those things like we talked about in the last episode. Like, I was like, okay with it ending. But I'm like, I also don't want like to end too soon. You know what I mean? Granted, we still have so much left of this because chapter 4 is so long. So it's like, we're fine. There are the usual 3 places set, but only Juliet occupies the table. I take my seat as well.
Aspen? I guess I can call her if I need to.
She sent me a message to say that she'll be here, but that she's running late this morning.
Right on cue, the front door opens and Aspen hurries inside, clutching some papers as well as her bag to her chest.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
It's no trouble.
We were just talking about you. You've got pretty good timing, huh?
Only sometimes. Speaking of which, I can't stay too long today, but there was something I wanted to talk to you both about in person.
What is it?
Let me catch my breath for a moment.
Aspen collapses into her seat, leaving her bundle of stuff on her lap. There's already a mug of coffee prepared for her by Juliet, which Aspen gulps down in a matter of seconds. Both Juliet and I watch in awed silence as Aspen scarfs down her meal in an equally short amount of time. I haven't touched my food at all yet. I'm not sure how she's supposed to catch her breath like this.
Did you forget to eat yesterday or something?
Shaking her head, Aspen shoves another piece of bread into her mouth, chewing and swallowing quickly. Finally, she puts down her utensils and sighs.
I'm in a bit of a hurry today.
I could tell.
Something tells me it's not on behalf of the Bell House.
No, not this time. The opposite, in a sense.
Oh?
I received this in the mail yesterday, after I got home from work.
She picks up the paper she brought with her and sets it on the table for us to see. It's a small envelope with a letter inside. Aspen slides the letter out and starts to read.
It says, "Dear Ms. Benoit, we appreciate your manuscript submission and commend you for your success in completing a
What?
novel."
In this route, is she gonna get, like, published already? Is that what's happening?
Unfortunately, we do not find
Oh.
that it fits the criteria we're currently searching for, and as such, must respectfully decline. Best wishes, Purple Penguin Publications.
Why is she so much happier about it in this one, or, like, more chill? It takes me a minute to actually comprehend what she's saying. With everything else that's been involved, with everything else that's been going on involving Aspen, I had forgotten all about her book.
Oh, Aspen. I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. I wasn't expected to get accepted by everyone I sent it to. It's not the first notice I've received either. However, there are some revisions I'd already been thinking about making, and receiving this rejection notice inspired me to actually begin on them. I stayed up late last night making changes, which is why I was so late to arrive.
If and when I do find someone that will take it, I'm sure they'll be glad to know I've already begun making improvements.
How many are you still waiting to hear back from?
I don't even remember, to be honest. I mailed it to at least a dozen publishing houses. Maybe even twice that.
Whoa, that's a lot. At least one of them has to say yes, right?
That's my hope as well. However, I'm going to need to spend a lot more time working on it than I have been. Now that there's a draft complete, I can see all the different areas I need to touch up. So I won't be able to come by for breakfast quite as often. Now that I can call Miho, I'll check in that way every morning. But I won't be here in person as much.
All three of us pause, taking in the significance of Aspen's words. With only a couple exceptions, she's been here for breakfast almost every day. I don't know why I struggle so much with exceptions. That I've been in Wellington. It never crossed my mind that she might stop doing that at some point.
You'll be missed, of course, but that's quite exciting to hear. I can't wait to be able to put a copy of your novel on the library's shelves.
Please, that's still a long, long way off. Picturing that has been a motivator for myself as well, though.
Will we still see you again?
Of course, I'm not dead, you know. Just busy.
Right.
I asked Regina if I might
Oh.
be able to reduce my hours at the Bell House some too. She wasn't thrilled, but she understood.
That hit a little. Look at Miho's face. That hit a little too close to home for her right now. She's not in the mood for that.
Dang it. Now how will I get free coffee?
You'll just have to pay like everyone else, I'm afraid. Or come by when I'm working. I'll still be there just as many days, but not for such long shifts.
Will you be coming to the library to write?
Occasionally, I'm sure. But it's easy to get distracted when I'm here. At home, I can just turn off my internet and get to work. That's what I tell myself I'll be doing, at least.
Never really quite works out that way, does it?
Unfortunately, I do need to run for now. Since I overslept, I had to ask Lena to open without me. I have to get there.
No wonder you were in
Ah.
such a rush.
I have to get there before she burns the whole place down. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to keep skipping things, but sometimes my leg just gets a little twitchy.
Indeed. There's only so much time in the day, after all. But I wanted to say all this in person, since it may be a while before we see each other again.
Aspen carefully returns the letter to the envelope and then tosses that into her bag as she stands up.
Thank you for breakfast. It was lovely, as always.
You're most welcome. I hope you'll be able to join us again soon.
Bye, Aspen. Good luck.
Thank you. See you two later.
I wave goodbye until Aspen's out of the library, with the door shut behind her. I wave goodbye until Aspen's out of the library, with the door shut behind her. When I turn back to face Juliet, she's staring ponderously in the same direction.
You think she'll be okay?
I'm surprised she's doing as well as she is, all things considered. I had worried that receiving a rejection, which was nearly inevitable, would break her spirit. But it seems to have done the opposite.
Yeah, it's having a very different effect than it did in her route, which is very odd.
Yeah.
Even though Aspen talks about how important her writing is to her all the time, it's something that I've always taken for granted about her. Just like how Juliet never leaves without her parasol, Aspen always has a pen and notebook with her. At some point, I got so used to seeing them that I stopped really noticing. Now, though, our whole routine will be different. Even though I know it's not a big deal and that I'll still see her every day, at least in a video call, it feels like the last part of my former friendship with Aspen is gone. Oh, that's sad. Don't think about it that way. Don't think about it that way. Just another reminder that everything changes, whether I want it to or not. Sitting there in silence with Juliet, I can't help but think about her sadness yesterday morning. Why did I change that? I can't help but think about her own sadness yesterday morning. Aspen isn't the only one who needs to be worried about.
Are you feeling any better today?
Even if she doesn't want to give me the details, I figure that it's safe to ask. Sure enough, she smiles at me.
I am, thank you. I'm sorry for leaving the way I did.
It's okay. I understand. You didn't hurt my feelings or anything, but I could tell you were hiding something. You don't have to tell me what it was, though.
She nods, looking at me intently like she's searching for something. After a couple seconds, I have to look away, unable to maintain eye contact for much longer.
Mia, could I ask you to keep a secret?
Oh?
From everyone, but especially from Aspen.
Why? What's going on? What is this?
Yeah.
As I say that, I can feel my throat tighten. What could she possibly want to tell me, and only me? Biting her lip, Juliet thinks about it if she really wants to say whatever it is. Finally, she looks away from me and instead gazes out the window, where the blinds cover most of the light.
Be leaving soon.
What? What?
Oh, where are you going?
To the underworld, most likely. But
Oh, are we gonna actually learn more about the underworld?
I don't think I'd be coming back.
Why? No! Oh!
Oh.
That's all I can say? Oh? It's one of the last things I would have expected from her. The idea of Juliet not being here is as unconceivable as the sky not being here.
As I said, it's only a possibility right now. Hardly a commitment or a guarantee. It's simply something I've been contemplating.
Once the initial shock wears off, I fly to my feet, smacking the table as I
What
lean
about
forward.
Aspen, though? What about the library? What about everything?
What about me, I want to ask, but I don't.
Those are questions I've been pondering too. Someone else could take over the library in my stead. Most of the books and other items could remain here. Or perhaps this place could be reborn as something other than a library. It would be the decision of whoever came after me. As for Aspen, I'm sure she'd be sad at first, but she has her own life, and other things to fill it with. Her writing, her friends, her work.
Okay, yeah, sure, but you're like her best friend. She does have breakfast with you every day as opposed to anyone else. Like, that's not something that, like, not best friends do. You know what I mean?
Aspen's strong, as we've seen.
Why don't you want me to tell her?
My voice comes out as just a whisper.
I'll tell her when the time is right. There's no need to have it weighing on her mind when it may not even come to pass.
I slump back into my seat, staring at the ground. I still can't fully believe what I'm hearing. And yet, How could I not understand?
And as for you, Miho,
Slowly, I look back up, meeting her gaze only for her to glance away immediately.
I'm sorry. I'd stay in touch, of course. With you and with Aspen. Phones work in the underworld nowadays.
Oh, that's convenient to get cell reception in the underworld. Okay, nice, nice. Although she smiles as she says that, we both know it's a small consolation. She drops it almost immediately. To my own surprise, I manage to shake my head.
No, don't be sorry. I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I do. What it's like to have to leave or be somewhere else. I know that feeling.
Gently, Juliet reaches across the table and the tips of her fingers barely touching my hand. The tips of her fingers barely touching my hand.
You always have a home here. With or without me. The library is yours if you want it.
Oh, that's so weird. I shake my head again. I know I don't want that. This library only exists because of Juliet. It's only home because of Juliet. Without her, it's just a building. Just 4 walls and a roof. It feels like those walls are closing in. I take a deep breath, pushing down the rising feeling inside of me.
You said your mind's not made up, right?
Yes. I have my reasons for leaving, but I have reasons to stay as well.
Okay. That just means I have to find a way to make you want to stay.
If I think of it as a task, as a problem to be solved, then it's easier. I can't act like it's yet. I can't act like it's already too late and let myself get overwhelmed with bad feelings. Juliet's jaw drops, but like always, she quickly regains her composure. I can't help but notice the way she struggles to find words at first.
I can ask that view. Besides, you and Aspen are already 2 of those reasons. The biggest 2, in fact.
What about the opposite? The ones that make you want to leave?
Those are more complicated. I'm sorry, Miho. I know how this must all come across to you. It's difficult for me to explain when I'm still sorting out my own feelings, though.
I mean, it's valid. You don't have to, like, fully understand your own feelings right now. It's just how you're feeling, you know, girl?
I'll tell you when I can.
We look across the table at each other. It's uncomfortable making eye contact like this, and a big part of me wants to look away. But also, I can feel there's something different about this moment. Like I'm really seeing Juliet, and I can tell that she's being as honest with me as she can. For maybe the first time ever, I can tell that this isn't easy for her either. Finally, I nod, staring at our linked hands. I really do understand.
I won't tell Aspen, like you asked.
Thank you.
But that doesn't mean I won't try my best to make you want to stay either. Can you tell me one thing, though?
She hesitates, tensing up. I'll just ask.
Does it have anything to do with the other vampire who came here a few days ago?
Her shoulders relax and her lips curve just barely upwards.
I should have known you saw him.
Sorry. I wasn't trying to. He flew right past my window, though.
It's fine. It's not a secret. That was Ezekiel. A vampire much older and wiser than I.
Ezekiel. That's a good name. I like that name a lot. Wait, I went to click with my mouse.
Which is why you haven't met him. Very few people have. To answer your question, somewhat. We first met in the underworld, but he also came to the overworld before I did. When I first arrived here, he was the one who offered me guidance and advice. He even helped me get here in the first place. Now, many years later, he too is preparing to return home. For a long, well-deserved rest. When I heard of his intentions, it planted the seeds of that in my mind. Or rather, helped it take root. It had already been on my mind.
I see.
It makes sense that she'd know other vampires, even if I never see them myself. I wonder what he must be like for Juliet to call him wise. Juliet leans back in her chair, retracting her hand with a sigh.
Thank you for hearing me out. Will you be okay, Miho?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just surprised is all.
I know. I thought you would be, but... I didn't want to hide it from you any longer.
Thanks. I'm glad you told me. It makes the other stuff make sense too.
The quiet sadness when she looks around, the way she talks about the library. In her heart, she's already said goodbye, hasn't she? We both stand up, ready to go our separate ways. Although I feel shaken by our conversation, I'm also relieved to understand her a little more. It's better than just wondering. With one final smile, Juliet passes me by.
Miho.
Night.
I slowly make my way to the front desk and sit down, getting started on autopilot. Making Juliet want to stay will be hard, especially on my own. And is it even fair for me to try? She never pressured me to stay here. She just gave me reasons to want to. I think that's the important part. They have to be her reasons, not mine. Look at Miho just being an S-tier friend like always. Trying is all I can do. If it's not enough, then it's not enough. Either way, there's one thing that I know for sure. I need to make every minute that I can spend with her count. Heck yeah. And with that all being said, we're going to end that one here. This one went a little long. That's totally fine, though. It's a lot of good, juicy, important stuff. But yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful peeps in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, we are back. And we're just going to click into this and we're just going to skippity-dippity on right on through. Oh. Wait. Hang on. My foot pedals moved. Hang on. There we go. Did it. Early in the afternoon, my phone buzzes as I get a call. I check it, expecting to see Juliet or Aspen, but I'm surprised and not surprised when I see that it's Lena. Oh, wait, is this different?
Miho, I need your
Oh,
help.
wait, no, it's just, this is the start of the play. Oh my gosh, I forgot that the play hadn't even started yet. Yeah. I wonder if the play will be different at all, because I don't think Juliet came to it in Aspen's route, so I wonder if she'll come to it in this route, if she's even still here. I mean, based on the one spoiler I have about this route, I'm like, I think she might stay. I didn't know anything about her leaving to the underworld, so I don't know if she actually does or does not. I'm just like, maybe she doesn't go. I'm expecting either that or Miho goes with her winky face and something winky face happens. Oh, I'm so funny. I'm hilarious. Wait, no. Oh yeah, I can get through this faster if I just do. My leg was really hurting there. It was like really straining. Not long after the sun went down, it started to get pretty cold. Clouds came out of nowhere, and so did the wind. I find myself sitting on the windowsill. Hang on, I need to check where my pedals were placed, because I heard something like kind of creak, and I didn't like that sound. Okay, there we go. I find myself sitting in the windowsill, looking out before I go to sleep for the night. It's cozy in here, and I have plenty of extra blankets if I need them. My breath fogs up the window, but the cold stays on the other side. Up on Mount Victoria, though, in the trees and valleys, it must be miserable out there. I wonder where Silver is, and how she deals with the rain. Does she make a hole and burrow underground like I used to? Or maybe she finds somewhere dry to sneak into, like an empty shed or abandoned house. She's rude and abrasive, and hasn't said a single nice thing to me. I hope she's safe anyway. As the only other Gumiho I've met, I can't help but care about her just a little. I doubt she feels the same about me. I doubt she feels the same way about me, but that's okay. I wouldn't either in her shoes. I'm pretty sure we've read all this before, but whatever. Still, I know how bad it must feel to be stuck on the out. Still, I know how bad it feels to be out. Still, I know how bad it feels to be stuck out in the cold, with everything turning into mud around you, or shivering under a tree that blocks most but not all of the rain. Wherever she is, I hope she's warm and dry. I wonder if this is the first time someone's wished that for her. The next day, oh wait. The main job is stopping people from getting the door swings open, a big cyclops. Yep.
Pardon?
Who's your...
Oh, no one.
Oh!
Thank you.
Okay. And I am expecting this stuff for the kids to be the same. So we're just gonna clickety clackety and through.
We will. Yeah.
Because, like, this doesn't have anything to do with Aspen or Juliet. So I imagine this and, like, maybe the second time they show up is going to be, like, exactly the same. You know what I'm saying? I don't expect that to be different because, like, the other two aren't actually, like, involved with it.
It's hard to say. Maybe. Oh, I'm the same. Thanks, Ms.
I do.
Place.
I'll just say the library.
At the library. Being out in the city is fun, but nothing beats being at home.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special place for yourself. Maybe
Okay,
that
okay.
is where
But I do wish, though, I guess this is a second critique of the game. I do wish that the scenes you've been through before, there would be like an option, like Fate has this, where if it's like a scene that you've been through before, there like a little thing will pop up to be like, hey, do you want to skip through this? I know that's a little hypocritical of me to say when I just clicked on the Tommy stuff, which we've already seen before. But I think that, like, I also don't want to risk, like, something not, like, happening because of it, because I don't really know how, like, it affects the game. Like, I doubt it actually fully changes anything, because, again, Juliet and Aspen aren't, like, involved in this at all, but, like, there's always, like, the chance, you know what I mean? So, yeah, let's just keep clicking, click. But I mean, like, the other scenes that are, like, unavoidable, essentially. Like, those should at least pop up the little things and be like, hey, you've seen this already, do you want to skip? And then be like, yes or no. I think that would just be a really nice quality of life thing, so then I didn't have to click through all of them so much. But I guess second critique. What was my first critique anyways? Whatever. Later that evening, sitting up in my bedroom, I take a spot on the windowsill again and look out.
Those kids found something to write about.
We get students visiting the library all the time, but I've never met any who came from so far away like Cello and her friends, or Cello. I wonder what it must be like to go on a big adventure like that with the people you care about. I bet it would make traveling more fun to have someone to talk to. It'd be nice if I was able to do that. I like being here in Welly, but I know that someday I'll have the urge to journey again and see more of the world. I'd love to show Juliet some of the places I've been. She's helped me make Wellington my home, so I'd like to show her where I came from, what made me who I am. That's part of why I have such mixed feelings about what she told me yesterday. Even if she did go back to the underworld, it isn't like I'd never be able to see her again. It would just be less often. We've seen each other a little bit today, but we haven't really talked much since breakfast. I'd like to spend some time with her, though. Especially if I may not have many more chances to do that. I slip on my shoes and head back down to her study, where there's a flicker of lamplight from under her door. I knock 3 times, just like she always does. I open the door to find her at her desk, a pen in her hand. I didn't mean to... Poopies. Of course, she smiles when she sees me. Good evening, Miho. What brings you here?
Not much. I just wanted to come see you. Are you busy?
Not at all. Would you like to sit?
Yeah, sure.
She sets her pen aside and puts some papers into a drawer as I sit down across from her. They probably come from one of her research projects. In my head, that's the main thing she uses this room for.
Would you like some tea?
Why does, like, the borders keep flickering?
Nah, I'm good.
I
Thanks.
don't know if that's just me going crazy, but I hope you guys saw that too. What? Okay, there we go. Feels easier to talk to Aspen a lot of the time, mostly because she likes to tease me or has things to complain about. Why does it keep, like, flickering? When I'm with Juliet, we talk less, which I don't mind myself. It's not that I don't like talking with her, of course, but more like I don't always have something to say. Aspen has her writing and the Bell House, whereas Juliet just has the library and the past. A scratching noise in the corner gets my attention, and I look over to see a couple bats hanging from one of the rafters. Juliet follows my eyes, gazing fondly at the creatures.
Jasper and Fiddlesticks found it a little cold for their liking, so they've been warming themselves inside for a while.
Mentally, I think that Mentally, I thank the bats for giving us something to chat about.
How'd you come up with their names?
I call them after characters from books or acquaintances I once knew for the most part. The names are more for me than for them.
Do they answer to them?
Oftentimes, yes. Although I'm sure it's also a convenience for my sake.
Makes sense. Words are hard when you're just an animal.
Where'd the border go?
Back with my person,
Why does that keep
I
happening?
could understand anything they said to me. Just the way they said it. It took a long time as a Gumiho before I learned enough words to understand. Before that, they were just sounds I'd memorized.
I imagine it's like that for Fiddlesticks and the others. Just sounds that they can recognize.
Mm-hmm.
That's all language really is, though.
I mean, that is essentially how, like, dogs do it. Like, they'll associate, like, when you say treat, and they'll be like, oh, that's when I'm going to get the good stuff, or whatever. Like, oh, we're going to go out, and they're like, oh, we're going to go outside for, like, a walk, or, like, whatever, that kind of stuff. I hope my dog wasn't listening to me through the wall. She's not in my room right now with me. She's out in my office. Hopefully she didn't hear any of that and get her excited. We are going to go out and do all that stuff later, but not right now. One of the bats flaps its wings, adjusting itself. I should have taken a breath before I did all that, but remaining hooked to the ceiling.
Do you ever talk to them as a bat?
No. Though I'm sure they can sense that part of me. I imagine it's why they chose the library as their roost. Cosette used to call them pets. They've always been wild. Still, she was the one who first began naming them.
Whoa! They've been coming here for that long?
I imagine they're different bats.
Not the same bats, mind you. The ones Cosette knew are long gone. Jasper, Fiddlesticks, and the others are from many generations later. I'm glad that somehow they had knowledge of this place passed down to them.
Just like the people.
Yes, just like them.
History, generations, family. It never really dawned on me. What the? I didn't even think I clicked it. Oh gosh. Sometimes it's so sensitive, sometimes I have to press down hard. I'm so sorry, guys. History, generations, family. It never really dawned on me how Juliet's built her entire life around these ideas. Hearing about her research for people was one thing, but it doesn't stop there. Even the bats have a legacy. That's really cool. I really like the idea of, like, all this, like, Juliet stuff and how important, like, history and legacy is to her. That's really cool. And Juliet's been there for all of it. When I think about it that way, I feel like I can start to understand her reasons for wanting to leave, how much there is for her to miss. But also, her words give me an idea. I may struggle with saying things sometimes, but maybe we don't have to use words to have fun. Oh?
Hey, do you want to go somewhere?
I don't mind, but what did you have in mind?
I was thinking maybe we could go for a walk. Since we're not always awake at the same time like this, I wanted to spend some time with you.
Juliet blinks several times, something I've seen Aspen do when she's surprised, before settling into her usual calm warmth.
I'd like that very much. But isn't it late for you?
It's fine. I'm not that tired. Besides, you're always staying up to talk with me, so it's only fair.
I see. I certainly can't say no to that. Give me just a moment to get ready, and I'll meet you outside.
Okay.
I go downstairs to wait, leaning against the front porch. I may not be able to show her the places I want to, but I can show her one of my favorite things instead. Juliet joins me after a minute, and I lead us off.
It's been a while since we've gone on a walk like this, hasn't it?
Yeah. When we delivered some papers, right? I just started staying at the library last time.
And now here you are, leading the way. Are we going to Mount Victoria by chance?
Yup. Is that okay?
Of course. It's been quite some time since I've been there either.
Was the last time when you came to my den?
Indeed it was. You've gone back a few times though, correct?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots.
I leave out the part about going back to my den in particular, since it involves silver.
Actually, there were these kids who came into the library today. One of them asked me some questions like what my favorite place in Wellington is. They're doing a school project, so they'll probably come back again.
That's lovely. You've become a Wellington expert.
I don't know about that. I told them you and Aspen would probably be more helpful. They came all the way from another country.
Oh, how nice. I'd be happy to assist if they do return.
Cool! I'm sure they'd like that.
Streetlights illuminate the way for us, although neither of us would really have trouble seeing in the dark. We don't see any other pedestrians, and the cars that pass are few and far between. We reach the mountain, and I guide us off the trail and into the brush. Although I take a different direction than usual, I'm not looking for Silver this time. Although I wouldn't be surprised if she's observing silently close by. After a little bit of walking, I find an area that fits what I was hoping for, open and away from the path. When I stop, Juliet looks around, understandably confused.
What is this place?
Just an open area. I've never been here before. Seeing the bats in your office gave me an idea, though.
And what might that be?
I just want to go for a walk, like I said. Except not in these forms, but our other ones.
Oh, that's so fun. That's so
I know
fun.
we just came all the way here, but you said you don't spend much time as a bat, right? I haven't been spending a whole lot of time as a fox lately either, but it's something I like to do. So, maybe...
I trail off, a little nervous. Maybe I should have told Juliet my idea before making her come all the way out here, in case she doesn't want to. To my relief, though, her face lights up the night. Aww.
I'd love to.
Okay, cool.
I can't help but grin in response. Then I close my eyes, focusing on my bead and tapping into my magic. When I transformed a couple nights ago to track Silver, it felt a little stiff and unfamiliar, because it was my first time doing it in a while. Now, it feels natural again. I open my fox eyes and spread my tails, looking up at Juliet, who hasn't changed yet. She regards me curiously. Now that I think about it, she's never seen me like this before. Whatever she might be thinking, though, she keeps it to herself. Instead, she closes her eyes like I did and lifts her arms to her sides. Her limbs shrink like mine before expanding back out into the shape of wings as she becomes a bat. She gives them a few shaky flaps, fighting to keep herself in the air. Aw, little bat Juliet's so cute. Aww. Aw, that's so precious. Oh my gosh. It takes a few more flaps, but she gets the hang of it quickly, coasting in a circle over my head at an even pace. Once I'm sure she's ready, I turn tail and start to run. The cool night breeze rushes across my fur, beneath my feet, and the earth is soft and damp, and perfect for running on. I turn my head to the side and get a glimpse of Juliet. Her eyes are focused straight ahead, and she glides through the air like a knife through butter. She follows me effortlessly as I run up and down hills and through a field. Being able to let loose and just run like this is something I've missed doing. I push myself to go even faster, challenging Juliet to keep up. With a few powerful wing strokes, she manages to stay above me, close enough that I can feel the gust of air with each flap. For someone who hasn't done this in a while, she seems to be in pretty good shape. Since I don't have any particular destination in mind, I just lead us wherever seems the greenest and most open. Above us, the stars twinkle merrily while they watch. Suddenly, from the trees in the direction we came from, there's a sound of more wings flapping. Juliet and I both turn to see a small flock of other bats coming to join us. Unlike her, I'm pretty sure these are just regular bats, but they dash and dart around us, following along like they were supposed to meet us here. I can't tell what Juliet's thinking, but I hope she's having just as much fun as I am, as they are, and as I am. Cool, read it technically right the first time. At the very least, it's something new for her. That has to count for something. I run and run until I'm just about worn myself out. As my pace slows down, so does Juliet. until I'm only moving at a slow trot. Juliet has to flap her wings more to stay close, turning circles like the other bats accompanying us. Finally, once I reach a flat grassy area, I come to a halt. I transform back into a person and flop down onto my back, looking up at the sky and Juliet.
Alright, I'm beat.
Juliet comes closer to the ground and then changes forms herself. The bats who are with us squeak and disperse, fluttering off in all different directions. I wave goodbye to them while Juliet watches them go. She takes a seat on the ground beside me.
My, I haven't had a workout like that in years.
She fans herself with one hand. It's the first time I've ever seen her look worn out.
It's been a bit for me too. You did pretty good though. I was afraid I might leave you behind by accident.
I certainly had to push myself at times. I'm impressed by you as well. It's much more strenuous to run that far compared to flying.
Nah, I'm pretty used to it. Didn't think we'd have company though.
Nor did I. It was nice to have them join us.
Wiping the sweat from her brow, Juliet gazes up at the stars looking content.
Thank you, Miho. That was quite nice.
Glad you had fun. Wasn't sure if you would or not.
It's not the kind of thing I'd have ever done by myself, I'll admit. But I'm glad you brought me out here.
Hearing Juliet's words, and more importantly, being able to see on her face how much she means them, makes me feel good, even without many words between us. Rolling over onto my belly, I push myself up and stand.
You must be worn out. Shall we head back to the library?
Yeah, I'm ready if you are. I'll sleep good tonight, that's for sure.
Juliet laughs.
I'll start breakfast a little later in the morning then.
That was like the biggest laugh I think I've ever heard from her. It like kind of caught me off guard. I was like, oh my gosh, that was so nice. Like this was a fun little part. I loved this. I reach out a hand to help her get to her feet. At first, Juliet just stares like she's not sure what she's supposed to do. But then she grabs it and I pull her up.
Wanna do this again sometime? We don't have to transform, but I wanna see your favorite places too.
I would love to. Yes, it's a promise.
Looking up at her, her honest, gentle smile illuminated by the moonlight. I want her to stay. I have to give her a good reason to stay. Aw, that was cute. That was so fun. I loved that. Especially just like Juliet's reaction to it again. Like I've never like heard that much like come out of her, like that much joy essentially. That was fun. The view from the waterfront is really just the best on a clear day. I take a long, refreshing sit and enjoy the seemingly endless expanse of water. Sometimes it's nice to just enjoy the sight of nature without any expectations. But my patience is rewarded by the sight of passing dolphins. They're far away, just the smallest glimpse of dorsal fins moving in a group, but they're unmistakably dolphins. I whip my head around and it doesn't seem like anyone near me has noticed them, but I guess nobody else is really staring out into the horizon either. What a nice surprise. Wait, I need to take a drink. Hang on. When evening rolls around again, I drift to Juliet's study once again. The door is open and I can see her sitting at the desk
Knock,
inside.
knock.
Come in.
I take the seat across from her. I started to think of it as my
How was your
seat.
day today?
It was fine. Not too much happened. Do you want to hang out again?
I feel like she's gonna be like, no, I actually have work to do, but maybe tomorrow?
Come to have me make good on my promise already.
Only if you want to. It's fine if you're busy.
I'm never too busy to spend time with you.
Aww.
Great! Remember, it's your turn to pick where we go this time.
Right. Give me just a moment to prepare, and then we'll be off.
You know, I'm literally glad that they're doing this. I'm glad that they didn't like immediately get together at the start of chapter 4, essentially. Because like with Aspen, I'm like, I could see how she would love Miho or like already have feelings for her. Not necessarily like love her, but you know, like have some feelings for her essentially. Like I see how that was already built up to naturally. With Juliet, I'm like, it doesn't feel quite there. But with like this kind of stuff and like Miho and these connections she's now having with Juliet, I'm like, I could see like how Juliet will end up in love with Miho, essentially, you know? And it feels like a lot more natural. So I'm really glad that they didn't try to like force like, yeah, chapter 4 starts and they're already in love, they're already kissing and dating and all that stuff. I'm glad that they're like actually allowing it to build up naturally. We come to a stop near the ocean, just the two of us. Lights from the city shine behind us, and out on the water, a handful of others glitter from faraway ships. The tide comes in and out, but we just stand outside its reach. Everything is quiet aside from the soft splashing of the water lapping at our feet. The crisp night air carries a trace of salt. Side by side, Juliet and I both gaze out at the open sea.
It's beautiful.
Juliet nods. During the day, this beach is full of people laughing and playing or relaxing in the sun. This light, however, there are only a few others around, barely more than shadows against the sea.
So this is your favorite place?
Keeping her eyes fixed on the distant horizon, Juliet hesitates before answering.
Yes. I'm not sure that I could choose one above all others. I've always loved the ocean, though. I find it calming and serene. Did you know that there are no oceans in the underworld?
That's weird.
Really? No, I didn't know that.
It's true. There are lakes and rivers, but nothing like the sea. I never even witnessed it as a human. When I heard stories, I thought that surely they were exaggerated. Imagine my surprise when I saw it for myself.
Whoa.
I think back to the first time I saw the sea, when I followed Zhang Yin's trail all the way to its end.
I didn't even know it existed until I saw one. And when I did, I thought it was just a really big lake.
You must have been just as surprised as I was.
Mm-hmm. I got on the boat and it took me to China. Not that I knew that. I didn't even know what Korea was, or that I'd left it.
I'm sure it didn't take you long, though. You learned very fast.
Only sometimes. There's some stuff that I learned really slowly.
As do we all. As do we all.
Oh? It's the second time she says it, her voice is softer, almost as if she didn't mean to speak aloud. We stand together in silence again for a couple
I
minutes.
used to come here all the time. Just to stand and watch the waves. They're calming, I think.
Yeah. It makes me feel really small. Since no matter what, the ocean stays the same, you know? It doesn't care about us. Or about our lives. It just is.
Juliet nods. This route's gonna be very existential. It's had that vibe since the beginning.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better.
Did you come here by yourself?
Sometimes. Not always. Cosette loved the ocean too, of course. When she was young, she used to say that she wanted to be the captain of a ship and sail all around the world and see all there was to see.
Did she ever do it?
No. The first time she set foot on a boat, she got terribly seasick and never boarded one again. We would go to the beach often, though. This one or others. Even if she couldn't live that dream of hers, she never stopped loving the idea. After she passed away, I would return here on my own nearly every night. Sleep was impossible, but I could gain some measure of peace and rest just by watching the tide. Its constant, reliable motion was something I could hold on to. It ebbs and flows, just like life itself.
I glance up at Juliet, half expecting to see tears in her eyes, but there aren't any. Her voice is strong and stable too, not trembling like she's going to cry. She looks down, meeting my gaze and smiles. For a long moment, neither of us look away. It's like that moment in the library, when I felt we were seeing each other for the first time. As we look into each other's eyes, I feel my heart start to beat faster. Even after she peers back out at the water, I feel electrified. Something begins to swirl inside of me and take shape that I'm starting to understand.
I spent so long in misery and grief that I began to forget it was possible to exist without them. Everything was a painful reminder of what I'd lost, and days that would never come again. And yet, I find that the ocean is still beautiful. Even now, it's more beautiful when beside someone special. Impossibly, unchangingly so. As you said, in the face of such vastness, our petty little lives feel so tiny and insignificant. Years of pain that may feel eternal are really only drops in such a big, big bucket. I think that's what helped me to find some measure of solace and strength to go on.
I'm glad you did.
Me too.
Up in the sky, the blinking lights of a satellite or airship are another reminder of how life goes on around us. They just look like the stars. Standing here next to Juliet, I feel the same kind of warmth that I did last night, after our run together. Something from inside myself that feels good and strong and right. The trials and pains that we've both been through are very different in nature, but I'm glad that they brought us to the same spot. Beside me, Juliet takes a couple steps forward, a smile on her
Would you
face.
care to walk a little?
Sure.
We move slowly, following the shoreline close enough together that I keep bumping into her. The sand makes it hard to walk straight. Juliet doesn't seem to mind though, and for some reason, every time it happens, I feel a little spark of excitement inside. The tide sloshes in a little bit higher, enough to sweep against our shoes, but we keep going. Shells and seaweed decorate the beach, and I take care not to step on anything that might break. We walk until we reach the far end of the beach, where a few stacked boulders and a pathway lead back into town. The boulders are worn down by the waves that sometimes reach here, and the grass path stops abruptly just before it. I notice something in the dark, though, a little green sprout peeking up from the ground beyond where the rest of the plants dare to grow. Juliet and I stop walking, but my hand continues to pound with a dull thud as that swirling something, that electrified feeling, makes me realize what it is. Not just realize, but admit to myself, she's using Juliet's metaphor! The name of that spark, that feeling, the reason it feels good to stand next to her, to bump into her, to make her smile.
Hey, Juliet?
Somehow, I don't feel nervous, not like Aspen was, because now that I understand, saying this to Juliet just feels right. Just a step or two ahead of me, Juliet turns around to face me. The moon shines down like a spotlight, illuminating her in the darkness. Her expression is unreadable, and I wonder if she knows.
I'm in love with you.
A small wave crests, smashing against the shore. It splashes my leg, but I don't mind. I barely notice. I consider saying more, about how I remember her words that day when Aspen told me her own feelings, or about how I feel when I'm with her. For once, there's a lot I could say, but choose not to. I've said all that I need. With Juliet, so much has always been unspoken that I'm confident she can understand me now. Right now, her eyes go wide, but otherwise, she remains unchanged. I wait. Now that I've said that, I don't know what I hope she'll say. Thinking about it myself as the kind of person who would be in love still feels weird, but also feels true. Whatever else that might include, and whatever Juliet might feel about me, that's a whole other issue. So is everything else between us, like whether or not she'll be leaving. No matter if she stays or goes, no matter if she feels the same way I do, none of that's important right now. Right now, I'm just glad to be able to put Right now, I'm just glad to be able to put a name to these feelings. Juliet finally takes a step forward and places a hand on my shoulder. I love you as a friend. And then she just leaves. She touches me. She's touched me a lot before, but this time, I'm hyper aware of her presence.
Thank you for telling me, Miho. I must confess that I don't know what to say. My thoughts are all aflutter right now.
She's so blushy, and I've never heard someone say a flutter right now. That's a fun thing to say.
It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know.
But you deserve a response. I simply don't know how to give it at the moment. Would it be okay if we talked about this more tomorrow? I just...
For the first time ever, Juliet seems truly at a loss for words. At Cosette's grave, or when I yelled at her afterwards, or any other time something has happened, she's always managed to regain her composure. But now she seems lost. Honestly, I think I prefer it that way. I reach up and place my hand on hers.
Yeah. That's fine. Really.
Thank you.
Juliet's hand lingers on my shoulder a moment longer before sliding out from beneath mine, and I miss it as soon as it's gone.
Wanna go back to the library?
She nods, seemingly relieved. We climb the small slope up the road and begin walking back together, side by side like before. I keep my gaze firmly fixed ahead of me, and I'm pretty sure she does too. Both of us keep our thoughts to ourselves. My heart turns somersaults as we go, filling me with nervous energy without an outlet. Now that I've said them, the enormity of my words and just what they mean for me has begun to sink in. Juliet's kindness and compassion, the memories we've already made together, and the way she understands me in a way that only other fabled can. All those things have been pointing in this direction for some time. It's just that I only now figured out where that road was leading. When we get back to the library, we wordlessly hug each other before going our separate ways. In my bed, I lie awake and stare at the ceiling.
In love.
I know what I sound like when I'm lying, and it's not how I sound now. My feelings are real and true, and now they're out there. Tomorrow feels so far away, and yet I don't know what I'm waiting for. What would it mean if Juliet loves me too? What would it mean if she doesn't? I'm still trying to figure out what it means for me to love myself. I haven't gone to the other parts yet. As I close my eyes, though, thinking about her hand beneath mine and the feeling of her arms around me, I can't help but think maybe I'm hoping for more than I can admit. All right, and with that being said, we're going to end that here. That was a big episode. We got so much. We got them running. We got the scene of them being like, I'm in love with you. We got so much in that one. Oh my gosh, I loved it. What a good little part. Oh, I'm so excited. Hang on, let's go. Title. Yes. Load. Oh, that's scary. We're so far through. I thought it was only going to be at 79. Listen, every percent that it goes up is just sort of another reminder that we're getting closer to the end, and I don't know how to feel about that. Like, it's simultaneously very exciting to be like, to actually like get through a whole story that you love, like to see all parts of it. And it's also exciting to be like, because after this I have like, hang on, what do I have? I don't want to click out of this because it might like break the recording essentially. But I do have Highway Blossoms, Nature Valley Girls, I think is what it's called. I have First Snow, and I have one other one because I bought them all in a triple pack. And First Snow is free, so I have 4 ready and raring to go. So I'm like, for when this ends, I'm ready for it, you know? Just because I want to see the rest of Studio Lane's works because it's so good. It's so good. So I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but I love these characters. They're my favorites. I love them. They're so good, and the story is so great. So I was like, I'm simultaneously excited to see what else the studio has to offer, but I'm also sad to eventually be leaving this one behind, and we're getting closer. We're not, I say that as if we still don't have 21% left, but it's just like, ooh, we're getting there, and that's scary, but also exciting. So yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye! Okay, guys, we are back with more Please Be Happy. And I think that this is just a Lena scene that we've done already, so I'm just gonna click into it, and then we'll just read a little bit, and then like kind of just go on. Also, you guys like the layout? Yeah, I've used this for other stuff, but I haven't used this for Please Be Happy. I keep putting myself on the screen like that kind of a setup for it. Only a few days after. Okay, yep. We've already boop 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 boop. But yeah, I've used this for other stuff, but I just haven't used it for Please Be Happy. I keep using the setup where I like am like on the screen with it, and I'm like, I kind of like this one a lot better. Yeah, I'm like a little smaller and I don't really like that too much. But like, I prefer everything else about it so much more. So I'm like, oh, it's a small sacrifice to make. I'll take it. I'll take it. Also, if you can't tell, I mean, I don't know if I can, if it even is, but my eyes are like tracking better and they're like squinting a lot less and stuff like that. And that's because I'm doing two things. First, I got a key light. I like an actual key light that goes like right on top of my computer that shines down on my face to help keep it all lighted up. Well, I have a lamp off to the side. I used to only have like a lamp that pointed at like at a weird angle on my face and it didn't work too well. Oh, okay. My paws carry me across wet leaves and mud. Oh wait, I'll just finish it. I'll just finish it. And then outside of just getting the key light, I'm also just not wearing my glasses right now. I think I need to start investing in some contacts because like it's just like slightly blurry. It's not like bad enough to like give me a headache or anything right now. It's just like slightly blurry. So whatever. My paws carry me across wet leaves and mud. Fog has crept into the forest as stealthily as me. Glimpses of the sky are rare between the trees and the mist. The wild mountains and hills are hidden as well out of sight, but not mind. I run, filled with a sense of purpose. It lines my steps and pulls me in the right direction. I'm going to see someone I care about very much, and who cares about me. Somehow, we found each other, my person. The path to follow is engraved in my body and mind, almost instinctual. A warm smile, a gentle touch, a kind word. These are things that draw me forward. I slow down as I get closer to my destination and to the silhouette waiting for me. It's impossibly bright as I approach, my heart pounding in anticipation like the sun has descended to greet my person too. It matches the feeling in my chest, warming my soul and fur. So bright that when my person turns around, stooping low to greet me, light is all that I can see. But I don't need to see her. But I don't need to see, only hear. That voice that I could never forget.
Little fox, where is your home?
That happened with the Aspen route too, and I was like, oh, is it gonna happen here? Because I was remembering that. I was like, this feels a lot like that Aspen scene. Oh, it is that Aspen scene, but instead, it's with Juliet. Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that so much. I open my eyes to my darkened room. My nap must have lasted a couple hours, longer than I expected it to. The moon and stars are already out. I can barely remember what I did for the rest of my day. Before I took my nap. Breakfast with Juliet was quiet, and we didn't talk about last night. I'm sure she'll bring it up when she's ready. After a quick check-in with Aspen on the phone, I went through work like a zombie, mindlessly making my way through my tasks. After closing up, I'd planned to just catch a quick snooze, but the late nights and exercise I've been getting finally caught up to me. The last few seconds of my dream replay in my mind while I lie in my bed facing the wall. That touch, that voice. I can't say for sure whose they were. As I come to my senses, I start to notice something out of the ordinary, a sound drifting up from out downstairs. Music? Rolling out of bed, I go and crack my door open. Sure enough, the sounds of a violin and piano waft their way up through the library. There's another sound too, Juliet talking to someone. Her words are muffled by the distance and the music, but I can tell from the soft tones that it's her. I wonder if the other vampire, Ezekiel, is here. I don't hear a second voice though. I draw in a shaky breath to prepare myself and then head downstairs. The music gets louder as I approach the main room, until I finally discover its source. Juliet set up an old record player on one of the library tables. A small stack of dusty records sit next to it, the sleeves all frayed around the edges. As I round the corner, the soft murmur of Juliet's words becomes coherent. And I pause for a moment to listen, still out of sight.
You and Aspen would make great friends, I'm sure. The two of you have always been such dreamers, born for worlds greater than our own. She's at the start of her own new adventure. I can't wait to see where it takes her. Whatever it takes to make those dreams come true. I know she'll find it within herself.
I start to tiptoe around the corner, curious to see who it is Juliet's speaking with.
For Miho,
I freeze again, halfway there.
there's simply too much to say about her. I wouldn't even know where to begin. But there is one thing that I'm quite certain of.
I step around the wall to find Juliet at the other side of the room with her back to me. She stands near Cosette's portrait, one hand on the frame, the same as she placed it on my shoulder last night.
I'm sure you would have loved her too.
Both of us remain motionless, locked in place. Did I hear her right? Did I understand her right? A few seconds later, the song that was playing comes to an end, and the sound from the record player becomes soft static as the needle scratches the empty center. It breaks the spell that bound us. Juliet turns around slowly, gracefully. Her elegance feels like such a contrast to the way I stand there awkwardly, processing what I heard. She acknowledges me with a smile, but walks past me and then goes to the record player. She carefully lifts the needle and turns the record over, and then lowers it again. Soon the sound of music fills the air once more. Now Juliet approaches me, one hand outstretched towards me.
Shall we dance?
I don't know
yes.
how.
She'll lead. Juliet will lead, it's fine. Even as I say that, I reach out for her as well, placing my hands in hers.
That's okay. It's quite simple. I'll show you.
Juliet gently pulls me forward, and I reach her in just a few steps. Oh, let's go. She holds our linked hands out to the side and wraps her other arm around me. I just kind of stand there, letting her guide me. My heart feels like it's going to jump out of my chest, but I keep myself calm, focusing on the motions instead. We sway from side to side in time with the music, just turning a small circle in place. It's harder than I expect, and I stumble more than once as I try to mimic what she's doing. I've never been this close to Juliet for so long before, or to any other person. We start to move more as Juliet takes tiny steps around the room, and I do my best to keep up with her, although I'm always half a beat late. Once I step on her foot by accident, and I'm the one who winces.
It's okay.
She takes it in stride, not missing a step. The song ends and another starts, and we keep going. Little by little, I'm getting the hang of it, although I still feel clumsy and make mistakes, but I'm able to get into the flow, stepping in time with Juliet instead of just after. Just inches away from her face, Juliet looks into my eyes and I gulp nervously, but stare back. Are we gonna get a smooch? Are we gonna get a kiss? Oh! Trying to focus on both her and my feet.
Quite a lot about what you said yesterday.
Oh yeah?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. My voice is barely a whisper, a croak. I can tell that I'm blushing furiously. Being with her like this, I have a feeling I already know what she's going to say, but that doesn't stop my heart from racing. Juliet nods, her forehead almost bumping against mine. She leans in and kisses me. Oh, let's go! Oh my gosh! I did it I think last time we were talking, because it's been a little while, 2-3 weeks since I last recorded this. It's been oh yeah, it has been 3 weeks. Oh my gosh. And then in there I was talking about oh yeah, I like that it's taking a little bit slower. And you know what? It did take it slower than in Aspen's route, but I think it took a good amount of time. It took the proper amount of time, I feel. Oh my gosh. This is such a cute scene. Oh, I love it. Oh my gosh. The music builds to a crescendo as Juliet's lips find mine, and we both close our eyes. I surrender all thoughts and fears, aware of nothing but the feeling of our kisses and the gentle rhythm of our dance. Juliet's fingers curl tightly around my hand, and I squeeze back, not needing any words to communicate. With her other arm still around me, Juliet holds me close and tight, and I wrap my free arm around her too. We rock and sway as I trust my body to do the thinking for me. I find it easier to move in time with her. The two of us dance around the library as I get her lead and I follow. As I let her lead and I follow, feeling warm and alive and complete. Even when we end our kiss, we stay like this, close together with hands linked tightly. The blush in her face is still there, but I think it looks good on her. I rest my head on Juliet's shoulder, and she tilts hers against mine. Oh. As if she even needed to say it. Oh, that was great. Oh, I loved that. Oh my gosh. Please. Oh, this is just how the game normally loads. I was saying that oh, please don't say that you're going into the last chapter. I'm not ready for the last chapter yet. The last chapter's so short. If we're going to the last one already, oh my gosh, I can't handle that. That's what that pause made me think, and it made me scared because I'm not ready for it to be over yet. So we still got a lot of time left, it seems. I mean, I think we're at 25%. I think we still have 25-ish% left of the game, so we still have a decent little bit. Juliet and I talk and dance and kiss into the night. until sleepiness manages to overwhelm my excitement and I have to go to bed. Even as my head hits the pillow, I'm looking forward to waking up tomorrow and seeing Juliet again. When I do open my eyes a few hours later, that feeling of elation hasn't left me and gets me to bounce out of bed and get ready in a hurry. I stare at my own reflection in the mirror as I brush my teeth and wash my face. I don't look any different than usual, of course, but I half expected to. My lips tingle with the memory of Juliet's against mine and the tender look on her face, a look meant just for me. After I finish washing up, I hurry downstairs to breakfast, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I practically slide into the kitchen.
Aspen!
It's not just Juliet sitting at the table, but Aspen too.
Hello to you.
Oh, Aspen's the best. I love her. Although Juliet's greeting is pretty typical, there's a new warmth in her voice that makes me blush.
I thought you weren't going to be coming to breakfast anymore, Aspen.
I said I wouldn't be here as frequently, not that I wouldn't be here at all. Besides, it's a special occasion. It's not every day that your two best friends start dating.
You already know?
It hasn't even been a full day. It hasn't even been more than a few hours.
I hope you don't mind. I spoke with Aspen yesterday, in fact.
Nah, I don't. She'd figure it out pretty fast anyway.
Actually, I was hoping I could talk with you as well, Miho. If that's alright.
Oh?
Sure. What is it?
That feels like slightly ominous.
Mind if we go outside?
I glance at Juliet, who's standing up from the table. She gives us a friendly wave towards the door.
Go on. I haven't started cooking yet, so it'll be a little while before breakfast.
What's this
is ready.
about? What's this about?
Okay.
I get up and head out the front door, with Aspen close behind me. The two of us stand beside each other on the porch, the early morning sun just starting to shine over the hills. Late nights and early mornings. I've had plenty of both, but that's okay. I have things worth staying up for and things worth waking up early for. Next to me, Aspen fidgets with her hair and hat, while I wait for her to find her words. I seem to be doing that a lot lately, too. I have an idea what the topic might be, but not what she wants to say about it. This is the first time we've been alone together since she went home.
So, Miho, you probably remember, even if I don't, that I, said some things to you last time we saw each other.
Yeah.
How do you know this? Did Juliet tell you? I'm assuming Juliet told you. How could I forget? How could I forget? I swallow a lump in my throat, trying to just listen to Aspen without getting ahead of myself.
Although the actual memory, well, memories are a blur to me. I wrote a lot of my feelings down in my journal over the past couple months, including that evening after I left.
Oh.
It's weird, I have to say, to see all that written in my own handwriting, but not to connect to it or feel it anymore. But I can tell how much I treasured the time I spent with you. I hope that doesn't sound rude. I know you were and are a very, very important person in my life. And I'm very grateful for all the time we've spent together, both before and after that. You're still, or again, a dear friend of mine. Yesterday, Juliet told me about the two of you. She wanted to make sure I was okay with it before giving you an answer. I swear, she's selfless to a fault sometimes.
She's such a homie. She's like, yeah, Aspen, I know you don't really remember this girl, but, like, you had feelings for her, and she, didn't really reject you, but she didn't have to, you know what I'm saying? But she still needs to, get Aspen's permission. That's a homie. That's a homie right there.
She really is.
Anyway, I told her that of course I don't mind. I'm perfectly happy with us remaining as just friends, and I couldn't be more excited for you. Both of you deserve all the joy in the world. I've been trying to figure out how to talk to you about everything, and what I even wanted to say, so it was relief to have this reason to say it. I'm sorry for putting it off for so long.
It's okay. I wasn't sure how to bring it up either. I'm really glad, though. I like being your friend, and I don't want that to change, even if we had to start over.
I hold up my arms, and Aspen comes forward to give me a hug. It's different from hugging Juliet, of course, but still nice. I'm also relieved to hear how Aspen feels and that she won't be hurt by seeing Juliet and me together. It's still painful to have lost all that time we shared, but at least we're both eager to rebuild it. Aspen pats me on the back before she steps away.
I certainly feel much better after saying all that. Come on, let's go join Juliet again.
Right behind ya.
Back inside, there's a sizzling sound coming from the kitchen, as well as the delicious smell of cooking meat. Aspen and I enter to find Juliet frying bacon as well as preparing the usual dishes.
That smells so good!
It should be ready before too much longer. Go ahead and sit down, and I'll bring it to you soon.
Okay.
We hardly ever have meat, so this is a rare treat. I used to have it a lot more before moving into the library, even if I had to scrounge for it. Aspen and I take our places at the table, and soon Juliet brings all the food she prepared and sets it down. While Aspen and I both load up our plates and dig in, Juliet just nibbles on some bread and sips her tea contentedly.
You know, it's not fair that you always make us such good food, even though you can't taste it.
I don't mind. I'm perfectly satisfied seeing the two of you enjoy it.
Aww.
Yeah, but you worked so hard. I guess there's no way around it though, huh?
Oh, right. You mentioned that to me as well not long ago. So is all food the same to you?
I can still taste things, but just barely. And I can appreciate the textures of different dishes too. But yes, for the most part, it's like an afterthought of flavor.
So, like drinking a flavored sparkling water, then?
Ugh, sparkling
I've
water
grown
sucks.
accustomed to it over the years, to the point where I can't even remember what things used to taste like. Perhaps that's a blessing in disguise.
We make short work of everything Juliet cooked, not even leaving behind a crust of bread. After helping us clean up, Aspen departs for the Bell House, and Juliet and I are left alone at the kitchen table. I'm glad that we've gotten more comfortable with silence, because I'm not totally sure what I should say or be doing now. As different as things may be, we're still the same people. Even though I want to talk with and be with Juliet more, I haven't magically become more eloquent. It would be nice if my magic did work like that, though. The best thing to do would probably be to just tell Juliet what I'm thinking. After all, I was being open about my feelings that got me to... It was being open about my feelings that got me to this point in the first place, so there's no reason to stop now.
Hey, so I have a question about something Aspen said. She said that you and I are dating now. Is that true?
Are you pranking me, bruh? Is this a prank?
I guess what I mean is, I love you, and you said you love me too, so... now what?
What do we do now?
Dating is, but not how to do it, if that makes sense. You probably already know that, though. I just want to make sure I don't do anything wrong.
Juliet stands, offering me her hand. I accept, of course, and stand up as well. She takes my other hand in hers and faces me, almost like we're dancing.
There is no wrong way. Dating, lovers...
Sorry about my desk.
They're all just words. I'm happy to use any of them, if they feel right to you. What matters to me isn't what we call it, but what we feel. And I feel that being around you reminds me what it's like to exist, and to celebrate being alive, and to find joy in everyday moments. That every second we spend together is more special because you're with me. When I say that I love you,
I mean that I love you, Miho.
Stop, stop. This isn't even being said to me, but I'm getting all blushy about it. I'm like, oh my gosh, imagine if someone actually said something like this sweet to me, to you. I almost said to me, but I wanted to pose that as a question to you guys. Like, man, dating sims really do give people unrealistic expectations. Ugh.
Not just who you could be or who we could be, but who you are now. So please don't feel that you have to change for me or behave a certain way. Just being yourself is all that I could ask for.
My face feels so hot you could fry a slice of bacon on it. Same. I'm not embarrassed, but Juliet saying all those things about me is so wonderfully new and exciting that my body doesn't know how else to respond. I like hearing them. Though, and it helps put me at ease.
Okay. I can do that.
Still keeping my hand in hers, Juliet leans forward and kisses me, making my lips tingle again. I'm pretty sure I could get used to this. But can it last? The question permeates everything for me. For the past couple days, it feels like we've danced around the tension, the unspoken question. Is what we have, whatever words we use to describe it, enough to make Juliet want to stay here? I shouldn't expect one night to make up her mind. I'm sure she'll tell me when she's ready. Yeah, you gotta give her a little bit of time on that one. If the answer is no, though, if I do get used to this and to being with Juliet, then will there ever be a time where I'm ready? Once again, I force those thoughts away. The nature of our relationship has changed, but my goals haven't. No matter what's coming in the future, I want to enjoy these moments with Juliet now, and hope that they'll be enough for her too. Based. Okay, let's go to... let's go to the Bell House, why not? I did the thing where I didn't know what I wanted to order, so I absentmindedly ordered something I didn't actually want. Now I'm sitting here with a black coffee that's way more than I bargained for. I mean, it's good quality coffee, it's just... Oh wait, duh, I can get myself sugar and creamer from the little counter with the napkins and stirs. I just get sweet drinks so often I forget those are there. Let's see, how much sugar and cream is the right amount? 1 each? Blech, it's still so bitter. Let's try one more. Nope, not enough. Let's put 5 more. While I'm here, I might as well keep some sugars and creams in my pocket since they're free. I think I catch an employee staring at me. She's probably thinking about what a good idea this is. My coffee is so yummy now. I'm a genius. Hello. Hello. Oh, it's the kids. Pop, 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 pop. Hang on. There we go. Click. This is probably going to be the last thing that we do in this episode, is just clicking through this stuff. Just because I do got to be going here in just a couple of minutes. Wait, what? What is this thing that I just got? What? Hang on, we can talk about whatever this is. I just got... Oh, it was from 6 People Collabs, a bunch more... Oh, a new version of Vtuber Studio just released. Let's go. 6 People Collabs, a bunch more VFX. Wait, you can do your... Oh! Ah!
And I said that was fine as long as he didn't... Hey! I thought you were
There we go.
asleep. Not that I'm not glad to see you.
I should be, but I wasn't able to fall asleep. After tossing and turning for an hour, I thought I'd come and visit you instead. How's the library today?
Fine, same as always, pretty much. Those kids I told you about the other day are back. They asked if they could do their project on the library, and I said that was fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble.
I point to the table where the 3 students are sitting close together, talking quietly amongst themselves.
How lovely. I hope they're able to find what they're looking for here.
Me too. Something really weird happened too. 2 of them, Armand and Pippa, forgot me like usual.
Are we potentially gonna get an answer to how Cello does?
But the
Ooh.
mermaid Cello? able to remember my name from last time.
Really? That is quite strange. You haven't noticed or felt anything different?
Nope. I decided not to think about it too much. Otherwise, I'll just drive myself crazy.
A sound decision. Still, it's something worth keeping in mind.
I nod. Just then, Armand and Cello both stand up and start heading over to the desk, while Pippa stays at the table.
Oh, and...
My name is Juliet. You must be Cello and Armand, right?
Does everyone here know our names? Don't tell me we forgot her too.
Oh, no, nothing like that. I simply heard from Miho.
Juliet's the one who owns the library. I think I mentioned her last time.
Oh, that's perfect. You see, we wanted to ask...
She blushes, looking a little embarrassed. Armand steps forward bravely.
Show us around. I can tell this isn't an ordinary library, but I want to know more about it.
Sorry to ask for such a big favor, especially since you're already letting us work here.
It would be my pleasure. Miho?
Yeah, I don't mind. Juliet's a real expert, though.
Really? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
From across the library, Pippa loudly shushes Armand. This time he doesn't acknowledge her.
Where should we begin?
Our project is supposed to be on a special place in Wellington, so whatever makes this library special.
We can begin with the books then. I've been collecting them for quite a while.
The four of us head to the shelves where Juliet points out a few
These are
older
several
books.
first-hand accounts of life here in New Zealand, or Wellington in particular. Some are written by the indigenous people, the Maori, while others are by people who came later. It's important to read history from a variety of sources, and I've done my best to offer just that.
I love learning about the past. I can even tell you about the future too sometimes.
Ooh, smart
I
boy,
quite
smart boy.
agree. Every person from all walks of life have a perspective all their own. I've been privileged to learn so many of them.
What are these in the glass cases?
Gifts and treasures bequeathed to me over the years. I felt there's no sense in keeping them hidden away where only I can see them, so instead I leave them here for all to witness and enjoy.
I gaze into some of the displays as we pass them by. I've been at the library for so long that I stopped really noticing some of its features, like the treasure she mentioned. Statues, jewelry, dolls. There are all kinds of things that I'd forgotten about. Juliet recounts stories for some of them, about sailors and merchants who gave her things in exchange for food or shelter, or just for company. Both the kids and I listen with rapt attention, while Juliet gazes off into the... I don't feel like Miho would know rapt. Gazes off into the distance as she remembers the past. We eventually reach the end of the shelves, where Armand notices Cosette's painting on the wall. He runs over to it with cello trailing behind.
My daughter, Cosette.
She's so pretty.
Juliet smiles thinly. I glance anxiously between her and the students, wondering if I should try to move us along, but Juliet clears her throat.
Cosette is actually the reason this library exists.
Really?
Even I look at Juliet in surprise. I don't think I've heard that before.
Yes. She also loved to collect books, to the point where we could hardly fit them all on our shelves. She suggested that we allow others to borrow them too, in order to share the stories that we loved so much.
Oh, whoa. If I had enough books to open my own library, I'd never have to go anywhere again. I could just stay home and read all day.
What about the theater?
That would be the
or
life.
museums? Or school?
I'd still go to places for fun sometimes. But who needs school when you've got so many books?
They both laugh when we move on to the back part of the library, away from the shelves. Juliet shows them the kitchen and the dining room, as well as what it's like behind the front desk. Eventually, we reach the bottom of the stairs.
What's up there? Can we go see?
That's where our bedrooms are. And Juliet's office.
Oh. Can we go see?
Armand, that's like a private area.
There are some parts you can visit. I have a feeling you might enjoy seeing my study.
Really? Well, let's go!
Juliet leads the way, and we all follow her into the study.
Whoa!
Yeah. Whoa. It's like a whole other library.
Just like I was, they're shocked by how many more books are crammed into here. Something rustles in the corner. Cello yelps in fear as she sees one of the bats hanging from the ceiling. It rubs its face with one wing like we just woke it up, which we probably did.
Ah!
It takes a moment for Armand to spot the bat as well.
Oops! I'm sorry, Orpheus. I should have seen if anyone was sleeping.
The bat flaps its wings in what seems like an indignant way, glaring at Juliet.
It has a name?
The bats are Juliet's friends. They sleep in here a lot of the time.
Oh, I'm sorry for yelling.
Despite that, Cello keeps a good distance from the corner where Orpheus is.
It's quite all right. I'm sure he'll be back to sleep in no time. This is my study, where I keep a variety of records and other books that are less interesting to most patrons. However, I suspect you may find some of them useful for your project.
Armand and Cello browse around, although they both shoot nervous glances at the bat every so often. Orpheus closes his eyes and either goes back to sleep or at least pretends to.
You're right. Some of these look really old.
And handmade.
You're both correct. Many of these volumes were handwritten, or not widely distributed.
So not many people have read them, right? Oh, that would be perfect for our project.
I am not sure these are available to borrow like the others, Armand.
Oh, right.
His wings and tail both droop down. I feel like I know what Juliet's going to say before she says it. That you can take them.
Generally not. But if you promise to be very careful, I wouldn't mind letting you take a few with you. So long as you return them when you're done.
Really? Oh, we can definitely do that, right, Cello?
Yes! As long as it's really okay.
It really is.
Thank you so much!
The two of them look around with even more enthusiasm, to the point where they even get a bit closer to Orpheus. Not too close, though. Juliet and I lean against the wall and watch.
Is this the first time you've let people borrow the books from in here?
The first time in a while, at least. I don't see a reason to deny them, though. It's nice to see how excited they are by the prospect.
That's true.
After a few minutes, Armand and Cello approach us with a small stack
Are
of books
these
each.
okay for us to take?
Juliet glances them all over before
Yes,
she
that's
nods.
fine.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks again.
Come on, let's go show Pippa. Even she'll
Sor-
have to be impressed by these.
Sorry about the slight delay in clicking there. I kept clicking my feet pedals but missing, so I kept taking a second to actually click it. Waving goodbye to us, the kids hurry off downstairs, being careful not to drop or damage the books they're carrying. Juliet and I stay behind near the hallway to
That was
Juliet's
fun.
room.
I learned a lot too.
I'm glad. It was nice to have a reason to indulge in those memories for a while.
You never told me you started the library because of Cosette.
I didn't? My, I suppose it never came up.
I lean against Juliet and she wraps her arm around me. I should get back to work soon, and I know Juliet still needs to sleep, but I'm glad to have this extra moment together. There's plenty I still don't know about Juliet, but I'm looking forward to learning it. Aww. But yeah, that's gonna be the end of this episode for now. I'm excited to be back. Again, for you guys, there's no change. I bulked so much during Christmas break that like it's not even close to like getting caught up. Like on my channel right now, they're still in Aspen's route in chapter 5. So like I'm still like really far ahead. So like it doesn't matter to you guys that I didn't record it for a few weeks cuz I'm good. But yeah, with all that being said, I'm really excited to be back recording more of it. Even only after a few weeks, I'm really excited. But yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back. Oh, and we're already like into a section where we can just kind of skippity dippity on. I mean, actually, wait, no, we don't skippity dippity on through this stuff. Wait, didn't I? No, I didn't do it. Already do one of these. Let's go to Mount Victoria. Looks like some tourists left out breadcrumbs for the seagulls because they're totally dominating the lookout today. I lightly shoo them away, trying to make my way to the bench so I can rest my feet. But the further I get into the whirlpool of wings, the more I realize that they must have found something even better than bread if there are this many of them. Wow, we are starting off bad today. Curiosity gets the better of me. What's got them so excited? What the? How did they manage to snag an entire meter-long sub? Wait, what? A meter-long suit? That's a long freaking set. I need one of those in my life. Imagine using that like as a sword. You just like walk up to someone with a meter-long sandwich and you just smack them real hard with it. Oh, that'd be so much fun. How did they manage to snag an entire meter-long super sub sandwich? Not even I've ever managed to steal one of those. I'm so jealous. Also, yeah, sorry for the abrupt, hey, we're just into it already, and like no actual intro. It's like, whatever, you know, we don't always need an intro. It's fine. After Juliet and I say our goodbyes for the night, I go up into my room to go to bed. But after tossing and turning for a while, I get up and put my shoes back on. Aside from Juliet, there's someone else that I've been thinking about a lot lately. My last encounter with Silver didn't go so well, but it hasn't made me any less determined to talk to her. Not just because of my magic and what she might be able to tell me about it, it's because I also want to help her. I know I can't wait. I know that I can't tell her that. I know that I can't tell her that outright. But every passing day that I spend with Juliet or with Aspen makes me more confident in my decision to stay around Wellington. While I don't expect things to go exactly the same for Silver as they did for me, I hope that maybe someday she'll want to change too. Since I'm still not ready to tell Juliet about Silver, I have to be extra quiet as I leave my room and go outside. Making my way to Mount Victoria doesn't take very long. Just like last time, I changed forms and searched for Silver's scent, locking on and following it through the forest. I think, yeah, no, that we've already. Yeah, we've already gone through all this. Also, I looked at it, and apparently we're already like 82% of the way through the game. I thought I was only at like 75 last time we played, but I must have been like closer to like 79. I'm like, oh, the end is getting so close. Because I plan to record for like 2 episodes today, and I'm going to try and make each of these episodes like 40-ish minutes long. That's how I plan I want to try to go for like the rest of the series, basically. You know, just to make them each a little bit meatier, since this is like the end essentially. Like, it's probably only going to decrease the amount of episodes we have by like 1 or 2. But I'm like, you know what, since it's like the end of this journey that like we've been going on for so long, I'm like, we might as well like beef up the end of it. You know what I mean? Make it feel a little more special. I say that as if it's like, it's only like 10 to 5 minutes, you know? It's not like that much better. I'll just leave it there, because that's what I said originally, and that's just kind of what my decisions would be regardless. So yeah, that's what we'll do. Do. But yeah, no, it makes me sad, because I'm like, oh, that means like, I'm going to record like 2 episodes today. I'm planning to record 2 episodes tomorrow since it's Sunday. And then next weekend, I plan to record 2 episodes on Saturday and 2 episodes on Sunday. I'm like, that's probably going to be the end. That's probably going to be the end of it. That's going to be the end of Please Be Happy, which is simultaneously, like, I've talked about it a few times, but it's like, it's simultaneously like very, like, oh, I love this story so much, I'm not ready for it to end. But it's also very much so like, oh, but I also have like 5 more Studio Lane games on my PC right now that I'm so excited to get into. And I'm also like so excited to get back into Fate and all that kind of stuff. So I'm like, It's one of those things of like every beginning has an end and every end is a new beginning, you know? Poetry. I made that one up on the fly. That's a Darkwind original right there, baby. Yeah, huh? Mm-hmm. Don't talk to anyone else about that. I originally said that. It's me first. Oh. At breakfast the next morning, I'm still thinking about Silver and her story and how much it seems to have in common with mine. I only half listen as Juliet and Aspen talk about a book they've both been reading. Instead, it's just nice to watch them enjoy being around each other. It's easy to miss that when you're not looking for it. Of course, you can still miss out on other things. It takes me a moment to realize that Aspen is trying to get my attention. Have we done this scene already too? Shaking my head, I bring my attention back.
To me ho. Anyone home?
I feel like we have.
There is now. Just stepped out for a minute, you know.
Believe me, I know. I was just asking you if something had happened to your bead. It looks...
Yes, we've already gone through this scene. Yep. Okay. But yeah, no. So, I guess, like, in terms of, like, my, visual novel, series is that we do, I think, like, the schedule is probably going to go this into Fate, Stay Night, Heaven's Field. That's the last route of Fate. And then after that, we're probably going to go into probably Summer at the Edge of the Universe. And because by the time Fate's over, that's definitely going to be out. I think it's coming out in March. Maybe The Headwell Lost and First Snow. Just because, like, they're all, like, the Headwell Lost, if the demo was correct and, like, that got us 25% of the way through that game, which I love that game. If you haven't checked it out, go check out my playthrough of it. I have 2 episodes out of the demo, and it's really cool. I really like it. But if that did get us, like, 25% of the way through, that's not going to be too long of a thing. It's probably only going to be, like, 8-ish episodes. First Snow is only, like, 6 hours, and it's like part 1 of, like, a series. I'm like, I really want to do that one again, and it's pretty short. Well, short relatively compared to, like, stuff like Fate, which has been, like, almost 200 episodes as of now, and will definitely go over 200 by the time I'm done with Heaven's Feel. And then into Summer at the Edge of the Universe, which I expect to probably be around the same length as this, because it's, like, a big project, you know what I mean? So I do expect that, and then we'll be doing more Type Moon stuff, probably with Fate Hollow Ataraxia, and then, again, a couple Studio Lane things, and then yada, 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 along with some other ones that I find in the mix, because there's a lot of really cool visual novel stuff going on right now, which I keep forgetting to tweet out about. I keep wanting to tweet out and be like, hey, guys, everyone check out, like, The Headwell Lost, because I really liked it. Everyone check it out, kind of thing. Or, like, hey, there's, like, these other projects that I'm looking at that I'm really enjoying. Like, there was one, I think, that a girl was trying to get on her... I'm blanking on the names of it and the person on Twitter, but she was trying to get it, like, approved on Steam so it could be put out there, and it looked really interesting, so I'm, like, excited for that one too. Like, there's too many visual novels, because this is sort of like how 2023 was, like, year of the video games, where, like, it was nothing but bangers. 2024 is, like, the year of visual novels, where it's like, we're getting The Headwell Lost, we're getting this one that I'm blanking on, we're getting Summer at the Edge of the Universe. Love in a Bottle is a Studio Lane published one. It's made by a different studio, but that's coming out, and I've heard good things about it. And then there was one more that I'm also blanking on. Oh no. Oh, I guess you also have, like, Andy and Lele is, like, still in early access, so I think that's getting its full release this year. And then I have one other one wish listed. I know I have one other one wish listed. So right there, that's 6. That's, like, 6 coming out this upcoming year. And I'm like, oh gosh. And I also haven't played any of Andy and Lele in the Coffin or whatever it's called, but I want to, because, again, I've seen, like, one video saying bad things about it, but everything else is like, this is great, this is amazing, I love it, yeah. But anyways, back to what we're actually here for. Whatever is going to happen with my bead, I have to figure it out for myself. Okay, so I guess I probably should have talked about it all during this. But yeah, no, that's one of the reasons why I'm like, yeah, I do love, like, Type Moon stuff and Fate in general, so I'm always probably going to have, like, after we get done with Please Be Happy, I'm probably always going to have some kind of Fate thing happening. So, like, we have Fate Fate/Type Moon stuff. Because after, like, while I'm playing other visual novels, I like to have a game and a visual novel going at the same time. I haven't really done that for Please Be Happy, just because I'm like, I love this, and I want to give it, like, my full attention. So that's what I'm doing. But then when we do get back to Fate, it's going to be, like, 3 episodes of Fate a week, 2 episodes of a game, essentially. But I was thinking that maybe when I get done with the last route of the Fate visual novel, then I could just play Fate Samurai Remnant while other visual novels are going. And then once we finish Fate Samurai Remnant, like, regardless of how long that takes, we'll just play visual novels for that long. I do just expect it to take long enough to, like, again, finish, like, the 3 I presented before we jump into more, like, Fate visual novels. Somewhere at the Edge of the Universe, the Head Well Lost, and First Snow. I do expect to finish those 3 in the time it takes to finish Fate Samurai Remnant, because it's a pretty long game. Okay, I don't think we've missed anything. Okay. Return. So yeah, it's a pretty long game, so I expect to be able to get through those 3 decently fast. And then after that, it'll be like Fate visual novel or a Type Moon visual novel like The Witch on the Holy Night or Tsukihime, along with the Fate remake that's coming out. And then, you know, we'll just figure it out. We'll figure it out as we go. Idly, I reach up and remove my necklace. Because I've also been thinking about streaming Summer at the Edge of the Universe and First Snow, so I don't know if I'd be playing that over here, but I would still upload the VODs over here as, like, part of, like, the Let's Play, you know? It's like, maybe we'd be recording, like, Highway Blossom or, Heart of the Woods over here while we stream Summer at the Edge of the Universe, maybe. I think that'd probably be a good way to balance it. And then once I'm done, like, with Summer at the Edge of the Universe, then I'd probably just upload the VODs here, and yada yada. I'll figure it out. I adapt on the fly. Idly, I reach up and remove my necklace, letting it dangle from my palm. My bead stands out from the other, regular ones on the chain. I did not click that. I didn't mean to click that. Regular ones on the chain, since it's still glowing ever so slightly. It's a part of me, not something separate that came to me. It came from within me. And while I've never questioned that, never thought about it, never thought about what it might mean, it has to mean something. Would I even exist without it? Probably not. Not like I am now. I would have died as a regular fox many, many years ago. Curling my fingers around the bead, I can still feel my heartbeat. It pulses in the bead too. I close my eyes and try to clear my thoughts of everything except the feeling of the tiny orb in my hand. I focus on it, letting myself feel it. I focus on it, letting myself feel it. I focus on it, letting myself feel it the same way I'd feel a pillow against my head or grass beneath my feet. Slowly, pictures come to mind. Visions of the sky and the sea and the forest. Visions of people passing by, although their faces are just a blur. No, not visions. Memories. My memories and experiences live on in this bead somehow, the same way they live on in my heart and my mind. It's been changed and strengthened as a result of what I've been through, the same as any muscle. Magic courses through me as basic as my breath and blood. I know then and there that I can't get rid of it. Even if there's a way, I don't want it. Like any other part of my body, I have to learn to live with it and nurture it. I don't want to be forgotten, but I don't want to lose this part of myself either. I can feel it. It's needy. Neither of us are ready yet. There's still a craving that I can't identify. What is it? What is it that I'm missing? What do I still need to give it? There are other things too that make it even more confusing, like how Cello could remember me. Was it something special about her, or has something about me changed? Time and again these past few months, I found that answers I've known all along rest inside me. Feelings that I thought I was incapable of come naturally. Why would this be any different? It's a puzzle, but puzzles have solutions. I don't know what the answer is, and I barely even know the question. But I can feel that something about myself is going to change soon. How and when, I don't know. It's just an instinct, same as so many other things. Uncurling my fingers, the pulsing of my heart gets less noticeable. I open my eyes to see the bead looking just the same. I've been half hoping that would be different already, but it's not that easy. I put my necklace back on and climb into bed, burying myself beneath my blankets. Even under the covers, in the dark, the light of my bead shines through even in the dark, the light of my bead shines through faintly like a nightlight. Just like a couple days ago, someone... Oh, wait,
Hey,
oh.
Good morning.
Do. Oh, wait, oh.
We brought back all the stuff that we bought.
They stopped by for a bit yesterday as well, so all 3 of them should still remember who I am. All 3 of them come to my desk where Shello and Armand carefully set down the stacks they're carrying. Juliet, who hasn't gone to bed yet, emerges from the shelves where she was putting away some books and approaches us as well. And then...
Miss Juliet, we brought back all the stuff that we borrowed.
There we go.
Thank you. I can see you took great care of them. Were you able to complete your project?
We did. Pippa and I took lots of notes, and Armand stayed up all night writing a script. we decided to put together a play about the history of Wellington, using the library as the main location.
I do really like that this part of the story like changes. Like it's not like any like super duper major changes. Well, I guess they haven't gone like the tour of the city yet, like they did in the other one. So that's a pretty major change right there. So I like that this is like changing based on the route. Hang on, I need a cough. Done.
Armand and I will be the actors, and Pippa's going to make the decorations.
I said we should do an art project, but Armand didn't want to.
You just didn't want to have to read.
The two of them glare at each other, and Cello rolls her eyes at both of them. I feel a little bad for her, even though I know they're all friends when it counts.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm glad you were able to find something interesting.
Yeah, there was so much to read, I almost forgot to sleep. I wish we could stay long. If we ever come back,
Oh, I didn't mean to click it.
we borrow some more books?
That's like I kind of did that a decent amount already before I was using the foot clickers, but now that I'm using my foot pedals to click, I'm like I feel like I do that more frequently now.
Of course. Books are for reading, after all.
Armand flaps his wings in excitement, like he's already planning a return trip.
I'm glad we're going home soon. No offense.
Fully
I
taken.
miss home as well, but I'll miss it here too.
You'll just have to come visit again sometime, like Armand said.
I'd like that very much. I'm a little nervous about participating in a play, but maybe it won't be so bad.
Ah, well, acting's easy. You've just gotta have fun with it.
Right.
Have you done much
Fully
acting
agreed.
before,
Based. Oh, I hope we get to see like their actual little play, because we got to see like, well, we didn't really get to see it, but we got like, you know, a story bit around like the sculpture that they made. So I do hope that we get like a little bit of like their actual like play.
Just a little bit. I like watching people perform in plays, though. But this is my first time writing one.
I enjoy it as well. I've had the good fortune to know several playwrights myself, and now I know one more.
Armand blushes at the praise. I've never seen a play myself, but I basically know what they're like. But I basically know what they are. It's like watching
If you
TV in
want to
real
do that
life.
with
Also,
it,
you're in one?
Maybe we can send it to you and Miss Miho to watch.
Oh, that'd be so
I'm not
cute.
So sure about that idea.
Aw, why not? You're gonna do great. We can rehearse on the way home to get some extra practice.
How are you going to rehearse when you're sitting on an airship? You won't have a stage or any props.
We could still go over the lines.
Okay. Let's figure that part out later.
Cutting off the argument before it happens, Cello faces Juliet and me again.
Unfortunately, we do have to leave because our class is going to the Skyport soon. But before we go, I had another question for you, Ms. Miho.
Sure. What is it?
Well, would it be okay if I wrote you a letter sometime?
Aww, be a little. No, not a pen pal. Oh my gosh, I just finished reading Pen Pal like last week. It's like one of the best horror novels ever. So scary. So as soon as I was like, oh yeah, haha, pen pals, I was like, oh gosh, memories.
Letter. About what?
Just about life in Amarina. And you can tell me about life here. I thought maybe we could be pen pals. If you don't want to, though, that's alright.
Oh, I'd like to. I've never had a pen pal before.
I'm not entirely sure what it is either.
But I want to hear more about Wellington and how it's still changing today.
That sounds like fun. Let's do it.
Thank you. I already can't wait.
Oh, maybe you could get extra credit, too.
We'd better not need it after we do this play.
We won't.
Slowly, the five of us move back outside to the front of the library, with Armand and Juliet chatting about the books he read. Soon, it's time for them to head
Thanks
off.
again, Miss Miho and Miss Juliet, for showing us the library and letting us borrow stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
It was our pleasure, I'm sure. Right, Miho?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you guys get a good grade.
Me too.
It's sad to think that Pippa and Armand will have forgotten me by the time they get back home. I'm glad that they had a good time though, and it was nice to be able to help out a bit. Even if it was mostly Juliet who helped
I
them.
appreciate it too. I'll be sure to tell you all about how it goes when I send you that letter.
Sounds good. Bye, you guys.
Goodbye.
All three of them wave as they make their way back down the hill, and Juliet and I wave back for as long as we can. Once they're out of sight, we go back
I
inside.
wonder if Cello will be able to remember me long enough to write a letter.
I hope so. It was nice of you to agree to be her pen pal.
She reminded me a lot of myself. She's new to Amarina too, and still getting used to living there.
In that case, I'm sure she'll appreciate having you to give her advice.
I don't know if I can be very helpful there.
Sometimes, when it comes to young people, just having someone to listen and be interested can be enough.
I can do that at least.
I know you can. You're always capable of more than you think.
I hope you're right.
After gathering up the books the kids brought back, Julia and I kiss each other goodnight as she goes upstairs, while I get ready for my normal day at the library. At some point, I hear the sound of an airship passing overhead, and wonder if it has Cello and the others on board. Whether or not I do get a letter from her, I'm glad that they all had a good time. I hope Cello can start to feel more at home in Amarina soon. One of the most valuable lessons that I've learned from living at the library is that it's important to feel like you belong somewhere. Based. Cool, whatever. I'm not gonna edit that out. I don't care. Whatever. I've got a pack of stale crackers wasting away in my pocket, so I figure I'll share my spoils with the ducks at the duck pond. I'm not picky about stale food, but I think they'll enjoy it more than me. Sure enough, the second those feathered opportunists hear the crinkle of the packaging, they already start surrounding me. As I fumble to open it, the ducks start quacking discontentedly and edging closer and closer to me. I urge them to be patient, but they edge closer and closer until one dares to lunge at me, as if to bite me in reproach. It startles me enough that I drop the unopened crackers to the ground with a shriek. They descend upon it like starving ants, but I don't even open it yet. Oh, they rip it open and tear into its carcass with no problem. Okay. I don't know why anyone bothers feeding ducks anyways. They seem vicious enough to figure out food on their own. Listen, I was told there was a way to turn off those stupid Steam things, but based on the fact that most streamers I watch also, like, have it still on, or even YouTubers, I'm like, it seems like it's just annoying. On Saturday morning, I wake up around my usual time, but linger in bed for a while. I can hear the distant sounds of Aspen and Juliet having an animated conversation. Aspen laughs, then Juliet laughs. I don't know what they're laughing about, but I smile too. I just like hearing my girlfriend laugh. After all, no matter what kind of troubles are weighing on our minds. If she's able to laugh despite everything, then that's a win in my book. Aside from a couple hasty meals, it's been a while since the two of them have really gotten to spend much time together. Sometimes it's easy to forget that they've known each other longer than they've known me. Outside, it's shaping up to become another beautiful day. There are clouds, but none of them are rain clouds. The trees and grass sway in a gentle breeze beyond my window. You know, you'd think with how long I've been doing this, that I'd be a little bit better at reading these scripts and, like, enunciating my words better, but I'm just not. I've had more beautiful days here than I can count. Even Wellington weather at its worst isn't so bad from indoors. I open my window, enjoying the morning air as I freshen myself up too. Making my way silently to the kitchen, I pause just out of sight and listen.
I've given it lots of thought.
Yeah.
I have, but I still can't...
But there are...
Exactly.
No need to...
Yeah, we've gone for a little while longer, and maybe I'll just do that. Hearing Julia offer words of encouragement. Okay, yeah, no, we've gone through that all before.
There you are.
Good morning, Miho.
I go into the kitchen, grab a piece of toast and an apple, but I don't sit down. Oh yeah, she's just going on her walk.
This early?
You
Do. We've gone through all this as well. Do. Oh, it's the fun little statue guy. Oh, look at him go. Still posing for us. What a good guy. Okay. You know, I do think I like the idea of reading the newer ones on stream and then reading like the older ones on the channel. So like the reason I do like First Snow on stream as well is just because like Twofold is really recent and it's the sequel to it. So it's like, I think it just makes sense to read them both on stream. I like that idea. So yeah, I probably just read like the earlier ones on here immediately. And then yeah, no, if you guys want to wait for that, then you just have to wait a little while and then they'd be up on the channel. Like probably after I finish them, I'd start like uploading them. Which I don't mind that schedule at all because like I want to get back into streaming more. It's just been hard with like tendonitis and physical therapy takes up so much time. So like, and I love these visual novels so much so in my life. Like I am reading more than one of them at a time. That isn't an issue, especially if it like helps me actually stream more. Because the way I'm thinking about like my stream schedule is having like, I play Genshin. I do a lot of Genshin for streams. That's basically all I do. And then having one game going on alongside that, so I can stream at least 2 times a week. So I was thinking that after every game I could just read a visual novel essentially. Like if I like right now I still need to finish the Spider-Man series. So I want to do that and then I probably jump into like reading visual novels. Granted, with my hands, I probably might start like a visual novel sooner than that. If I'm being completely honest, it might be important that I do that just so that I can like keep my hands resting before I jump back into like something like Spider-Man. You know what I mean? So yeah, I might do that. I don't know, but I still also want to play Undertale on stream very soon. So I'm still debating on what I want to do. Again, it's a lot of just kind of figuring it out on the fly, especially with my recovery. I'm like, it sort of just depends on how I'm feeling, you know? So we'll see. Granted, by the time that this goes up, I'll have, like, probably figured that out. Because, like, again, like, I'm, like, 10 episodes ahead. And that was before I recorded the last set of episodes, or the last episode in general. So I'm like, we're probably good. By the time that this is done, I'll probably have figured all that stuff out. But, you know, I'm talking about it now just to get the thoughts out there into the world. Telling Aspen and Juliet about Silver and answering all their questions takes a long time. Oh, wait. We've gone through all this. Oh, wait, no, we didn't go through that part. Hang on. I close my eyes at one point, just intending to take a quick nap. But when I open them, I see that I've slept until nightfall once again. I don't mind too much. At least Juliet will be up by now. As I make my way towards Juliet's room, I notice the sound of conversation coming from inside her office. Freezing with my hand almost on the handle, I listen.
You were right all along.
I know all too well. You always did.
Hang on, I need to send a quick text. Wait, what does that mean? That's so ominous. What does that mean? Okay. Just had a quick text. Apologies. A few moments later, I heard the sound of flapping, leathery wings from beyond the door, and of papers being scattered. The flapping sound quickly grows distant, and then it disappears entirely. I let out a silent breath as I hear Juliet's footsteps and paper being picked up, and then Juliet sitting down in her chair once more. How'd you know I was here? I really have lost my touch when it comes to sneaking. I opened the door as invited, to see Juliet's study looking the same as ever. The open window and blowing curtains are the only indicators of her guest that just left. I lower myself into the empty chair as Juliet strikes a match, relighting the lamp that had blown out.
Just the very end. I was coming to see you. I didn't know you already had company. Sorry for listening in.
It's all right. I don't feel the need to keep anything secret from you. The only reason I haven't introduced you to Ezekiel is for his sake. He isn't fond of meeting people.
It's okay. I know how that feels.
Yeah, Miho gets that better than like anyone.
About him being right.
Juliet laughs, closing her
Where
eyes.
to begin?
She stands up and closes the window, peering out into the night for a moment before she sits back
I
down.
told you that Ezekiel was the one who helped me gain my footing in the human world, yes? Well, there's a bit more to it than that. He was the one who
Oh?
turned me into a vampire in the first place.
Oh.
I have a story not too dissimilar from your own with Zhong Ying, though it began in a very different way.
Adjusting my seat so I'm next to Juliet, I lean forward and take her hand. Leaning against me, she idly runs her thumb across mine as she stares into the flickering candle, recalling days long past.
I was a human once, of course. Long, long ago. In those times, we didn't know about the underworld, or anything that lay beyond the edges of our sky. Few denizens of the underworld traveled to the overworld back then. Those who did were feared and reviled, but also disbelieved in. Truth turned to hearsay, hearsay turned to legend, and legend turned to fable. Stories told to impart some moral or lesson, not to be believed. That's where today's term fabled was first born. As a human, my life was painful and dull, and cursed by circumstance. I lived, believing and hoping for a better tomorrow that never came. There came a time when I had enough. Enough of agony, of poverty, disappointment. I took myself to the dry edge of the world, beyond which lay nothing but the unknown.
The dry edge of the world? What does that mean? Was she talking about like just her country's border or something, and like the sea was separating it or something? I don't think I quite know what that means. Oh. I gasp, unable to stop myself, even though I know she turns out okay.
I had plenty of time to contemplate the stupidity of my decision, and to dread the fate that was rushing to meet me. How solvable all my problems seemed as I fell away from them. What should have been the end was only more pain. Somehow I survived.
Oh.
But just barely. Broken.
Oh, gosh.
As I opened my eyes for what should have been the last time, I saw trees and a purple sky that I thought must be heaven. Then, a figure appeared, and I was certain that I was in hell. Ezekiel offered me a choice. Breathe my last, or accept his gift and live on. From there, the world I had plummeted from, the world that contained all my pain and sorrow, was a minuscule dot, nearly imperceptible above me. That we are having this conversation is proof of what choice I made. In time, my body healed, though not fully.
Juliet taps her cane against the ground to demonstrate.
Gifts
Oh.
and powers beyond my wildest dreams. I felt I had cheated both life and death. And yet, decades passed. Even the novelty of those gifts eventually wore off. There was a secret, though. A truth I had yet to learn. In the underworld, magic flows freely like air, imbuing those connected to it with power that lasts for generations. Yet being that close to so much magic at all times takes a slow toll even on the bodies of the fabled. We age down there, like humans, but at a much slower rate. But for those who live their entire lives in the underworld, no matter how long they may be, there eventually comes an end. Immortality was a lie. Not so in the world above, though. So distant from magic and its source, those effects aren't felt. and so immortality was truly attainable. Decades later, when it came time for war, I remained disinterested and unconcerned by its effects. When it came time for peace, I was equally indifferent. For a time, Ezekiel himself had tired of the hedonistic lives our kind led, and departed for the overworld nearly as soon as the dust had settled, determined to maintain a quiet and hermetic existence. He returned to the underworld occasionally, with stories of how things had changed and were changing. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I agreed to return to the overworld, just to see. We rode and lived upwards together, a journey that took days back then. And he told me of the island where he had settled down and found peace. He gave me only one piece of advice, which I brushed off as obvious and unnecessary: to not concern myself with the lives and affairs of mortals. We arrived near what would someday become Wellington, and soon went our separate ways again. I had intended to only make a short visit, to sate my curiosity. To my surprise, I discovered a world that had moved past much of the violence and suffering that I so hated, and a world that had come to welcome the fabled. I extended my short visit over and over, finding myself unable to leave. Gradually, Ezekiel's advice all but faded from my mind.
Finally, Juliet trails off. I sat with rapt attention the entire time. Same. As soon as this popped up, I was like, oh, I need to clear, like, my mouth. Like, I've just been sitting here, like, motionless. I need to, like, speak now. I sat with rapt attention the entire time she spoke, and only relaxed my muscles when I noticed how stiffly I've been sitting. Juliet doesn't have to finish her story, because I can say the last line for her. Slowly, she nods. We both sit there quietly, our hands locked together as we contemplate what we just shared. It's hard for me to picture Juliet as anything other than how she is today. Warm, patient, kind. I can't imagine her as someone who would have wanted. I can't imagine her as someone who would have been once feared and reviled. Yet I can understand the pain, if only to a tiny extent. I can understand what some of those years must have felt like. For all my time alive, I've changed the most in the past few months by far. But for Juliet, her entire life has been nothing but change. The world she came from, both the world she came from and the world she exists in now. I also can't help but think about what she said regarding immortality.
The fact that you're thinking about going back to the underworld.
Yeah.
The place where you get older. Does that mean that you want to...
Yeah. Juliet brings her other hand up to enclose mine, pressing tightly.
Long time. But I can't deny that around every corner, behind every door, looks a painful memory of days gone by. I had never loved anyone before Cosette. Not in so deeply a way as to use that word. But there were still friends whose company I enjoyed, and time that was spent laughing and smiling. They're all gone now, but I'm not. I see their ghost everywhere. But those memories are all that I have left. I'm afraid to forget, just as I'm afraid to remember.
Oh, that's a good line. The flame dances on the candle wick, throwing a crazy shadow onto the wall. It'll burn itself out again soon. I know I should say something, but I feel paralyzed. Everything I could say feels inadequate. In the face of everything she told me, do I even have the right to want her to stay? If going back to the underworld is the only way for her to escape the pain, then shouldn't I want her to go? My brain tells me yes, but my heart tells me no. My heart tells me I want her to find a different way. Is that wrong of me? The sound of her voice breaks my reverie, and she removes her hands from mine. I can see sparkling uncertainty in her eyes.
very selfish to ask of you.
Are you gonna ask us to
What
go
is
with
it?
you? I don't think that's what it's gonna be. That like, but like based on the conversation, that was just kind of the vibe. But I don't think that's what she's gonna ask.
Would you
Never
come
mind.
with me?
What?
Juliet speaks quickly, like she's embarrassed or
As
nervous.
fabled, you would be safe in the underworld, unlike a human. But because your magic doesn't come from the same source, you would still be immune to time's flow. I still can't decide. I feel terrible asking you this. And yet, I know I would feel more terrible not to.
Is that a confirmed thing that it wouldn't still get her? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's a big maybe. Like, yeah, her magic doesn't come from the underworld, but it still probably has, like, a heavy effect on her body. You know what I mean? Like, it's like... Because it's like... I don't know. There's all fables don't really have, like, magic like immortality, do they? Because there's stuff like... I was going to say stuff like Cyclops is like, are they... I mean, I guess they're kind of immortal unless killed. So I get... Ah, shoot, my stuff just ran out of space. Wait, what? Okay, we're fine. Okay. I still can't do... Oh, wait.
Don't answer me now. Please. Take time to think about it.
All I can manage is to dumb noddily. Nod dumbly. At least your second request is an easy one. Thinking about it is all I'll be able to do.
Thank you.
Right now, though, I want to do anything but think. Standing up, I reach for Juliet and pull her into a hug and a wordless kiss. When we finally do pull apart, I lean my forehead against her, and she rests herself against me.
I love you.
Aww. It's all I can think to say.
I love you too. Thank you.
2 weeks later. Okay, I think that's where I'm going to end this part here. Mostly because I'm like, that was a little scary. So I'm going to go through and make sure that everything else is okay, and then we'll just jump right back into the next one. And I also need to go get water. I forgot to get my water bottle before this. So, so with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we are back. And the last one was pretty heavy, and I'm sorry we didn't get to talk about it too much, but it was a heavy ending to that episode of just like everything that's like on Juliet's mind, everything she's going through, everything she's thinking, and then like that request of like going to the underworld with her is like, that's hard, man. That's a rough position to put Miho in, but it also makes sense as to why Juliet like needs to, because if that's like what Juliet wants with her life, she needs to be upfront about that with Miho. You know what I mean? She can't like hide it from her, and then that's like week before she wants to go, she's like, oh hey Miho, by the way, I want to come with. Yes, no, let me know. You know, yeah, that kind of thing. Like that'd be really bad of Juliet to do. So yeah, we should be all good for this episode. But yeah, with all that being said, let's go ahead and get on into this. 2 weeks later. The next couple of weeks go by in relative normalcy. I wake up, go to work, and spend what time I can with Juliet. Aspen comes by occasionally, but for the most part is busy by herself. Neither Juliet nor I talk about the evening in her study or invitation. We don't have to. It's practically the only thing on my mind. When I walk down Cuba Street or climb up Mount Victoria, I have to ask myself if I'm ready to leave it all behind. Wait, dang. Big coughs. I want to be with Juliet. That part's easy to decide. Even if we've only been lovers for a few weeks, I've spent enough time with her to know that I want to stay with her. I know I can't promise her forever, but right now, there's nothing I want more. Still, there's a lot I'd have to give up. Aspen and my other friends, as well as the first home I've ever had. The memories may be painful for Juliet, but for me, they're almost nothing but good. I always thought I was the kind of person who could move at the drop of a hat, without worrying about leaving anything behind. Now I realize that's only because I had never had anything to lose before. The candlelight from Juliet's trusty lamp flickers as we sit quietly in the dark. There's the occasional noise of her pen scratching or of Juliet typing something on the computer, but it's otherwise silent. I sit with a book open on my lap. It's simple enough for me to read, but I've been on the same page for ages. Pictures of the underworld, both photos and drawings, take up most of the space. Captions go along with them, describing what some of the places are: an enchanted forest, a town where it never stops raining, a castle that can walk like a person. They all sound and look interesting, but I can't really make myself feel excited about the idea of seeing them, not the way things are now. The sound of Juliet closing her laptop catches my attention. I look over to see her rubbing her eyes. You know, as much as I love these characters, I don't really want there to be a sequel to this game unless they'd have to have the bangerest of ideas for a sequel to for there to be a sequel of this game, because at least the way that Aspen's route ends, outside of me getting my wildest fantasy of an extra 3 hours of wedding and proposals and stuff like that, I think it ended perfectly. There's nothing else I would I feel like they needed to add to the story, so adding more would just kind of feel not unnecessary. It would just feel super unnecessary. But I would love another game set in this world just to explore it more, both the overworld and a lot of the underworld. I think that'd be really cool. The sound of Juliet. Oh wait.
Done already?
For now. I have only this one request to work on, so I can take my time with it.
You look like you could use a nap.
Do I? I think I'm alright. The night's still young, after all. Perhaps a spot of tea would be nice, though.
Juliet reaches for her teapot, but frowns when she picks it up.
I'm out. I have to fetch some more from downstairs.
I can get it for you. I could use a snack anyway.
That would be nice. Thank you, Miho.
Sure.
Really, it's just an excuse for me to put the book away. I hop up and go downstairs, leaving Juliet in her study. Despite the time that's passed since we talked about going to the underworld together, I don't feel any closer to deciding what I want to do. My relationship with Juliet only makes me more confused. Sometimes things between us don't feel much different than before we started dating. That has its ups and downs to me. I like that I don't feel pressure to act differently, but I also like all the new things, like kissing her and holding her hand. Juliet seems to enjoy those things too, but I wish I wasn't the only one. But I wish I wasn't the one starting them all the time. Oh, it's that kind of relationship where Juliet likes it, but she doesn't initiate it, which makes Miho be does she really like it? Why am I the only one initiating anything? Oh. Neither of us are the lovey-dovey type of person. Neither of us are really the type of person to be really lovey-dovey like I've seen on TV, and that's fine. I know she means it when she says she loves me, and that's enough. Besides, both of us are still new to this, and I'd rather it be that way than feel like I need to catch up to her somehow. In the kitchen, I start boiling a pot of water while I make myself a sandwich. Juliet keeps tea leaves in the kitchen and in her office, so the only thing she needs... Juliet keeps tea leaves in the kitchen and in her office. The only thing she needs me to bring is the water. I munch on my stack while I wait, until steam starts to rise and the kettle whistles. Aspen got an electric kettle for Juliet. That's much faster, but I know Juliet prefers her tea from a regular old pot. Once it's ready, I grab the kettle and carefully take it back upstairs with me.
Here you... Oh.
Did she take a nap? Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, that's such a cute CG too. Oh my god, the colors in this are so nice. I really want to know what brush they used. I really want to know that. I really want to know what brush they used specifically for I was gonna say specifically for the backgrounds, but I've always been wondering, whenever I look at the coloring on their faces, there's a sort of texture to it. It's not just paint bucket or here's a pen, and fill it in and then go from there. They clearly use a specific type of brush, and I just wonder what it is. With the pen still in her hand, Juliet is slouched across an open book on her desk, fast asleep. As quietly as I can, I set the teapot down somewhere safe and tiptoe towards her. I was only downstairs for a few minutes, so she must have fallen asleep right after I left. I'm used to her going to bed right after we spend time together, but it's still early in her usual waking hours. Lately, though, I've been hearing the sounds of her being awake at all sorts of different times, whether we're hanging out or not. I guess it must be catching up to her. After moving the lamp a bit further away just to be safe, I grab a blanket from nearby and drape it across Juliet's shoulders. She doesn't react, but I can see it rise and fall with her steady breathing. There's something that feels odd about seeing Juliet asleep, and it takes me a moment to realize what it is. I'm not used to seeing her look so relaxed. With her eyes closed and sloppy posture, she doesn't look guarded or elegant or any of those other words that would usually describe her. Instead, she just looks like anyone else when they're asleep. Somehow, it's nice to see. I wish she could be this open. I wish she could be this open when she's awake sometimes too. I gently take the pen from her and set it aside, doing my best to keep the blanket from sliding off her. Then I lean forward and blow out the candle.
Good night.
I whisper into the darkness before tiptoeing out of the room, spending the last of my time before I whisper into the darkness before tiptoeing out of the room, spending the last of my time before bed by myself. That was cute. I say that as if it's anything new, and then the game's like always cute. Why am I be like, oh, it's so cute, guys, if that isn't like obvious? I'm warm. That's the first thought that's the first thought that comes into my head as I wake up. Not just the normal warmth of my bed and covers, but there's something else, something different. I groggily open my eyes and look around, but nothing appears any different. When I roll over onto my side, my necklace bumps against my chest. That's when I realize the source. My bead is what's causing it. Not only has its glow gotten brighter, but when I simply hold my hand near it, I can feel heat emanating. I'm almost afraid to touch it, but when I finally do, it feels as cool as ever to my fingers. There's something else that's different about it, though. Oh, we've definitely... Yeah. I was reading a little bit because I'm like, it might be a little bit different, but I think not. Honestly, if I was Miho, though, I'd like be like, I don't want my current life to change. Like, for me, I'm like, if major changes, I'm okay if they come, you know, but like, give it a little while. I feel like Miho's like so new to all this that like another major change would be like, I don't want that. And that's how I would be like. Like, for me, it's sort of like moving. Like, oh, I just moved into a new place, and regardless of what I feel about this place, I'm like, I'm okay to be here for a little bit, but give me, like, a few years, I'm ready for a new big change. You know, that's how I feel about it. I just realized I didn't save at the silver spot, but that's fine. As long as 2 of the 3 options that I pick are one of the options, because there are 2 endings. As long as 2 of the 3 choices that I make line up with a certain ending, I'll get that end. So, you know, and I can feel that I'm already gonna get like the cozy ending. I don't want my current life to change. That thought doesn't really make me feel excited or hopeful. Instead, it feels like another outside force pushing and pulling me along without any say in the matter. My life, actually, I don't know if this is one of those choices. It might be. It might be like the nature preserve. My life has become more uncertain, even as it's gotten more routine. Aspen and her memories, Juliet and the underworld, me and my magic. It's all so much. I hate to admit it, but a part of me misses the simpler days of my life. Even if they weren't easy, even if survival was a struggle, at least they made sense. Now I spend so much time wondering and worrying. I know half-truths without knowing why I know them.
It's too early for all this.
Not that there would be a better time later. Still, I know that if I let myself think about these things for too long, I'll just start spiraling. Instead, I make myself get up and out of bed. For a small relief, the warmth of my bead has dissipated, like it just wanted me to notice it. It's still bright and still cracked, but at least it isn't uncomfortable. After freshening up, I go downstairs where I'm surprised to find an empty kitchen. Juliet isn't around, nor are blankets or any dishes. I don't mind not having food prepared for me, but I don't mind not having I want to just read that line slightly better, now I'm messing it all up. I don't mind not having food prepared for me, but it is pretty odd. I go back upstairs and knock on her study door, but there's no answer. When I peek inside, I see the blanket I put around Juliet neatly draped across her chair, as well as the teapot that I filled for her on the desk. There's no Juliet though. I try her bedroom as well, but it's also empty.
Juliet?
I call out her name, but it just echoes around. I call out her name, but it just echoes around the empty building with no response.
Weird.
I go back to the kitchen and then her study to confirm one thing. Her parasol is gone. She must have gone out somewhere. I grab some ingredients from the fridge and throw a pan onto the stove to make myself breakfast. I've never done it before, but I've seen Juliet cook enough times that it shouldn't be too hard. I prepare some eggs and toast the same way we usually have.
Not too bad.
The steaming meal isn't as tasty as what Juliet makes, but it's edible at least. The eggs are kind of rubbery, and the toast is more like slightly warm bread, but I eat it all anyway. Either way, I'm proud of myself for making it. As I'm finishing up, I feel something buzzing near my side. and it takes me a moment to realize it's my phone. I fish that out to see that I have a message from Juliet. Good morning, are you awake? Yeah, I made food. I'm sorry I didn't cook for you. I'm at the mountain. Would you like to join me? Sure, on my way. Typing out each message is slow, and judging by how long it takes for Juliet to respond, it's not easy for her either. I'm sure Aspen would have done it in half the time. Still, it surprises me to hear that Juliet's up on Mount Victoria, especially at this sunny hour. I'm sure I'll find out soon why, though. After cleaning up after myself, I finish opening the library and then head over to the mountain myself. It isn't hard to find Juliet up at the top when I get there. Her parasol stands out over the heads of the other early morning hikers as she waits for me on the bench.
Morning.
Hello, Miho.
I
sit down beside Juliet and she adjusts her parasol to give me some extra shade too.
I woke up and was surprised you weren't around. I didn't think you'd be here of all places.
When I left this morning, I had only intended to drop off the documents I finished preparing last night. But by then, it was nearly sunrise, so I thought to come up here and enjoy that. Sorry for falling asleep so suddenly last night. I appreciate you taking care of me, though.
That's fine. It was nice to be able to do something for you for once. Even if that was just bringing you a blanket.
Not just for once. You bring me joy just by being around.
Aww. I nuzzle against her, not caring that we're in public.
Still, it seemed like a weird time for you to fall asleep.
Yes. I've been having some trouble sleeping lately, I must admit. I catch a few hours here and there when I can.
I noticed. I've been hearing you around the house more often. Do you know why?
This and that. A lot on my mind.
I know what you mean. But hey, you said you finished your research project, right? So, you'll be starting a new one now?
Actually, I won't. There haven't been any new requests.
Really? I thought you had tons of them.
I've been working through my backlog for a while, but I just finished the last of them.
Oh.
Juliet and her research just go together in my head. Sorry, I had a cough. I muted it. Don't worry about it. Juliet and her cough. What the freak? Juliet and her cough. Juliet and her research just go together in my head. I know it's how she spends most of her free time when we're not together. It's hard to picture her without something to work on.
You'll probably get some new ones soon, right?
Perhaps.
There's a tinge of sadness in her voice. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, especially if she's thinking about leaving soon. It makes sense for her to not want to start new ones. To change the subject, I hop up to my feet and stroll over to the tall metal binoculars by the railing. Juliet stands up too and follows me. I feed a couple coins into the device and then press my eyes to it, looking out at the city. It's been a while since I've done this, and so I recognize a lot more now than I did before.
What do you see?
There's the skyport. That one's easy to find. And there's the bell house. Hi, Aspen. I can see some of the gardens from here, too. They're really pretty even from this far away.
I step away and gesture towards Juliet. Juliet hesitates for a moment, but then steps forward and takes my place. I jerk the view around quickly to pick things out, but Juliet maneuvers it slowly and methodically, like she's inspecting every inch of Wellington.
How about you? What do you see?
She's quiet for a second.
There's Diana's house, where I just dropped off those papers this morning. Close by is a park where she used to take her children to play. They're all grown up now, though. We're lamenting that together. Oh, Heaven Sent is a flower shop that used to sell the most beautiful bouquets. I can just see their roof from here. It's since become a restaurant, but I recognize the bright blue on top. What else? Braylin Primary, just near the library. That's where Cassette went to school. There's also...
With a whir and a click, the binoculars run out of time, and Juliet moves away from that.
Oops. I suppose that's that. That was quite nice, though. I haven't seen several of those places in many years.
Glad you liked it.
Although she's smiling, I'm not actually sure she means it. Something suddenly makes sense to me. Something I should have expected, but now only understand. She saw a Wellington that doesn't exist anymore. One that I could never see, no matter how long I looked. I was really hoping she'd pick up on that and be like, oh, here's this. It used to be this. Oh, here's this. It used to be that. Or like, here's these people. They moved on, you know? Like that kind of stuff.
Well, I do believe I should be heading back. I'm sure I'll be itchy from all this sun, even with the shade. Will you be accompanying me?
Oh. Yeah, let's go.
Her abrupt decision to leave feels painfully expected alongside what I just realized. That's twice in a row that I managed to make her feel bad by accident, even though I know I didn't do anything wrong. I had planned to tell her about the new changes to my bead, but it doesn't feel like the right time. It would just be another thing to weigh on her mind. I slip my hand into Juliet's as we walk. Even with a subdued mood, it's nice to feel her so close to me. I hope she feels the same way too. Okay, let's go up to Lena and just skippity dippity. There we go. We did it. Yay! Vamos, tío. Oh, whoa. Chill. Oh, is it silver? Oh, I should probably read it because I don't know for surezies, but... Good. It's late and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. I burst up from my spot on the floor where I had been dozing.
What the...
In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I'd expect.
Silver?
Okay, yeah. We already did all this. We already did all this. It's fine. Click. There we go.
And this, you should know.
What? Juliet's route's been weird so far. That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to like think of like the words to form it. It's just weird. It's very melancholic, you know?
Have you ever told anyone?
I don't know. I kind of dig it. And I really like Juliet as a character. But it's just weird, you know? It's just not like... I mean, I guess it was sort of what I expect, because that's one of the... Like, she is sort of like that kind of character of, like... It's just sort of melancholic in general. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. I was just trying to, like, to be like, those are, like, the general, like, vibes that the route's, like, given so far is, like... It's kind of drab, but it still manages to be, like, a little happy, if that makes sense, you know? Which I like. I like that they actually, like, found a way to balance it instead of just, like... I feel like with Juliet's character and, like, everything she's going through, it would have been, like, very easy to just slip into everything sad all the time, nothing good, everything is just, like, you know, all that kind of stuff. But they, like, still managed, like, to balance it out so it isn't, like, unpleasant to read, essentially. Hang on, I need a cough. Okay, cough's over. My eyes start to glaze over as I flip to a new check-in sheet, marking off the last few books in a small pile of returns. Work isn't any busier than usual, but I'm finding it hard to stay focused. Tucked in a corner nearby are the books and worksheets that I've used to learn how to read and write. I've gone through almost all of them by now, practicing each letter hundreds of times. Even reading, which used to seem so mysterious and difficult, has gotten easier. I'm not as fast as Aspen or Juliet, of course, but at least I'm not limited to kids sections, and at least I'm not limited to the kids section of the library anymore. I think back to my first time coming out here, when I scoped the place out before trying to steal Cosette's painting. It was a dumb idea either way, but I could never have guessed how Gosh darn, I can't read. It was a dumb idea either way, but I could have never guessed how that one bad decision would affect the rest of my life. It was here in the library that I told Aspen and Juliet that I wanted to learn how to be a person. At the time, that seemed almost as impossible as learning to read. A lot of impossible things have happened to me in this place, though. Now, it's hard to imagine is not having the library, What it would be like to walk out the front doors for a final time and never go back. It seems as unbelievable as all the other changes that have occurred in my life. That's why I can't stop thinking about it. I know it could happen. Looking back at the papers in front of me, I glance through the list of names written there. Some are new, but others I recognize. Some people have been coming here longer than I have, while others have just visited for the first time. I wonder if I know them better than Juliet does. The library door opens and I look up to see a familiar face. Aspen waves as she approaches the desk.
Hello.
She wasn't here for breakfast, so this is the first time I've seen her today. In fact, I was going to have to call her soon just to check in.
You're not working today?
No. In fact, I even asked to have my hours cut back a bit. I need all the writing time I can get.
Are you still trying to find a publisher?
Unfortunately. It's not all bad, though. I haven't gotten any outright acceptances yet, but I've had some interests at least. One editor gave me suggestions for how I could make my manuscript stand out more, so I've been furiously making revisions. I finally told my boss that I'd have to decline running the new store. I simply don't have the time for it right now.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm glad your writing's going okay, though.
Me too. Regina was also understanding. Disappointed, but understanding. I actually came up here to do some writing since it's been a while. I take it Juliet's gone to bed already?
Yeah. After breakfast, like usual.
Tell her I said hello later, please. How are things going for the two of you?
What do you mean?
I mean, you've been dating for a few weeks now, right? How's that going?
Oh, it's good. I think.
That is the most unconvincing it's good, I think, I've ever heard. She raises her eyebrows.
Well...
Aspen still doesn't know about Juliet potentially leaving, or how that's been on both of our minds, and I promised Juliet I wouldn't tell her about it either. Seeing me struggle for how to answer, Aspen's face softens a bit.
Would you like to talk about it? Not that I'm much of a help when it comes to this kind of thing, but if you have to think about it for so long, then clearly something is amiss.
I thought you were going to be busy writing.
I'm not so busy that I can't listen to a friend's troubles, but you don't have to tell me about it if you don't want to.
No, it would be kind of nice to talk about it, I guess. Although, there's some stuff I can't tell you.
That's fine. I understand. Would you like to go back to the dining room for a bit more privacy?
That sounds good.
Leaving the library papers on the desk, the two of us go back and sit down at a table.
What's eating at you?
I don't know where to start.
More specifically, it's hard to say without breaking my promise, but also, it's more than just the uncertainty that's been bugging me.
Let me try then. Do you like dating Juliet?
Yeah.
That one's easy at least.
And I hope you don't mind me asking, do you think she likes dating you?
I'm pretty sure she does. She says so, at least. We hug and kiss each other a lot, and spend time together when we can.
What do the two of you do together?
We go on walks sometimes. I even got her to hang out with me as a bat for a while, too.
That sounds nice. What else?
We still have breakfast pretty much every day. And sometimes I sit with her while she works. And I read a book or something.
That's good too. Although you already did those before you started dating, right?
Yeah, that stuff hasn't changed too much.
Is there anything else you'd like to do together? Do you ever go on any actual dates? To the movies, or out to dinner, or anything like that?
Nah, we stay at home most of the time.
Aspen pushes her glasses up with one finger, wrinkling her nose like she's studying something.
I think I'm beginning to see the problem.
You are?
I mean, I'm hardly an expert when it comes to matters of the heart. I've just read a lot of books about it.
I'm so excited for whatever conclusion she's about to come to because I know where it's going, and that's exciting because then we actually get to see them go out on a date, and that's fun. Hang on, I need to cough again. Yeah, I watched the Super Bowl, took a nap during the Super Bowl, and then I woke up and I've had a dry cough ever since. It's nothing else. I've gotten tested for if there's anything, like, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But it's just a dry cough, and I've had it for like a week now, and it sucks. Officially a week tomorrow, but you know, whatever.
But it sounds pretty clear that you're wanting something more out of this relationship, right?
Something more? Like what?
I don't know. That's up to you. Affection, attention, reassurance, whatever. But if you have to think about if things are going well, or if Juliet feels the same way as you, then that sounds like something's missing.
Something in Aspen's words does ring true. I really do like what I have with Juliet, but sometimes it feels like we're just friends.
I guess you might be right. I don't really know what's normal, though. Or what I should expect. I don't think she does either.
I'm not sure there is such a thing as normal. I just think that whatever you have should make you feel more confident and satisfied, not less. That's simply common sense.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Based.
Maybe.
Have you expressed any of this to her?
No, absolutely not.
There's a lot of other stuff on her mind. Besides, like you said, I don't even really know what else it is that I want.
I think you do, even if you aren't aware of it.
Huh?
I mean, listen to yourself. You want to feel more secure in your relationship, right? That's a perfectly normal thing to want, too. I'm sure she does have a lot in her mind. She's Juliet. But I should think that her girlfriend's well-being would be near the top of her priority list. Dating someone is supposed to be about give and take. Even I know that much.
Oh, sorry, that cough caught me off guard. I almost had my hand up to it, but it came out too fast.
What do you think I
Sorry.
should do then? Everything you're saying makes sense, but...
No buts. I just think you should talk to her. Whatever secrets you two have going on in the background, I'm sure they don't change the simple facts. And the fact is that if things are going to work out for the two of you, then she's going to have to put in effort as well. I'm sure she couldn't disagree with that.
I guess you have a point.
Although I don't want to admit it, what Aspen's saying feels right. Bringing all this up with Juliet sounds difficult, especially when I'm trying to make her not want to go. I worry that if I tell her everything I'm thinking, it might just make her decide to leave. But I feel like if that's like what makes her decide to leave is like any like trouble in the relationship, then it's like, is it really worth having, you know? But I still also get the fear, you know? It's a lot easier said than done, essentially, one of those things. But I can't deny that one way or another, something has to change.
Even if it's just that talking things out makes things better. If they don't get better, then that's a resolution unto itself. You both have to want what's best for yourselves and for each other. Hopefully those will line up, but if not, then you're just going to keep feeling this way. I'm not exactly sure how you feel, beyond confused, but I can hardly imagine it's pleasant.
It's not all bad. I really do like the time that I spend with her. I like that we can just be together without saying or doing much. I just wish that wasn't all we did.
Tell her that. If there's one thing I know for sure about Juliet, it's that she's good at listening. It's up to her to learn how to respond.
Yeah, you're right. It feels kind of scary, but it shouldn't, right?
I think it's normal. After all, you've only been together a short time. But if you're in love, if it's meant to be, then you shouldn't be afraid to be open with her about your feelings. That's the only way either of you can grow.
That makes sense. You sure do have a lot of good advice for someone who's not an expert.
I don't really need to be in this case. Besides, I know the two of you well enough to get how things turned out this way. That's why I think it will be all right in the end, too.
I hope you're right. Thanks for talking with me. And for everything you said, too.
Of course. I'm glad I could help. I want things to work out for the both of you.
With our conversation finished, Aspen sets up her writing stuff in the kitchen, since the main room is too crowded and brews herself a pot of coffee. I go back to my seat at the front to think about what she said. One thing Aspen is definitely right about is that notion of leaving doesn't change our other problems. Honestly, it's a relief to hear her think of them as problems too. I've been afraid of doing the wrong thing so much that it's kept me from trying to do the right thing. Juliet and I will talk about heavy stuff and then split up to think about it on our own. Then, when we do spend time together, neither of us brings it up. I've been that way because I don't want to bring the mood down or spoil what could be good times. But it's not like that's kept us from feeling bad. Maybe it would be better to just get it over with, painful or not. Maybe it would help us both make up our minds too. Even if the conclusion we come to are the ones I'm afraid of, it's not like delaying them will make any of them less real. Hiding from the truth doesn't make it untrue. Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the conversation I know I'll have to have later, and start thinking about what it is I want to say. Okay, cough, cough. Okay, we're gonna go through this, and it sort of depends on like how long it takes to like get through this. Will depend on like how much more we do, just because we are getting up to like the point of like the episode should probably be ending here soon. So it sort of depends on like how long. Okay. Oh, that went really fast. Okay, so we're good. Oh. Because I was going to say, like, if this goes on for, like, a few minutes, and we'd end the episode there, even if it's a little bit shorter than 40 minutes, like I said I wanted it to be, but, you know, that's fine. After spending some time outside, I get back to the library in the early evening and start closing up for the night. The last few patrons around say goodbye as they trickle past me out the door. I give absent-minded responses as they go. Aspen must have left some time while I was out. Stacking and shelving books gives me something to occupy my hands, but my thoughts are running wild. I keep an ear open for the sounds of Juliet waking up, running water, shutting doors, or even her voice coming down the hallway. I've spent all day thinking about Aspen's words and what I wanted to say to Juliet, but my feelings are still a mess. Regardless, I plan to talk to her tonight. Every other day that I put it off is just another day that I'll feel like this. Aspen said I shouldn't be afraid of talking to Juliet, but in this case, it's hard not to be nervous. After all, this conversation could change our entire relationship, for better or worse. That means my entire life could change too. I should be used to potentially life-changing moments, but now my heart is still racing. All I can do is trust Sorry, that one got me off guard. All I can do is trust in myself and in Juliet. Doing those two things have gotten me this far. I just have to speak from my heart and hope that she understands. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that it feels like there's so much more on the line. In a weird way, I'm kind of glad that it feels like there's so much on the line here. No matter what happens, I hope I can have some closure soon. The last library guest eventually leaves, and I finish everything that needs doing. After pointlessly adjusting the chairs and straightening out some papers for the 100th time, I go to the kitchen and make myself a cup of tea. I've found myself drinking more tea over the past few weeks. I still don't like the taste on its own, but with enough sugar, I can tolerate it. Making tea is kind of soothing too. Heating up the water, scooping the leaves, watching it steep. I imagine that's why Juliet drinks it, even as a vampire. I sit at the table and sip my drink, unable to do much besides that. I consider going and watching TV, but I know I won't be able to pay attention, so instead, I sit and wait. After what seems like forever, I finally hear sounds from upstairs. I force myself to wait a little bit longer, and give Juliet some time to properly wake up. Wiping my palms on my legs, I count the seconds away. When it feels like it's been long enough, I stand up. Before I go upstairs, I refill my mug and prepare a cup of tea for Juliet as well. Again, the simple process helped me focus on something else for a moment and clear my mind. Once both cups are ready, I take them and go upstairs. I pause outside Juliet's study, listening for just a second to make sure I'm not interrupting anything. I don't hear anyone else with her, so I knock.
Come in.
I step inside.
Good evening. evening, Miho. I was just about to come down and see you.
Hey, I made you some tea.
I pass her one of the mugs, which she accepts with a
Thank you.
smile.
That's very thoughtful.
I just nod, taking a seat without being offered. Juliet stiffens, probably at my words as well as my actions. This is the only way I can do it, though. It's this or freak out. There's a little shake in her voice, too. That makes me feel a bit better somehow. She doesn't say anything. She pulls her chair out from behind the desk and sits down close to me, but not touching me. It's not too different from a couple weeks ago, when we both sat here and she told me about the underworld and asked me to go with her. I wonder if she has any idea of what it is I want to talk about. I would be surprised if not. To give myself one last second of preparation, I take a long drink of tea, centering myself around the warmth and aroma. Then I set the mug down on the desk. I force myself to make eye contact with her, even as my mind wants to look away.
Aspen came by the library this morning to do some writing. She said she decided not to take that job at the New Bell House. We talked for a while, and she asked some questions about us. About you and me, I mean. She asked how things were going between us, and I told her I don't really know, basically.
Juliet's eyes widen and I see her swallow, but she doesn't say anything. She just waits for me to continue.
She could tell that something was bothering me. I didn't tell her you might be leaving, just to get that out of the way. I kept my promise about that.
Gosh, Miho's voice actress. I knew her name. Oh,
Some other questions though, and helped me realize some stuff.
I knew her username like 3 weeks ago. I super don't know it now, and now I'm like, oh, what's her name? What's her name? I don't know, but she's so good. She's so good.
Stuff that I've been feeling for a while, but didn't tell you. Because I didn't want to bother you when you already have so much on your mind. And I was afraid that if I did, it might be another reason to make you want to leave. But talking with Aspen made me realize that if I don't tell you, then it's just going to make things worse. So I spent all day trying to think about how to say it, but still couldn't figure it out. Obviously.
Still silent, Juliet is so motionless as she listens that she could almost pass for a doll. I take a deep breath, looking away from her.
Me?
My throat contracts as I ask, barely able to whisper. I take a sip of tea to steady myself.
Oh, Miho, of course I do. I do love you. I hadn't meant to make you question that.
Juliet whispers too, almost sounding strained. Her hand twitches like she's going to reach for me, but stops herself. This time, my words sound more like a gasp. I can feel the imminent pressure of tears, and it's all I can do to keep myself from crying.
I really do. You helped teach me what love even is. And that I could be in love. So that...
Oh, I didn't mean to... So that's why... Two tears roll down my cheeks as I look into her eyes again, seeing them sparkle as well. Actually, you know what? No, I need to hear her say it. Where's my mouse? Ah!
I really do. You helped teach me what love even is. And that I could be in love. So that's why. That's why.
Oh, it's so good. Tears roll down my cheeks as I look into her eyes, seeing them sparkle as well.
I don't want to have to ask. I just want to know. We say it to each other, and we hug and we kiss, but it feels like that's it. I know we said we didn't need to use certain words or do certain things, and that's true, but sometimes it feels like we're still just friends, like nothing's changed. I like being with you and just doing nothing, but I don't want to always do nothing. and to do things you want to do too. I want to have fun with you, not just make you less sad. Sometimes, I don't even know if I do that. It's not just that you want to leave. I get why you do. But even if I go with you, would things be any different? Or would we still be like this? Because I don't want to keep wondering. I know we haven't been together for very long, but I don't want to keep feeling like you're only with me because I asked, or for my sake. You're always doing things for other people. I love that about you. But I couldn't take it if this was one of those things. Right now, that's how it seems sometimes.
Somehow I manage to stifle my tears and keep from breaking down entirely. I breathe out deeply, letting my words linger in the air between us. I feel strangely serene, the tempest of anxiety that buffeted me all day getting calmer. I said what was on my mind, and so now there's no taking it back. No matter what happens now, no matter what Juliet says, at least I was honest. Next to me, Juliet buries her face in her hands. Her shoulders shake, and I can hear her trying to get herself under control. It feels weird for us to be in these positions. Usually it's the other way around. I slide to the floor and scoot closer, wrapping my arms around her and putting my head against Juliet's side. It's an awkward position and not very comfortable, but it's all I can manage right now. Even while she continues to cry, I can feel her place one hand on top of my head, stroking my hair gently as she vents her feelings. I focus on that sensation and the rise and fall of her chest, with every breath while I wait for her to be able to respond. She let me say my piece uninterrupted, and I want to do the same for her. Slowly, Juliet regains her composure and finally wipes her face with one sleeve. I lean back and sit up, though. I lean back and sit up, though I stay on the floor close to her. It's not the first time I've seen Juliet cry, but I've never seen her look like this before. Now she's a mess. I reach up and take one of her hands, wet with tears.
I suppose I should start with what's most important.
Juliet stands and I stand with her. Like when we danced and several other times after that, we face each other just a few inches apart.
Miho. I truly do. So much that it scares me. And I've let that fear hurt you. I'm not young anymore. From the outside, I've seen so many relationships begin and end. I've had dalliances of my own. I know the volatility of the heart. So, to find myself falling for you so quickly and so deeply, I didn't know how to respond to my own feelings with anything other than doubt. We spoke of this before, with Aspen in the gardens that night. I thought that I could be the kind of friend I said I would. Closer and more vulnerable. I did mean those words, believing that that kind of friendship was enough. Yet even as I promised to be more open, I was already setting new boundaries in my heart. I knew of Aspen's feelings for you at the time, even as I was aware of my own beginning to blossom. When you came to me and asked about love, I expected and even wanted you to accept Aspen's confession. And while I would never, ever have wished for her to forget you like she did, the pathetic relief I felt when you told me you had decided not to return her feelings was indescribable. Over the coming days, as I began to suspect that you might feel the same way about me as I did about you, I found myself of two minds, hoping I was right and hoping I was wrong. Even as I told you that pain and heartbreak were unavoidable parts of connection and relationships, I could feel the sharp sting of hypocrisy in my throat. The words I spoke were true, and yet I had sworn myself away from those things. The thought of being with you was euphoric. And the thought of someday losing you was crushing. Those are both still true as well. That night by the sea, when you said that you loved me, I was so happy and so afraid. By remaining somewhere in the middle, I thought that I was protecting you as well as myself. What a fool I was. All I've done has hurt both of us more.
I can't wait any longer. I pull Juliet towards me, taking her by surprise. She stumbles, but I catch her, wrapping my arms around her again. I hold her as tightly as I can,
sorry,
like I'll never let go.
I am so sorry for making you feel this way for so long.
It's okay. Really. I wouldn't have said all this if I didn't want to make things work.
Thank you. I'll do better from now on. I promise. I really promise this time.
Juliet's lips find mine. Hey, she took the initiative, let's go. And we kiss like it's the first time. In a way, maybe it is. I know things can't be fixed with just one conversation. It's the start, not the end. But it's the start of something exciting, just like when we first shared our feelings with each other. Whatever awaits us in the future, whether it's good or bad, or somewhere in between, I'm looking forward to facing it, as long as it's with Juliet. Juliet eventually ends our kiss, but only moves far enough away to look down at me lovingly. Her face is still streaked with tears, and her hair is a disheveled mess. But somehow, I don't think she's ever looked more beautiful to me. I can't help but smile in response. I don't doubt her words at all. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love this. I love this game so much. I love this, everything about it so much. I'm so sad that it's ending soon. After all that, I'm like, oh man, we only have like 3 or 4 more episodes. I'm so sad. That's depressing. Anyways, oh, that was so heavy. I loved it though. I don't even know what else to say. Like, I guess like if I had to offer one thing, I would say it's like a tiny bit of criticism. I do wish we had a little bit more of like, specifically Miho feeling unloved. We had like the that she always initiates it part, but that was like 5 minutes before like this stuff happened. You know what I mean? I wish we had like a little bit more, like maybe like one other time where she brings it up that she like feels this way. But outside of that, I'm like, oh, it's so good. Again, like as always, the performances killed it. The writing, I was like, just on point. It made me feel all of the things that the characters were feeling. It's so good. I love it. But yeah, with all of that being said, I look forward to what's going to happen. I look forward to how seeing how they like try to change their relationship and like how they try to improve things. I'm really excited for that. But I would talk more, but I could feel a lot of coughs coming on. I maybe talked a little bit too long for my poor little throat. But yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we are back for more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we just had a heavy talk. That's the best way to describe it. We were like, relationship issues. Let's talk about it, man. And then we did, and it was a great time. IMO. It was a great time for me, at least, because I really enjoy that kind of stuff. Like, I don't know. I guess like I don't want to say I was missing from the other route of like relationship issues. I really didn't mind that there weren't any, but having some here is just like, it's a nice contrast, It's not like, oh, this route's like 90% the same, just with Juliet and doing stuff with Juliet instead of doing stuff with Aspen. It's like there's a lot of differences to like the tone, like what happened throughout it, like the ebb and flow of their relationship is even different. I really like it. It's been great so far. I say as if we're not almost to the end, we're 86% of the way through. I'm gonna be counting down every percent. It hurts my soul. All right, let's just go ahead and jump on into it. When Juliet and I finally said our goodbyes for the night, and I went to sleep, it was with a much lighter heart than the past few days. I feel like I'm raised slightly. Hang on. No, I'm not. I just feel so much taller today. I don't know why. Before we split up, I asked her to show me how to get to the nature preserve where her friend took the bird. and she walked me through how to reach the shuttle that will take me there. I need something to pass the time before she wakes up, and I want to see how the bird is doing, so it seems like the perfect time to visit. In the morning, after I get up and out of bed, I have a quick breakfast on my own since I slept in. Then, once I'm ready, I make the short walk to the stop where I can get on the shuttle, and ride it the rest of the way there. The driver takes us in the direction of the Bell House and Aspen's apartment. I've walked down these roads so many times that it feels strange to see them rush by the windows, like I'm fast-forwarding through a TV show. Why my eyes start struggling to stay open today? I don't know why. I don't know why they're struggling to stay open this time. Fuck. Does that help? I can't tell. At some point, we take a turn that I've never seen before, and soon we're going through areas that are new to me. I watch them go by, not paying attention to commit them to memory. Eventually, I stop and disembark. As I get off... Oh, ha 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 ha. And we could just skip on through this, and now I could go ahead and save it Davity, and I will save it there-de-dare-de-dee, and then return to dirty. I'm glad to have settled down. Again, like, nothing would have changed for me. Like, again, I'm trying to pick, like, the decisions as if I don't know, what feels right. And so I'm like, well, I mean, it's the same thing I picked with Aspen, so, like, why wouldn't it, like, be right there? And also, sorry, my phone just went off. Hey, yo, Dark Rising the 5-star raids in Pokemon Go, let's go. Don't know why it's saying that to me when he's been in them literally all day today, and I haven't done a single one, but, you know, that's fine. It's whatever. I don't need Darkrai anyways. It's just hard to have enough people to do that with, you know what I mean?
If you're,
Listen, guys. Don't mind me just talking about Pokemon Go. I'm like the only person who still hypes it up. I love Pokemon Go, even now. Well, because I just like go out on like so many walks with my dog anyways. So it's like, I'm not even out like catching Pokemon the entire time. It's just something like turn on, I'll put it in my pocket. If we walk to the spot where like the gym is at, then, you know, I'll spin it or I'll put a guy on it. You know, that's the kind of what I do. Wait. I spend a few hours wandering around the preserve and never run out of things to see. There are birds, lizards, and all kinds of other creatures, plus a forest that reminds me of Korea. The calm beauty of it all helps me feel better after hearing about the bird. At least it got to spend its last few days in a place as gorgeous as this. After a while, I leave the park and wait for a shuttle to take me back where I came from, and then I walk the rest of the way to the library. Once I'm home, I spend the rest of the day napping and watching TV while I wait for Juliet to wake up. That night, I'm dozing in my room, drifting in and out of sleep when there's a knock at my door. 3 knocks like always. The door swings open and Juliet stands there. I leap to my feet, sleepiness disappearing in an instant.
Good evening, Miho.
Hey!
She welcomes me into her arms with a hug and a kiss. I'm sure last night's conversation is still front and center in her mind. The two of us go downstairs and Juliet starts preparing tea, setting a mug at both of our spots at the table.
How was your visit to the nature preserve?
It was really nice. I had no idea there was a place like that in Wellington. All those trees. It was even more impressive than the gardens or Mount Victoria.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Were you able to find your bird?
Well, kinda. I found Amaya at least. She told me that the bird passed away.
Oh no, Miho. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I know they did all they could to help it. All of us did. I think I'll go back sometime. Just to look around. I feel like I could spend days there and still find new things.
I'd like to go with you sometime. It's been years since I've gone to visit myself.
That sounds great. I'd love to see it with you.
With a smile, Juliet pours us both some tea and sits down. I dump sugar into mine while she leaves hers untouched.
It's a date then. I was
Ooh.
also wondering if you might accompany me somewhere tonight as well.
Oh, sure. Where did you want to go?
Well, as I'm sure you know, tomorrow is Halloween. It was always Cosette's favorite holiday. It's also a day to honor the dead.
Oh my gosh, wait, are we actually doing stuff for Halloween? Oh, are we doing stuff to oh, I'm so excited. Because, like, in Aspen's route, like, Halloween was, like, fine. Like, stuff happened on that day. But, like, it wasn't, like, Halloween, you know? Like, kids came by, but that was kind of about it. I hope we actually, like, do something. I'm excited.
Every
I
year
hope.
at midnight, I go to lay flowers at her grave.
I reach across the table, offering my hand, which Juliet takes.
Of course I'll go.
Thank you. I thought perhaps we could leave some flowers for Zhongying as well. Only if you want to, of course.
I'd like that. I'm sure they loved flowers. I know I do.
I'm sure they'd be grateful to receive them.
Some human traditions and rituals still seem foreign to me, and not something I'd think about doing myself. That was true for plenty of other things that I now take for granted, though, like holding hands and drinking tea. Once we both drained our cups, we head out into the night together, beginning the walk to the cemetery. Along the way, Juliet guides us to a patch of wildflowers, where she picks some leaves to leave for Cosette. The ones she chooses have white petals and purple ones. The ones she chooses have white petals and purple ones. I pick a handful that are dark blue. They remind me of the clothes Zhang Yin was wearing when I first met them. Like usual, we're practically the only ones out this late. We pass by houses with the lights off and curtains drawn, the shops that are too dark to see into. I used to be more comfortable in the nighttime, where I felt invisible and secure, although I don't feel the need to be hidden just to be safe anymore. I still enjoy the quiet calmness it provides, sort of like the nature preserve earlier. We reach the cemetery and Juliet leads the way down several trails and through the trees. I remember which grave is Cosette's, even though it doesn't look much different from the others. Juliet and I both come to a stop at the same time, pausing in front of the simple memorial. She stoops down and wipes some dust away from the nameplate and leaves a bundle of flowers that she chose. They're wrapped with a small ribbon that she brought with her and held in place by a small rock. Then she steps back to stand beside me. I don't say anything, but silently take her hand again. She squeezes tightly. The last time we were here, I ran away as the reality of death and human mortality hit me. Now, knowing what I do and having accepted it, I can appreciate Juliet's loss so much more. So much love and so much of her life are buried just a few feet beneath us, with only a small stone to represent it all. Juliet clears her throat and still facing Cosette's grave, begins to speak.
Even now, so many years after Cosette passed away, still surprises me sometimes that she's gone. When I wake up, I half expect to hear her laughter from the hallway, or see her reading in the library, or find her shoes by the back door. By holding on to these little memories, these little pains, I thought I could keep her alive in my heart. There's no one else left to remember her. The way her laugh sounded, the books she enjoyed, the clothes she preferred. So I clung to those memories, for fear that they would cease to exist if I didn't. I've told you, Miho, how I've tried to live to honor Cosette, by doing my part to create the kind of world she dreamed about living in. A world of kindness and hope. Believe it or not, that was easy. Any pain or trouble was acceptable so long as it took me closer to that goal. Until one day, it wasn't. At the time, I thought that helping you was just another step down the path I had chosen for myself. But as time went on, and you blossomed and learned to live, it made me realize that I had reached a dead end. I had spent so long striving for this new world that I forgot to appreciate the one around me. And when I realized that, I felt trapped. Were I to stray from my path, I didn't know where it would take me. My world wasn't there anymore. Not just Cosette. Not just the people we knew. Technology improved. People's lives improved. And everything moved forward. everything but me. All I could think to do was run away, as I always have when faced with a difficult problem. Whether throwing myself off for the world or refusing to face a life without my daughter. The only direction I've ever been able to move is backwards. Last night, when you told me that you wanted to do the things I'd like to do, for me to take the lead more often, being with you is the first thing I've wanted for myself in a long, long time. To the point where I'm not even sure how to do that.
Finally, Juliet faces me. Just like last night, just like in the library, just like so many other times before.
Can you show me how to move forward?
I gently take both of Juliet's hands and guide them to my heart, holding them against me. I can feel every beat and know that she can too.
We can figure it out together.
That's... Oh, sorry.
You already helped me with that after all.
I like that I just apologized to Miho. That was just a weird moment in my brain. Anyways, that song that was playing, I forget what it's called. I'm blanking on it. I think, was it Rain Memories or is this one Rain Memories? I don't know. This one definitely isn't Rain Memories. I think the last one was. That song so perfectly encapsulates, like, just a feeling of, like, deep, deep sorrow, but also, like, still manages to sound, like, hopeful, if that makes sense. Like, just using, like, Juliet, what Juliet was going through as an example, like, of how she was, you know, like, stuck in the past as everyone's lives moved forward. She was stuck, like, with her daughter's death. She was stuck as, like, the world changed around her and she stayed the same. Like, all of these, like, really heavy things that are, like, deeply sad, you know? And, like, also, I just feel, like, very relatable. Like, I feel like I've talked about it a lot in this series specifically, but, like, that's just, like, when you do lose someone. Like, I lost a friend a few years ago. Somebody who I consider to be the person I'd consider to be my best friend. I don't want to, like, I simultaneously didn't want to make it sound too dramatic, but I was also like, okay, yeah, but they were, like, my best friend, okay, and I lost them. Like, I'm going to make it sound as dramatic as it is. It's, like, a terrible tragedy, and, like, it made my life, like, really, like, the way she's talking about being, like, trapped, but also wanting to honor her stuff, but also not being able to move forward, or also needing to move forward, and now, like, everyone else's lives is, like, moving forward around her. Like, I'm like, that's, like, so relatable. And thankfully I am, like, I guess, like, beyond, like, where she is kind of right now with that. Like, obviously it still, like, hurts a lot. And, like, every time, like, she brings up Cosette and is just talking about her, I have a picture of my friend on my desk, like, up on a higher level where I can actually see it. Because if it was on my lower level, it'd be blocked by computers, and I don't want that. I'd have a picture of him up there with me and him. And every single time, like, she starts talking about him, it's not even by, like, choice. It's just kind of like, I just find my eyes just, like, looking over at it. And it's sort of one of those moments of, like, you don't realize you're staring off until you kind of, like, blink and realize what you're doing, and that's like, oh, I've been staring off into space for a little while, you know what I mean? Where was I going with this? Oh, but I was saying, like, she's talking about all these, like, deeply, like, sad and relatable things that are, like, again, horribly depressing to, like, live through and all that kind of stuff. But she still has, like, you know, she's still looking forward to that future, specifically now, because she has Miho, someone who's, like, helping her, like, get there, you know what I mean? So, like, I feel like that song, like, strikes the perfect balance of, like, being, again, like, very sad, but also so hopeful in the same, like, breath, essentially. I don't know, I think it's beautiful. Like, again, I talk about it a lot, but, like, everything about this game I think is pretty beautiful, and, like, the music just does such an excellent job of just capturing, like, emotion, but in, like, a lot of it's in, like, in a complex way, like that song, if that makes sense. I don't want to sound, like, too, like, pretentious or overhyped or anything like that, but, like, that's just how, like, what that made me think about is I've always been like, why is this, like, song always so beautiful to me? And then it being, like, overlaid of that scene, and it's like, oh, that's what this song means. Like, I'm sure I've, like, had that realization before, because I'm pretty sure, like, that's played over some of the Aspen scenes where, like, kind of the same vibey it was going for. But that was the first one where, like, really, like, struck in my brain, like, why I think that song is, like, just so beautiful.
After I found out Jungin was dead, I felt the same way. Like I didn't know what else to do with my life, or with myself. If you think about it, by searching for them for so long, I'd been doing the same thing you were all this time. But it was because of you and Aspen that I decided to stay in Wellington. The two of you showed me how to keep going, even when I didn't know where to go. And how just because they aren't around anymore, that doesn't change what they did for me. I wouldn't be here talking to you if it wasn't for them. So I'll always be grateful for that, even though they've been gone for so long.
I turned to look at Cosette's grave beside us. It would be fair to say she's changed my life too, indirectly.
It's the same thing with you and Cosette. She made your life great, and I'm sure you made hers great too. I didn't know her, but from everything you've told me about her, I'm sure she wouldn't want you to hurt or feel sad about her all the time. I'm sure she would have wanted you to smile when you think of her, and to find lots of other reasons to smile too.
Juliet also studies the moonlit grave. I wonder if she's picturing Cosette, the person. I wonder if she's picturing Cosette, the person, or if she's seeing the stone for what it is. After a long time, she nods.
Yes, I do believe you're right. I'll never stop loving her, or missing her. She lived a wonderful life, and died a peaceful death. She'll remain at peace forevermore. But I'm still alive, and it's time that I acted like it. Can make a new life for ourselves here, one step at a time, together.
Right. Together. You're not alone anymore. Neither of us are. I just have one question, though. You said here. Does that mean that you'll stay?
Yes.
Ooh.
Maybe someday we'll go. But I want it to be because both of us want to. Not just... There's plenty of time for that in the future. Right now, I think I'd like to learn to enjoy Wellington again. To see it the way you do. Fresh and exciting.
Sorry for skipping the last part. She was basically saying, like, she doesn't want to go to the underworld just because she wants to. She wants to go because they both want to. Sorry about that. Listen, my fingers just... they just slip sometimes. They'd be slippery boys. That sounded a lot grosser than I meant for it to sound. Relief watches over me like a wave. I was prepared to go with her, if that's what she really wanted, but I'd much rather stay here for a while longer. After tonight, it feels like I can finally relax, without worry following me around. Juliet and I are still together, and we're not going anywhere. Whatever happens next, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it, because we have each other. Aww. I let go of Juliet so that I can step forward and place the flowers that I brought to... I let go of Juliet so that I can step forward and place the flowers that I brought in for Zhongyin on the ground beside Cosette's grave. They're a little bit smushed, but I'm sure that's alright. I don't think they'd mind. Almost immediately, a light breeze picks up, scattering the bundle lightly to the winds. I think that's alright too. I'll never forget about Zhongyin either. No matter how far I go and how many people I meet, they'll always be special to me. They set me on my own path, the one that I walked for decades. If I could somehow tell them about everything I've seen and done since then, and about the new adventures that I'm sure I have with Juliet, I think they'd be just as excited for me as I am. I'm sad I never got to thank them properly, but just like Cosette and Juliet, I think that living my life to its fullest is the best way I could do that. Juliet and I stay quiet for a little bit longer, both reflecting on everything. Finally, she puts her arm around me and gestures with her hand in the direction that we came from.
Shall we be getting back to the library? I imagine you could use some rest before tomorrow evening's activities.
Sounds good to me. I'm ready to go if you are.
Juliet turns to give one last look at the grave. The flowers she placed shake in the breeze, while mine are spread further and further. She
Yes.
smiles at me.
I think I'm ready.
I think this might be the same. I'm going to read like a page or two, and then we'll move on if it is. As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Aspen, Juliet, and I sit on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing?
Soon, I'd imagine.
Like better.
Okay, yeah, I think we've already... Yeah, we've already gone through all this stuff.
Oh,
We've already gone through this. Oh, go, 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 go. Like,
You can't do that.
the stuff I was talking about before of, like, stuff, like, it relating really hard is because, like, one of the reasons why I've been so excited and so scared of getting into Juliet's route, because I'm like, yeah, it's gonna hit real hard in, like, an existential kind of way. You know what I mean? So I was like, I'm excited for it, because I'm like, I trust this story to do a great job of it, of, like, handling all that kind of stuff. But it also makes me scared, because, like, you know, existential thoughts. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense.
It's
Finally hits
cold.
me. Oh, yep.
Oh,
Yep, we've already done all this. We've done all this, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. It was just a thought that I was having, because I'm like, I feel like I might have come off as, like, less excited to get into Juliet's route, and that was the only reason why. But even then, like, the writing's
Whew.
so good. It's so good. Like, I think by the end of the story, I'll be like, I probably enjoyed Aspen's route more. But I'd say that Juliet's route is probably just more interesting. You know what I mean? It's more interesting. It has, like, the story and, like, what she's going through. I don't want to say it's, like, deeper, because, like, I don't know. How do you, like, quantify that? I guess you could if there was, like, a substantial difference, but I don't necessarily think there is. So it's, like, weird. But I still feel like I still think I'd say that I think Juliet's route is...
They were
Is this that song? Is this Rain Poem? Oh, I'm blanking. Oh, is this the song that was playing in that last... Oh, I'm just going to go on. I'm going to embarrass myself. Listen, I can't do, like, this kind of analysis on the fly like this. I mean, I probably could, but, like, it stresses me out. It'd be like, this isn't the same song that was playing earlier, though.
You and I thought, but
But yeah, I feel like that might sound weird to people. Like, you enjoyed one route more than the other, but you think one's better. But it also does just come down to personal preference. Like, I'm less happy. Like, I less enjoy, like, I don't know, like the existential stuff, I guess. I slightly less enjoy it. Again, this story handles it so well that I do enjoy it. You know what I mean? But the best way to put it is I had a bit more fun in Aspen's route, and that's, like, important to me, because it's, like, you know, media that's supposed to entertain, along with, like, give you, like, these kinds of, like, insightful, like, thoughts and whatnot. And Aspen's route did also connect me on, like, a very deep personal level. You know what I mean? And it's... Ooh, chapter 5. What? Also, what a freaking cute thing. Oh my gosh. Is this the best one? I'm sitting here, like, thinking, like, I don't know. I really... Like, I feel like both of Aspen's were, like, very warm, kind of pinky colors, which were very good and fit her very well. And but this cool color scheme with the stars and then Juliet in front of it, like, that's gosh darn right down beautiful. You know what I mean, baby? That's crazy. I can't believe we're in chapter 5. I feel like chapter 5 isn't that long. Like, chapter 5 is only, like, 2-ish hours, I believe. Hang on. Title. There's no way we only have, like, 2-ish hours left. Yeah, no, we're still at 86% complete, okay? We're still, like, nowhere close to finishing this up, okay? We're fine. I just got a little scared. I was like, is this, like, are we, like, getting towards the end? Am I gonna finish this, like, tomorrow when I record 2 more episodes? That'd be kind of nutso-butso. Sorry, I had a cough. But yeah, like, they both, like, deeply connect to me. I think that's one of the reasons why, like, that is, like, the reason, well, one of the reasons why I love this story so much is because of like how much I connect to to everything that Miho, Aspen, and Juliet are like going through essentially. Like it connects me so personally. It's so well written. The characters are so lovable. And again, even with Juliet's route of being a lot more like kind of dreary and stuff, like it never like feels like it's trying to be like overbearingly sad, if that makes sense. Like it's still trying to like be fun and be enjoyable to read, if that makes sense. So with that being said, I guess we'll just hop into chapter 5. That's weird. It's weird, man. I mean, I know we have like both endings and stuff to get, but like whatever. Ooh, Small Wonders. Let's go. Let's go. I'm excited. Ooh. November passes without much trouble. As summer gets closer and it grows warmer outside, life at the library is the same as ever in a lot of ways. Mornings are for breakfast with Juliet, and the days are spent working or with my friends. Juliet occasionally stays up late so that she can help out around the library more and get to know the patrons better. Aspen comes by when she can, sometimes only staying for a meal and sometimes spending the day with us. I haven't seen Silver since Halloween, so over a month by now, but I'm sure she's still out there somewhere. In the evenings that have changed, it's the evenings that have changed the most for Juliet and me. We spend more time together, and not just at home. True to her word, we go for walks more often, or out to dinner, and to other fun places too. Oh, we don't get to see them? No, I was like, listen. Again, I wasn't wanting anything like huge, like a whole like 50-minute section of it. I was just like, can we have like a 5-minute like talk of them just like going out to dinner or something? Could we please? That's all I wanted. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I really wanted to see that. We still spend plenty of quality. What is wrong with me suddenly? We still spend plenty of quiet time with each other too, of course. The days are getting longer and longer, which means more sunlight for her to avoid. The whole month goes by like that, and so does the start of December. Before I know it, we're just a couple weeks away from the end of the year. I look out the window of the nearly empty shuttle as it takes Juliet and I out of Wellington. She sits beside me, reading quietly. You know, that is kind of something I miss of like I used to have like a relationship with someone where we could just like sit there and just like enjoy each other's presence without like doing anything actually like together, which is something I've enjoyed about these guys, is like kind of showing that, because I feel like a lot of things don't show that. It's usually like if you people are together, they're doing stuff, and even nowadays, like even with most 99, well, I guess with all my relationships now, it's like, yeah, no, we're only together if we're doing stuff, you know, we're not just enjoying each other's presence. Like, I don't know, there's definitely a relationship I had where I was like, yeah, like we would just like sit at a park bench and just read our books separately for like 40 minutes and just enjoy each other's company that way. I was like, it's such a nice, like, subtle little thing if you can actually get that with somebody, you know? It's so nice. The view outside is new to me, and watching the busy city streets gradually turn into a nature-lined highway keeps me entertained. I'm glad for the sights because we'll be traveling for a couple hours. It's a long way to the edge of the world. Wait, what? Is the edge of the world a real thing? What? Around the time it becomes too dark for me to see very well is when Juliet tucks a bookmark in... Around the time it becomes too dark for me to see very well is when Juliet tucks a bookmark into her novel and closes it, peering out into the night beside me.
I don't remember for sure, though.
Sorry, I had a cough.
It's alright. I'm having a good time. I don't mind long rides when I'm not stowing away in a cabinet or something.
That was how you first came to Wellington, right?
Yup. Although, I think I had about as much legroom as the other passengers did that time. This bus is pretty comfy, though.
Indeed. I'm glad it runs through the night. Last time I made this journey, I flew.
As a bat?
Yes, it's been that long.
I'm not sure I could run that far, even as a fox.
Most people walked back then, which could take several days. I much prefer how it is now.
Me too. Even though it's my first time.
There are a handful of others on board the bus with us. Don't question what any of those sounds were. There are a handful of others on board the bus with us, most of them with bags or other belongings close by. We're probably the only ones who plan to be returning to Wellington tonight. We make a few other stops along the way, and... No, wait, that's the end of that line? And someone gets off at each of them, until it's just the two of us and the driver who remain.
Yes.
There we go.
We won't be descending, though.
Been a while since I've gone that far. You're heading back after, then?
We intend to. I'm saying goodbye to a friend. Will there still be shuttles operating in a couple hours?
I'll wait for you. Otherwise, you could be sitting around all night.
Is it going to be Ezekiel that she's saying goodbye to? Are we actually going to see him? I hope we get, like, at least a single, like, portrait of him, or just something.
We'll be there before too long.
The farther we go, the narrower the roads start to become again. The trees and foliage also thin out until they practically disappear. Finally, the shuttle pulls into a small, unpaved lot. Juliet leaves her book on her seat, and the two of us disembark. There, under the moonlight, I get my first look at the overworld's edge. The metal... This is so weird. This is so cool, though. What a fun concept. Again, this is why I'm like, if we have a sequel of any kind, like, to this, I'd rather it be more about, like, people, like, exploring the world or something, not necessarily about these characters. As much as I love these characters, I'll say it time and time again, I love these characters, but, like, I don't really want their story to be, like, forced to continue. Also, I'm adjusting something really quick. My legs were starting to hurt from using, like, the foot pedals too much. And my hands were starting to hurt too much from, like, the mouse. So I think I found a new method. I'm just going to, like, rest my hands on the pedals and do it that way. A metal fence runs along the abyss, seeming to stretch forever in either direction. It's similar to the one at the top of Mount Victoria, but much taller. How hard do I have to press? What the freak? Where's my mouse at? Oh, why is my mouse over here? What the fuck? Get out of here, Stinky. There we go. 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 Why? I felt the pressing in. I don't know why it's like that. Let's just go over here. There we go. Out beyond the fence is the open air. Nothing else. Just pure, endless nothingness. More stars than I've ever seen in my life decorate the sky. It's windier here than it is in the city. Windy enough to be loud. A short footpath leads to a short footpath leads to anyways. A small footpath leads past a small empty building. Why do I keep saying that? A short footpath leads past a small empty building. Grass covers the area where we are, but fades into dirt and rock not too far away. The path ends at a small entryway that makes the only gap in the fence. It's nicer than the rest of the area. I can't imagine the lift itself has changed very much since Juliet first arrived here. A shadowy figure stands there, waiting for Juliet.
Take your time.
I gently nudge her forward.
Thank you, dear. I'll try not to be too long.
Ayo, take as long as you need, my guy. You're saying goodbye to a friend. For however long, who's to say? Like, is he going back there for the purposes of dying? I don't know. I don't know if they actually mentioned that. I watch as she strides ahead, meeting with Ezekiel in the shadow of the arch. I knew coming out here that their conversation would be between them alone. I want both of them to be able to say whatever they want to each other without worrying about me eavesdropping. Besides, I'm more interested in exploring. While the two of them talk, I decide to take a look around. I head over to the barrier. It sits right at the edge of the void, close enough that I can peer over the side. There's not much to see though, only stone and darkness. The underworld is down there, far, far below, but it's invisible from here. I wonder what the view is like during the day. Probably the same, but with blue sky instead of black. Nowadays, most people travel between the overworld and underworld on much faster elevators or use magical means. There are even airships that go up and down between the two. This is the first lift that I've ever heard of that is this old and slow. I doubt there are many of them left anymore. Still, it's not a surprise that this is how Juliet's friend would want to return. It probably exists for people like him who are old enough to remember how things used to be. I've heard that some I've heard that on some of the other world's other edges, oceans spill over the sides like a waterfall, or towns are built on smaller shards of floating stone. It's a little boring here in comparison. I'd like to see the underworld at some point. I'm not sure that I'd want to live there, but maybe I'll change my mind when I go. I'm sure that Juliet and I will visit it together someday. Now that I'm not dreading the thought of leaving Wellington behind, I can appreciate the idea of moving castles and magic forests more than I could before. I walk for a while, following the rail so it's impossible to get lost. It turns out that things aren't any more exciting further along though, just more dirt and grass. Eventually I go back in the direction I came from, and it's not too long before I hear the distant sounds of the lift departing. When I get back to the starting point, I find Juliet standing alone as the lift slowly descends. I walk to her
There
side.
you are. I was wondering where you'd gone. Thank you for waiting for me.
Of course. I just walked for a bit, but there wasn't much to see. How'd it go?
We said what I expect will be our last goodbyes. He goes eagerly to a well-deserved rest.
How do you feel? Are you okay?
I am. I'm grateful for everything. In the end, our paths diverged, and we're both going our separate ways without any regrets.
I don't say it, but I'm sure Juliet is thinking the same thing I am. Ezekiel was her last tie to her former life. Her former lives, even. Now it's just her and I, and the infinite possibilities ahead of us. From here on out, the future is what we create. Linking hands, we look out at the stars together. They twinkle and shine just for us.
Not like this. Not so bright and bold and infinite.
I'd miss them if I couldn't see them anymore.
As would I. As would I.
As one, we return to the waiting shuttle and the long ride back to the library. By the time we arrive, both of us are exhausted. Lately, we've been on the same schedule more often, not just so she can spend more time at the library, but so we can be awake at the same time too. She has to take midday naps every now and then to make it work, but that doesn't seem to bother her too much. Before we can go inside, Juliet stops me with a gentle touch. Aww. She turns to me, and I gaze up sleepily, just as she leans in to kiss me. Even through the layers of fog setting on my brain, I'm able to separate the softness of her hands and the warmth of her lips. I put my hand on her shoulder. I put my own hand on her shoulder to steady myself, and just to feel closer to her. When she pulls away, we still remain close together.
For going with me today, and for giving me a reason to come back.
Thanks for making me want to stay. I'd like to go there with you. Someday. But... right now?
My now turns into a big yawn. Juliet smiles.
I agree. Right now, let's just get some sleep.
When I wake up for breakfast, I find Juliet frowning in the kitchen.
What's wrong?
She has the fridge door open and is looking into it intently.
It isn't a big deal, but I could have sworn there was still half a block of cheese left that I was going to serve with breakfast today. But now I can't find it. Did you have it for a snack?
Nope. Maybe we ate the rest of it yesterday. There was cheese on our sandwiches for dinner.
That must be it. I just forgot.
It's okay. I'm fine with toast and eggs like always.
Coming right up.
While Juliet prepares the food, I make us some tea. Juliet still does most of the cooking, but tea has become my responsibility a lot of the time. I like it because it gives me a way to help contribute to our meal. I've been cooking for myself sometimes, although Juliet's food is still way tastier. Naturally, breakfast is good, even without any cheese. Once we're done eating and just sitting together, Juliet reaches over and takes my hand.
There's something I wanted to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be answered.
Oh, is it just going to be her thingamajig?
A couple months ago,
For meeting with Zhongyin's relative? Yeah. Yep. Okay, let's go. Go. Sorry, I was like looking at a text. I got like, it was a slightly important text, but it's like one that can wait a few more minutes, sort of. It's that sort of thing. I just want to check what it said, and then we're just going to keep on schmoving with it. Later that night, I find myself lying awake, looking at the ceiling. Juliet's out running some late-night errands, so I'm home by myself. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to someone related to Zhongyin. It's kind of hard to believe. Juliet told me around dinner time that she'd heard back from the person that she had emailed and set up a time for us to chat. I don't know how much she'll be able to tell me since they're only distant relatives. Still, anything will be nice to know. I hadn't been expecting to learn much more about them at all. As I'm lying there, thinking about what I'll ask tomorrow, I hear a muffled thump from the kitchen downstairs. I sit up a little early for Juliet to be... It's a little early for Juliet to be back. Maybe she forgot something. That doesn't seem likely, though. I move silently as I get up and leave my room. I'm out of practice when it comes to being stealthy, but some things just come naturally. It's dark downstairs, just like we left it when we closed up for the night and I went to bed. I tiptoe over to the kitchen, peeking into the darkness. Juliet's not there, nor is anything else out of the ordinary. I look for what could have made the noise, and finally notice Juliet's parasol lying on the floor. It must have fallen over and hit the counter or something as it did so. But what made it fall over? Suddenly the door to the fridge swings open all on its own. Light shines out, revealing nothing. Is it like a ghost? I thought I knew where this was going. I'm like, because again, I've been slightly spoiled. This is like the one thing I've been spoiled on. But I'm like, I think I know where this is going, but is it like a ghost? I pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming. Right before my eyes, an apple and half a sandwich that I made earlier float up off the shelf and into the open air, and the door shuts behind them, bringing back the darkness. The apple and sandwich flow out of the kitchen and towards the front of the library, turning the corner and disappearing into the book room. I swallow. Some kind of magic is clearly at work here, but I don't know what kind. I consider going upstairs to get my phone and call Juliet, but my curiosity gets the better of me. Quickly but quietly, I follow in the same direction, poking my head around just in time to see the food float behind one of the far shelves. I take deep breaths as I move towards it, feeling my old flight or fight instincts kicking in for the first time in months. Pressing my back against the shelf, I slowly peer around the corner. Yeah, I was right, sort of. Sitting on the ground with her back against the wall is a young girl. Her pointy ears mark her as some kind of fabled, rather than a human. She has the apple in one hand and sandwich in the other, and a raggedy blanket beneath her. She takes a noisy bite of the apple, smacking her lips as she chews, followed by a noisy bite of sandwich. Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't a kid. I jerk backwards in surprise, so startled that my shoulder bumps against the bookshelf, causing a couple books to fall on their sides with a heavy smack. I whip my head back around to see the girl drop the apple in fright, her eyes going huge. I step out in front of her and ask her name or what she's doing. About to ask her name or what she's doing. The girl screams, takes me by surprise too, and in an instant she disappears from sight. 1 second she's there, and the next she's not. I hear the footsteps and feel the air move as she rushes past me, and I realize what's happened. She can turn invisible. I reach out in the direction I think she is, but grab only empty air. I don't even know what I've done if I somehow caught her. Running towards the front door, I arrive just in time to see the front door open and close immediately as she hurries outside. I follow, throwing the door wide as I go. As I step out onto the front porch, though, I know she's already gone. Studying the darkness, I look for any sign of her, but don't see or hear anything. For all I know, she could be right next to me. I consider calling out to her again, but I'm sure she wouldn't believe anything I'd have to say. What would I say? Judging by the blanket, she was probably planning to sleep in the library. The spot she chose wasn't too far from the one I picked when I was going to do the same thing. The missing cheese from this morning makes sense now too. How long has she been doing this? It's possible that the other food has gone missing too. It's possible that other food has gone missing too, and we just didn't notice. I don't know how old she is, but it was clear that she's just a child. Did she run away from home or something? Or does she not have one? It's a comfortable night out without any threat of rain, which is a relief. But I know that even the best night outside doesn't really compare to having a roof over your head. I stay out front for a little while longer, but of course she doesn't come back, or at least she doesn't show herself. Eventually, I return to the spot where she was hiding. The apple lays on its side, already turning brown in the one spot where the bite was taken. Cheese, tomato, and mayonnaise stick to the floor where the sandwich fell apart, with the slices of bread nearby. I clean everything up, tossing the dirty food into the trash. Then I make another sandwich and grab another apple, wrapping those in a paper towel, just like when I took some food to Silver. I also grab the ratty blanket. It has holes running through lots of it, and doesn't feel very warm to begin with. I fold it up and go back outside, setting it down on the edge of the porch along with the food. Then I return to my room. From my bedroom window, I have a clear view of the path to the library. I watch for a while, waiting to see if the girl returns, but she doesn't. Maybe I scared her away for good. If I'd been in her position, I probably wouldn't come back anytime soon. Eventually, my eyes get heavy and I lie down, settling into bed. Wherever the girl is out there, I hope she's able to get some decent sleep. Alright, and I think that'll be the end of the episode for now. Oh, I'm so excited to learn more about this though. I'm so excited because that's what I got spoiled on was her existence. So I'm really excited to see where it goes. Oh, I love this. I'm so sad that it's ending. I'm so sad that it's ending. Hang on, how close are we to the ending though? Let's go ahead and hit this with a little save. That's such a beautiful chapter screen. I think that one's so good. It might be my favorite. And then title. Yes.
Already?
And then
Okay,
load.
let me grab my
88. Oh no. Ah, so close. We're so close. But yeah, no, with all that being said, I will see all of you beautiful people in the next one. We only have 4 or 5, maybe 6 left. I'm scared. So from the time of recording this, it's probably only a week, maybe a week and a day's worth of episodes left, and then it's over. And then it's over. But yeah, no, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we found the kid who's some kind of fabled. We don't know exactly what. I guessed a ghost. But this was before we actually got to look at them. And now I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. So we're going to talk about it with Juliet today. And we're going to figure stuff out. Potentially. So yeah, with that being said, I'm just going to scoot this down over. I'm also going to scoot in more, so I'm actually a little bit closer to the microphone. There we go. Also, why is it not tracking my mouth anymore? It's been struggling today. I don't know why. I mean, I kind of had to move my stuff to plug my computer back in, my display back in. I had to move my camera off of it, but I'm pretty sure it's in the exact same spot it was before. But I probably need to fix it between episodes. With all that being said, let's just go ahead and jump on into it. Juliet's waiting with a smile to greet me for breakfast.
Good morning, my love. Did you sleep well?
Morning. Actually, you'll never guess what happened.
I tell her about the events of last night. As I expected, Juliet seems more concerned about the girl's condition than she is the stolen food. Worry creases her brow as she serves us our meal.
Did you see a blanket with food on it when you got home?
No, I didn't. So I suppose she must have returned at some point then.
Yeah.
I look around the room. Once again, it's impossible she's right here with us, but not revealing. It's possible she's right here with us, but not revealing herself.
Maybe I'll see her again. If I do, what should I say?
I'm not entirely sure. I can only imagine that a child who has to steal food is living with difficult circumstances. But without knowing what those are, it's hard to say how we could help her.
Or if she even needs help.
That as well.
Of course, Juliet goes straight to offering assistance without even having to think about it. That's basically where my thoughts were heading too, though. From the moment I stood upright, I had my survival instincts to keep me safe. and I was able to adapt to my new life as a thief pretty quickly. It's possible that this girl has been living the same way for a long time, but still, she's too young to have to.
Well, I'll keep an eye out. If I do see her, I can try to learn more about her. At the very least, maybe we can find out where she came from.
Yes, I think that would be for the best. I'll keep an eye out as well. On a lighter note, this arrived for you yesterday.
Juliet retrieves a small envelope from the kitchen counter and hands it to me. She must have gotten it from the mail this morning. I take it and look over the names. It's the first time I've ever seen something addressed to me.
It's from Cello!
Hey! Oh, that's so cute! Juliet nods happily. I'd forgotten all about my promise to keep in touch with her. I'm glad she remembered. I use the nail to carefully open the envelope and slide out the folded paper inside.
How have you been? Life here in Amarina has been very busy ever since we got back from our trip. First of all, you and Ms. Juliet might be glad to know that we got a perfect score on our project. Even our teacher said that she learned a lot about Wellington. It was a little embarrassing to put on a play like that, but I had fun in the end. I think Pippa did too, although she would never admit it. And of course Armand had a great time. He can't stop talking about how he'd like to visit Wellington again. If you see him arrive on the library's doorstep, please take good care of him. For some reason, he and Pippa only seem to be able to remember Ms. Juliet. I guess that probably doesn't surprise you, though. I promise that I won't forget at least. Since coming back to Amarina, I've been trying to find a special place that makes it feel more like home. Although I'm still looking, I've seen a lot more of the town than I would have otherwise. I still miss the ocean, but I'm learning to love the rivers and canals more. If you ever come to Amarina, you'll have to try riding one of the gondolas. Usually I prefer swimming, but being on one of the boats is nice too. One of the companies that runs them even has a cute cat mascot, and he'll let you pet him if you're nice.
Oh, that'd be so
I hope that
precious.
you'll
Oh my
join well,
gosh.
too. I'm looking forward to hearing about anything exciting that's happened. Please say hello to Ms. Juliet for me, and Happy New Year to both of you. Your friend,
Aww.
Cello.
Oh, that's so wholesome. Oh, I love that. Also, is she voiced by like an actual like kid actress? Like, it sounds really convincing if not. That's all I want to say. Also, I love that she actually like, I love that it actually came back up. I was kind of thinking that that might be something that like gets dropped or something, or just not brought up again, or maybe to be like mentioned in passing, like, oh yeah, and I received a letter from Cello and I read it and it was very good to hear that she's doing good. But I was expecting to actually like be a letter that we got and it was voiced and everything. Like, you're normally when that text box pops up, I was like, all right, crack, all right, let's get to reading, baby. But then it was voiced. I was like, oh, I could just sit back and not have to do anything. That's crazy. When I'm finished reading, I tuck the letter back into its envelope so it won't get damaged.
She said she's doing good. They got a good grade on their project. She also wanted me to tell you hello and Happy New Year.
That's very sweet of her. I'm glad to hear their play was well received.
Me too. She also said she's starting to like the town she lives in more too.
Having some time away probably helped give her a bit more perspective. It's nice that she's finally settling in.
I put the letter safely in my pocket so it won't get damaged. I'll write a reply when I can. Our food has gotten a little cold because of all the talking, so we eat quickly before it gets much later. After that, it's time to start work and the rest of our normal routine. Between my upcoming call this evening and the mystery of the hiding girl, there's a lot on my mind, and I'm sure on Juliet's too. Still, even though the hours pass by slowly, I make it through another day until it's almost time for my call. Okay. Thighs engage. If you don't remember, I'm using my thighs to click my feet pedals because my legs are getting a little tired and I don't want to use my hands at all for this. So I'm giving my arms the proper rest that they need so I can get back into the swing of things finally. I can't believe, like, this all started for me, like, the tendonitis thing started before I started playing this again, and that was, like, freaking December 20th, I want to say, is when I started playing this game again, and, like, this has been going on for, like, a month since before then. It's like, and it's still going now. It's still going now. On February 18th, I'm still, like, recovering from it in, like, physical therapy and stuff. It's crazy. It's a lot. Yeah, I'm looking at my camera now, and I definitely need to move it over. Anyways, when it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me get set up on her computer, and then lets me take it to my room. Okay, yep, nope, thighs engaged. So yeah, I'm using my thighs to click my feet pedal, so I don't have to use my legs, and my legs can get the proper rest before I go back into my work week. And then I like my hands rest, so then they can get back to full power, baby. That's my plan. That's my plan.
Sure.
And honestly, I might even be able to work a little bit like this to give my legs, like my feet and shins and knees, a little bit of an extra break, honestly. Like, probably not like too much, but like I could probably like, because I have work tomorrow, so I could probably do like tomorrow like this, you know, and then maybe like the few days after that I could do it again just to give my shins and knees and feet a break, you know what I mean? I think that's a pretty good plan. Gosh, I'm so smart and intuitive, and I'm just great at things like this. I find ways to still work and do the things I want to do without damaging myself further. And like this, it feels like it's giving my like legs like a workout, but it's not like straining anything or like going to damage anything kind of way. Like with my shins, I'm like, oh, this feels like it could like cause some damage, so I should probably take a break from it. But with this, it's like, no, it's just kind of burning a little bit, like when you're like lifting weights essentially, or just doing any kind of exercise. So it doesn't really feel bad. And definitely while I'm working, I won't have to be clicking like this fast, so it'll be like smaller breaks between it. So I'd be like fine. You know what I mean? I think I could do this.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I can't wait to have my hands back.
Of course.
I just keep thinking of like all the things I want to do. Like I keep sitting down to want to draw,
I don't think so.
and then I'm like, oh wait, I can't. And then I sit down to want to write, and I'm like, oh wait, I can't. And I tried doing like some voice recording stuff, like like reading, like talking out loud for my writing, and like voice recording it with my phone, if that makes sense, like text-to-speeching it. It doesn't work too well. Not only does my phone constantly mess up what I'm saying, and I know I don't talk the clearest, which I need to work on, but like I just find like I don't write as well, you know? I feel like I'm just like less organized when I'm just talking. Even I wouldn't say less organized, like I think I'm just like less precise, which is weird because I feel like normally when I'm like talking specifically to somebody else, I can like speak pretty well and explain things well. But I was trying to write a review for Silent Hill, the short message that came out not too long ago. Because I'm like, you know, it's interesting, and I've never played a Silent Hill game before, so I kind of want to do it. And so I was like, I kind of want to write more reviews and actually get stuff going on for that stuff. So I'm like, you know, I can't really do anything else. I might as well. Like, I had like a free like 20, 30 minutes. So I was like, yeah, I'll just do this. And then it did not turn out well. It's a pretty terrible review, so I didn't record any of it. So yeah, I just can't wait to get back to like functioning. Hang on. Good, juicy water. After I finish up my call with Minso, I end up going out for a walk. It's the best thing for me to clear my head when I'm overwhelmed by my emotions. I'm glad to know that Zhang Yin was just the kind of person I always imagined them to be, warm, loving, and always looking for the next adventure. Knowing that, I feel like I can finally have some closure. Not that I ever doubted them, but it's good to hear from someone who knows for sure. As I pass through the Wellington streets, I can't help but think of the girl from the library. She reminds me too much of myself, scared and alone and struggling to get by. It's because we have so much in common that I know helping her will be difficult. The only reason I accepted Juliet's kindness was because she tracked me all the way down to my den, and because I was confident enough in my ability to get away if things went wrong. While that turned out to be the best decision I ever made, at the time, I was full of doubt. I can't really blame the girl if she feels the same way. Passing by the Bell House, an idea strikes me. If I can't earn her trust with words, maybe I can try something else. Sweets. Ayy. I stop by another bakery and buy a slice of decadent-looking chocolate cake. The person who cuts it for me places it in a fancy box with a ribbon on top. It cost me several hours' wages, so it better be good. For a single slice? I was expecting like maybe like a full cake. Sure, that'd be fine. But then I was like, wait, no. That's a single slice. Ew. Ugh, okay, whatever. The girl better enjoy it. Imagine if it's like a flavor that she just hates. With my bait in hand, I return to the library and wait until nightfall to put my plan into action. I fill Juliet in on the details, and we agree it'd be better for her to stay upstairs, just so there's less of a chance of the girl catching on and getting spooked. We haven't had any more food go missing or move around today, so we're not even sure if she's around. I keep an eye out for the scruffy blanket or any other indicators, but don't see anything out of the ordinary. Well, I won't be too disappointed if I end up having to eat the cake for myself. After finishing dinner, I take the slice out of the box and put it on a plastic plate, and then put that back into the fridge. Then I go up to my room to wait. I watch TV for a while, but I keep the volume low and rest my eyes without actually falling asleep. I keep my door open just a tiny bit, but not enough that it would be obvious from downstairs. Finally, around midnight, I hear a noise from below. I crawl out of my room and down to the kitchen, where a tiny bit of light is emanating from the fridge. Sure enough, it's the girl again. This time she doesn't bother taking her prize back to the shelves, or even turning invisible. She stands in plain sight with the plate in one hand. She devours the cake, not even bothering to use a fork. Instead, she just uses her fingers, tearing off one bite at a time. Her face and hands are covered in chocolate and frosting. She's so distracted that she doesn't even notice me approaching, although I make sure not to block her off from the door so she doesn't feel trapped. Her reaction is the same as yesterday. Bug-eyed, she drops the plate and what little is left of the cake, and she hops backwards. Before realizing it, she's put herself further away from the exit. I stay still, other than holding up my hands to show her I don't mean any harm.
You're not in any trouble. I bought that cake for you.
I try to keep my voice calm and low, as close to how Juliet usually talks as I can manage. The girl whips her head back and forth, probably looking for anyone else who might be hiding from her, as she angles herself towards the door. She doesn't turn invisible, at least.
If you want to leave, but I was hoping I could talk to you.
The girl stares at me mistrustfully from the other side of the room. I wonder if she can even understand me. Lowering my hands to my sides, I maintain my distance, trying to look as not scary as possible.
Okay?
No response. I decide to just go for it and flip them on. Although she blinks at the sudden brightness, it doesn't make her run any further.
In the library, right? And sleeping on the floor?
More staring. I notice she doesn't have her blanket with her.
I'm not mad. Neither is Juliet, the other person who lives here. Maybe you've seen her around.
At last, the girl gives a slow nod. Taking that as a good sign, I put on my friendliest smile.
I was hiding behind some of the shelves and Juliet found me. I thought she was gonna kick me out, but she was actually really nice. She let me stay in one of her extra beds and even gave me some food too. I bet you're still hungry, right? Even after the cake?
Another reluctant nod. She hasn't moved at all since I started talking.
Make you a sandwich or something if you want. That's what Juliet made for me. Do you want one?
This time she doesn't respond, just stares at me from afar.
We just want to help you out, since it seemed like you might be in trouble.
Finally, the girl points at me.
You a wolf? Am I... Huh?
Your ears. Wolves eat little girls.
It takes me a second to process what she said. At least she can talk.
I'm not a wolf. I'm a fox. Look.
I hold my arms out and transform, shifting into a fox. The girl's eyes go wide again, even bigger than when she was running away. I turn in a small circle to show her, fluffing out my tails, but I don't get any closer, then I change back.
I've never eaten someone. Promise.
The girl watches me, trying to decide if she believes me or not. Even though she's so young, I can imagine what she must be thinking and feeling right now, trying to weigh up the dangers of sticking around versus just getting out while she can. I couldn't really blame her if she decides not to trust me. Even though I'm being honest, there's no way she could know that for sure. It's a dangerous world out there.
Watch.
Taking a deep breath, she puffs out her cheeks and then disappears from sight.
That's really cool. Bet it comes in handy a lot, huh?
She reappears a few steps away from where she started.
Before I
She
started
nods.
living here, I had to steal all my meals too. I would have loved to be able to turn invisible like you can.
She nods again. I can see her relax a little bit, slouching her shoulders, although I'm sure she'd slouching her shoulders, although I'm sure she'd still take off if I made one false move. I decide to keep going and stop if she seems like she gets uncomfortable.
Here's Miho. What's yours?
Lyra.
Lyra. That's a nice name. Do you want me to make you that sandwich? You can
Swallowing,
come
she
with
licks
me,
her lips.
Or I can bring it to you out here.
Why?
Why what?
Why are you being nice to me?
Looking at her face, I can see the conflicting emotions. The desire to say yes while also being so uncertain. I probably asked Juliet that same question back then.
Someone was nice to me once. More than once, actually. They helped me out when they didn't have to. Even after I stole from one of them. I'll bet you were only stealing food and hiding because you have to, right? I know how that feels. That's why I won't
I'm also
stop
gonna move
you
my...
if you want to go too.
I'm moving my phone so then it stops buzzing directly under my microphone. Whatever risk she's calculating, she finally arrives at the same decision I did back
I
then.
want it.
Okay. Is the same kind as last night fine?
Yeah.
Opening the fridge, I take out the jar of mayonnaise, some slices of cheese, a tomato, and enough bread for 2 sandwiches. After a bit of thought, I take out a few slices of salami too. I cut up the tomato as best I can, although the slices aren't as even and as pretty as when Juliet does it. Then I lay out the bread on 2 plates, spreading a layer of mayo onto a couple slices.
Huh?
That's such a cute little pouty face, and the crossed arms too sells it. I love that. I turn around to see the girl watching me from the entrance of the kitchen, hands on her hips.
Oh. Okay.
Well, at least she doesn't have any problem with saying what she wants. I use the flat edge of the knife to scrape some off and spread from one of the sandwiches, and then layer the cheese and tomato on top. After cutting them both in half, I walk towards Lyra to give her her plate without thinking. When she tenses up, I freeze mid-step. I lean forward and stretch my arm out. I'm struggling so much right now. I'm so sorry. I lean forward and stretch out my arm, handing it to her from as far away as I can. She cautiously takes it, backing up a step as soon as it's in her hands. We both eat our sandwiches in silence, watching each other from opposite sides of the kitchen. She finishes her whole snack in the time it takes me to eat just half of mine, smacking her lips loudly as she chews. When she's done, I hold out my hand for her plate, and she cautiously gives it to me. I put both the dirty dishes into the sink.
Now, that's a good question.
I had no idea how this whole thing would go, so I didn't plan it out too much. This is probably the point where I should enlist some backup.
Get my girlfriend. She's the one who owns this place. She'll definitely want to talk to you too.
The vampire lady?
That's her.
Okay.
She gives me a wide berth as I leave the kitchen, even though it requires putting herself farther away from the
Sit down
door.
if you want. Wherever's most comfy for you. I'll be right back.
I head up to Juliet's study, where the door swings open as I approach. She's waiting for me on the other side. I step through and she closes the door behind me. I'm not sure if pointy ears helps Lyra to hear better, but just in case I keep my voice low.
And I've been talking for a bit. Her name's Lyra. She said she's okay if you come down too now.
The vampire lady heard. You handled that marvelously, dear.
Thanks.
Yeah, she did.
I just tried to think about what you would say for the most part. It helps that I know how she probably feels right now.
I'm sure your sincerity helped a lot. For what it's worth, I don't think I could have done any better.
Oh, I don't know about that. You're a lot better with words than me.
Words aren't as important as intentions. And I'm sure she could tell that yours were good.
What do you think we should do now? I didn't ask, but I'm not sure if she has anywhere else to go.
Let's go downstairs and talk to her. I have an idea for tonight, at least.
I follow Juliet back to the kitchen, where Lyra's taken a seat at the dining table. She tenses up as we approach, but Juliet also
Good
keeps a
evening,
respectful
Lyra.
distance.
My name's Juliet. It's nice to meet you. Miho told me the two of you spoke for a while. Would it be okay with you if we sat down as well?
Eyes flicking from me to Juliet and back again, Lyra eventually nods. Juliet and I pull out chairs as well and sit next to each other on the other side of the table from the
Would you mind
kid.
if I asked you a couple of questions? You don't have to answer anything you don't want to.
Okay.
Thank you. Would I be correct in assuming that you've spent a few nights sleeping in the library?
Yeah. I had a blanket, but it's lost now.
I see. If I may ask, does your family know where you are?
Ain't got one.
You don't have a family? Is there anyone that you live with? Or who takes care of you?
Nah, I'm by myself.
Nah, I'm by myself. I just like the nah. The
Is
nah.
there somewhere that you live? Or usually stay at?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Does that mean you did until recently?
Yeah.
The girl isn't exactly forthcoming with information, but Juliet takes it all in stride, maintaining that calm, even tone that I was aiming for.
May I ask what happened?
Lyra looks down at the ground, bringing her thumb up to her mouth and biting her nails. Now that it's not a yes or no question, she's being asked, she seems less inclined to
You don't have
answer.
tell me. But if there's someone out there who may be worried about you, then wouldn't it be nice for them to know that you're safe?
There ain't. I left.
As in, you ran away?
Yeah. They were bad. Mean. They hurt me. So I left.
Your family?
Nah. My parents died. They were people who said they'd take care of me, so I had to live with them. Nobody asked me. But they didn't care about me. They told me that.
Juliet and I exchange a look. Lyra says all of these things so matter of factly,
I'm
still looking
so
at the
sorry
ground.
to hear that. Both about your parents and the awful situation you were put in. I'm very glad you were able to get away.
Really? You believe me?
For the first time, there's a flash of excitement from the girl. It's impossible to know if she's telling the truth, but we don't have any reason to doubt her. At the very least, it would make sense why she's so
I don't see
skittish.
why I shouldn't.
I tried telling people, but they didn't listen. Said I was making it up, but I'm not.
For the first time since I started talking to Lyra, she raises her voice empathetically. Her fists are clenched, and she looks at both of us like she's trying to see if we mean what we say.
I've met plenty of mean people too. I know how awful they can be.
Her sharp glare slowly dissolves as two big tears well up in the corners of her eyes. Her
Nobody
lower lip
ever
quivers.
believes me.
There. You're safe now. We believe you.
I expect her to start crying, but Lyra manages to keep it together. She wipes away the tears and then goes
I
back to
won't go
glaring.
there. No one can make me, so don't even try.
We wouldn't dream of it. Can you tell me if you came from around here, though?
I got on a bus and rode for a long time. I knew this was a big city, so I came here.
I see. I know that neither Miho nor I want to make you go back somewhere you were hurt, or do anything you don't want to. We also don't want you to have to worry about finding somewhere safe to spend the night, or finding food. If you'd like, there's an extra bed here that you can use, so you don't have to sleep on the floor. Tomorrow, we can talk more. Would you like that?
Lyra sniffles a few times and blows her nose, kicking her feet while she thinks about it.
Okay.
Eventually she nods.
I guess that's fine.
Perfect. I'm glad to hear it. I imagine you must be very tired already. Would you like to go to bed?
Yeah, I'm sleepy.
Why don't you follow me then?
Juliet exits the kitchen, and after watching her for a bit, Lyra follows after. I make my way up behind them both as Juliet passes by her study and down the hallway. I realize her intentions right as she stops outside one of the doors that I've never seen opened. Juliet retrieves a key from one of her pockets and uses it to unlock the door, which swings open with a creak. It reveals the bedroom. Is this gonna be like really sad? Is it gonna be Cosette's room? A well-made bed with green cover sits in the corner beside a desk, and dresser with a mirror. A shelf of book leans against one wall, across from a window with the curtains over it. Dust permeates the room, which must have been untouched for years. Juliet goes and fetches some rags to wipe everything down, and deftly changes the pillowcases and sheets with Lyra, while Lyra and I stand nearby. I would offer to help, but I think she'd be faster without me. When the room is ready, she faces Lyra with a smile.
Do you need extra pillows or blankets?
Lyra shakes her head, eyes fixed on the bed rather than on Juliet. She walks towards it like a zombie. I wonder how long it's been since she slept somewhere comfortable.
Good night then, and see you in the morning. Would you like me to leave the door open?
She nods as she climbs into the bed, poking the pillows as if checking to see if they're real. She doesn't pay us any more attention as we leave the room, already halfway asleep by the look of it. The two of us go back to my room, standing in the doorway.
This has turned out to be a much more eventful day than I expected.
Yeah, me too. I figured she had just run away from home or was playing a prank or something. I wasn't expecting her to have had such a rough life already.
Indeed. I felt my heart break at her words, sparing as they were.
You never could resist helping out someone who needs it, huh?
It's true. So far, those have been some of the best decisions of my life.
Juliet leans in and kisses me. As we wrap our arms around each other, I know we're both thinking the same thing. There's going to be a lot to talk about tomorrow. When we part, Juliet presses her forehead against mine.
This in the morning, then?
Yeah, sounds good. This part too.
I give her a quick follow-up
I'll be
kiss for
looking
good
forward
measure.
to it. Good night, Miho.
Night.
I hop into my own bed and close my eyes, waiting for sleep to take me. When I wake up, the first thing I do is... Sorry, I got a text. Sorry, I need to stop. I need to, like, find a way to, like, just, like, turn off all notifications. Like, I could just put it to, like... Oh, I could just put it on Do Not Disturb whenever I record. That probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I should probably start doing that. When I wake up, the first thing I do is tiptoe down the hallway and poke my head into the room where Lyra is staying. Tucked beneath all the blankets, I can see a splotch of blonde hair against one of the pillows. She's still fast asleep. I wouldn't have been surprised to find she'd left in the middle of the night. Being careful not to disturb her, I go downstairs to the kitchen where Juliet's sitting at the table.
Good morning. Our guest is still sleeping.
Yeah, I saw. Out like a light.
Thought I would wait for her to get up before starting on breakfast, if that's alright with you?
Fine by me. Have you been awake since we went to bed?
I dozed a little here and there.
I've been using my free time to catch up on some reading. Last night was so busy, though, that I didn't get the chance to ask how your call with Minso went.
Oh, right.
Somehow, even that was overshadowed by meeting Lyra and everything that went along with that.
She told me all about Jung-in. They were a traveler who went all around the world. They came for Korea.
So the two of you have something in common, then?
Yeah! Apparently they gave away lots of scrolls like mine. She also said that they started using a pen name later. Horim. It means fox forest.
Horin.
That's
that.
beautiful.
I like the sound of that.
So that must mean that...
Yeah.
I nod.
They remembered me too.
I'm so happy for you, Miho. That you got to know how special you were to each other.
Me too. Thanks for setting everything up. I told her about my magic, and so we're gonna keep in touch too. Maybe someday we could even meet up in person. She said she has family members who know a lot more about Jung-in than she does.
A trip to America sounds nice. Or would it be back to Korea?
I'm not sure. I didn't ask. Would you go with me if I went, though?
Of course. There are so many places I'd love to visit with you.
Me too.
Aww.
The other night when we were...
Hang on, I need to scoot forward a little bit more. I got a little pushed away from the microphone. There we go. That should sound a little bit better, I think. Yeah, I definitely need to move my camera. It's like not tracking me at all. It's so weird. There's a sudden knock at the front door that cuts me off. It's still a little earlier than when we opened the library, but we've never had patrons show up before then. If it was Aspen, she'd just walk right in. Is it going to be like the people who are taking care of her here to try and get her back? Are they just going to be like the worst people? My first thought is that it might be someone looking for Lyra. Feeling apprehensive for some reason, I slowly make my way towards the door. I wouldn't be surprised if someone was looking for her, despite what she told us. I'm not sure how they'd have tracked her here, though. They knock again, louder. Whoever it is sure is impatient. I walk faster. I pull the door open, which isn't even locked. When I see who's waiting, I can feel my eyes go wide. Oh? The other Gumiho stands close, shifting her weight from foot to foot. The moment I open the door all the way, she darts in before I can even invite her inside. Also, I just love this like turtleneck, like sweater or whatever it is that Silver's wearing. I've always liked it. Wait, I think this might be her like doing like the oh, I'm leaving, by the way. It's all I can think to blurt out. While I was sure I'd see her again at some point, I expected it to be at night like usual. This is only the second time I've seen her out during the day. Bonk. Taking her typical approach of ignoring me, Silver just looks around, similar to the last time she came here. Finally, her restless gaze settles on me.
Promise?
As I speak, my last words to her on Halloween come back to me, and I understand all at once.
You're leaving?
She nods, just then Juliet emerges from the kitchen. Silver tenses up when she sees her, but then relaxes. I'm reminded of Lyra yesterday.
It's very nice to see you again.
Silver stays silent. We're not exactly the most talkative group.
We were gonna have breakfast soon, if you wanted to.
I trail off as one more person enters my field of vision. Upstairs, I can just barely see Lyra over the handrail until she reaches the stairs, sleepily stumbling down them with a blanket in her hand. Aw, in one hand. That's so cute. At the bottom, she stops and rubs her eyes, staring at Silver and me. Between the four of us, I'm not sure who must be most surprised to see whom.
Wolf, are you?
No. Are you?
At least Lyra gets an answer. Apparently deciding she's not in danger of being eaten, Lyra goes into the kitchen. With a small shrug, Juliet goes with her. I almost tap Silver on the shoulder, but catch myself and clear my throat to get her attention instead. So I think, I'm gonna read a little bit more, but I think the rest of this might just be like very similar to what it was in Aspen's route. She nods, and so I lead the way out. Even without her shawl, Silver looks out of place in the sunlight. She belongs in the woods under the moon.
Her name's Lila.
There we go, it's different.
She was hiding out in the library and stealing food. So we told her she could sleep in one of the spare beds. The three of us were gonna have breakfast soon. You can join us if you want.
I already know her answer
No,
before she even shakes her
I
head.
simply came to keep my word. You have a strange choice of hobby when it comes to taking care of others.
Is that weird?
She didn't say that. That's not what that. She said, "Is that weird?" But the line that is being read to me is it that weird?" That's weird. To me, helping out Lyra seemed like the obvious thing to do. It didn't even feel like a choice I was making, just something that needed to be done. But half a year ago, I probably would have felt the same way as Silver
I
does.
guess it is something I've gotten used to.
How very like you.
Is that a good thing?
Silver thinks about it for a bit.
Not a bad thing.
I'll take it.
Coming from her, that's about the best I can hope for. She glances at me and then suddenly reaches for my throat. Instead of trying to strangle me, which is the first thought that crosses my mind, she grabs my necklace and inspects my bead. For someone who hates being touched, she doesn't seem to have any problems when it comes to my personal space. Still, I tilt my chin up, trying to let her see. Silver's eyes narrow, and after a bit, she lets go. As it falls back into place, I instinctively put a hand against my necklace.
It's almost your time.
Yeah. Although, I don't really know what to expect when I'm ready.
What do you mean?
When I swallow it, sometimes, if I focus, it makes me think about the clouds or the trees. But I don't know what any of it means. What being a tunnel means. I barely know about being a Gumiho.
You
Silver
still
laughs.
haven't figured it out.
I just told you I haven't. How do you know all this stuff anyway?
It's simple. I don't doubt myself.
Would it kill you to just give me a straight answer sometimes?
In this case, it's the only answer I can give you. Besides, you're closer to the truth than I am.
Silver holds her arm up, putting her shining bead into full view. For the first time, she holds it where I can see it. For the first time, she puts it where I can see it properly. Although my bead is plain and round, nearly identical to the non-magical ones on my necklace, hers narrows at the middle and then widens again like an hourglass. A few colorful bands run across it. It's almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can even see a faint spring green one as well. There are others, but I can't see what they are before she lets out. There are others, but I can't see what they are before she lets her sleeve fall again, hiding the
That's why
bracelet.
I'll be leaving tomorrow. Just as your path has led you here, mine now leads me away.
Tomorrow? I figured you were gonna be going soon, but not that soon.
There's nothing left for me here. It's time I was on my way again.
Oh.
For as long as I've known her, I've hoped I could get through to Silver somehow, help her see some of the things I was blind to myself. Especially now as we're just starting to become friends, or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish she could stay. But just like when Juliet was contemplating leaving, I can also understand why she feels like she has to go. And unlike Juliet, there really isn't anything else tying her down to
Perhaps we'll
Wellington.
meet again someday.
Her tone is unusually gentle. I wonder if she'll miss me
The
too.
sky is vast, and the road is long. Our paths might cross again.
I hope so. Let me come with you tomorrow. to see you off. Please.
Be happy. She closes her eyes,
Fine.
thinking.
I'll fetch you in the morning. Early. Be ready.
I will.
Silver takes a step down, signaling an end to her conversation. But before she leaves, there's one thing I
Wait.
want to know.
Yes.
The girl you just saw in there, Lyra. What color was she?
Silver's lips curl into a wry smile.
Full of blue as I've ever seen.
Oh. Almost before she's finished talking, Silver transforms. Her fur sparkles in the sun, looking less out of place than her clothes. Without looking back, she runs away and is quickly out of sight. I really liked that. I liked, like, it wasn't a completely new scene, but there was a lot of, like, little changes that make sense for the route. And, like, let's say Halloween, there's not really much to that I feel like would be different by, like, you know, Miho being with Aspen or Miho being with Silver. I mean, being with Juliet. But that one, I'm like, I like that the conversation was, like, mostly identical. But, you know, again, like, there are just the small changes that make sense for, like, the change in route. I really like that. I watch her go before heading inside the library again myself. In the kitchen, Juliet's working on breakfast while Lyra watches from close by. When I enter the room, the kid folds her arms.
A friend of mine. Her name is Silver. At least, that's what I call her.
She's scary. Scarier than you.
She'd probably be glad to hear you say that.
I try to picture Lyra how Silver must have seen her. Beneath her almost permanent glare and short sentences, she's hopeful. Juliet and I may be the ones doing her a favor, but she's giving us a chance
She's
too.
going to be leaving tomorrow.
To go where? Is she gonna come back here?
I don't know. I'm not sure she knows yet either.
Wherever she goes, I hope she finds contentment there.
Yeah, me too.
What's contentment?
Contentment means when you feel at peace. Like you don't have to worry about anything.
Oh, I haven't heard that word before.
Thinking on that, Lyra sits down at the table to wait for breakfast to be ready. I go ahead and prepare the dishes, setting up 3 plates. It isn't long before Juliet comes over to serve us our meal, with Lyra's portion being just as big as ours.
Do you like anything to go with it, Lyra? Ketchup or more salt and pepper?
She shakes her head, shoveling a forkful of eggs into her mouth. I don't think she's going to be a very picky eater. I mean, her first thing that she said to you was basically, hey, please less mayonnaise. Oh gosh, I need to move my camera so badly. The 3 of us clear our plates, and once everything is cleaned up, I can see Lyra begin to look around anxiously. Yeah, I definitely need to move it.
Nothing.
I might have a guess. Lyra, do you have anything you plan to do today?
Lyra shakes her head.
You're welcome to remain here at the library. Miho will be busy with work, and I'll be going to sleep soon. But you don't have to leave.
I don't? Even though I stole your food?
No, of course not.
Although Juliet says that, I know that at some point she and I are going to have to decide Even though Juliet says that, I know that at some point she and I are going to have to decide what exactly Lyra's staying here will entail and for how long. Neither of us are going to turn her out onto the streets, of course. But if she just stays here, then does that mean she'll live here? What does that make her? What does that make us? It's still only the first morning, so there's still plenty of time to figure things out. But from what Lyra told us last night, she doesn't really have many other options. Juliet's probably thinking the same thing.
Do you like to watch TV?
Sometimes. I like cartoons, but I couldn't watch them much.
I have a TV up in my room if you want to use it. You can watch all the cartoons you want.
Her eyes get huge, looking more excited than when she was offered a place to stay.
Is that allowed? Yeah. Come here. I'll show you.
All three of us head to my room and turn on the TV, flipping to one of the kids' channels I can remember. Within minutes, she's all set up on my bed, totally sucked into the show. Juliet and I step out into the hall.
We should probably talk later, huh?
Yes, once I've had a chance to rest and refresh myself.
You've been up since everything started. I'll bet you're as exhausted as she was.
Perhaps a little. Will you be alright for the day? If you have other things to attend to, I'm sure she'll be fine here. I don't think she'll be leaving that spot.
We both glance into my room. Lyra's wrapped my blanket around herself. She's entranced by the TV.
You should go rest, though. We can figure it out more tonight.
Alright. Until then, my love.
Sleep well.
With a hug and a kiss, Juliet leaves for bed, and I go back downstairs to try and have as normal a day as possible. Alright, I think... Is it gonna go on? There we go. I think with that being said, I think this isn't the silver stuff. I didn't mean to hit that. We're gonna end the episode there, and we'll get right back into this in the next one. I'm already immediately, like, really intrigued by what's going on there. There's a knock at the door when I'm downstairs. It sounds urgent. That's intriguing. But I will say, this is a lot, like, okay, Aspen and Miho got a dog. And as a dog parent myself, one who takes... listen, I've been told, based on how good of a job I do at taking care of my dog, as good of a dog parent as I am, I've been told that I'm going to be a great dad, all right? That's what I've been told. But still, regardless of how much I love my dog, I do think that getting a kid, like at least adopting a kid, you know, is a little bit more interesting. Just a little bit more interesting of an idea. You know what I mean? So I'm really intrigued to know, like, where this is, like, there's more, like, story possibilities here than there are with a dog, I feel, even if the dog was adorable. So yeah, I'm really intrigued to know where it's going and what this knock is. Just because I'm like, who would be doing this? Who would be doing this? Is it an extra silver scene that isn't in Aspen's route or something? Who's to say? I don't know. But yeah, with all that being said, I'm going to fix my camera, and then I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we sort of kind of got a kid. In this one, there's a knock at the window. And between episodes, I tried fixing my camera. It's not the best still, but it's a little bit better without me, like, resetting things and essentially, like, potentially ruining the recording. So it's like, I'd have to, like, click off this, and sometimes clicking off Please Be Happy back into OBS sometimes ruins the recording. So let's not do that. How's it looking? I think it's looking good. It's just not tracking my mouth very well is the only real issue. Like, it's tracking, like, everything else decently well, you know? It's like, everything else is, like, doing pretty good. Like, my eyes are a little off, but, like, everything else is, like, fine. You know what I mean? I don't know. Whatever. With all that being said, let's just go ahead and jump right on into it. In the evening, after the library is already closed, there's a knock at the door while I'm downstairs. It sounds urgent. Oh, it's these guys. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We've gone through this before. Yeah.
Let me go. Thank you.
Gosh, doesn't this happen, like, right towards the end? Like, I feel like in Aspen's route, there was only, like, we only did, like, 2 more episodes after this, and then it was over. I'm a little scared that we're going to end it this episode, because I wanted to do something. It's not really special for the last episode, but it's something. I thought it was a funny idea for it, so that's what we're gonna do. But I need to actually have, like, I need to go to the store and get it, you know, because it's something that, like, expires. It goes bad, so I need to go get it, and then I can come back here, and then we can do the last episode. So I'm like, if it's coming up soon, I need to be ready. You know what I mean? I need to be, like, mentally prepared. Maybe I need to check, like, Leary's streams to see how close I am actually to the end. Like, we'll do this episode, because I doubt we're actually going to get to it in this episode. But I'll probably just check just to make sure.
Wait, Gibby?
Okay, I'm going to actually have to use my hands. It's a little hard to do, like, the spamming with, that, so I'll have to use my hands a little bit here. Gosh, this was such a hard scene to get. This is such a sad scene. Just going through the story with them, it's just so hard. I'm surprised that there isn't like more of like a story with like the fisherman, of like all the characters you can find. I thought that there'd be like a little side plot with like him, because there's one with these guys obviously, and then there's one with what's her name? Oh my gosh, what's her name? I almost said Lyra, but it's not. Lena, with Lena. There we go. I thought that there'd be like a little plot with the old fisher guy, and I just realized that that never happened. It just never, he never got his time to shine. After the library is closed for the evening, and I'm in the middle of cleaning up, Lyra finally comes downstairs. Just like this morning, she's dragging the blanket behind her, only this time it's mine.
Alright, you can have anything in the fridge. Or I can make you a sandwich in a bit.
Okay, I'll go look.
She wanders into the kitchen alone, and I can hear her rifling through the fridge. Giving someone permission to do things is a new experience for me. A single day at the library has already made her a lot more comfortable. I guess she never had a problem with taking food, though. She spent a couple of days watching TV in my room, and also chose a couple of books from the kids section to read. Because she's so quiet and keeps to herself, I could almost forget she's even around. I peek into the kitchen to check on her. Lyra's sitting at the table with a book open in front of her and a bowl of cereal beside it. She fits in just fine here. Leaving her to her snack, I go upstairs and find Juliet in her office.
I was just about to join you downstairs. How's our guest?
Eating in the kitchen. She seems right at home.
She does, doesn't she?
It's kind of hard to place Juliet's tone, amused with a touch of sadness.
I figured me and you should talk about things before it gets too late again.
Yes, that's a good idea. Would you like to sit down?
We take our usual positions around her desk.
I looked online, but I haven't seen any missing person reports or other indications that someone's searching for her. Usually, if a child were to disappear, it would be all over the news.
There's nobody looking.
As far as I can tell, yes. Which would line up with what she told us about running away.
That's so sad. She's just a little kid. There should be somebody who cares about her.
I fully agree. She mentioned that her parents passed away. Perhaps she has other family out there that we could locate. It's difficult with so little information to go by.
Right. Wouldn't they have taken her in when her parents died, though?
There's that as well.
Maybe we should just ask her.
Yes, perhaps. Although, I suspect she would have told us already if so.
That's true.
Well, for the time being, it's no bother having her here. There's more than enough space.
Right. That room that she's in now, though. It was Cosette's, wasn't it?
It was indeed. I've left it untouched for many years now. But it's the only other room with a bed, so it was only natural to offer it to Lyra.
I reach across the table to take Juliet's hand.
Yeah. I think it was the right thing to do.
We haven't talked about Cosette much since that night at her grave. Still, I know she's on Juliet's mind all the time. I'm sure that just unlocking that door and letting Lyra in was more difficult than she lets on, even if it was the logical choice. I hope it's also a good sign that she... I hope it's also a good sign that she did it in the end. Ha! The sadness in Juliet's eyes as she smiles at me is the only confirmation that I'm right. I don't blame her at all, though. Despite everything we talked about, it'll take her a long time to heal.
Something Silver told me this morning was that Lyra seemed hopeful. She's really good at reading people, so I believe her.
I'm glad to hear that. Can't be easy to be in her position.
Nodding, I stand up, intending to go downstairs and reassure Lyra that she can stay here again tonight. However, I only manage to take 2 steps before I bump into something soft and invisible. Lyra pops into vision as she stumbles backwards, and I barely manage to grab her shoulders to keep her from falling. Juliet makes a sound of surprise at her sudden appearance. Ducking away from my hand,
Hey,
Lyra turns and runs.
It's okay if you were listening. You're not in trouble.
Just outside the study, she skids to a stop, looking back mistrustfully.
I always got yelled at for eavesdropping.
No, child. I can't fault you for listening in when you're being talked about.
Juliet stands by my side, with neither of us moving closer to Lyra. She may have gotten more confident around the library, but it's a different story with Juliet and me. But it's a different story with Juliet and me as people.
I'd do the same thing if I could turn invisible like you. I've eavesdropped, even when all I can do is hide.
How much were you able to hear?
Lyra shrugs. Beside me, I can feel Juliet tense up and take a deep breath.
Daughter. That room you're staying in used to belong to her.
Oh. Is she dead?
Oh. Lyra asks her question as casually as if she's talking about the weather. She hasn't exactly been polite since her arrival, but it's a bit blunt even for her.
Maybe...
Juliet gently holds up a hand to cut me off.
She is.
Oh.
Lyra processes this new information as stoically as ever, her ever-present frown deepening just a bit. Juliet and I exchange a wide-eyed look. I can't blame her for worrying about that.
Heavens, no! Although we were wondering if you had any other family out there who might be missing you. Brothers or sisters of your parents, perhaps? Or grandparents?
The girl shakes her head.
It was just me and my mom and my dad.
I see. Well, you can stay here for as long as you need to. We won't make you leave, I promise.
Okay.
She studies us for a long time, biting her thumb. I imagine the blue glow that Silver must have seen around her.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Now, what would the two of you say to dinner? I imagine Miho must be getting hungry.
Yeah, I am.
I'm still hungry too.
Even after that cereal you ate?
She nods.
Isn't that much left?
We can certainly take care of that. Come along. Let's see what we have in the kitchen.
The three of us go down to the kitchen together, where Juliet sets about preparing a meal. Although she's still quiet, Lyra participates in the conversation a bit more, giving her opinion on certain things like food or things she likes to do. After we're done eating, it isn't long before she traipses off to bed, murmuring a groggy good night as she goes. Later, before I turn in for the night myself, I poke my head into her room just to check on her. She's fast asleep, mouth open with a line of drool dribbling onto her pillow. The blankets are pulled up beneath her chin and pillows are scattered around the bed. I smile to myself because I know how she must feel. Warm, safe, and hopeful. Aww. Judging by the oh, yep, okay. I think honestly while this is happening, because I imagine I'm just kind of like reading through it a little bit. Yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and pull up.
Yes.
I think it's
Leary,
perfect.
please be Lyra. I don't think I've ever actually heard her
Come back someday.
say her name before.
If not,
You have moments,
perhaps you won't.
someday.
Where's
You
just
might
her playlist? I want to go to her last
even
episode because I'm pretty sure she also did Juliet's route
Shame.
second.
Miho.
Part 14. Oh yeah, how could this be the finale? Hang on, let me just go skip to like here. Okay, yeah, no, we still have like a good, decent like chunk left. Like we still have about like 3-ish hours. That makes sense. Okay. We have more than I was expecting, which I'm perfectly okay with. Because I was like, if this is gonna be like near the end of the last episode, or if like we only have one more, then I'm like, I might as well just finish it today. I don't want to leave it off on the thing. But again, I gotta go get the thing. That's why I've been like so like focused on it this last little bit. You know what I mean? Well, that's honestly perfect. That's like with the schedule, because I was planning to finish it next weekend with doing 2 episodes on Saturday, 2 episodes on Sunday. That's like basically the perfect amount. Granted, it's probably going to be like 2 episodes on Saturday and then 1 long episode on Sunday, but that's fine. That lines up really well with my plans for it, and I can be fully prepared. Oh, she already said that.
So? Fair enough.
Lyra finds me in the library almost the moment I'm done cleaning up, and I follow her to the kitchen. She takes a seat at the table expectantly, while I go to the fridge and pantry to see what we have. It's the part of the evening where it makes more sense to have dinner instead of a snack. Juliet's upstairs and would probably come prepare something if we asked her to.
I'll cook us something.
But that decision is probably meaningless to Lyra, who just nods indifferently from the table, but it'll be a first for me. I've watched Juliet make food enough times that I should be able to pull off something simple, like when I cooked breakfast for myself a while ago. As long as I pay attention to what I'm doing, it can't be too hard. I hope. I get a box of pasta, a jar of sauce, an onion, and a pack of meat.
Everything I need.
That's basically, you can make something good with that. Depending on what kind of jar of sauce you got, but you can make something good with that. First, I fill up a pot of water and put it on the stove to start boiling. Then I grab a cutting board and a knife and get the onion ready. It rolls around a lot and my cuts come out all crooked, but I eventually manage to slice it. Very carefully, I chop them into even smaller bits. What? I look up. She's right. A couple chunks are stuck from where they flew off of the knife. Maybe I was moving the knife a little too fast. How do you do that? How do you get it stuck on the ceiling? My lord. I dump the onions into another pan and turn on the heat, and also grab some butter from the fridge. I'm not sure how much to use, so I just scoop up a big lump and throw it in. Better to have too much than not enough, right? Oh, speaking of Leary, she's going live right now. I swear, I can never get into any of her streams. During like the weekday, she always starts streaming while I'm at physical therapy. And then during the rest of during the weekend, it's always while I'm like mid of recording or something like that. I'm either mid recording or it's a day where I'm like actually like out doing stuff with people before nightfall. I normally do stuff with people at night. I usually spend like the day doing a little bit of recording and mostly cleaning all day. But that's usually when she starts going live is when I'm like recording and stuff. So it's like, Leary, can't you just plan your stuff around me so I can be live in your chat sometime? Gosh. That's actually like, that's always like my thought of like live streams. That's why I don't watch too many live streams live. That's why I'm like vlog channels. Like she has a vlog. I mean, not a vlog channel, a VOD channel essentially. Actually, does she go live on YouTube too at the same time? I don't think I've ever seen her go live. This is such a stupid detour, but you know what? If you watch Please Be Happy, or if you know anything about Please Be Happy, you probably know Leary. She's literally in the credits, so you know you probably should. No, she doesn't. So yeah, it is a VODs channel. Okay, that makes sense. That's how I watch like most of her content, and like most VTubers, I don't watch them live. I just watch their VODs after, because I'm never like it's always like, oh, I'll get to watch like their live stream today. Actually, I need like a surprise doctor's appointment. Oh, I can watch their live stream today. Oh, a dentist appointment went a little long today. Oh, I can watch their live stream today while I work. Actually, surprise meeting. It's always stuff like that. Anyways, let's get back to the actual thing we're here for. It takes a while, but the butter melts and the onions start to sizzle. Dude, a nice grilled like onion, and you've got like, I forgot what the word for it is, but when you like, when you've like glazed it, so good. And soon the whole kitchen smells pretty good. I also dumped the noodles into the water, which is boiling by now, and set a timer like the box instructs. I'm not sure how to tell when the onions are ready, so I just let them cook until I get bored of waiting, and then dump the meat in with them. It also sizzles loudly when it hits the pan, and I hurry to spread it around with a spatula. Based. As I'm cooking that, Juliet enters the kitchen.
Something smells delicious.
Hey, I'm cooking dinner, I think.
Juliet beams with delight.
It's coming along wonderfully. I can't wait to try it.
Me too. I'm still hungry, you know. Yeah.
Having the two of them both watching and waiting adds some pressure to the situation. I use the back of my hand to wipe the sweat off my forehead. Standing over the hot stove gets uncomfortable fast. My timer for the noodles goes off while I'm still cooking the meat. Parts of it are getting dark brown and crispy while other parts are still pink, so I keep mixing it around. A few of the onions are beginning to burn too, so I pluck those out and toss them into the trash as I notice them. I leave the pan to its fate while I pick up the pasta pot and carefully tip the water into the sink. Steam rushes into my face and I have to lean back as I let it run out. Only a handful of noodles fall into the sink, which I'm willing to consider a success. I cross my fingers and hope that the meat is done. I can't see any parts that look raw at least. Grabbing the jar of sauce, I unscrew the lid and then dump it all into the pan before mixing that around. Combined with the red sauce, the burnt onions and currently crunchy meat doesn't really stand out too much. I hope that's true for the taste too. Flicking off the stove, I turn to face my audience.
Finally. I thought it was gonna take all day.
Lyra's not impressed, of course, but Juliet claps.
It looks great. Thank you for cooking, Miho.
Don't thank me yet. But since you cook for us all the time, I figured I could at least give it a try.
I retrieve 3 bowls and dump some noodles into each one, followed by a few big spoonfuls of sauce. Just like Juliet does, I carry them to the table and set them out in front of each person.
Here you go.
Lyra wastes no time in digging in, instantly staining her mouth red with sauce. Juliet waits for me to sit down, with her fork hovering over the bowl. I examine the finished dish that I made. It's not pretty, but it doesn't look wrong at least, and it does smell pretty good. I take a tentative bite.
It's not bad.
It's not the best thing I've ever eaten, but it's far from the worst. At the very least, it tastes pretty close to what I expected it would taste like. Juliet blows and hurries to cool it down before taking a bite herself. As she swallows, her eyes go wide with awe. Wait, she can actually taste it?
I'm glad it turned out okay.
No, Miho, I mean it. It's delicious.
Either this is a big moment. I think it could be leading to a big moment of like she can actually taste something if someone like makes something for her instead. Or maybe they forgot that, or maybe I'm forgetting that like she can't taste anything or how that works.
Oh, you can taste it?
Oh, I was right. Oh, I'm so smart. Juliet nods, taking another bite without bothering to wait this time. She chews slowly, closing her eyes to savor it. When she opens them, I see a tear sparkling in the corners. Oh, that's beautiful.
The richness of the tomatoes, the saltiness of the meat. It's the best thing I've had in decades, even over a century.
It's not that good. It's fine though. Next time you should add some salami. That's my favorite.
I love the sassy child. Mediocre or not, Lyra finishes her bowl in record speed and then gets up to serve herself more.
I wonder why. I didn't do anything that special to it.
I'm not sure either, but I certainly can't complain.
Juliet also gets seconds and then even thirds. There's only enough for me to have one bowl, but that's fine by me. Seeing the joy on Juliet's face is more rewarding than an extra full belly. Using the edge of her fork and spoon, she manages to scrape up every last drop. Her dish is so spotless it looks like it could go right back into the cabinet.
Start cooking more often, huh?
Juliet laughs and nods.
Very, very much.
Oh, sorry, I bumped my desk. I just realized, like, I think I need to, like, pull my light up slightly. There we go. There we go. I don't know. It's making, like, weird lines in my screen. It's putting too much pressure on. I need to figure out a way... Ah, freak, I dropped my phone. I need to figure out a new way to do this light. I don't know... Freak, it got stuck. It was charging, I was pulling it up by the cord, and then it got stuck and it fell. Everything is a disaster. Everything's falling apart. Oh, it's at 100%. I can just take it off the charger now and put it in my pocket. Gosh darn it. Because it's like putting like too much pressure on my screen. So I'm like, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing at all, huh? Sorry, I keep bumping the mic. I'm not meaning to, but it's just what I kind of gotta do. Because I don't want this to like break my screen or anything like that, you know? There we go. That doesn't look like it's putting on too much pressure there, but now it's not really like lighting my face too well. I need to figure this out more. I need to figure this out better. Maybe I just need to hold it. I'll just hold it over my face forever. No, that's the dumbest idea. How does that do on the camera? Most people like put their lights on the camera itself. Could I do that? No, no, dude, I cannot. Absolutely not, mate. My light is way... My camera's just like too thickums for it. What if I put it like further down the screen? No, that's definitely like doing like too much. Yeah. I don't know what to do with this actually. That's not good. I don't want it to, because I don't want to like break my screen or anything. So I'll figure this out later. Womp. There. That's the difference. This is me with like the light off. This is me with the light on. It actually like tracks that my eyes are open. That's why it's like kind of important to have like decent lighting when you're a VTuber. Maybe I could... Hang on. Does this work? Hang on. Click. No, that doesn't really work that well. Because I was like, I could just clip it onto my microphone. Like my mic stand, essentially. But it definitely wouldn't light up my face good enough. So anyways. Sorry, this episode's been very off tracky. After months of practicing oh. Man. Why wasn't I doing all that during this while I was just skipping through it? I kind of completely forgot about this plotline. I'm not gonna lie. Like I brought it up earlier, but I'm like, what? What are we doing again? I forgot that we just hadn't done it yet. So it's just skippity dippity 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 do. Wait, hang on. Let me pull off. All right, super speed. Go! Dude, I can't believe that we're like actually like that close to the end. Like I was worried like next weekend I wouldn't be able to finish this game. But like we are genuinely like so close. Like if I didn't have like a lot of chores left to do today, just because it's been a couple weeks since I've done my chores, I could like probably just like finish this. I could probably have finished it today, because by the time we're like done with this, like there's not gonna be a lot left. You know what I mean? There's just not. I mean, there's still like 2-ish hours left, but like still, that's like crazy, isn't it? I think that that's pretty crazy. I personally, in my opinion, I think that that's pretty nuts. Hang on, okay. The moon sits high in the sky as Juliet and I make our way through the quiet streets, hand in hand. With Lyra fast asleep at home, this is the first time we've spent together with just the two of us since we got back from the edge of the world. We catch a shuttle to the nature preserve from the same place I boarded it last time, and just like our shuttle to the edge, it's almost devoid of other passengers. The preserve is open at all hours to give nocturnal fabled like Juliet the opportunity to come visit. But I don't expect it to be nearly as busy as when I went there. Sure enough, we're practically alone as we enter the hall. Hang on, I'm gonna scoot forward just a little bit more. I keep getting pushed back. My chair just naturally slowly rolls back over the time. Sure enough, we're practically alone as we enter, having the whole area to ourselves.
As I remember.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
We meander through the lush, sprawling forest before ending up back near the river. Juliet, shoot, my phone. I'm just trying to find a good place to put it because I don't want to hold it right. Gosh darn it, I'm just trying to put you down, phone. Sorry. This has been such a chaotic episode. Juliet and I point out nesting birds and skittering lizards as we see them. It's a much different atmosphere than when I was here in the daytime, but not in a bad way, just quieter and more relaxed.
We can go out like this. It's been a while, huh?
Yes, it has. It's been hectic having another mouth to feed and look after.
For sure. I don't really mind it, though.
Nor do I.
We come to a stop near the water, not far from the covered sitting area. I can see my reflection staring back at me, but it looks like I'm alone. Although she's right beside me, Juliet has no reflection to speak of like usual. Like her ability to taste some food, I wonder if that'll come back someday.
Even though it's only been a couple days. I like being able to help her out.
I know she's appreciative of it too, even if she has trouble expressing that sometimes.
Just a
Yeah,
little bit of trouble.
I don't blame her for that. I know what it's like.
Whether it's cooking her dinner or setting up the TV or just checking on her at night, Lyra's presence has given me a sense of purpose that I didn't really have before. She's shown that she's capable of taking care of herself, but she's still choosing to rely on Juliet and me. I keep thinking of that hopeful blue glow that Yunbi described. I forgot how to actually pronounce his name. Oh no. If Yunbi had seen me back then when I first came to the library, I probably would have had the same color surrounding me. Tonight, Lyra went to bed without needing any reassurance that her time at the library is limited, and she even complimented the meal that Juliet prepared for dinner. Just like I
What are
did,
we
she's
gonna
settling
do
into a
about her?
routine. I ask quietly. Juliet doesn't answer at first. I know that she heard me. I'm struggling so much. I'm so sorry right now, guys. This has been a terrible episode. She's probably thinking about it too. The answer seems obvious, of course, but also huge, life-changing, for more than one
I want
life.
her to stay. I know what that means. At least, I kind of do. You would know better than me, since you've been through it before. But I don't want to tell her she has to leave someday. Not when I know she doesn't have anywhere else to go. I don't know what usually happens to kids without a family. But if I was her, I wouldn't trust some stranger who told me what I had to do, where I have to live. And one thing I do know is how hard it is to be alone in the world, with no one you can talk to or trust. I don't want anyone to feel that way, not if I can help it.
I rest my head on Juliet's shoulder, and she puts her arm around me. The sheer amount of responsibility that I'm suggesting we take on is overwhelming. I don't know anything about taking care of a kid. I didn't even know how to properly take care of myself until recently. There's so much that I'm only vaguely aware of. School, clothes, chores. I never had a childhood or grew up with a normal sense of the word. But none of that matters. What's important is that Lyra's here and her future is in our hands. Everything I've learned since coming to Wellington, all the ways I have grown, they all point towards that being the right decision. Beside me, I feel Juliet slowly nod.
In the end, it's not our choice to make. What's most important is what she wants. It's a cruel fate that dealt her this hand in the first place. Someone so young shouldn't have to make such a huge decision. But we can only play with the cards we're given. If being with us is what Lyra wants, then I would be happy to oblige. The road will be long and difficult. There will be tears and frustrations on both sides, I'm sure. And I'm sure it will take some time before she can fully trust and accept us, as it should. But I know there will also be smiles and joy, little things and big things that make the difficulties worth enduring. If that's something that she's prepared for, as much as she can be, and that you're prepared for too, Miho, then I want her to stay as well.
I lift my head to look around. All around us are the remainders of many lives, big and small, from the chirping crickets and croaking frogs to the other park visitors who pass us by. All of them, all of us exist together here, under the same moon, breathing the same air. I used to take these connections for granted, just like I did my everyday existence. It's not just what I've gained since then, but also what I've lost that makes me pause and silently reflect. Zhang Yin, my person, who never ever forgot me. Aspen and Juliet, who opened up their hearts and lives to accept me. Even Yunbi, who eventually came to trust me. They all made me who I am. I am fortunate to have had them in my life. Can I be that for someone else? Can I help someone grow the same way? The one thing that all of those people have in common is that they all took a chance on me, and I took a chance on them. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that all the best things in life come with risk and uncertainty. This decision, as big as it may be, isn't any different. Turning to look into Juliet's eyes, I nod.
I'm prepared.
Her gentle warmth engulfs me as her arms pull me into an embrace.
Speak with her tomorrow.
That's lovely. I love this. Have I made that clear yet? Juliet and I end up getting at home pretty early. Juliet and I end up getting home pretty late from the nature preserve, and so the next morning I choose to sleep in a bit longer than usual. When I finally climb out of bed, I go to check on Lyra. Although her bed is messy and unmade, she's nowhere to be seen. She must have already gone up and gone downstairs. Hang on, I need to... I had a little sneeze to sneeze. Yawning. Also, oh my gosh, hey Aspen, it's been a long while. How long has it been? Like, I was gonna say like 2 or 3 episodes, which that used to be not be too long, but hey man, these 40 to 50-minute episodes, sheesh, makes it a long time. Yawning, I make my way to the kitchen, expecting to see her and Juliet. When I see who's waiting there instead, I blink with surprise.
Aspen.
Ah, Miho. Good morning.
It's been forever since you've been here.
That's what I'm saying.
A few weeks.
Like I said.
That's like forever.
Forever.
It does feel that way, I admit. Sorry I haven't been able to chat much lately.
It's fine. I know you're busy.
Although Aspen and I still check in every night, just so she doesn't forget me, we never talk for long. In fact, most of our conversations are pretty much just saying hello and then almost immediately saying goodbye. I haven't even gotten the chance to tell her about everything that's been happening these past few days.
Oh, same as ever. These past couple weeks I've been working hard on some edits to my manuscript that a publisher requested. It's been tough, but I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel.
That's great! So they're gonna publish your book?
It's still too early to say, but...
She cracks
I'm
a smile.
optimistic at least. What about you? I expected Juliet to be around by now, but I haven't seen her.
She might be asleep. We were out kind of late last night.
Oh! I take it that means things are going better between you two then.
Yeah, your advice helped a lot. Things have been really good, actually.
Oh my gosh, has it really been since she last gave us the advice? That was the last time she was on screen? Oh my gosh.
I'm so glad to hear it.
The whole time we're talking, Aspen is also turning this way and that in her chair, like she's searching for something.
I don't know what happened to my pen. I swear I just had it with me, but now I can't find it.
Maybe you dropped it on the floor?
Maybe. It's not a big deal, though. I have extras.
Or maybe an invisible child stole it. Obviously, duh. That's the first thing I would have thought of, too. Jeez. Her purse is dangling from her chair, and she pulls it onto her lap to dig around. When she does, she frowns.
My notebook is missing, too. There's no way that fell out on its own.
Aspen stands up, pacing back and forth between her seat and the entrance to the kitchen, peering down the room towards the front door. While she's out of her seat, I watch her hand... While she's out of her seat, I watch her hand mirror float up and out of her bag and disappear around a corner. I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing as I realize what's going on. Looking frustrated, Aspen returns and sits back down. Taking a peek into her purse again, Aspen suddenly looks up and glares at me.
Do what?
My mirror. I'm certain it was just here. I just saw it and set it aside.
I didn't touch it. I swear.
Then who did?
As fun as it is to watch Aspen get flustered, I don't want to see her get genuinely upset. I look over in the direction where I saw her mirror vanish.
Lyra, that's enough.
Lyra suddenly pops into view right next to me, instead of where she disappeared. She has a notebook and pen in one hand and the mirror in her other.
How'd you ruin it? I was gonna get her whole bag next.
Across from me, Aspen stares in shock, her mouth moving but unable to actually form any sentences.
Huh?
Oh, Aspen gives the best deliveries.
Aspen, meet
Huh?
Lyra. Lyra, meet Aspen. She's not a wolf. Don't worry.
Lyra rolls her eyes at me.
I can tell.
After blinking a few times, Aspen manages to get herself somewhat under control.
Nice to meet you, Lyra.
From the way she stares at me, even while talking to the kid, I can tell Aspen wants an
Do you live here
explanation.
too?
I don't. Why do you ask?
You act like it.
I can't help but snort with laughter. Aspen, meanwhile, seems like she can't tell if she should be offended or not. Having had my fun, I decide to help her
Lyra's been
out.
at the library for a while. We met her a couple days ago.
I see. Juliet sure does love her strays.
What's that supposed to mean?
Lyra, may I please have my things back?
Fine.
Stomping over where Aspen's sitting, Lyra turns her
So
belongings.
You're able to use magic too, I see.
Uh-huh. Can you?
Unfortunately not. I wish I could.
Just to show off, Lyra disappears again, and Aspen instinctively clutches her purse tightly.
How long are you able to stay invisible?
Reappearing, Lyra shrugs.
I have to hold my breath.
Oh, that explains it.
I always thought she puffed out her cheeks for dramatic effect, but if it's part of her magic, that makes more sense. Looking smug, Lyra sits down to the last empty seat at the table.
What's breakfast?
Dunno. Juliet's still asleep. I can start making us something, though.
I can wait. Juliet's cooking is better.
This time it's Aspen who tries to stifle a
She
laugh.
doesn't mince words, does she?
At least she's honest, I guess. I'm gonna cook anyway. Even I can't mess up eggs and toast that much.
I conveniently choose to leave out the results from last time I made them. I have more experience now, so it should get better. So it should go better. Once again, Juliet turns up while I'm halfway through cooking.
Everyone. My, what a crowded kitchen we have today.
Morning! The food will be ready soon.
This time I'm keeping a close eye on the eggs to make sure they don't get overcooked. And on the toast to make sure it cooks enough. While I do that, Juliet goes and retrieves another chair from somewhere so we all have a place to sit. When everything looks right, I dish it up and serve it. Aspen and Lyra eat without any complaints, which I take to mean it's good enough. But it's Juliet's reaction that I'm most curious about. I watch intently as she prepares a careful bite, chewing thoughtfully, then her face lights up.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
I'd happily cook every morning if it makes her smile like that every time. Aw, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. As if everything in this game isn't. When breakfast is over, Juliet stands up to get everyone's
Aspen?
attention.
Miho, I was wondering if I might be able to enlist your help for the day. Since the library is closed for the weekend, I thought it might be a good opportunity to give this place a thorough cleaning. It's been ages since it's had a good dusting, and some of the spare rooms could stand to be emptied out.
Sure, I don't mind. I could certainly use the exercise.
Yeah, of course I'll help.
Thank you.
What about me? I can help too.
Well,
She and I look at each other and I give a tiny nod. We didn't plan out how to have this conversation with Lyra, but now seems like a good as time as any. Aspen must notice our silent exchange because she stands
I'll
up.
go straighten up the books first, before we start on the rest of the house. Just give me a call if you need me.
we will. Thank you.
Once Aspen leaves, Juliet takes a seat, scooting her chair closer to Lyra and me. From the way the kid starts to fidget, I get the impression that we're making her
Lyra,
nervous.
There was something that Miho and I wanted to ask you. Something very important.
Do you want to live here with us?
I decide to just cut to the chase rather than stretch out the moment rather than stretch out the amount of time that Lyra has to worry about what we're going to say. She stops fidgeting immediately, looking confused.
I already do.
Yes, but in a permanent sense. Not just for a few nights, but...
This would be your home.
Oh.
For a bit, none of us talk. Under the table, I seek Juliet's hand, and I'm surprised to find that it's shaking. Lyra chews her lip and bites her thumb, staring at the floor.
If you don't want to, then we fully understand. Both of us will do everything we can to help you find somewhere that you do want to be.
Yeah. We won't make you go back to the people you ran away from or anything like that.
Even though we've already promised her that, I feel like it bears repeating.
Then what would we be?
In what sense?
A family.
Like...
Oh, I love where this is going. She struggles to find the words to phrase her question, but I think I know what she means. It's kind of like when Juliet and I began our relationship, and I didn't know what to call it. Finally, Lyra looks up at both of us. I squeeze Juliet's hand, and she squeezes back, still shaky.
Okay. I like that.
Heck yeah, yeah. I can feel the tension drain out of Juliet's hand as she relaxes, laughing with relief. Even as my heart pounds, I can feel myself grinning too. And across from us, for the first time ever, I see Lyra's face light up with a real genuine smile, one that she doesn't bother to hide or force away. I don't have to be Silver to see the hope she feels right now. I felt it myself not so long ago. This time, I get to be the one to say the words that Juliet said to me back then.
Welcome home.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Leaping to her feet, Lyra scurries over with her arms outstretched. Julia and I both catch her in a hug, and the three of us wrapping our arms around each other. Can we get a CG of it? Somehow out of the three of us, Lyra's the only one without any tears in her eyes. Somehow, out of the three of us, Lyra's the only one without any tears in her eyes.
To be alone again.
Together, Lyra and I both nod. The three of us separate, and Juliet laughs as she wipes her face.
Well, shall we go give Aspen a hand?
Yeah.
We find Aspen up near the front, idly wiping down one of the display cases with a rag. She... Sorry, that cough came out of nowhere. I haven't coughed at all this entire recording. That one just came out of nowhere. She turns around to face us, and I see her sizing up all the details at once. Our tears, Lyra's hand and Juliet's hand. Lyra's hand and Juliet, and her newfound smile. I can tell she understands.
Congratulations, all of you.
Aspen, Julia, and I organize and scrub the downstairs area from top to bottom. Lyra runs back and forth between us, bringing cleaners and rags and whatever else someone can ask for. Once we're finished, we move upstairs, skipping over my room and Juliet's study. Instead, we all stop at the storage room, where I find I found the fish tank, or the elemental, and where Juliet got my TV. I'm struggling so much right now. I'm getting emotional. She flicks on the lights, illuminating boxes stuffed with toys and clothes, and even a couple full of books. All of these used to be Cosette's things. They've just sat here, untouched for years. I put a hand on her shoulder, while both Lyra and Aspen wait uncertainly by the door. Juliet strolls through the room, peering into several boxes. Sometimes she retrieves a toy, like a plastic horse or a stuffed doll, and gazes at it fondly, and then she puts them back. I follow her in, and hesitantly Lyra follows behind me. Oh. Juliet kneels down to match Lyra's eye level, gently reaching out to clasp her hands.
Feel free to keep anything here that strikes your fancy. We'll donate the rest to others who may want them.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm certain. Cosette wouldn't have wanted her treasures to sit in the dark and waste away unappreciated. I was only doing that for myself. No. What she would have wanted is for them to bring smiles and happiness to others, like they brought to her. Passing them down is the best way I can honor her memory.
I'll take good care of them. Promise.
Juliet pats her on the head. takes all day, but together we manage to comb through everything in the rooms. Aspen sweeps and dusts while the rest of us sort out all the belongings. In the end, Lyra only picks a few toys and clothes for herself. The rest are packed neatly into boxes that Juliet and I haul downstairs to be picked up by a charity group later. We go room by room, cleaning up until we reach the last one, Lyra's room. All of us help her carry her chosen toys in, setting them up on a shelf or in a toy box. Aspen and Juliet swap out the bed sheets and the curtains, and take care of all the dust. We also rearrange the furniture just to give it a new look. There are a few things Juliet takes with her, too. Photographs and a journal and other personal belongings. She takes those into her study, giving them a place of honor by her desk, where they'll never be out of sight, but also where they're surrounded by the records and lives of others who came before, people who might have known her. Juliet puts a smiling, framed picture of Cosette on the shelf facing towards the door. In the photo, Cosette is laughing and winking, even as she's walking away from the camera. I have to say, she looks right at home too. Oh, okay.
Whew, I'm beat.
I think that is where we will end this episode for now. I want to keep going, but I really do have a lot of things that I gotta get to do. I want to finish it. I want to finish it so bad. We're so close, but that also makes me so sad. Here, let's just go like this. Return. Hang on. What is the... Worn out from cleaning. Miho falls asleep in Juliet's room. Oh, that's cute. All right, guys. Let's check. How much do we have left?
Okay, let me grab my keys.
All right, we have 7% left. That's still about like 2 hours. Yeah. Well, no, 2 hours is about... Yeah, no, because about an hour is like 3-ish%, so that's about right. Yeah. Oh, it's so close. I don't want it. I don't want it to happen, but we're so close to the end. It's crazy. It's crazy how close we are. Wait. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of checking things really quick. And yeah, it does look like maybe the next time's gonna be the end of it all. Wait. Oh. No, wait, no way. We're like right at the end, I think. Hang on. I'm slightly peeking because I don't want to again, I have plans. It's the dumbest thing to try and get this ready for. You know what I mean? But I have plans. Okay, so hang on. Okay, I'm just gonna, you know what? No, we'll finish in the next one. I was like, maybe we should just finish it today. You know, I have chores I need to do. I need to get meal prepping, make my food for the week. But maybe I don't have to. Maybe we could just play the rest of it. Who's to say, But no, I should end it there. I'm just getting too antsy, you know what I mean? I love this story. I love this game. And I want to experience more. So if there's an excuse to do that and shirk off all my other responsibilities in life, then I should. But no. We're gonna call it there. So I will see all of you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. For what's probably gonna be the finale. Oh gosh. Oh god, it's probably the finale in the next episode. Oh, kill me. Oh, I'm not ready.
We've now docked at Wellington Skyport.
Skip. It's still in the process of skipping, so we're fine. I assume it's just gonna stop when it gets to new stuff, is what I'm assuming. So we actually have to wait for it to get the new stuff. But yeah, no, we're just gonna go back through the entire game, and I'm gonna read all these little things. I want to get that thing up to 100%. So that's what we're gonna do. But yeah, no. So not only will the pictures she not send to me, but even if she tries to send them to other people, they'll come through. Okay, so okay, hang on. I need to restructure what I'm saying. So they wouldn't send to me, okay? It just didn't work for a little while, okay? And then after she finally got them to work to send to me, they would just constantly fail whenever she sent them to me. After she finally got to work to send to me, they'd come through at 144p. They were the worst quality pictures I've seen actually be taken and or sent, and so I've seen them on her phone and they look incredible. When she sent them to me, complete garbage. Terrible, horrendous, the worst. The bad, no good, very bad. Poopy doopies, poopy loopy goopies. All the good stuff. What am I saying? What am I saying right now? Okay, and then after that, oh, okay. So now we have to go save, and then we're gonna save it right here. Return. They say the perp always returns to the scene of the crime, so I head back to the main streets. By the looks of it, the store I swiped from is the same as always. The person sweeping the front of the store doesn't even seem a little bit stressed. I never steal enough for it to be noticeable, but it's always a point of pride where the place looks the same as always the next day. I think we've already read this one. Have we? No. No, it's not working. Okay, maybe not. A smug smile creeps up on my face as I pass by, snacking on the chocolate bar I took from their shelves. Oh, the library's blocked off. Never mind. That one didn't catch me off guard. I just didn't think about it. Without much else to do to pass the time, I head back to my den. It's not the best place to hang around, honestly, but it's comfortable enough. Looking around the small area, I shift back into my usual form. If I have to kill some time, I might as well have some fun while I'm at it. A couple hours later, I've happily had my fill of chasing butterflies and snacking on mushrooms. Okay, time to get back to it. Okay, and then we get this guy, who we should be able to skip because this is Mr. Fisherman. Yep. Okay. Cool. It's good to know that is how it's working. And then, yup. Skippity dippities. Skip on by. Why am I getting so many freaking notifications? Leave me alone, my guys. What even are they? I don't know what they are. Anyways, whatevers. Can I click on any of these? No. I just didn't think about it that time anyways. I'm just getting confused. But yeah, no. So, they won't send to me, okay? They won't send to me in high quality. But she can send them to other people. And then you might be going, oh, poggers. That means that those people can probably send it to you and it'll work, right? And no. Whenever it gets sent to me, it doesn't work. But you wanna know what's funny? Is that she can send other pictures. She can just send me other pictures. Just not those ones. And they come out through crystal clear, pristine. You know what I mean? I don't know why I did that sound specifically. Whenever I've been watching Pretty Little Liars with a friend, and whenever the kissing scenes happen, because like the kisses in like Pretty Little Liars are never like a, or like a, for like a few seconds. It's always like just macking on each other, and it's just relentless and it never ends. So getting bored of that, I just start going just constantly. Oh. I guess I'll go watch. Ooh, hang on. Save. We've definitely not done. I think we did Aspen the first time because I was like, I'm still a huge fangirl of Aspen, but I'm even a bigger one now. So I follow my nose and head to the kitchen. There's a big frying pan on the stove with a blob of melting butter sizzling in it. Juliet gives the pan a push to move it around before walking to the counter to continue her work.
That smells great!
Oh, Miho. Go ahead and take a seat if you'd like. This shouldn't take long.
I do what she suggests and sits down. I do what she suggests and sit down at the dinner table in the same spot as yesterday. Lovely smells swirl about the room as she opens the jar and that.
What you making?
Fried eggs and toast with some fresh fruit. It's what we usually have. Is that all right with you?
Better than alright. I'm almost drooling just thinking about it.
I just had a thought of, what if I don't get 100% by the end of this. That thought literally just occurred to me. Is what if I don't have 100% by the time I go through all of this? I'm going to be so mad and so paranoid. I'm going to try so hard to get it, but I just don't know how I would.
I hope that it lives up to expectations then.
I watch as she quickly butters a few slices of bread and then tosses them into another pan on the stove. While it cooks, she takes an apple from a nearby bowl of fruit and cuts out the core before swiftly chopping it into perfectly even pieces.
Sure did that fast.
Practice makes perfect, as they say, and I've had quite a lot of practice.
After moving the apple slices onto a plate, she takes an orange and starts to do the same thing.
The bats enjoy fruit as well, so I tend to keep a lot of it around the house. If there are any items you'd like me to keep around the house for you, do let me know.
Yeah, I don't think Juliet's outfit actually changed in for her wild ending. That's kinda wild that it didn't. Slaps the knee.
I'll tell you if I think of anything.
I'm so stupid. Juliet finishes the fruit before dropping the eggs into the pan with butter, where they start to sizzle too. Finally, she slides the toast out and onto a plate. Right as the eggs finish cooking and Juliet sets the table for the three of us, Aspen daintily steps into the room.
All set on my end.
Thank you. I just finished cooking too.
We all sit down and dig in. The food, of course, is delicious.
So, Miho, how will you be spending your first day as an official Wellington resident?
I don't know yet. Hadn't really thought about it.
Okay, I think now we're good to
Now that you mention it, I'll have
get
a
back
lot
to
more
skippity
free time
diptying.
now, huh?
Ah, I didn't. I was just trying to turn on my mouse. I didn't realize it was still on. Skip. Okay. All right. So yeah, I have, and she was like, okay, we can also just try emailing, and then she went to email, and apparently her email is completely full. So she's been slowly, painstakingly going through all her emails to see what she can delete and everything like that. And apparently most of her emails aren't stuff like Crunchyroll, get 45% off her anime figures, or Max, hey, check out what's on Max, you know? It's more stuff like pictures that she sends to other people. It's, well, we have a lot of options here, so let's just go to here. It's more like pictures that she sends to other people, or like important like school emails, like stuff like that. So not stuff that can, you know, be deleted easily without her like quadruple checking if it's okay. So I'm like, oh, it's taking so long. But I did get a few other pictures from other people. They're not great, but they're stuff, you know? They're definitely things. Save. I'm just gonna save out like all of these. Return. Let's just go with Hayat TTT Park. Kids in the park are flying kites today. They come in all different shapes and sizes, some with trailing ribbons, some in bird-like formation, all of them colorful and easy to spot, even as they drift higher and higher into the sky. Whenever I've seen kites before, I didn't understand the appeal of watching something pretend to fly, but I try to use my imagination a little and picture them like the kids do, real flying creatures or machines. I guess a lot of toys are like this, strange, pointless, fascinating little diversions. I can't help but be a little jealous. Maybe I'll make one for myself next time. Dude, that's hitting a little too hard right now. I'm doing the Lantern Ride event in Genshin, which is all about making kites. Is it? Oh, it's moving on. I think I might need a save. Do I need to do a new save for all of these options? There's no way. There's no way I need to do that, right? But how else am I supposed to get, like, everything, you know? So we've done Haiti Park. We'll just, like, go progressively downer. Oh, we definitely haven't done both of these, though. Yeah. I didn't have enough spare cash in my That one caught me off guard. I'm so sorry. I've been doing so bad. I didn't have enough spare cash in my pockets today, so I just ordered water and a plain bagel as an excuse to relax and enjoy the cafe's ambience. Perhaps out of pity for my meager order, the cashier slipped me a free packet of cream cheese too. An angel. As I'm people watching today's patrons, I notice the guy staring at his drink with an expression I can only describe as complicated, like he's trying to solve some kind of riddle with each sniff he takes. Finally, divine inspiration seems to dawn on him, and he takes it to the counter. Excuse me, I'm so sorry, but did I forget to order this with oat milk instead of regular dairy milk? Oh no, I'm sorry, yes, this dairy milk, I can remake it for you right away. No, it's my mistake. I just feel bad that this will go to waste. I'm allergic, so if I drink this, well, I can't say what will happen to me. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps he catches me staring, or maybe because my table is the closest one to the counter, but the guy turns me and catches my eye. Do you want this, miss? I promise I didn't touch it directly. Huh? Are you sure? It's just gonna get thrown away otherwise. Well then, yeah, thanks. Okay, I'm just gonna say this for free right now. I'm never taking it. If someone, it doesn't matter who it is. It could be the sweetest looking old lady. It could look like a complete freakazoid. If someone offers me a drink, I'm gonna be like, no, you probably slipped something into that. I'm not taking it from you. Free cream cheese and a free coffee? Who needs money? You just gotta sit around and look cute, and good things will come your way. Yeah. Okay, I guess we just gotta wait for this to load. I am realizing that this is probably gonna take a little bit longer than I was expecting. Wait, what? Let's just go like this. Okay. Now load. So I'm thinking I'm gonna like finish this days and see if it like put up my percent at all. As I'm walking up the mountain road, I come across a rare sight. A mother duck and her orderly row of ducklings are carefully crossing the street. Mostly only bikers and hikers come up this way, so I don't think they're at any particular risk. But it is a little anxiety-inducing watching the mother duck moving so slowly and meticulously with her babies in tow. Move it along, miss! Finally, they reach the safety of the grass and waddle their way furiously into the bushes. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Okay. Maybe do I need a way for it to actually like get in here? I don't know, I'm just scared, okay? I'm just scared. I don't want to not 100% it, okay? Honestly, I might like start saving over those other ones, because I'm realizing, like, I don't know if that's how that would work. You know what I mean? Load? Wait, what did that do? Why did it not just, I assumed that it was just going to take me to, like, the loading page. Hello? Hello? Oh. Weird. That's super weird. Load. Okay. Let's just go down to here. Because I'm like, I have set, like, not every ounce of this game is saved on my thing, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know if that's how that works. Oriental Bay. And then we'll do the Botanical Garden, and then we'll do, like, the two characters. It's rare for me, but the sun is cozy enough that it seduces me into napping on the beach. I have a warm, formless dream that carries me away as lazily as the gentle lapping of the water on the shore. And I wake up covered in sand. Like, totally covered. Like, I think someone tried to bury me. When I look around for a perpetrator, sure enough, two guilty-looking children with shovels shriek and run away giggling. Well, thanks for the blanket, I guess. Okay, so I think the way I'm going to do this is once it actually gets up into the next scene, I'm going to save over one of these just so we don't overload it. Yep, and then I'm probably going to do an extra one for like a Tommy route and then the old guy route, essentially. Because I'm curious if there is anything else for this old guy. I don't remember his name, by the way. I didn't do the Botanical Gardens. I just realized that. It's fine. While trying to think of something to do, I suddenly remember the fishing lessons that Juliet told me about. I'm already pretty good at fishing as a fox, but it does have its downsides, like having to get my tail... Wait. You know, some people like fishing for fun. At the very least, I could be useful to know someday. Besides, it's not like I've got anything better to do. Yep, we've done this one. Let's just go like that. Stop.
Words in their best order. Poetry,
Save
the best
here.
words in the best order.
Here. And let's just go ahead and do the Botanical Garden. I'd intended to take a walk through the Botanical Garden, but my usual route is being blocked by a small wedding ceremony. I didn't know a place like this would rent out space for weddings, but I guess it makes sense. Lots of good scenery for wedding photos. Weddings, huh? If I got married here, what would be the best flower to kiss the bride in front of? Oh, we've already done this one, actually. I remember this really well. So skip. So we just have to do the Tommy route, because I do remember that one with the fisherman. So that makes me a little curious about what this Tommy one's going to be. I do wonder if they just kind of like spread it out. Like maybe like this Tommy one is like a one that could happen on like a later day too. You know what I mean? I don't know. Let's see. Depends when I click like. Ah. How high does this go? Oh, really far back. It drifts away without stopping and floats the opposite. While I'm munching a bug starts to buzz around my head. I wave it away a few times, but it keeps coming back.
What is it with things getting in my face today?
I'm pretty sure we've also done this. No matter how many times I swat at it, the bug doesn't give up. Finally, I go to knock it away and totally by accident end up catching it in my hand instead. Oh, yep, we've done this because then Tommy's gonna come running up. Yep. That face, baby. So, yeah, I guess we'll just keep going with... Well, actually, no, I do want to check to see if anything we've done here is, like, giving us a single more %. So we're going to save that one there. And then let's go to the title screen. Yes, title screen. Load. No.
Okay, let me grab my keys.
Hang on. Let me look it up really quick. I just want to see, because I do want to 100% this game. We're just like, how does this work? How to 100% please be happy. How can I be 100% happy in life? Based. It doesn't say. It doesn't say. Anyways, yeah, return. Oh, wait, no, so load.
Already? Okay.
Yeah, let's keep going with this one. And then, yeah, we'll just start skipping along, skippity-dipping. Because maybe that just wasn't enough to give us a %, because, like, that was only, like, a couple minutes. And, like, it took longer for us than it actually, like, pushed us forward, essentially. So I'm wondering if maybe, like, we do, like, another day. Like, another whole, like, of this. Then we'll be, like, good. So let's just go ahead and click on that. I'd intended to take a walk in the botanical garden. Wait. I'm so confused. We've already done this one. Oh, I'm so confused. I decided to give fishing another try. Last time wasn't very successful, but maybe you'll have more luck today. I'm clicking, but it's not working. I'm clicking, but it's not working. When I get to the fishing spot, I see a few familiar faces. Mr. Kim is there, of course, dancing around between the students. This time he notices me right away.
Hello, miss. Is that a new face I spy?
Yep. I wanted to do some fishing today.
That's the kind of attitude I like to see. Let's get you started.
I take a spot on the pier while he brings me the same equipment as last time.
All right, let's start with the basics. Do you know how to set up your line?
I think so.
It didn't seem that difficult last time, but when I try to recreate what I did before, I end up getting a little confused.
Okay, so put the worm on a string. Oh, wait, no, the hook. The hook goes on the string, and then... Oh, I messed it up.
The string has gone all tangled on itself. No self-respecting fish would be interested in that.
Not to worry.
That got me. He laughs at his own joke as he comes over and quickly undoes the knot.
Okay, let's try again.
It takes some time, but eventually I'm ready. Fortunately, I remember this next part better. I stand like he showed me, hold the rod like he showed me, and let the line fly. I watch it excitedly as it sails overhead and splashes into the water.
Excellent job. Why, if I didn't know any better, I think I taught you myself.
I just smile in response. With my problem solved, Mr. Kim goes off to assist someone else, while I turn my attention back to the sea.
Here, fishy fishy.
I'm ready. No fish will be getting away from me today. The instant I feel a tug, I'll be reeling it in, just like the other person when I came here before. I just gotta wait. And wait. And wait.
Nothing's biting.
It happens.
Mr. Kim pops up, seemingly out of nowhere.
Just give the fish some time. You'd be shy too if someone started offering you a meal out of nowhere.
Wow, that hits a little too close to home for me, how, jeez. Well, he's got me there. I nod and keep waiting, but I feel the boredom sinking in. I was willing to give fishing a second chance, but if it's just going to be like this every time, then I probably won't be coming back. Suddenly, I feel the fishing pole jerk in my hands. It takes me by surprise and I almost let go, but manage to hold on tight.
Oh, I think something's biting.
Reel it in! You can do it!
Right, reel it in. Do that. To do that, my head is spinning as I try to remember what to do. Meanwhile, the reel is spinning as my fish tries to get away. It smacks my hand, jolting my memory.
Oh, yeah.
I grab and start turning it the other way, pulling the rod towards myself as I do. I can feel the fish still out of sight, struggling against me.
Not today.
All the time I spent waiting has made me extra determined. I plant my feet firmly and keep reeling. Gradually, the line gets tighter and tighter until finally the fish breaks through the water, dangling on the other end.
I did it!
You did it!
I bring the fish into where I can see it more closely. It's not as big as the fish I watched get caught last time, but it's not tiny either. Just down the pier, someone else is reeling in a catch too.
So, what are you gonna do with it?
Huh? What do you mean?
Maybe he's asking how I plan to cook it.
Will you be keeping it or letting it go?
Let it go? I just worked hard to catch it.
Mr. Kim laughs. Behind him, the person who just caught something takes a picture of the prize and then tosses it back into the water.
Why did they do that?
Well, everyone has to eat. That's just part of life, and I love a good fish dinner as much as anyone. But some just enjoy the sport and the struggle, and release the little guy once he's been defeated.
I look at the fish I caught, its tail flapping gently. There's a mark on its mouth that doesn't look natural.
What's that?
I point to it so Mr. Kim can see. He only has to glance at it.
Looks like it isn't this fellow's first time being caught. That is a battle scar.
A scar? So he's been caught before and either got away or was released. It's up to me to decide if his luck runs out or not. Sighing, I unhook the fish and then toss it back into the water, where it instantly swims down and out of sight.
Try to be more careful next time.
If I was hungry, it'd be a different story, but my belly is full and Juliet just went shopping, so there's plenty of food at home, so I figured I might as well let this one go. Walking up beside me, Mr. Kim looks out at the sea.
You know, maybe that kindness will come back to you someday. I'm sure the fish appreciates it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how useful it is to have a fish owe me a favor, but I know what Mr. Kim means. I hand him back the fishing pole and box of lures that he gave me. Also, I couldn't find anything on the 100%ing it. I just realized I didn't say that.
Now that I've gotten to see what it's like.
Well, if you decide to join us again, the fish will be here. And so will I.
Maybe I will too. Thanks for the help.
Of course, of course. The pleasure is all mine. Have a good day, miss.
I wave and head back up the pier. Okay, so I think I might keep this line going. Sorry. And then just see if I can, like, because I was like, man, it's really weird that, like, there isn't anything for, like, Mr. Kim, you know what I mean? Like, that his story just kind of ends, whereas Lena and Tommy still get, like, full stories too. So maybe, like, maybe this is, like, I just, like, missed activating it because I spent too much time on Tommy. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. Feeling bored, I head down to the waterfront and Mr. Kim's fishing lessons. This will be the third time that I've gone. I was prepared to give up last time, but actually catching a fish was a lot more satisfying than I thought it would be. I'm sure I'll keep doing it in the future too. I guess that makes it one of my hobbies at this point. At the very least, it's been better than just wandering around town. When I get there, I'm surprised to find the fishing spot is empty. Other than Mr. Kim himself, he's sitting on a folding chair with a sandwich in one hand and a book in the other. He sets down both as he notices me arriving.
Hey there, miss. Something I can help you with?
Oh, I was here to go fishing, but it doesn't look like anyone else is here.
If you're looking for a lesson, then I'm afraid the pool's closed. Which is to say, the next one doesn't start for a couple of hours. But if you just want to try your luck with the ocean, you're more than welcome to borrow a rod.
Sure. Thanks.
Now that I know what to do, I don't really need Mr. Kim to walk me through it each time. I should be fine on my own. I attach a lure and then cast my line out into the water.
I hope I don't catch the same fish as last time.
Since there's not much else to do, I look out at the sea while I wait. It's been a long time since I've been on a ship or even a boat, and a long time ago they were the best way to get around. But ever since there started being airships going all over the world, I sneak onto those instead. While I'm standing there reflecting, Mr. Kim comes up beside me.
No bites yet?
Nope, nothing.
Maybe the fish all went out to eat.
Like usual, he takes a moment to laugh at his own joke. I like his jokes.
Fine. I had to wait even longer than this last time.
That's the right attitude to have. They can keep you waiting for a while.
You've been waiting for a long time for a certain fish, right?
Spot on. Who told you about that?
I read your mind.
I took one of your lessons a while ago. You told me about it then.
Huh. Well, my memory sure isn't what it used to be. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Not just any fish. He's the king.
Ooh.
The king?
The way Mr. Kim says it sounds dramatic.
Yes, the king of the ocean. He travels the waters of the world, all on his own. He takes his meals from a different fisher every night. It's said that if he chooses you, you'll have 7 years of good luck.
He winks, giving me a big thumbs up.
Not a bad deal for catching a fish, right?
7 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Sounds pretty nice, doesn't it? To tell you the truth, I don't care too much about that. But the privilege of being recognized by the king of the ocean, now that is a prize worth chasing.
So, if he's always swimming around the world...
I try to picture it in my head. That's a lot of water.
He only comes by once a year. 1 day is all you get, and then he's on to his next stop. And then the next fisherman.
No wonder you've been waiting for so long then. How many years have you been after him?
Oh, I've given up counting at this point. 16, 17, who's to say? I stopped keeping track at least 5 years ago. I've seen him once, which is more than many can say, but he swam right past our shores. I heard he was landed a few towns away.
Oh, wait, wait, when you say, does being landed mean that they caught him? So you lost, I guess.
I'll bet he must be huge if he's the king.
He's not tiny, that's for sure. His scales are every color at once, and they look like gemstones in the water.
Whoa. I want to see him.
I keep bumping the desk, I'm so sorry.
In a few months. He's due to swim past Wellington a couple of weeks before the new year.
So being landed doesn't mean being caught. Or I guess they could have caught him and then just thrown him back out. I guess. Hang on, I'm squeezing my thighs and it's not working.
You can bet I'll be ready.
I'll try to. What do I have to do?
That's up to you. Some say it's just luck. Some say it's about having the tastiest looking bait. Some say the only thing that matters is where you're standing when he passes by.
I mean, that makes sense.
For me, I try to get to know the fish and the sea. I figure if they trust me, they can put in a good word with the king.
I love Mr. Kim. I think I did Tommy's stuff more just because I'm like, oh yeah, like his story was just more interesting, you know what I mean? But I've always been a big Mr. Kim stan. I just didn't know like where his story was going, and Tommy's story instantly had like a hook to it, if that makes sense. So I'm like, I'm really enjoying this. Mr. Kim talks to me about fish and fishing for a while longer, till it's time for me to head off. Although I didn't catch anything again today, I still like hearing those stories, so it wasn't a waste of time. At the end, he invites me to come back and fish any time, whether it's a lesson or not. I promise to take him up on his offer, even though I know he won't remember it. I'd like to see this king too. There are still a couple months before he'll be here, so that's plenty of time to get me better at fishing. With that new goal in mind, I head back home, already looking forward to returning. Nice. I'm excited to see I'm actually like really excited to see where the story is going, because he just kind of fell out of like the last plot. You know what I mean? He just kind of fell out of it. So mostly because I didn't talk to him, but you know, that's like his fault. You know what I'm saying, guys? But like, yeah, no, I'm so interested to see where it's going. Like, how is it gonna turn sad? You know what I mean? How is it gonna turn real depressing and upsetting? You know what I'm saying? I'm excited. Oh, I didn't even mention in my story of going to Starbucks and getting my order is that I actually took off my cloak for the first time. I actually changed and got looking nice, and I did my hair. If you can't tell, my hair doesn't stay done for very long. Like, look at to be fair, look at this. There's so much here to tame, and it's so thick. Like, not only is it like long and wild, but it's just like thick. So like product doesn't like keep it in place for very long. It just kind of sticks out wherever, if you can't tell. So I actually even did my hair. I was like trying to look nice, you know. I was like, ooh, what if I meet someone here? Ha ha ha. Cute cute barista, wiki face. No, I didn't actually go and thinking about that. I was like, man, this is like the first time I'm going out in a long time and actually like going into a place that like, cause like even like stores and stuff, I'll like online shop or I'll like online order at like restaurants and place. I never go in anywhere because I'm like, why would I? Online ordering literally just saves you time and money. So I'm like, why would I ever not just order online? So like I was like, I'm actually gonna go into somewhere. I need to look nice for this. So that's what I tried to do. I tried to like look nice for it. I tried putting product in my hair. As you can tell, it didn't work for very long. And I even want to like go in. I didn't want to like go just through the drive-through. That was an option, but I was like, no. I'm gonna get the full coffee experience. So I went in. I was expecting it to smell like a lot like coffee, like very strong, because that's how I remember it the last time. And it wasn't. It just like so wasn't. And I'm also just gonna click here. Click. And skip. Oh, wait. Oh, I haven't done this one. The botanical garden is doing some sort of flower competition today. It seems a dozen locals grew their very own lily flowers and brought a pot of them for judgment. Anyone visiting the gardens today can place a sticker on the pot of the flowers like they like the most, and the winner will be rewarded with some great gardening supplies. Grading supplies? Obviously, I don't know the first thing about what makes a good flower, but I enjoy seeing lilies of all shapes, colors, and sizes in one place. Gosh, this game has really made me want, like, I've always wanted to visit New Zealand just because it looks beautiful. This game's just done that more and more, and if they have stuff like this, I'm like, oh, I need to go to New Zealand so fast, but travel's expensive. I ultimately find myself drawn to a pot of gold lilies, clean and pretty and healthy as can be. They look so opulent. I place one of the provided stickers on their pot, taking a quick glance around to see that the competition is rather stiff. I'm sure all the flowers were grown with lots of care and love, so whoever wins will surely deserve it. I'm not gonna stick around to see who wins, but I'm wishing my little guys the best of luck. Aw, that's cute. I like that. Oh, I do want to check though. Once this is here, let's just. No, we'll wait. Okay. So save, and then we'll just save it here. Whatever, it doesn't matter. And then let's go to load, or let's go to title. Yes. Let's go to load. 96! We did it! Oh, gosh. We still have so much left to do today. Holy cannoli, macaroni, and cheese. Let's just go like this. Let's just go like this. Let's just go like this. The first, like, 5 squeezes. Super didn't work. I had to get, like, number 7 in there. Skippa. I'm doing so. I did so good for like a while of like blanketing out my coughs. I'm just like doing so bad at it now. But gosh. So I think after this, I need to check when Summer at the Edge of the Universe actually comes out. Summer at the Edge of the Universe. When do you come out? Oh, whoa, I have a notification. Notification. New item in your inventory. What? What do you mean a new item in my inventory? What does that mean? Oh, it's just Steam achievements, whatever. Who cares? Publisher, developer. The release date hasn't been announced yet. Oh no. And then skip. What a Love in a Bottle. Because Love in a Bottle is also one I'll play. I don't know if I want to play that on stream. Just because I don't fully know how risque it gets. Like, it's an ecchi thing. But I don't know how ecchi it gets. I don't want to risk Twitch being weird about it, you know? Because, like, from everything I've heard of Twitch is, like, they're very lenient about some things. And then just randomly they're like, no, we're not. Love in a Bottle visual novel. Oh. We're gonna go with Juliet just because there is a decision that I want to see. That I want to test out, basically. Mount Victoria. Can we... Yep, we've done that one before. Bellhouse Cafe. Okay. Oh, whoa, I guess we could. Never mind. Skipping. So yeah, I don't know if I'll play that on stream, but I will definitely try out the demo just to see if I like it. And the release date is April 2024. So like 2 months away basically from the time of me recording this. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, and then I have so many visual novels coming up because Summer at the Edge of the Universe, obviously, like I might play the Jeez Louise. The coughs are getting bad. So I'll probably play like the demo on stream for Summer at the Edge of the Universe. I don't think I can do it. Wait, what was it that I wanted to test out? I thought that there were 2 choices there. I could have sworn that there were 2 choices there, was there not? I thought there was like a question of like, how do you feel about Aspen? I don't think I love her. Do you want to try things? And then you could say yes or no. I want to try the, I don't have feelings for Aspen, but I want to try things. I thought that was an option that I could have done. I guess not. There was another thing that I wanted to look up. There was one other visual novel. Because the Headwell Lost comes out March 14th. I have that date memorized, basically. Weird. What was I trying to look up? What else was I going to look up? No! I'm also going to the Studio Lane store because when I finished Aspen's route, I got a bunch of Aspen merch. And now I'm just going to get a bunch of Juliet merch. I also got other things too. Like, I got like a Miho pumpkin keychain, which is super cute. And yeah, this is where all my money goes, by the way. This is why I'm poor. It's because I do stuff like this. Oh, no. Oh, I already have items in my bag. Okay, it saved it. Because I, like, started this stuff. And then it kept it, thankfully. Oh, dude. And I have, like, the acrylic standee of Miho and Aspen, and it's so cute. I'm definitely going to get the Juliet one. There we go. Let me just go ahead and check the bag. 3 items. Radical tactical. I'm just now shopping with you guys instead of, like, actually paying attention. Oh, dude. There are these, like, keychains of, like, VTubers. I super want to be one of them. I want to be one of them one day. Up there. Granted, I actually need to get, like, a character sheet made and stuff like that, but, you know, and probably a full body. That would help a lot, but, you know. Now that I can remember, now that it can be remembered, I decided to go introduce myself to Mr. Kim for what should be the last time before the day ends. I head to the waterfront and wait for him to not be busy with someone else.
Hello, miss. Here to fish?
Hi. Actually...
I give him an explanation of my magic, as well as run through the things he's shown me and told me. When I'm done, he rubs his chin, then laughs.
You know, that all makes perfect sense. I could remember some of those things, but not who I was with. I've been thinking it was my memory starting to fail on me. Glad to hear it's just magic.
You just takes in such good stride.
As for us, mijo, well, I suppose that makes you my new old friend then.
You're my new old friend. He sticks out his hand, and it takes a second for me to realize I'm supposed to shake it, but I do. We exchange phone numbers, and he promises to keep in touch so that he won't forget about me again. Nice. Nice. Oh, I love it.
Talk to you later. Good night.
I press the button to end the call on my phone, and then gently set the device on the windowsill. Is that the people I've been... There we go. Gosh, this cough is actually, like, getting worse. I think I might have been maybe talking too long, but, like, we're so freaking close, dude. We're, like, so close, like, finishing this, that I'm like, I kind of just need to go, you know? I just need to go. Hang on, I definitely need more water, though. Click. Go. There we go, there we go. Oh, hello, children. I think I will save here, because I don't remember if I've done all these options. And then return. Mount Victoria.
Probably Mount Victoria. It's not too far away from here.
The skip didn't work.
You can really see the whole city from the top.
Yeah, ooh, new stuff.
I lived there before I moved into the library.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special place for yourself.
After writing down all my answers, Cello puts her pen down her pen.
That's the problem. No matter what.
Yeah, no, the cough is definitely getting worse. Maybe recording for like 4 hours today wasn't the best idea. Okay. The fish market is full force right now. Rows and rows of displays tidily showing off freshly caught fish, with lines of people twisting all around the market, waiting to purchase the goods. As I walk through the crowds, the dead eyes of hundreds of fish seem to pierce my soul. Don't get me wrong, I'm not squeamish about raw fish in the slightest. I mean, I've caught and eaten plenty of fish as a fox before. But isn't there something a little morbid about lining up their little bodies for everyone to ogle? If it were me, I'd just eat them right after catching them. That's when they're best, and it seems more respectful to the fish. I guess that's why they're the merchants and not me. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you, girl. Skippity dippity dippity ding. Oh, I can feel it. I can feel it. We're getting there. Dude, if I can't get that out, sweet numero 100%, I'll be so sad. Yes, okay, so that's definitely how it happens. Like, once you get to, like, the route split, it just goes with who you've talked to more, and that's, like, whose story you're going to be following. Which makes sense. That just makes more sense than, just randomly happening. As evening rolls around, I walk down to the waterfront for a special treat. Both days so far that I've checked in with Mr. Kim, he's been enjoying some kind of delicious-looking meal that his wife prepared. When I mentioned how often I miss Korean food, he promised to treat me to dinner tonight. Most of the times that we've gone to the fishing spot, it was with food on my mind. I wouldn't have expected this to be the first meal I actually get out of it. Oh, he's so handsome. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is me puffing out my shirt, like, you know, just trying to cool myself down. It's getting a little hot in here. The pier is mostly empty when I get there, aside from Mr. Kim himself. He waves merrily as I approach.
Oh, mijo, annyeong.
Being greeted in Korean surprises me, and it takes me a second to respond properly. What is touching my leg? Oh, it's the cord of the my feet pedal. Okay.
안녕하세요.
Hey, yo, that was good. Is Dadavu Korean, or did she just get that good at it? Oh my gosh. I'm more than a little rusty when it comes to speaking Korean, but I think I managed to sound okay. Still, using the common language is a lot easier at this point.
Glad you could join me. I've brought us a feast.
I clicked it. Sure enough, he has a few bags full of plastic containers sitting by his chair.
Ooh, thanks. I've been looking forward to this for hours.
Me too. There's nothing like a home-cooked meal to wrap up the day. Go ahead and have a seat.
He gestures to another chair, as well as a small folding table with a white cloth draped over it. I don't know if I added white in there, but I did. Also, my throat is like actually like dying. It's like, hang on. I try to cough extra hard there, just to get it all out.
Don't mind if I do.
Mr. Kim hands me a plate with a small bowl, and then starts stacking the food on the table. I watch as he lifts box after box from the bags. I'm reminded a little bit of Juliet back when I first got here. Although Mr. Kim accepted my explanation about my magic pretty easily, it's still awfully generous of him to do all this for my sake. I'm definitely not complaining though. I can see kimchi and rice plus a couple other things that I don't recognize or remember the names of.
Masal looks delicious.
I don't know what kimchi
Thanks
is.
for bringing it.
I'll tell my wife. She's the one who did the cooking, and she says she hopes that it reminds you of home. When was the last time you visited Korea?
It's been a really long time. I don't even know how many years.
Also, I do apologize for like the delay in some of the clicks. It's just like sometimes I like miss the spot where I need to do it. You know what I mean? I miss the spot where I need to like actually like press because it like slightly shifts in between my sweet thighs. Anyways.
No family back there?
Nah, I don't have any. I didn't have any friends until I came to Wellington either.
Ah, of course. But you do now, at least. We may go at different speeds, but eventually we all end up where we're meant to be.
Yeah, I never tried that hard before either. Now that I have a phone and stuff, it's a lot easier.
Well, here's to new old friends then.
I feel so bad for all the coughing I'm doing and not like cutting out, like because I've heard it in the audio and it sounds terrible. He pours 2 cups of cold barley tea and hands me one. Then he retrieves an even bigger thermos and carefully fills 2 bowls with its contents. The aroma of chicken and garlic hits my nose, and the moment he takes off the lid, it's been years since I've had it, but I still recognize that smell immediately.
Is that samgyetang?
She's so good at that.
It sure is. The nose knows, doesn't it?
Oh, sorry, I tapped a little too aggressively on that one, so I went to try and stop my mic from shaking, and then I actually like hit it again.
I don't know when the last time I had this was.
The soup is made from boiling a chicken with ginseng, and there's sticky rice stuffed into the chicken. The last time I was in Korea, it was a special occasion whenever I was able to enjoy a bowl. It was a lot harder to still compare to solid food, so the only times I could have it were when I actually spent money to buy some. Modern-day Korea is very different from the Korea that I come from, but I still have some good memories from my last time there. Finally, after pouring the soup, Mr. Kim hands me a spoon and a pair of chopsticks.
Let's dig in.
I have to carefully arrange all my dishes on the table and on my lap to make everything fit. He pops the tops of the various sides and serves me a bit of each. It's been a long time since I've used chopsticks either, but my hands remember how to hold them. Dude, I've tried learning how to use chopsticks, and it just doesn't make sense in my brain. All the food tastes even better than it looks, and it looks pretty good to begin with. From the spicy tang of the kimchi, to the rice broth of the soup, everything is amazing. The barley tea is the perfect addition to wash everything down.
Go ahead and eat up. I can always have more at home.
He leaves most of the food for me, only nibbling on a few things. When all containers are finally empty, I dig my chopsticks around to scrape up the last few bits and pieces.
That was so good. Thanks again.
Of course, of course. It's always a pleasure to share dinner with a friend.
Do you ever eat the fish that you catch?
Sometimes. Or sometimes I'll go purchase some from the market. Next time, I'll have to bring you some meontang.
Yes, please.
Mr. Kim chuckles, then slaps his knee and stands up.
Well, it's about time for me to be heading home. Thanks for the company.
So, because this, I don't know, there doesn't really seem to be a plot to this. I'm worried that this is gonna end with Mr. Kim's death. I don't know, that's very morbid, but that's how I don't know, that's kind of the feeling I'm getting, and it's making me scared because I love Mr. Kim. He's such a good boy. I help Mr. Kim bag up all the empty containers. He loads those into a basket on a bicycle, and then, with one last wave, sets off on his ride. For a little bit longer, I stay on the pier and admire the sea, enjoying how pleasantly full I am. Then I start walking home as well. Okay, skippity dippity dippity. Skippity dippity 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 doo 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 doo. Skip. There we go. Man, look at us just flying through the story. This story's not even that long, guys. We're getting through it in like an hour. It's easy. Dude, I can't believe I haven't even talked about my thoughts on the game. I haven't even, oh my gosh, I haven't talked about my thoughts on Juliet's route at all. I just realized that, oh gosh, why did I just do that during the credits and then we could get to this as an extra bit? I'm definitely going to put like a little timestamp in after we finish Juliet's route and of like, hey, skip to here for my thoughts. Or I might like shuffle it around a bit and be like, all right, here's my thoughts. And then you guys could do the extra stuff that I talked about. Also, how's my drink? Is it like leaking anywhere? No, it's not like, normally like when you have like stuff like this, like an ice cream of any kind, and like a milkshake and you put it down on something for too long, it gets like sticky. Like the side's definitely sticky. I just touched it and it's sticky, but it didn't leave like anything on the floor, so I'll take that. Waterfront. The view from the waterfront is really just the best on a clear day. Okay, we already seen that one. I don't know. Unless I don't have 100%, I don't know if I'm going to go back and do all these. Like, I think it'd be fun, but I might do it on my own. It just seems like it's like a lot of time, essentially, right now. Time that I don't really have. I mean, I sort of have it. Like, I do have places to be, like, in a little bit. But I'm like, it just takes a while. Okay. The waterfront is always a bit of a tourist hotspot, but I suppose I'm not immune to being curious about tourist attractions. This time I take note of a capsule machine that dispenses fortunes. I don't know how much I believe in fortune telling because I don't know that much about it, but this machine's whole gimmick is that it has a magical golden fish in it that supposedly came out of the bay and lay eggs that tell you the fortune. Of course, the fish is fake, and its eggs are little round capsules that you exchange for a coin. Just so happens I have a coin rolling around with the lint in my pocket, so I give it a go. The golden fish wiggles artificially as the machine groans with age and releases a fish egg. It's a little cute. I see why tourists like this thing. That'd be so fun, though, actually. I pop the orange capsule open and take the paper that's inside. Your smile brings joy to everyone around you, it says. That's really nice, but it's not a fortune, is it? Unless smiling at people is going to bring me some kind of good luck. I guess I'll try it just to be safe. That is how fortune cookies do be. The amount of times they don't, like, actually give you a fortune, but they're just like, haha, you're nice, you're cool, you work hard, you know? Which, you know, it's like fine, but like whatever. Keep going, I guess. Do 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 do. So yeah, I was gonna say like after this, I'll probably just do like the next Studio Lane thing will probably be at Summer at the Edge of the Universe, which it probably will still be to like do the demo over on Twitch, and I mean over on my other YouTube channel and Twitch. But yeah, I guess since that's not out yet, the next thing I'll probably do will be First Snow and Twofold, which I'm really excited for. I'm so excited because I've heard like only good things about it. Granted, I've only ever heard good things about Studio Lane stuff or like things that they published, but like it's fine. It's been almost a week since the last time I went to the waterfront, so I decided to head down and visit Mr. Kim. It's been even longer since I've actually done any fishing, so this might be a good time to change that. When I get to the waterfront, there are plenty of other people there fishing. Unlike the last couple of times, however, it doesn't look like Mr. Kim is one of them. Oh, his assistant, Young Mean, is there helping out like always. But Mr. Kim himself is nowhere to be seen. When I ask Young Mean, he tells me that Mr. Kim went to the marketplace. But okay. But they should have been back by now. I volunteer to go see if I can track him down. Oh no. I went from oh no to oh okay to oh no. I've only ever seen the market from a distance, but up close it's a lot more lively than I gave it credit for. The noisy fishermen that I always hear from far, far away laugh and shout with each other, displaying their catches on beds of ice. There are other vendors and stalls selling snacks and drinks as well as things like jewelry and souvenirs. I walk around searching for Mr. Kim and finally find him near the edge. Okay, near the edge of the pier. He's looking intently at a number of fishing poles for sale, and one hand stroking his chin.
Hello, mijo. Fancy seeing you here.
Youngmin told me where you were.
I was surprised you weren't at the fishing spot.
Oopsie, I might be taking a little longer than I said I would. I just can't decide.
I go over and inspect the fishing poles too. Most of them are fancier than the ones I've used, with extra pieces and parts. I don't really know what any of them do though.
Are you getting a new rod?
If I can settle on one, yes. I've narrowed it down to this one.
He points at one of the complicated, fancy-looking poles.
And this one.
And this one. The other option is a simpler, sleeker design.
What's the difference?
The first one here has everything you could ever want. It's made for comfort and for power. The other one I'm looking at is more basic, as you can see.
Yeah, totally.
Easy. Why wouldn't you get the nicer one?
Because it's more expensive.
I guess there's just something about a simple, traditional design that appeals to an old geezer like me. It's hard to say no to the luxury of the other one, but...
He frowns, still thinking deeply.
Sounds like you've already decided then.
Oh?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like you want the basic one, even though the other one is nicer.
Slowly, he nods.
You might just be right. I'll take this one.
The person running the booth packages up the rod and hands it to Mr. Kim once he's finished paying. Then the two of us start heading back to the fishing spot.
You know, you picked a good time to show up.
Why's that?
I'll show you once the lessons are over.
That turns out to be shortly after we get there. Mr. Kim goes to apologize to Young Min for taking so long, and I watch some of the other people fishing while we wait, since all the spare rods are taken. Once almost everyone else leaves at the end of the hour, Mr. Kim beckons me over.
Works like a dream so far. It's the old one I wanted to talk to you about, though.
Mr. Kim holds his fishing pole in one hand, examining it with a small smile. I can see a wistful look in his eyes, like he's recalling old memories. Then he holds it out to me.
Here, I want you to have it.
Me? Why?
Better it go to someone who'll use it than just sit around collecting dust in the garage. Besides, you're going to need something reliable if you're gonna have a chance with the king!
Oh, Mr. Kim's the best. I carefully take the rod, holding it gently like it could fall apart. It's got nicks and grooves on it, and the grip is worn down in places. Signs of how loved and appreciated it was.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure, as long as you promise to give it a good home.
I do. Thanks.
You're welcome. Now, let's make sure we catch the king this year, hmm?
Standing at the edge, I cast out my line to get a feel for the rod. Even though it's been well used, it's more comfortable and handles better than the ones I usually borrow. I managed to land a couple fish, although I let them all go. When it's finally time for me to go home, I carry the fishing pole carefully, making sure Mr. Kim's trust in me wasn't misplaced. Aww, that's cute. I really like that. Skipper. There we go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm so scared as where the story's going, cause again it seems so aimless right now, which means it could end up horribly. I'm just gonna keep clicking on the waterfront. Oh, the marketplace is a buffet of interesting smells. The stinks of raw fish mixing with street foods in a way that might repel a weaker person, but not me. I'm on the hunt for something yummy and cheap when a woman waves me over to her table. Free samples of our Korean corn dogs. Korean corn dogs? I never saw such a thing when I lived in Korea, and beyond that, I've never seen a corn dog that looks like this. Mind you, the corn dog is sliced into smaller pieces for sampling, but it appears to be covered in cubes and some kind of powder. Weird. They're delicious. The potato bits are mixed into the batter like French fries, and it's topped with a little bit of sugar and savory and sweet. The savory and sweet mix is really addictive. Far be it for me to turn my nose up to at the potatoes or sugar. I take one of the sample pieces and nibble at it, slow and careful at first as I process the unconventional ingredients. Once I've had the chance to powder it, and realize it's good, I plop the entire thing in my mouth and chew with gusto. Good, right? Just for you. You can have one more sample piece. I know how hard it is just to take one bite. You always want more. I can't afford a full corn dog, so I accept the extra sample cheerfully and go along on my way. Korean corn dogs. I'll have to remember them for the future. Nice. Nice. I need water. My throat is dying. My throat is giving out right now, baby. It's all kinds of messed up. That's the good stuff. I feel like I say that like every time I'm doing like one of these long recordings and I drink water. So it's like, yeah, dude, that water hits so hard, baby. Oh my gosh. Oh, not the sad stuff. Get me out of the sad stuff. Ew. I'm here to just chill and vibe with Mr. Kim. Not to have this like emotional burdeny stuff and like emotional work or stress of any kind. I'm just relaxing with Mr. Kim. Nothing else. I know my current life to change. Sure. Lina. Skip. I wonder how many more times do we have with him? It's not too many more. Granted, this is still chapter 4. If this doesn't just show you how much longer chapter 4 is than like the rest of the game, it's like crazy. Like I feel like chapter 4 alone is like almost as long as chapters 1, 2, and 3 combined. Granted, 1 is like decently short, like it's like 2-ish hours. But, like 2 and 3 were like decently long, and then chapter 4 is like as long as all of them. So despite all the worries that I have in my everyday life right now, fishing with Mr. Kim always offers a nice break from them. When I first started, I thought that all that standing around was boring. Now I appreciate the downtime that it gives me. It's just involved enough that I can't totally space out and get lost in my thoughts, but also passive enough that I can relax and not work too hard. Sometimes I catch a lot of fish, and sometimes I catch nothing, but either way I enjoy myself. Carrying the fishing rod Mr. Kim gave me to and from the waterfront has become a nice part of my routine. Carrying the fishing rod Mr. Kim gave me to and from the waterfront has become a nice part of my routine. It feels like it helps me keep my mind set on what I'm doing. Plus, the fact that he gave me something so important means that I have to put it to good use. When he's not helping the others, Mr. Kim sometimes fishes with me. He shows me all kinds of different bait and tackle, and teaches me some of the different species too. The more time I spend learning, the more I understand what he meant when he told me that he tries to get to know the fish in the sea. There's still more than a month before the king is supposed to be in our area. Is that all his story is going to be, is just them catching the king? I mean, I'm kind of okay with that, just a little lighter story. So there's plenty of time for me to get acquainted too. I don't know if I don't know if it'll make a difference or not, but it definitely can't hurt. Aside from that, there isn't a whole lot I can do to prepare. I'll just have to hope that my patience pays off. Even just getting to see the king would be enough for me. If anyone's going to catch him, it should be Mr. Kim, since he's been trying for so many years. I don't know how many other people will be hunting for him too, but Mr. Kim says it'll be a lot. Either way, I can't wait for December to roll around when we'll finally get our chance to land him. There wasn't any Mr. Kim in that one. What the fuck? What the freaky steaky beaky manikis? Skip. Oh, stop crying, guys. It's fine. Everything turns out okay. I've seen it. I've seen into the future. The future is now, thanks to science. I've settled down. Do I really want to repaint my walls? Just looking at, like, I've been thinking of that for a while. I really want to repaint them so I can start like hanging stuff on them. Like, they're so not good looking that I'm like, oh dude, if I put anything on here, it's just gonna look terrible. Or I could put anything on those walls and like they'd look bad. I need to do something more with them. Ugh. I need to do something, my guys. Oh my gosh. Even skipping through these it really makes me appreciate like how girthy this is. For like, this is like a $20. Ooh, we're in the last chapter. The last chapter short, guys. We all know that. I mean, shorter compared to the first one. To the last one, but you know what I mean. But that means we're getting close to the end of Mr. Kim's story. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're almost there, guys. Yay. Oh. How to get out a good cough before now. Around sundown that evening, I grab my fishing pole and make my way to the waterfront. I want to put the menu away for now. It's finally time. This morning I got a call from Mr. Kim saying that the King of the Ocean had been spotted close by yesterday, and that he should be passing by Wellington tonight. After a month of waiting, or a whole year of it in Mr. Kim's case, we'll get our chance at seeing the legendary fish. Down by the bay, there are a lot more fishers out than usual. Some have tents and chairs set up, while others only brought their gear. Mr. Kim is waiting on the pier like usual.
Good to see you, Miho. Feeling lucky today?
I sure hope so. It's packed out there.
Sure is. Tonight's one of those nights that we fishermen dream of.
How long do you think it'll be until he gets here?
Hard to say. There's a whole network of folks who watch the waters all up and down the coast, and they'll give us a ring if anyone spots him. But there's no guarantee that he'll be close enough to see. Sometimes he passes through deeper waters before coming inland somewhere else.
So, what you're saying is we could be here all night?
Yes.
It's a certain possibility. Sleepiness has ended many an angler's quest to spot the king. If you have to go early, I'll understand.
Are you gonna stay out here the whole time?
Yes.
If that's what it takes. Or if I hear that he skipped over us this year.
I'll stay too. I've waited this long to see him. I can't just give up at the end.
That's the spirit. I've got coffee and black tea to help keep sleep away.
Oh, look at this. We walk to the end of the pier and sit down, keeping our rods close by. The setting sun makes for a beautiful sky that I tilt my head up to admire. Mr. Kim does the same.
Mother Nature sure knows how to paint, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little chilly, especially out here on the water, and I wrap my arms around myself to stay warm.
If we don't catch him this year, will you try again next year?
Of course. And again, and again.
What if we do get him?
I think once is enough for me. Beyond that, I'll just be getting greedy. You can bet I'll still be out here, though. Even if I'm not fishing for the king.
I don't know if I'd be able to keep trying for as long as you have.
Oh? Why's that? It's easy. You just start, and then you don't stop. I'd like to catch the king, of course. But I've come to enjoy the waiting just as much. It's something to look forward to. If I miss him, I'm disappointed, of course, but it just means that I get to try for another year.
When I first started fishing, I thought all the waiting around was pretty boring. I kind of get it now, though.
There's an understanding between us fisher folk and the sea, I think. It's give and take on both sides.
What do you give to the ocean?
Time. Patience. Like any friend, it needs attention for your relationship to grow. Whether that's cleaning up garbage from the shores or teaching someone to appreciate the joys of fishing.
The two of us sit together for hours, trading stories about the places we've been. Mr. Kim tells me about the Korea he comes from, and I tell him about mine. He even pulls out a thermos of Montag, spicy fish stew, for us to share. It's as delicious as the dinner he shared with me a couple months ago. As the evening winds winds on, a lot of the fishers waiting by the shore gradually get up and go home. I guess they must be getting tired of waiting. Mr. Kim and I pass some of the time by fishing for other things or walking around to give our legs a break. As twilight starts to come to an end, my ears twitch, perking up at the distant sound of shouting. It starts off far away, probably too far for Mr. Kim to hear, but he notices me tilting my head to listen. He walks over. The shouting starts to get louder as it gets closer. It's not one person yelling, but a chain of them, the message being carried along the coast.
Here! They spotted the king!
All up and down the beach, the fishers are hopping to their feet and casting their lines. Some of those who are in the middle of leaving hurry back to the shores. Mr. Kim's voice echoes along as he passes along the news to the people on our other side.
Let's go, Miho!
Both of us cast our lines out, and I lean forward to try and get a glimpse of the fish himself.
He could be anywhere. Keep an eye out.
Mr. Kim shades his eyes with one hand to search around, and I can see other fishers doing the same. I wonder how far away the king. I wonder how far away from here the king was actually spotted. With how many people are waiting for him, the news could have come from pretty far away. The ocean looks the same as ever to me, lapping gently against the pier where we're standing. Occasionally someone reels in a normal fish, but nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly I notice something sparkling in the water, several meters away from where we are. At first I think it's just a trick of the light, but then it moves, disappearing and reappearing a little bit closer, if you can't tell my voice is giving out. I tug on Mr. Kim's shoulder to get his attention and point.
Is that?
The sparkling disappears and doesn't resurface. Both of us watch with bated breath, ready to start reeling at the first sign of a bite. Mr. Kim stabs a finger towards the sea, and I watch the spot he's pointing at. Sure enough, I see that light again. This time it's close enough to see the vague shape of a fish, but not near enough to see clearly. The glittering fish slowly comes closer, moving in short bursts. Sometimes it dashes off in another direction, then wiggles back towards us. Ooh, are we okay? Are we gonna get him? Are we gonna get him? Finally, it comes into view. The king of the ocean swims in front of us, 4 long whiskers streaming from his face. His scales are shades of beautiful blue and purple, but shine with other colors too as the sunlight hits him. He's bigger than any fish I've ever seen. Dude, my voice came back for this fish, but still smaller than a person. Swimming just below the surface, his top fin sometimes breaks through the water. I get a good glimpse of his big eyes as he passes us by, and the sparkle disappears as he dives deeper on his own. On his way.
Whoa, indeed! I've never seen him that close before. This must be my lucky day after all.
Even though he didn't stop for us, my heart races with the thrill of seeing the king at all.
Was worth the wait.
He was so far out that I'll bet a lot of the fishers on the shore didn't get to see him at all.
You think so? Well, I wonder where he'll be.
Mr. Kim cuts off mid-sentence as we both see the same thing. The sparkle of the king's scales reappears near the pier. The king comes closer and closer, and then dives down again and disappears. Oh, I loved that little look at each other. Mr. Kim and I look at each other. I hold my breath as if moving could spook the fish. Seconds pass, then a minute. Then I feel a tug.
I've got a bite.
Reel it in, mijo.
I try, but the fish on the other end is fighting back. I have to hold on tight just to avoid having the fishing rod yanked out of my hands. Mr. Kim comes close to my sides and grabs the handle too. Both of us work together to pull and reel, and slowly I feel us start to gain a ground. The two of us brace ourselves and then pull as hard as we can. With a huge splash, the king breaks through the surface of the water, dangling from the end of our line. He hangs there for a moment, looking back at us like he's judging us. The two of us stare back in silent awe as I realize something. The king let us win. After only a couple seconds, he opens his mouth and spits out the lure, freeing himself and plunging back into the ocean. What a bad A! What the freak? All that remains are the ripples, and in a moment, even those are gone too. Other fishers who saw that happen start to gather around, congratulating us and cursing us. Mr. Kim handles all the praise with a smile and a laugh, while I try to stay to his side and avoid as much attention as I can. It takes a while for the crowd to disperse before finally leaving us alone.
We did it.
That's awesome.
I can't believe he came back to us.
Maybe he didn't like the look of what they were serving farther up the shore. Either way, thanks for helping an old dream come true.
I ought to thank you. Besides, we reeled him in together.
That we did. My wife will never believe it. I guess that's what I get for exaggerating about the size of some of my past catches. That's alright, though. You and I will both know the truth.
Yeah. Plus, the 7 years of good luck.
Oh, that's true. I'd almost forgotten. Maybe it'll only be 3.5 for each of us, though. I'd say that's more than enough.
Yeah, me too.
The sun has finally gone down by the time Mr. Kim and I pack up to head home. Before he climbs onto his bike, he gives me one last wave.
We won't be preparing for the king, but will I see you down at the fishing spot again?
Of course! I've still got a whole lot more to learn.
That's the spirit. Until next time, mijo.
See you later.
Wait, thank you. Get every other achievement. New old friends. Wait, does that mean... Did we do it? Save. I'm just gonna save over... Maybe over this one, just have like all 3 of my saves at the top, you know? I think that's a good idea. Because this is like Aspen's stuff. Question mark. I'll save over this one. Yes. Things that go bump in the night. And then title. Yes.
Already?
98%!
Okay, grab my keys.
What am I now? Do I really have to go through all the little things, all the little side adventures? No. Oh, my back. I've been sitting for so long. I've been sitting for so long, man. But I can't. I'm not stopping. I'm finishing this gosh darn game tonight. I'm 100%. I'm getting that 100%. I'm getting it. That is my goal, and no one's stopping me. I do have a text though. I can't believe I 100%ed it on the Steam store. That's pretty poggers, right? Yeah, it is. It is. It actually is. This is like the first game I've ever 100%ed. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, so load. I guess we could just go like here and then just go on. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. Dude, if this doesn't somehow get us 100%, I'm gonna be so freaking sad. I need to see that 100%. I need to see that 100% to do. Skip. Get us there, get us there, get us there, get us there, let's get us there. The only issue I have with this is like how long it takes to start the next scene after we've like done one of these. You know what I mean? Will my phone stop buzzing at me for like 5 seconds? Oh, wait. Has that been like making like new saves down here? No, actually, it hasn't. Weird. Let's just go ahead and save here. Yeah, return. And then let's just go Botical, and then I'll just go over. Skip. Well, shoot. Okay. How do I do this? How the freak do I do this? Load. I don't know the best strategy for doing all of this. Let's just click here. Bell House. Okay, so we've seen that one, so load. Cuba Street. Okay. A bakery on this street is giving away free samples today, so of course I'm sneaking by it as many times as possible, as I possibly can, and filling my pockets with goodies. I just really need to sample it and make sure I like it. Once my pockets are practically stuffed with the little puffs of bread, I slide off into an alleyway to sample my spoils in peace. Uh-oh. I hadn't realized that these were cream-filled and squishable, and now my pockets are a mess. Well, I popped the one still in my hand out of my mouth at least. Luckily, it's really good. Washing my jacket out in the river is probably going to be a little bit less good. Nice one, Miho. Good job. Good job. Is this the part where I'm like, should I just do a run through of the game where I just do the things at like each specific spot at a time? No, it's not. No. I feel like that's almost like worse. I'll just save it over this. Yeah, let's just save it over that. Return. Ha. Okay, we'll start at the botanical garden. Okay. Load. Okay, we've got this. I believe, baby. Wait. Waterfront. Rows and rows, skipping. Okay, so load. You. Return. Mount Victoria. Okay, so we can skip this one. Okay. Load you. Ooh, I already did the waterfront. I already did the waterfront. I already did the waterfront. Yep. Load. Oh gosh, this is gonna take so long. Oriental Bay should be the last one of this. Hang on. Skip. Okay, we've done that one already. Okay. So then now we'll start here. Save over. Let's save it over this one so that I can use all these next ones as our save points. Let's just go like that and then return. And then we'll start at Hayatiti Park. We've seen this one. Skipping. Load. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Load. And then Botanical Garden. Oh, wait. Oh, for the gods. This isn't going to move on. I think we actually need to start a new game and then go each location at a time. I don't think we're going to do that, guys. I'm not going to lie, because this is like first day stuff. But we're not going to get anything else here until we've gone through it. So let's go ahead and load this save again. And then let's go to the waterfront. Let's not go to the waterfront. Let's go here. Yeah, we're not going to get the new ones until we've done all of these. So we will have to play. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I do love this game. It's like my favorite story almost ever. Definitely like my favorite visual novel ever. I love this. I absolutely adore it. I'm not going to sit through the game like 9 more times. I'm sorry. I do in fact adore this game and everything else about it. I'm not doing that. Sorry, shrugs. So I guess this is where we're going to end the series, which isn't the worst place, so whatever. Okay, guys, we are back with more Please Be Happy. And I'm recording this like an hour and a half after the last episode. I know I was going to take a break, like wait for the next week, but like I'm not doing that. We only have like an hour left of like stuff. And then I am doing extra stuff at the end, just like going through and like clicking on like all like little location icons throughout the day, because I figured out that there was a way to like auto skip if you've already read it. I found out how to actually do that. It was in the options. I should have looked at that sooner, but I didn't. Whatever, it's fine. But the special thing, I've already talked about it before, but I'm like, I've never been a coffee drinker. I never went to Starbucks. I've been there like one time and like 7 years ago. And then I was like, no, I'm good. So today I did some chores after the last episode and then I went to Starbucks. I got myself an order and I have a story to tell all about that because it was an experience doing all this stuff. But that's going to be for the end. I wanted for the beginning of this episode to do like a little taste test. Like, is coffee good enough? What I got was a mocha cookie crumble frappuccino is what it's called. I don't know if that actually counts as coffee, but you know, I got it at Starbucks. So that's all that matters, is it came from Starbucks. So I want to do a little taste test. It's so strong. Oh my gosh, it's so powerful. I think I need to stir it a little bit. Hey God. Because I was told that was... So my experience with coffee was... Went like 7 years ago. Got it. Went, this sucks. Then... When I was working at a hotel... someone made a coffee for me and I went, wow, this is actually pretty good. And then it started tasting really bad out of nowhere. And I was told, well, yeah... It's because you haven't been stirring it. And I was like, why do you have to stir it? What? I didn't know that was even a thing. And now I couldn't stir it after that because I was done with it. Because even though it tasted awful halfway through it, I was like, I was giving it to it. It was given to me because I was frigid and I was shoveling snow in the hotel parking lot, literally all day. So it was given to me as like a ward to like help warm me up. Oh. And as soon as I got home from it, I had to change, get back into my cozy stuff, because I turned into like a whole event going to get it. I even like went inside, which, good lord, I never go inside places. So I turned that into a whole event and everything. So I'm like, so it's been a little bit because I had to come home, that I had to change out of all that stuff because I want to get all nice and cozy for when we finish this finally, and all that stuff. So I think I just need to give it a little stir and then we'll see. It's fine. I was The best thing I can say about it is that it's fine. I'd legitimately just rather get like a chocolate shake or something from like McDonald's or something for like half the price. Okay. Hang on, another sip. It's just like so okay. Like maybe like once a year I'd get like something like this. I don't know. I was thinking that because of this, maybe every single time I start a new Studio Lane, like actual like Studio Lane thing, not just something that they like publish or something, just because I don't want to go get coffee that often, I'd try a new coffee, whether it be like an actual coffee or just like a Frappuccino. One of the main reasons I didn't get an actual coffee is because it's like 4 p.m. I'm not gonna get a coffee at like 4 p.m. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. Because apparently like they super like caffeine normally doesn't jazz me up, but I'm like, okay, but like what if though? What if it does? Because like I have ADHD, so normally coffee like helps me like focus, like it calms my mind. But like I mean caffeine, not coffee. So I was like, maybe there's a chance. Hang on, one more taste test. Yeah, it's just like so okay. It's just like so okay, and I've been stirring it this whole time too. So maybe that's what I'll do. Cause like I don't know, coffee seems so good and everyone loves it. So I'm like, I kind of want to get into that. I kind of want to be a part of that. That'd be so fun. But like, it's just like so fine. It's like, this is like a $5 12-ounce drink because I got a tall, which is a small, which, listen, that's like the only thing about ordering coffee that bugs me. Like, people make it such a big deal. But like, to me, it's just like the size names. Just call it small, medium, and large. Don't be so extra about it. Especially don't call, like, honestly, for me, all you'd have to do is just change tall to small. That's all you need to change for me. You can keep all the other stupid ones there. Like, whatever. But I also got a little sandwich. I was like, I'm kind of hungry. I'll get like a sandwich to go with it. And it was like a $5, like an almost $6 sandwich. So I was expecting it to be like huge. And when they brought it out, it was in like this big freaking bag. And I was like, oh, this is going to be a meaty sandwich. I'm including pictures. I have pictures up of this stuff as we're going through it. This sandwich is the size of my mouse. And it was almost $6. I could have gotten, like, using the McDonald's app, I could have gotten 2 bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits for the price of this. Are you kidding me? Are you joshing with me right now, my guy? It's like so bad. It's so if this is not the best tasting thing on the planet, I'm gonna be so upset. Oh. Hang on, I want to mute this while I chew. I took another bite without thinking about it. I took the first bite and then just immediately went in for a second one. Hang on. It's also just fine. Again, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit from McDonald's, about 1,000 times better. I'd rather have just taken that for like less than half the cost. So, as an overall experience, I'd say that this is mediocre, 5 out of 10. But it's a 5 out of 10 experience that costed me more than most like 6 to 7 out of 10 experiences. You know what I mean? So overall, not good. Not a good time. That's my review of the Starbucks stuff. Because it's like a mediocre $12 drinks. I mean, it's like a mediocre $5 drink. And then a mediocre $6 breakfast sandwich. For like almost $12 combined. It was almost $12 combined. That's so not good. But yeah, anyways, I'm going to be drinking this and eating this throughout the video. Don't mind me. There's probably going to be a lot of talking between the characters, so let's just go ahead and get on into it. Phew, I'm beat. I flopped down on the bed, spreading my arms out on its... spreading my arms out. It's not my own bed for once, but Juliet's. Ooh. Hang on, I'm scooting forward a little bit more so you guys can like hear me better. Although that will be a little hard if I'm actually chewing and stuff. Or maybe... I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
You deserve to be exhausted.
Not as hard as you. You carried most of those boxes.
We both put in a lot of effort.
Oh gosh, hang on. She lays down next to me. I'm trying to chew on the opposite side of my mouth and I'm watching like the waveforms and I'm not seeing anything, so I think it's working. So we're fine. She lays down next to me. Without a window, it's darker in Juliet's room than it is in mine. I can count on one hand the number of times I've been in here. I let out a yawn. Aspen went home hours ago, and Lyra went to bed not long after. It'll be my turn soon.
You should get some rest, dear.
I will. First, I have to get the energy to go back to my room.
Do you?
What do you mean?
There's certainly room for two here.
Oh! Oh! Oh my gosh! Like, listen, I know that we had the scene where they, where she and Aspen slept together, Miho and Aspen slept together in her route, but like, it wasn't so, no one was so forward about it, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Rolling onto my side, hang on. Rolling onto my side to face her, I laughed.
Yeah, I guess so. You must be worn out too. You stayed up all day, didn't you?
Yes. I wanted to spend it with the three of you.
I'm glad.
Gosh, coffee's such a high maintenance drink. I went like 5 minutes without stirring it or whatever. And now it's tasting bad again. I didn't think that you'd have to do with a frappuccino. I was expecting that to be like a coffee exclusive. I yawn again, and this time it's Juliet who laughs.
I'll see you in the morning.
She doesn't have to tell me twice. Not even bothering to fight my heavy eyes from closing, I just nod. I'm probably making this like the worst thing ever. This is like the worst. I'm so sorry for. Whoa, wait. Why is it playing missing pages? Hang on. I so hope that the noise gate takes all of this out for you guys. I'll be so sad if it doesn't. Hang on, I need to get a drink too. It looks so much better. This drink looks so much better than it actually tastes. I'm so disappointed. The sky collapses into the ocean, splashing me with 1,000 shades of blue. Clouds drift through the water and fish swim through the sky. I'm alone, but I'm not alone. Although there's no one at my side, I can feel the warm presence of my loved ones in my heart. With each step I take, skywater ripples in every direction. The expanse goes on forever, above me, below, and around me. I look down at my hands and feet, and at the reflection beneath me. Yellow eyes framed by dark fur look back, the fox's paws moving in time with my footsteps. She's me, and I'm her. I know this, so why are we separated like this? Together we move forward, though it's impossible to see what's beyond the horizon, just more and more blue. Then far ahead, something floating along in the current catches my eye, and I run to it. It's a piece of paper rolled up tightly. Something stirs in my soul as one of the people I hold dear there smiles in recognition. Gently I unfurl the scroll, but as soon as I do, the words written there melt away, pouring off the page and into the water at my feet. I look down to see the ink pooling beneath me, between my feet and the fox's paws. I take a deep breath and then kneel down. My hands hover just inches from the surface. A single paw waits on the other side as the fox's eyes look into mine. Mustering all of my courage, I plunge my hands down into the swirling ink and rippling water, reaching for my other self. Oh, this is so weird. With a gasp, I bolt upright in bed. In bed, breathing heavily. My palms and neck are slick with sweat, and my heart races like I just ran a marathon. Daylight blinds me, and I hold up one arm to shield myself from it, but it doesn't help. As I become sunlight, but there's not a window in here. You said that. As I become aware of other sensations like the unfamiliar bed I'm in and the warmth of someone beside me, I remember where I am. Juliet's room, not my own. Usually my dream falls away as soon as I wake up, but the one I just had remains vivid in my mind. That endless blue lingers in my thoughts, a crystal clear memory.
Miho?
I can hear Juliet sit up on the other side of the bed, but partially hidden in shadow. As I blink to get my bearings, I realize that it's not daylight that's blinding me. Oh, I love that I even called that out. Gosh, I'm just so in sync with this. It's my bead. As bright as the full moon, it rests against my chest. In its glow, I can see a third person illuminated between Juliet and me. Aww. Lyra is fast asleep, somehow unbothered. She's flat on her back, her hands clutching a blanket. That is adorable. That is so cute. The image of just Lyra just getting into bed with them just to sleep between her moms, basically. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. I cut my hands and lift them to cover my bead, although light still pours out from between my fingers. The moment my palm brushes against it, a shiver runs down my spine. The ocean from my dreams fills my thoughts, even as I'm aware of what's around me. As the feeling dissipates, I'm left with a sensation of total calmness. My eyes aren't bothered by the light. I don't feel hot under the blankets, and with Lyra pressed against me, the dampness of my hair is gone. I look over and see Juliet in the darkness. Although sleepiness still tugs at her eyes, I can tell that she's wide awake now. With one hand, I remove my necklace. One by one, I slide off the other beads until I get the one that matters. I let it fall into my hand. The only sensation I'm aware of is it resting there. Tiny cracks cover it all over. I close my fingers around it, hiding some more of the glow. Sensing Juliet rather than seeing her, I whisper into the dark. Oh, I'm so excited. And also so very nervous. I stand up and I feel the bed shake as Juliet stands up as well. We go out into the hallway together, carefully shutting the door behind us. From the hallway window, I can see that it's still early morning, just around sunrise. I uncurl my fingers again, letting the brilliant light illuminate the hall. Juliet and I both look at it, and then she meets my eyes. Strangely, I don't feel any nervousness. I do. I have my sandwich right next to my mouth, just ready to take another bite whenever there's like a moment where I'm like, they're gonna be talking a lot, huh? The ocean isn't quite the same as the one in my mind. It's rougher and dotted with boats. The shouts of fishermen handling the morning's catch drift over from the boardwalk. The noisy drone of the landing airships buzzes over them. Juliet and I stand just out of reach of the tide, not far from where I first confessed my feelings to her. Her parasol blocks the early morning sun as we face each other. Out here, the light from my bead isn't so pronounced. It hasn't gone any dimmer, though. A noisy awareness hums in the back of my mind, like a radio, not quite tuned to a station. It's impatient. I'm impatient. I lock eyes with Juliet. Neither of us say anything. Neither of us need to. She just nods, encouraging me. I turn towards the sea. Slowly, I bring the bead to my lips. As it gets closer, the humming in my head gets louder, and the ocean in my mind feels like it might break free into reality. Then the moment the bead touches my tongue, it melts away like candy, and the humming sound stops and the ocean recedes. Whoa. Closing my eyes, I feel the magic spread throughout my body. It's like a wind inside me that I inhale, filling my lungs. Not just my lungs, but my heart, my mind, and everything else. Also, this is called a fox's tail. This is the main theme. It's so good. It's so good. The breeze ripples across my skin from the inside, flexing my fingers and curling my toes. It moves to fill every part of me, this magic I was born to inherit. It drifts across my memories, making the colors more vivid and filling in details I'd forgotten. The springtime green of the trees in the forest, the agony of my injured leg, the bitter cold of being caught in a storm, the softness of my first night in my own bed. I too feel my body change as my one tail splits into 9, unfurling behind me like Juliet's parasol. I understand Yunbi's words now, when she teased me for not figuring it out. Swallowing my bead hasn't made me into a different person. What it wanted was only ever what I wanted. The pain of loss and the comfort of love. Happiness. I've experienced these and so many other things for myself already. My bead hasn't ever known anything that I didn't know. It's only been an extension of me. And what I'm actually getting chills right now. Holy crap. And what I know is that I haven't reached the end of my journey, just another step on it. I still have to strive for those things that I want. To be happy, to be in love. They aren't destinations either. They're pathways themselves that I have to strive to follow, to stay on. Shunho. Sky Fox. Before me, the sky and sea appear to stretch out forever, meeting at the edge of existence. Though separate, they match each other in their vastness. Both are as hopeful a blue as I've ever seen. Oh.
Miho.
Juliet says my name like a statement, not a question, confirming that I'm still here in front of her. I'm still me.
Juliet.
Oh, hang on. Still, it seems fitting that my first word as a new me should be her name.
How do you feel?
The music cut out. I take a moment to assess that. Being a fox feels different from being in my other form, but this feels like a mixture of both. Okay. I'm like slightly disappointed by this, just because like with the other one in Aspen's route, we got a slight, like portrait change. We got her with ears, you know what I mean? Which added like a whole ton to the story, I feel. And I know that this is supposed to be like she's still her, but I would have liked a small physical change, even if it was like something as simple as like her ears are like a slightly different color, which they could be, and I just didn't notice. But like, so maybe like a more unsubtle change if they already did like do something, because I'm not seeing it. I would have liked that. It would have like, I don't know. I feel like it would have been cool like if both of them have like a slight difference to her by the end. The scent of the ocean, fish and salt and more, is stronger in my nose. Among the chaotic noise of the fishermen and the other city bustle, I'm able to pick out individual voices and focus on individual sounds. Each grain of sand on the beach stands out, so numerous that if I look at them too long, my eyes start to hurt. In the same way, I can notice each thread of Juliet's shirt, each splinter on the nearby boardwalk, each bubble in the rising tide.
But the same. I can notice more of everything around me, but I don't feel that different on the inside. I'm still just Miho.
Good. I would hope for nothing else.
Hang on. I'm so sorry. I take a few steps, getting used to the feeling of having more tails. Although so she has more tails in this form. Okay. Although they're heavier, moving them comes as naturally as moving just one did. Oh, see, like that! That's what I was talking about! They did it! They found out behind me, the only evidence of the change I just underwent. That and the missing necklace around my throat.
Do I seem any different to you?
Not at a glance. Is it what you'd expected?
I don't know if I was expecting anything in particular. I said that to Invi, and she just laughed at me. But I get it now. My bead didn't change me. I've changed myself. I think maybe that's why Invi isn't quite ready yet. But I'm sure she will be soon. I think she's on the right track now.
Juliet gazes at me with admiration in her eyes. There was a time where that would be kind of embarrassing because I didn't know what she was seeing in me. Now having made peace with who I am, I feel like I can stand a little taller.
Do you remember what you said once, back when we first met? I believe it was one of the first times we had breakfast together. You said that you wanted to learn how to be a person.
I'd say I accomplished that.
As would I. But you helped me do the same. Unbi as well. And I'm sure there's much that Lyra will learn from you in time.
Okay, sandwich is officially done. We're all good with that. Now it's just the drink.
Unbi was right in that regard. The capacity to change. Not just yourself, but the others in your life has always been within you.
I don't know if I want to finish this, guys. It's just not that good. It's just not that good.
Yeah. I guess my bead was just trying to show me that all along. Now that it's gone, I wonder if it means people will be able to remember me normally. If not...
Oh, that'd be so nice. Then it'll be another trial, another goal to work towards, another challenge to overcome. Somehow, the thoughts of that isn't so scary anymore. Oh wait, no. I was literally opening my mouth to say the line, and then I actually squeezed my thighs. Don't ask why. I don't know. It was just involuntary. Because I know that I can rely on myself and on my loved ones, and that things will turn out okay. I smile.
If not, then I'll keep trying to find a way. pretty good at that after all.
Somehow you always do.
The sun is getting higher, and Juliet repositions her parasol to block it. It feels luxuriously warm on my tails, but I know Juliet can't be comfortable.
You should go back to the library without me. I'll be home soon, but I want to walk around a bit first.
All right. It's probably best if Lyra doesn't wake up to an empty house.
I squeezed like 3 times.
See you
Hang on.
again soon, then.
There we go. Before she goes, we embrace each other for a kiss. Her lips feel even softer than usual, and her hand as it holds mine for a moment is gentler. We step apart, sharing a smile, and I wave goodbye as Juliet starts making her way back home. I head to the skyport myself. It's busy when I get there. The airships that I heard land not long ago has led its passengers off, and they flow through the security lines and into the freedom of the city. You know, stirring it's like fun, which is weird to say. I didn't expect stirring it to be like the best part of it, but like stirring it's kind of fun. I stop outside the doors where I said goodbye to Yoonbi, although I don't plan to go inside. Instead, I turn around and start walking towards town, following a zigzag path that takes me along roads and alleyways. It's been months since I arrived, but I can still remember every twist and turn that I took as I ran from the security guard. Some of those streets I've walked down several times since, and some of them I only passed through that time. The welcoming colors of Cuba Street guide me towards the heart of Wellington. Along the way, I pass by the Bell House, pausing outside of it. It's early enough that the inside is still dark, except for a couple lights in the kitchen. Even Aspen isn't here this early. In the glass window, I can see my own reflection. I half expect to find a fox staring back at me, but not this time. Like I said to Juliet, I'm still just Miho. From the Bell House's door, I make a sharp turn and go back the way I came from. On my way to Mount Victoria, I pass by the road to the library, but don't go down it, of course. I'm not quite ready to go home yet. I'm sure Juliet is waiting for me there, and Lyra too, if she's awake. I wonder what she'll have to say about my new tales. I keep on walking, and soon the rising green slope of Mount Victoria comes into view. Climbing up the mountain is pretty much automatic since I can remember every curve and incline in the trail before it appears. Although I pass a few people who are also on their way up, and also some people heading down from the top, I'm all alone when I reach the summit. Just for a moment, I know, but a moment is enough. Flyleaf is so good, I love it. I mean, I know it's already played this episode. Chill, guys, chill. I was listening to this playlist, obviously, when I was going to go get my coffee, by the way. Listen, I had to romanticize it a little bit, alright? From up here, the skyport doesn't look very big, and the path I just took doesn't seem very far. Yet, in a sense, it took me months to walk it. I'm sure I'll come up here many more times in the future. There are so many places I want to go and things I want to see, but I know that I'll never get tired of this view. The people and places I care about are all within my reach. For me, everything comes back to this spot. When I stood up here for the first time, I couldn't have known the journey that was about to begin for me. That's why I can't help but feel excited as I gaze out at the city I've come to love. So many things are changing, but for once, that isn't scary. The future is uncertain, but that just means it's full of opportunities and potential. I'm done with letting life just happen to me. From now on, I intend to make it what I want. A sudden gust sweeps across the mound, down through the forest and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair the same way it ripples through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in the breeze, it sounds like warm laughter. Little fox, where is your home? The wind whispers. Oh, I got chills again. Oh my gosh. The wind whispers. Closing my eyes, I relax and surrender myself to it all.
Right here.
Oh. I mean, I know that ending is like the same as what happened to Aspen. It's like they paralleled it, you know? They paralleled it a little bit. But I'm so super duper okay with that. Oh. I'm like genuinely getting like emotional right now. Like, I even know that we still have like another ending to go get after the credits. Like, we still have the credits, and then we have look, Donavu. Yeah, that was I want to bring that up specifically because I was like, there was a time when I was like trying to remember like everyone like who played everyone. I was like, Donavu, what's like Miho's name? Because I was like, I want to call her out because she was like super good. So good. Also, like, yeah, Josh. I so didn't call him out during, like, the last route. I need to call him out here. S tier work, my guy. S tier work. Just absolutely. Oh. Strings by Michaela, Knight, and Nachingale. Like, this was absolutely incredible. From, you know, should I wait for that or tell the actual end so we can cry there? I don't know. Maybe I should just tell my story, because I'm already getting like a little teary. It's gonna be a little embarrassing, be like, guys, I went to get my coffee the other day, and then you know, I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna tell the story first. Scripting. I do wonder, is that the script? Like, oh, hang on, I'm looking it up. I want to look up what a scripter, like, is that like talking about, like, hang on. What does, hang on. What does a scripter do in a visual novel? Huh. Hang on, it said a scripture, not a scripter. Okay, that's cool. I just didn't know what that meant. I wasn't like, does that mean like the script, like the words spoken and everything like that? Like, that's crazy. So, yeah, really quick. So, I ordered it, okay? And the Starbucks that I can get drinks from, you know, since, you know, I'm not from your guys' world or anything like that. Oh, also look at all these pictures. Look at all these pictures. I love this. This is like the coolest credits ever. Just putting like up all like the CGs and stuff like that. It's so precious. Because like, again, pictures are all about like capturing memories, and this is all about like making memories, and like, it's so good. It's so freaking good, dude. I'm pretty sure I just talked the entire credits about what I was going to talk about during the credits. And yeah, now the credits are over. So, good going, me. I'm a genius, if you couldn't tell. Thank you for playing. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's over. I mean, it's not over. It's not. We still have a little bit left. We still have a little bit left to do. We still have both endings to get. So, let's just go ahead and do that. For what must be the 100th time, Aspen has Juliet show her around the library, making a list of every single chore that needs to be taken care of while we're away. Our trip will only last a few weeks, but Aspen seems to be preparing for us to be gone for a year. Juliet humors her, of course, walking her through everything just as patiently as the first time she explained. To keep herself busy, Lyra checks and double-checks her bag, making sure she has all the books and games she'll need for the trip. I told her that there's plenty to do in Korea and that she doesn't need to bring everything she owns, but she doesn't want to spend a single minute bored while we travel. From the way she's pacing around, I can tell she might be the most eager of us all to get going. Compared to Lyra, Juliet and I, of course now is what I'm messing up. Juliet and I have both packed light. We have the essentials like clothes and all that, and a couple books apiece. But that's it. I just want to make sure I have plenty of free space to bring back souvenirs. While I wait for Juliet, I'm surprised to realize that I'm a little antsy. This will be the first time I've left New Zealand since I arrived here. Traveling used to be second nature to me, but now it's something I have to remember how to do. At least I'm not the only one. It's been even longer since Juliet left, and Lyra's first time out of the country. It's been nearly 5 years since people stopped forgetting about me. It's been 5 years? Oh my gosh. But somehow it's taken us this long to go on a vacation. Once Aspen is finally confident she's not going to accidentally burn the library down while she's taking care of it, Juliet comes and finds me in the foyer.
I think that's everything. The library will be in good hands.
There's no one I trust more to look after it than Aspen.
Agreed. I take it you're ready to go?
Yep.
See.
I think Lyra might explode if we don't head out soon.
That would be a shame, since this trip is for her birthday after all.
Oh, that's so... Sorry, a little cough.
I'm gonna be 5 years older by the time we finally leave.
Oh my gosh. look at Juliet's collar and look at Miho's outfit. Oh my, and Lyra's so, what a precious girl. She's so cute. Oh, this just hit me with all the warm tinglies. I love it. First off, Juliet really just leaning into that Dracula look with the super high freaking popped up collar. Oh my gosh. Her like neck handkerchief thing, I'm blanking on what it's actually called, even like tripled in size. And then Miho is also in that all white look, which, you know, she is killing it. It looks so good with like her hair. I'm sure like with her tails and everything like fanned out, that would look incredible. And then I love like, what would you, this oddly reminds me of just an outfit from Fate Grand Order. That's all I think of when I see this. It's Shion's outfit from Fate Grand Order for like the small portion of my audience that crosses over from Fate into this. That's what her outfit is, just so you guys know. Yeah, no, I love this. This is adorable. And I love like the little ribbon in her hair. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just currently taking in every single moment of this as all right, we're coming to the end. It's like really hitting me now that this is ending, and we have one more ending plus little extra bits at the end, okay? Also, I've definitely just abandoned the coffee. I think after this, like, I'm trying to, like, my plan is, so I'm uploading some highly edited content to my other channel, okay? And I've also been doing horrible at my diet, just drinking a lot of soda, just eating too much fast food. But I think after this, instead of finishing this drink that I drank about half of, I'm gonna go get like a Dr. Pepper and then get back to my diet, because my plan was to spend the next 3 weeks while I work on these videos that are going up. I'd celebrate them finally going up by like going out and getting like a big old soda and everything. I think I'm just gonna go get a small soda instead of this, just to like celebrate like ending Please Be Happy. Like, listen, it's like going along with like romanticizing parts of your life. Like, food for me, like when Juliet started crying about finally being able to taste food again, like I felt that, because like food to me is like when I sit down to eat, that is like the one time that I can truly just turn my brain off and not think about anything. My brain is constantly just 1,000 miles an hour, like, what do I need to do? How do I fit all this in? How do I do this? How do I do that? What, I need to do this, I need to do that. That kind of stuff. When I sit down and turn on a YouTube video or like an anime, like, and I just sit there and eat, like, that's the only time I shut my brain off. So like that time is precious to me, you know? So like I get like more excited for like a good meal than probably almost anyone else. I'm just gonna say that right now, because it's like my break in life, you know? So where was I going with that? I was saying like the way I like romanticize a lot of things, like, because you know, if you like make everything into that giant deal, like I'm gonna throw like a party for everything ever. I started shaking when I started saying that. I don't know why I started shaking. Then you just, you know, you run out of money. You can't do it all. So the way I do it is I like to get like, that's when I like to do like big meals and like, or like little treats, like, again, like this coffee or Dr. Pepper, you know? And then I'm going to go on like, I have like 3 weeks before that video goes up. And so I'm going to be like, you know, purging all this garbage from my system for the next like 3 weeks, basically. But yeah, no, that's what I'm going to do. I don't know why I shared all that with you guys. I don't know. I mean, to be fair though, this channel's just like a one-man podcast, basically. We just yapping at you guys about whatever, so... Sorry, I had a cough. I'm glad the coughs have been like very infrequent today. I really appreciate that. But yeah, no, let's just get back into the story. But yeah, no, again, I abandoned the coffee. I got halfway through it. It's just mediocre, and I'm like, this is so not worth it. I'm not enjoying this. It was fine. Again, maybe when because I plan to start Summer at the Edge of the Universe on stream, maybe when I do that, we'll get like another like Frappuccino or something like that. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Because I want to try more coffees, because it's like such a cultural thing of like, everyone drinks coffee. It's like, what's your Starbucks order? Is like a personality quiz question, essentially. But yeah, anyways. Still, she comes in when Juliet beckons for a hug before we depart. We both set our bags on the floor, and Juliet leans down to embrace us. I love that Mio's as tall as her daughter.
We don't want that now, do we? Are you all set as well, Lyra?
Yep.
Then, let's be off.
I love to see how happy Lyra is. I just met her, but I already really like her as a character. I'm so happy to see her be happy. Oh, are we gonna see more of the outfit? I was so hoping to get to see more of the outfit. Oh, they look so good. Juliet really did just go full vampire on us, huh? I love it. Grabbing her stuff, Lyra practically zooms out of the door. like she's going to get on the airship without us. Juliet and I go out at a more leisurely pace, taking one last look around to make sure we haven't forgotten anything. We haven't. I really need to set up that dating profile. Listen, I think I talked about it at the end of like Aspen's route, and I have more of a story to tell during that too. Okay, don't you guys worry. Don't worry. I have tea to spill. Okay, so she kisses me, fingers interlacing with mine as I prepare for my two worlds to finally merge. The forest and the country that I came from, and the people I care about most. It feels like coming full circle. My heart pounds with anticipation as we finally head out the door. I'm excited for them to experience the places that made me who I am.
I can't wait for you to see what Korea is like.
I can't wait for you to show me.
Juliet's comfy ending. Oh, I loved. Oh, that's so good. Hopefully, I like her wild ending as well, because I remember like not liking Aspen's wild ending as much. Because like I don't know, having Miho constantly be away is like sucks. Like if Miho and Aspen were both traveling together, I'd be like, oh, I like that more. But like they aren't, you know. So I'm like, you know. Oh, wait. Hang on. A family member just won a huge competition. So I know this is super unprofessional, and it's not me just dragging this out anymore. But I do really need to congratulate them because they just won a huge, like, national competition. So, yeah, no, you know, look at me. I'm here romanticizing my life with Dr. Pepper and Starbucks. And reading a visual novel while my family is out there winning national championships. You know, we're totally built the same, whatever. Oh, I mean, you know, I'm still having fun though, so that's all that matters to me.
Shall we pick up where we left off?
Okay, let's click here. Sorry. I apologize. I really do. That one caught me off guard, and I went to like touch my mic, but then I was like, it's coming out already. I'm excited for what it could mean. Wait. Options. Music cues. Text. Everything. Oh, this is why I didn't save. I tried this, the open dyslexia, because I thought that'd help me read it better. But like, whatever. You know, we'll try it. Save current options. Oh, I also really like how this text looks. Okay, hang on. How do we get it to skip? Options. I don't think I get it. Option saved. Return. And the skip went so fast too. And for me to be able to do that, it's like definitely gonna be really hard on my hands, so like that sucks.
Hello. When I left Matt,
Why is it not
sorry
skipping?
for falling asleep so suddenly last
Oh,
night.
skip. You're not sure? Let's go here. Do I have to go? Oh, I have to go to Lena. Okay, skip. Do. Okay, so basically, what happened with my Starbucks order today, okay? So I go to get it. So I order it online. I go to get it. I first went the completely wrong direction. That shows you how little I do Starbucks of anything, as I don't even know where it's at. I had a vague idea, and I went the wrong way. So I got there like 3 minutes later than I was supposed to get there. And then so I go in, and I'm like talking to them. And first of all, the people there, the girl who's trying to take my, like, be like, oh, she was like get my order and everything. She was like talking like that quietly, and I didn't like. It's not like I'm trying to like be mean about it. She was just like, she has just a softer voice, you know? She has a softer voice. All her coworkers were just yelling. They were being like, you know, just having like fun, which I don't mind, but it's just the fact that they were like yelling over like their coworker who was trying to like take my order and everything, which made it stressful for me and her. So that kind of sucked for both of us. Also, this makes it so much nicer. Oh my gosh. So I tell them that, And then someone else comes over and is like, because I tell them like, hey, I have an online order. Here's my name, Darkbender. And then they go looking for it, and they're like, we can't find it. So she goes off and gets someone else. They're looking for it. Then someone else comes over to try and take my order. I'm like, oh, they're already helping me. And they're like, oh, okay, it leaves. And then they come back and they're both like, yeah, no. So you see, where did you order it again? And because again, I'm from a different world. I don't really know how your city lines work. But they told me I ordered it in the wrong city, even though I was like, wait, is it this city's? And they were like, aren't we in this city? And I'm like, and they were like, yeah. And I was like, but this is said to be the Starbucks of the city over. And they're like, yes. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that checks out. Thumbs up. But granted, they were ballers about it. The most based pog people I've ever met. They went, hey, listen, this happens all the time. And I was like, oh, okay, it's not just me. It's not just because I'm ignorant from another world. It's just a thing that happens here all the time. They're like, yeah, no, this happens all the time. We're just gonna make the food for you and give it to you, okay? So they made me my stuff. And granted, they also, a little awkward thing that happened was, I didn't know where to go. I wasn't sure if I needed to go like sit down or just stand there and wait. So I was like, so I had to ask like, how long is it gonna take? And I wasn't trying to be like really like rushing because I'm like, I'm not really like in a hurry or anything, you know? Like if I need to go sit down for like 5-10 minutes, I can. You know, like whatever. It's so not a big deal at all. But I think it was just the way I asked because I was just like so unsure, and she was walking away. I was like, oh, like how long is it gonna take? Like, should I just stand here or should I go sit down? Because I didn't want to just stand there for like 7 minutes if that's how long it takes. Like whatever. So she tells me like, yeah, oh, yeah, no, just goes like down. It'll be like down there. I get my stuff and then I head out. And then I'm here. Okay, so that's like it was a headache to get. Coffee's so high maintenance as like a drink too, because like not only is it like a pain in the butt to get, but you also have to just sit here and stir it. So not worth it. But yeah, that's my tale there. But my other story is, at the end during Aspen's I was like, man, this because I've avoided like dating or relationships or anything like that for a long time, just because like in my brain it's like, oh, it's not worth it. I need to stay on the grind. I need to be writing. I need to be drawing. I need to be working on YouTube stuff like constantly. Like I barely have any time for friends. I never do stuff with friends outside of like the one day that week that I give myself to do stuff with them, you know? But then, like, Aspen's Route really helped me go, Fa, even if it takes me a while to get to where I'm going, I need to take a step back. And again, it happened, like, right when I was going through everything with, like, Tandanias first starting. So it really made me, like, realize I need to take a step back and just, like, chill. You know what I mean? I just need to stop. Oh, wait. Hang on, let's turn off skip really quick. Options, everything, read only. I think that's saying read only. It's like everything that we haven't read yet is what will get skipped. I think. Yeah, I think that's it. So I was like, okay, I need to set up a dating profile. But for those who don't know, I do talk about it a lot. I've lost like 90 pounds in like just over a year now. And I had like no pictures of what I look like now. Wait, was that the end? No. Okay. There we go. We'll talk about it during this credit. So because I'm like 90 pounds lighter, I have no pictures of what I currently look like. So I'm like, I can't, not only do I not want to put up pictures of what I don't look like, but I don't have pictures to put up. So I had to be like, and didn't want to take terrible pictures because I'm like, I don't take pictures. I don't know how to take a selfie. You know, I'm terrible at it. I'm just the worst. And I was like, I kind of want to take like good pictures. So someone offered like, hey, I can take pictures for you. And I was like, okay, cool. We don't really do that much together just because we don't like relate that much, but I really like, we're like good friends still, you know? Like, let's go take these pictures. And I was like, you know, you're like great at taking pictures too. So like these pictures are going to turn out bangers. I'm going to get so many swippities on me. Left or right, I don't know. But you know, they're going to be swiping. That was a terrible joke. But every single time, listen, I'm not religious, but I told my friend this story I'm about to tell you guys about how I need to take it as like a divine hint from God to just not do it. And he agreed. He is religious, and he agreed that this might actually be God sending me a sign that maybe love is not in the cards for me. So that's all I'm going to say. What a terrible sentence. I went through so much trouble that even my friend who is religious agrees that God thinks that I should stay single. All right, that's the moral of this story I'm about to tell you guys. So, we would plan to go out one time a week. Every week we'd set up like, here, okay, let's go out this time. Here, let's go out this time. Here, let's go out this time. And then every single time something would happen. Either it would be, hey, like we wanted to go up the canyon to do it because like it was beautiful up there at the time of us talking about this. So it was like, hey, let's go do this. Snowstorm. Hey, let's go do it this day. Rainstorm. Hey, let's go do it this way. The snowstorm doubled back. Hey, let's go back this way. Family emergency. Hey, let's go back this way. I think there was one time where a car got hit. Wait, who was that? I don't know. I don't know who that voice casting people were, but you know, look into them. Look into them whenever you want to set up a visual novel. So it's just like weeks and weeks of every single time we wanted to go out do it, and it was on the day that we would plan to go do these that the storms and everything else would happen. It's not like, oh, we plan it on Wednesday and then on Monday a storm comes in that doesn't let up. It's like we plan it on Wednesday and then halfway through the day, as we're both working and about to get off so we can go up to do it, then the storm hits and we just can't do it anymore. And like these weren't like little pansy storms, like, oh, maybe you could just like go to each other's houses and take pictures anyways. It's like I've never gotten stuck in the snow before. I've never I was just gonna repeat getting stuck. I don't know why. That's just what came to my mind. And I had a little burp. I do apologize from the coffee and everything. Sorry, that cough also got me. But like I got stuck like 7 times, 8 times in the course of this like one snowstorm that lasted like 2 weeks. Like it was just like stuff like that was happening. And then we finally got the pictures taken, and her phone refused to send them to me. Not only would they not send them to me, they just wouldn't send. Like, okay, well, they would send, but they'd send to other people. And then, wait. Oh, wait. Okay. Hang on. I was about to say, like, I think this is the same ending, but it's not. Oh, I'm curious where this is going. Hang on, I need to move the mouse down a little bit. Everything is already packed up and on its way down to the underworld. All that remains is us. After 100 years in the library from Juliet and half a decade from Lyra and me, it only took a couple days for everything we owned to be organized into boxes and sent ahead to our new home. Oh, everything that we're keeping at least. There was just as much to give away. Toys and clothes Lyra had outgrown, furniture we didn't want to take, mementos that we left with our friends. The only part that remains unchanged are the library shelves themselves. Aspen swore that she wouldn't take a single book off the shelves after taking over. The bedroom I shared with Juliet, Lyra's room, and Juliet's office were the last ones to be packed up. At first, it was jarring to see so much empty space, but over time, I stopped thinking about it that way. Rather than picturing what's not there anymore, I prefer to think of what it's being at. I prefer to think of it as being ready to be reborn. Whatever this place becomes, I hope whoever it is here after us loves it as much as we did.
As ready as I'll ever be.
For what might be the last time, the two of us stand together in the library's foyer, hand in hand. We take a final look around. The creaky spots on the floor, the faintly musty smell of so many books, the curtains fluttering in the breeze. All of it is imprinted on my heart. I'll never forget it. This was the first home I ever had. Well, the second after the forest. But as far as I'm concerned, it's where my life began. We've made a lot of memories here. I know that we'll be missed, just as much as we'll miss it. Despite how long it's been, I'm still not entirely used to people remembering me, but I prefer that bittersweet feeling to the pain of being forgotten. Now it's time to say goodbye. Oh, this is a really cute one. Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, I love. Okay. I really like Miho's other outfit. This one slaps so much harder though. Like the other one was like already like really good. This is like, it's like going from like a 9 to a 10 basically. That's how I feel about it. Juliet's outfit didn't change that much, or if at all. But like that's fine. Juliet clicks open the locket around her neck. On one side, there's a tiny picture of the 4 of us. Juliet, Lyra, Aspen, and me. Although it's just the 3 of us who are going, Aspen will always be a part of our family. Even now, she's at the skyport waiting to see us off. On the other is a photo of Cosette. She had the same wry look in that picture as her portrait that once hung on the wall. Half smirk, half laugh. Her smile is immortalized forever. The tiny hands of the clock tick imperceptibly onward.
What about you? Are you ready?
There are plenty of things that I'll miss. Sure, I haven't even thought of them all yet. After so long, I can scarcely believe that I'm leaving. And yet, I'm excited for what awaits us. Not just in our new home, but in our new lives. I feel the same way I did 5 years ago, when we first fell in love. I can't wait to see what happens next.
We lean in at the same time, the same thought in both of our minds. Even after another 100 years, I know that I won't get tired of kissing Juliet. Oh. The front door bangs open. We both look over to see Lyra standing there impatiently.
Come on! Do you want to keep Aspen waiting forever?
Juliet and I look at each other with a smile.
Forever's an awfully long time, you know.
Right. So we'd better get going.
We got her wild ending. That, jeez Louise, my heart. All right, we're at 95% by the by. So, here's the game plan, gamer girls. That was such a terrible little joke. That was so dumb. Return. We're gonna go ahead and hit start.
You'd like to tell me a story?
The little extra bit is for like the next like hour or something. We're gonna go through and read all the little things, all the little locations and stuff. I'm gonna get 100% on this gosh darn game, and you best gosh darn believe it. Fine. Here, let's just go to the menu and go to the title and then hit yes, and then let's listen to some of the music.
How does this work?
Extras, music room. There we go. While I talk about the game. Okay, so first of all, I don't know how they would do this, but I do wish that they would make that 100% a little bit easier to get. You know, like, I know it's only like 2%, and it will drive me insane for the rest of my life. I mean, I will probably do it in my own time. Like, honestly, maybe while I'm editing or something, I'll just pull Please Be Happy off to the side and just have it be skipping through stuff while I edit. That's something I'll probably do again in my own time. Definitely not going to do it here. Sorry. But let's just say, first of all, Mr. Kim's story, I loved it, especially since it wasn't sad at all. Like, I was expecting it to be like have a sad twist at the very end, but it just didn't. And I loved that. Oh, wait. Oh, they even have... Oh my gosh. Wait, what? Oh, I was right. It is Aspen's theme and then Juliet's theme. Like, I mean, that was pretty obvious, but like, whatever. And then, yeah, Miho's theme. Song for optimism. Song to pass the time to. For the nature we share. Song to celebrate living. Song when time passes. Really? A song for sneaking. For the times we laugh. A song for melancholy. For the times we worry. A song of tension. A song of contemplation. Song for at sunset. A song of hope. The ending theme. That's so funny. I love that. I actually do love it, like that they put like the little titles on them. That's fun. But yeah, no. So Mr. Kim's story, like, it was so simple, but it felt like it almost feels like necessary, like with all the other stories being so heavy. And I know that his is like an optional one, like you could do Tommy's over his. But even then, like, I feel like the story does balance it out well with like having like Lena as a mandatory story that isn't that, you know, isn't heavy at all. But like having him as like an extra story just to get the end, like after like how close to crying I was, like going through like Mr. Kim's story, I'm like, that made me feel so much better, you know? I feel so much better because of the Mr. Kim story. I loved that. It was just such a pleasant little time. Just having, it was like, it's emblematic of what fishing is, which is just to kind of enjoy being there, just sort of like to relax and focus on it, and that's all his story was. It wasn't like a, oh, my parents are getting divorced, or my best friend's leaving me, or, oh no, I think I might have to give up on my dreams and everything I want to do with my life and do something else, or, hey, I don't think life's worth living anymore, like, you know, like with Juliet, like, I don't know. It's like, it was such a good change of pace. I really liked it, especially after, like, finishing everything else. Having his be the ending, the last thing I do in this game outside of going through and trying to get that 100% is, I just feel like it's appropriate, you know? And Mr. Kim's just such a pleasant dude. Like, I am such a huge Mr. Kim fan. Even an even bigger one now. Hang on. So I love him. That was so good. To be fair, I love, like, all the characters. Like, there's not a character I dislike. I'd say, like, the ones I like the least is probably, like, Tommy's mom. I liked Elijah, I think that's his name, a lot more than his mom. I can't even remember his mom's name. I just remember, like, I think that I liked him a lot more. I don't know. I feel like he was just, like, he just seemed more willing. I don't know. There's something about him that he was also just, like, a more, approachable personality, I guess. You know, the mom was a lot more reserved in a lot of ways. So, but yeah, no. And then I need to talk about Juliet's story just because she got, like, so shafted that I didn't talk about it because I went immediately into this. Because I completely forgot about the idea of even getting Mr. Kim's story. I was just going to go through and do, like, all those little things. So, like, it's going to be, like, super fast. And even then it wasn't because, like, it'd have to, like, reload every time. Like, that takes so long. So I get it. I get it. But yeah, no. Juliet's story was just incredible. Like, just learning to live again, like, through Miho. She and Aspen were trying to help Miho learn how to be a person, and through all of that, like Juliet said, Miho helped her learn how to live again. She re-taught her what it means to be alive. And I feel like that's just, like, everything about this game is beautiful. From, like, again, like, just I talked about it a million times, from the music to the art to, like, everything about it. And the themes are just so beautiful. The themes that I was trying to tell you about, like, living life is so good. And again, I feel like I still enjoyed Aspen's route more, but Juliet's route just had so much going on, like what she's dealing with, and the entire prospect of going to the underworld and leaving everything here behind, and then everything with Lyra. Like, yeah, Lyra wasn't, like, wasn't too much in the story too much, but I ended up really liking her. Like, she was just, like, a cute little sassy kid, you know? But what she brought to Juliet's life of helping her move on from Cosette, like her needing to do what she did, at the end there when she went into Cosette's stuff and, like, started, like, going through all of, like, into the Cosette's room, letting Lyra stay there, when she went to the storage room to start, like, getting that stuff out of there and, like, donating it. And, like, that's huge. That's such a huge step. She's finally, like, she's not leaving Cosette behind, but she's letting her, like, life move on, essentially. Just not being, like, burdened down by the hurt of the past. And, like, it's just so beautiful. And then again, like, I talked about it in the episode, but, like, the idea of, like, introducing a child into the equation instead of a dog is just a lot more interesting. Like, I feel like almost like objectively so it's more interesting. And, like, she really did add, like, a lot. Like, she just completely, like, the dog didn't really change the dynamic or add any kind of new dynamic. Lyra did. Like, her interactions with Miho were so good, especially because, like, Miho wasn't, like, mean to her, but she was just kind of, like, flat with her. Like, whenever she's like, I'm hungry, you're always hungry, so fair. Or, like, anytime she's like, oh, do you want me to make you something? We could just wait for Juliet. Well, I'm gonna cook anyways. Like, that stuff's so good. Like, it had so many, like, tear-jerking moments. And I'm actually a little sad I just didn't talk about my thoughts then, because I was definitely gonna, like, I was totally gonna cry during that. And, you know, I feel like that's just fair. That's just raw. But now I'm, like, too, like, jazzed up from Mr. Kim's stuff, which I'm probably gonna make all of that stuff like its own episode. Like, I'm probably gonna cut at that point where we start doing all that stuff to now, and then just put this stuff at the end of, like, Juliet's stuff, and then have Mr. Kim stuff be like a bonus episode, essentially. But yeah, like, I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore, because I feel like I've just kind of said it all before. Like, the story has, like, not only from Aspen, but from Juliet and Miho, like, all three of them have connected to me on such a personal and deep level, and that's probably like why I've probably enjoyed the story. Like, I'm sure like everyone who's played this has probably liked it. Like, again, it has like majority positive reviews, so I'm like, yeah, most people love this. But I think but I'm like, the reason why I love it so much is because not only do I think everything's done so well, like just from an objective standpoint, but like even the things like everything that Aspen's going through hit me so hard, and it's like everything Juliet's going through hits me so hard, everything Miho's going through hits me so hard, like to the point, like I've never had like I've had like some of my like life views change from like media, and that's like something that media does for people, is that like, you know, if they're struggling, sometimes it can help guide them almost. Like it's like teaching a lesson. Like that's what kind of like writing is like, here's like a fun, good story that's also teaching you things that the author or the writer has learned through life, essentially. And and that's what this did for me, is I feel like it taught me stuff. Not necessarily taught me stuff, but it more like opened me up, I guess, if that makes sense. Like it just hit me on so many levels and helped like pull me out of like the kind of stunk I was stuck in, if that makes sense. Granted, it'd be having a much greater effect right now if I could like use my hands. Like, you don't realize how much of like stuff in general you can't do without your hands, whether it be like going bowling with your friends or playing even like some board games with your friends can like hurt my hands a lot, or like stuff like that. Like I'm now like, I kind of just want to go spend time with people. I just can't really do anything with them. You know what I mean? But like, obviously, like you can still just go and like just talk with them, and that still works. Which I have been doing a lot more of recently. But like, you know, it's one of those things where like sometimes it's a little. Sometimes you just want to do stuff. You know, that's where my mind's set currently as. Like, I want to do stuff with people. Because it's been so long since I've been able to. Like, I played games with them for like a little bit, and ever since then my hands have been more jacked up, so I'm just taking a full break until I'm like fully recovered, essentially. That's my plan. I'm only going to be doing like visual novels and stuff in the next little while, so I'm going to try and take more time while I'm like down to spend with people and like just be with them, you know. And like, I don't know, I got so stuck in like the mindset of like working constantly and like all that kind of good stuff. And again, when I started this like forever and a half ago, I was still really struggling with like the death of my friend. So like Aspen's route helps me like refocus my life of like, yes, I have these goals that I want to hit. I'll hit them when I hit them. I can't just ignore the rest of life. Life's still going to move around me. It's going to pass me by, and it's really just going to leave me behind if I don't live it while I'm here. You know what I mean? If I don't stop just constantly working and grinding at everything I'm trying to do, whether it be art or writing or YouTube, you know, like all that stuff. And then Juliet, like, helped, it almost made me feel like less alone. Like, it represented like loss so well that it like made me feel, I don't want to say like more seen, if that makes sense, but it almost like widened my perspective on like the idea of moving on, I guess. I don't know, like hers is like more, you know, there's more to it. And it's harder to explain, you know? But like, I think the best way for me to explain it is like Juliet's route, even though I'm like, was still like, I'm still pretty past it at this point. Back when I first started this series a long time ago, and like, this series has spanned over so much of my life. Like, I started playing this when it came out like 3 years ago. Has it really been 3 years? When did Please Be Happy come out? I don't know. I think it was either 2020 or 2021. Something like that. It's been around 2 to 3 years. Has it been? Please Be Happy. Release date. When did you release? Oh, it released 2022, November 21st. So yeah, it's been almost 2 years. So also I want to click on this little art thing that they have on their Steam page. This is beautiful. Holy crap. Download image. now on vinyl. I kind of want to get the physical copy of the soundtrack if it's still available. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. I missed like all the other anniversary stuff for it because I just didn't know it was all happening. Anyways, yeah, like I was still really struggling with it at that time. And so like even just the start of her story like helped get me through it. And even now, like there are still definitely days where I struggle with it. But like Juliet like is so, it's such a good showing of you're not moving past them, you're just moving, your life's still just moving. It's hard to explain, I'm sorry. It's like that's just how it makes me feel, you know? It almost makes me feel like not necessarily happy that they're gone, but it helps me remember that when I think of them, I should focus on the good times, the way that they've impacted my life, you know, that kind of stuff, like carrying on their memory by not being burdened by it, essentially. That's what I was trying to say. That just delete all the other things I was trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. And that like that hit me really hard. And then just Miho just trying to learn to be a person, like live life and love living and love the people around her, like that hit me hard because I'm like it sort of like ties back into like Aspen's stuff of like I'm so goal oriented. I'm so focused on getting to where I want to be. I'm so focused on the work I do, which isn't a bad thing because I do enjoy working. But like Miho, it's almost like teaching you to not like pass life by, because she just kind of goes through life just day by day, just trying to like not necessarily like living, you know, she's just doing stuff, not for like the sake of like enjoyment, not the sake for like anyone else, just to do it, you know, just surviving, all that kind of stuff. Basically like chasing a ghost, you know. So like she not only was such a great catalyst of developing Aspen and Juliet, which their characters and stories hit me really hard, but she herself and her journey to like become a person, like it's sort of like how do I put it? It's so complicated because like the themes of the game sound so simple when you're just saying them, but then when we actually go to explain them, it's like what do I say? What am I trying to say? You know what I mean? I'm just doing a really bad job of it, especially since I've been recording for like, this is like hour 4 or 5 I've been recording today, so I'm like, I'm a little frazzled. So, but you know, like her just journey to become like a person, to live life, and like to learn to love people, like that was the main part that hit me. Was one of like the biggest reasons why like I kind of talked about it in the last was of like I haven't tried dating in so long, is because like again, it all just ties together. It all just is layered on top of each other of why these characters and the story is so important to me. Is like with Juliet stuff of like losing Cosette and that making it hard for her to ever want to let anyone like through those walls, you know. And she has Aspen, but she doesn't love her the same way she ends up loving Miho by the end. And that's how it is for me, is like, okay, I lost my best friend. Now I'm going to push like other people who are even like close to that level. I'm like, I'm pushing you guys further away than I've ever kept you. I'm keeping everyone at arm's length. We're still going to be friends, but I'm not letting you in, essentially. And like just Miho's journey to do that and Juliet's journey to do that has helped, like it's like inspired me to want to let those walls down, not only with the people in my life currently, but also to like, I guess like look for love, if that makes sense. Not to sound super cheesy, but to like to look for love, I guess, if that makes sense. Not to sound too romantical about it, but that's what this game has done for me. It's helped me like learn, like, because everyone want, like, not everyone, but a lot of people, you know, look for a partner. And for years, like 3 or 4 years at this point, it's been almost 4 years, I've just completely shut down that idea because I was scared of like getting hurt again in that way. You know what I mean? I was scared of like loving someone like more than like my best friend and my family, and then losing them. You know what I mean? Because that would just destroy. Because like with how painful it was to lose my friend, losing someone who I love even more, like that would probably destroy me. It would ruin me forever. But this game taught me, like, not only does that happen to everyone, like who loses somebody, that it's that hard, but it also is like that's okay okay, but it's also important to cherish those good memories instead of it letting it like tear you down forever, essentially. At least that's kind of like, again, that's a poorly explained way of it. Again, I'm a little frazzled right now, and I apologize. But yeah, and like that's why like all three of the main characters like are so, like they're like three of my favorite characters probably ever, along with this being one of my favorite stories of all time, just because of how much it connected to me, how much it like changed my perspective, how much it made me want to live life more, you know? I want to like, it's made me want to go out, try new things. It's made me want to like go out, meet new people. It's made me want to like let people in and love living life more, you know? Which I haven't felt in years. It's like, this is like, again, not to sound like too dramatic, but it's like years of like basically like shutting my heart down, and this game has been one of the things that's like helped me open that heart back up, essentially. Again, not to sound too dramatic, but that's how it feels, okay? So yeah, that's why like if I ever seem like too like obsessy, I guess, with this game, which I worry, like there have been so many times where I want to like tweet about this game and like more things about it, and I've held myself back because I'm like, I don't want to seem like obsessed with this game. Like I think about other things in this game, you know, but like it's just genuinely impacted me more than any other piece of media on the planet. So I'm like, not only is it just like I feel like objectively great, but it's also touched me so deeply and personally. So I'm like, how could I not love it? How could I not like think about it? How could I not want to talk about it, essentially? You know what I mean? But yeah, I think I've kind of rattled on long enough, and everything else I would want to say, I would probably already said in Aspen's route. I guess the last thing I'll do is I'll rank the endings, okay? I can't decide between Aspen and Juliet's comfy endings. I can't decide. Oh, I can't decide. I don't know. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Oh, like even though, you know, Aspen, she's my girl. She's my bae. She's my number one shining star. I love her. Everything about her. But I think I've got to say Juliet's comfy ending I liked a little bit more. Like, it's like if Aspen's comfy ending is like a 10 for me. Oh, this is beautiful. It's like if Aspen's comfy ending is like a 10, Juliet's comfy ending is like a 10.1 basically. I liked it just a little bit more. And then so it goes Juliet's comfy, Aspen's comfy, Aspen's wild, because I'm not the biggest fan of Miho just leaving for like months to weeks to years at a time, you know? Probably not years, but months at a time, or like a lot of weeks at a time. Like, I just don't like that. I don't know, like, it just doesn't feel like I don't know, like, I know everyone has their own relationship things, but like that, I just wouldn't be happy in that. And I feel like it'd be struggle. Even if you are okay with it, I feel like it'd be a struggle to be happy in that. You know what I mean? And I even have some friends who have like a relationship like Pseudo like that, where like one of them has to leave for like a week out of every month, and that's really hard on them. And I'm like, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of that ending. Like, I like the idea of Miho being free to go and keep traveling, but with like more of a focus and on living her life. But I would also like it if Aspen was like with her. You know what I mean? That's all I think. That's like the one change I would make to that, and then it'd be like up there. And then I'm not the biggest fan of the wild ending for Juliet. I'd say that's my least favorite by a decent margin, just because like going to the underworld seemed like the thing that Miho wanted to not happen in the slightest. Like, she said she'd be okay going there someday with Juliet, but like it seems like the way that Juliet was wording it is like that's basically where like you go to die, you know? And like obviously you're gonna live a long life there, but like I don't know, especially like taking Lyra there when she's so young. Like, I don't know what Lyra is, maybe an elf or something who lives a long time or is immortal anyways, but I feel like taking Lyra there is just kind of not great, you know? Because it'll slowly suck the life out of her too, slowly wear down her body. And like, I don't know how I feel about that. If it was just you two, I'd probably be higher on this ending. Cause like, yeah, Juliet, like get your rest at the end of the day. You know, when you're ready for your time to come, then that's okay. But like taking Lyra there too, when she's probably too young to understand what any of it means, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. That's like my main like criticism of that ending is I don't like that Lyra goes with them. And again, it's also sort of like goes back to like them leaving behind everything that they've built there, which I'm like isn't like the biggest deal necessarily from like a grander life perspective. But it's like, I don't know, it's just like a very personal, like, oh, don't leave Aspen behind. Oh, don't leave like Mr. Kim behind, or like all your friends, just don't leave them, you know? Like that's just me like being a fan of like these characters and seeing them interact and stuff like that. But, like it's mostly like the Lyra thing. That's the main thing I don't like about that ending. Granted, the new fits for everyone, radical. The new fit that Miho gets and Juliet's wild ending, super good. The best fit in the game probably. I don't know, it's so good. Granted, all their fits are great, and Miho's sense of style is impeccable. All 4 of her fits, or I guess like 5 of her fits, are super good. But yeah, no. Like I said, kudos to everyone on the team who made this. Kudos to AD Rosa, to Josh, to just everyone on the team. I can't pick you guys out all separately, from the UI to the music to even like the borders of I guess that's the UI stuff, to the character designs, the character art, everything about this game. Top tier. Thank you all so much for making this game. It has beautiful music, beautiful art, beautiful story, beautiful characters. Everything about it's beautiful. And like the title says, it has genuinely made me happy. So with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Until then, bye-bye, and please be happy. That was so cheesy, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that cheese. Oh my gosh, that was the cheesiest thing in the world.